The male lead was transported to a world of divinity, where anyone can become a god. However, he could only control a useless, tiny, and weak group of locust nobles. Because of that, he was ridiculed and bullied by his classmates. Fortunately, when he was transported, he received 2 new attributes, Chosen One and Life Sacrifice. If you want to know what these 2 attributes are and how his journey to become a god will unfold, then join to find out. At this moment, in a certain school, a loud curse rang out, "You little brat, are you tired of living? How dare you talk to me like that? If you don't hand over your divine power, believe me, I will destroy your divine core." This blonde-haired guy was John Bin, the school bully. He had an army of 5,000 goblin nobles. "I don't have any divine power, only this life of mine. Let's see if you dare to take it." And this newbie was Honwoo, also me, or rather, the present me. My core was the lowest-ranked trash locust nobles. So why did I dare to challenge this school bully? It all started the day before. That's right, I was transported to a world of divinity, where anyone can become a god. It was just that the owner of this body was a pitiful wretch. An 18-year-old who awakened to divinity but only received the core of trash locust nobles. When he went to see his grandpa in the hospital, even though he had to breathe through an oxygen mask, he still tried to remind him, "Your mother got separated at the chaotic Star Sea in the Imperial capital. She must still be alive. If you have the chance in the future, you must find her." Up at school, Honwoo was hit on by a busty supermodel. "If you're willing to be my slave and provide enough locusts for my thunderbirds to eat every day, I can guarantee you'll graduate from high school." Think about it carefully. Outside of school, he was bullied by his classmates. "Honwoo, bring me 100 divine power points for coming to school tomorrow. If you don't, I'll lead my goblin army to invade your divine realm, wipe out your noble core, destroy your core, ruin your future, and you'll never be able to hold your head up again for the rest of your life." Do you understand, starting with hell mode difficulty, how to get through this game? Relying on locust nobles, in this life, I wouldn't even be able to enter a top academy in the Imperial capital, let alone find my missing mother. But the urgent matter at hand was that I had to get past that blonde-haired bully first. Offering my neck for him to chop off wasn't my style. As he spoke, he walked towards a machine that could connect to the user's divine realm. Honwoo sat inside the machine and began to put on the equipment, thinking to himself, "But now that I'm here, not struggling a little wouldn't be showing respect to being transported." He lay down and began the process of connecting to his divine realm. After a few seconds of waiting, he successfully logged in. The next second, a magnificent and vast scene appeared before him. Honwoo was stunned by the sight and stood there speechless. A few seconds ago, what a wonderful sight. But despite being lost in the scenery, he quickly regained his composure and looked at the locusts jumping and dancing in the lush green grass in front of him. This was his noble core, a swarm of locusts leisurely wandering in a green meadow. After looking around, he opened his information panel to check his status. Name, Honwoo, divine being level, divine being, demigod, true god, Lord God, God King, divine talent, chosen one unique, divine ability, accelerated growth. Life sacrifice unique, divinity, 1 point. Faith power, 200,000, core level 1 no relic added, noble core, locusts. Number of nobles, 800,000 adults, 6 million larvae, 20 million eggs. After reading through the information, Honwoo was quite surprised. According to his previous life's memory, there seems to be no such things as chosen one and life sacrifice. Could it be a cheat? He asked the system to explain the information. System, explain chosen one and life sacrifice. System, chosen one, the lucky one chosen by heaven. Each level up grants a unique attribute ability. Life sacrifice, can sacrifice the life of a creature in exchange for a product of equivalent value. The sacrificial process will produce random products, can only be used once a day. This chosen one must be the golden finger I brought with me when I transmigrated here, Honwoo analyzed. And life sacrifice is the only unique attribute ability I have in the divine being stage. With this heaven-defying golden finger, and if I work hard, I can fulfill my father's last wish, He frowned and thought to himself, but first, I have to get past that blonde-haired bully tomorrow. What about my insect army? Thinking so, he continued to check the information on the locusts, and was surprised. Noble Corps, locusts, noble rank, ordinary creature elite, superhuman, hero, lord, king. Noble talent, reproduction, faith level, fanatical believer. Locusts have no intelligence and obey all commands of the divine being. Divided into ordinary believer, true believer, devout believer, fanatical believer, saint. Faith power, 1/100 points per day. Reproduction rate, 300 per time. Life cycle, 90 days, 15 days for eggs, 15 days for larvae, 45 days for adulthood, 15 days for aging. After reading through the information, Hanwoo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Reproduction rate, life cycle, accelerated growth, life sacrifice. 1 day in reality is equal to 1 year in the divine realm. Every day that passes in reality, the divine realm produces for generations of locusts. After thinking for a while, he realized something and his eyes widened. I understand. He tapped on the notification screen to do something. Then let's make a bet, win and become king, lose and become completely worthless. Time flew by and the next day arrived. A pink-haired girl was already standing in front of his class. She walked up to his desk and said loudly, "Hanwoo, have you thought about it? Become my slave, Qin Shuang's slave." She affirmed seriously, "I guarantee that until you graduate from high school, no one will dare to bully you." However, Hanwoo narrowed his eyes and flatly refused, making Qin Shuang extremely annoyed. "What?" She slapped his desk. "Do you know what you're saying? Without my protection, you'll definitely be exploited to death by those people." Hearing her words, he smiled faintly and replied, "Maybe the situation will really be as you said, but I still choose to refuse. I may be powerless, but I have my own dignity. I appreciate your willingness to protect me, but if there's nothing else, please leave." Seeing that he had made up his mind, Qin Shuang turned to leave, but before she did, she looked back and said one last thing, "Hanwoo, you'll definitely regret this decision. You'll see." Seeing that she had left, Hanwoo breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the bullies came to him. Jongbin spoke first. "Hanwoo, I told you to prepare 100 divine power points. Did you bring them?" The one on the left added, "Hurry up and hand them over. Don't make us resort to force." Jongbin's lackey on the right crossed his arms and glared at him threateningly. "Hurry up and hand them over, or we'll crush your divine core and make sure you can never hold your head up again." "You got that?" As he spoke, Jongbin put his hand on Hanwoo's shoulder as if they were close friends. But now Hanwoo wasn't going to be pushed around. He shrugged off his hand and snapped, "Don't touch me." Being shouted at in front of everyone, Jongbin's face darkened and he forced out a cruel smile. "You dare to talk to me like that? If you don't hand over the divine power, believe it or not, I will crush your divine core." Being challenged, Hanwoo looked at him with disdain. "Then give it a try." Seeing his attitude, Jongbin was a little surprised and thought to himself, "Why is this kid so tough today? Could it be he has someone backing him up?" Thinking so, he turned to look at Qin Shuang, but saw that she didn't care about what he was doing at all, so he secretly guessed, "It seems like it's not Qin Shuang." The surrounding students, seeing his attitude, immediately cheered, "Fight, fight, fight." "I've never seen a core get crushed before. I wonder what it'll be like." Locust nobles, it really have dragged down the average strength of our class. Hurry up and finish him off so he can drop out of school already. I heard that Jongbin's goblin army can rank in the top 60 of the school, so I really want to see how powerful they are. Seeing that the crowd was so riled up, Jongbin didn't disappoint them. He pulled out a red card from his pocket and said with a confident smile, "Hanwoo, since you want to die so badly, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. To deal with trash like you, 10 divine power points is already a high assessment of you. This is an invasion card worth 10 divine power points. After locking onto the target, it will create a spatial gate in the target's divine realm, allowing for invasion between divine realms." Hanwoo saw himself being sucked into some kind of space and his eyes widened in shock. In the blink of an eye, he was transported to some kind of hole, unable to turn back, and automatically propelled forward. Soon, he was pushed out of the hole into a strange place. But he landed on the ground still confident and cool. Until he saw a giant door appear in front of him. He was so shocked that he sat down on the ground. What is that? At this moment, the massive door began to slowly open, and inside, pairs of scarlet eyes stared out. A moment later, muscular goblins with fierce eyes were revealed. When the giant door opened wide enough for light to enter, the image of Jongbin appeared above it. He gave his order triumphantly, "In the name of the goblin god, I command you guys, my goblin legion, go and destroy that weak and useless swarm of locusts, and destroy this divine realm for me." The goblins, after hearing the order, raised a hand and roared in unison. At the same time, outside, the classmates were buzzing with excitement. Jongbin's goblin legion has increased by at least 1,000 goblins. With this strength, they can squeeze into the top 50 of the school, right? Top 50? What nonsense! Didn't you see that every goblin in the army is equipped with an iron weapon? With this strength, they are at least in the top 30 of the school. Just then, a student noticed something unusual and exclaimed, "Look! The leader of the goblin army is an elite creature." The crowd was astonished. He already has an elite creature. Hanwoo is definitely finished. Hearing that there was an elite creature, Qin Shuang, although not very interested, walked behind the crowd and crossed her arms to observe. Seeing that the opponent had made their move, Hanwoo didn't show any weakness and immediately ordered his self-destructing locusts to charge forward. The onlookers, seeing the tiny red creatures inside, wondered, "Look, what are those red-winged insects?" At this time, someone who knew what they were exclaimed, "Those are self-destructing locusts, elite creatures. Isn't Hanw's noble core just ordinary locusts? How could there be elite self-destructing locusts? And there are so many of them." But another student, who still didn't know the power of these locusts, scoffed, "So what if they are elite creatures? The fighting power of an elite locust is not even comparable to an ordinary goblin. Trash is still trash, even in larger numbers." Back inside, in the battle between Hanwoo and Jongbin, both sides' nobles had charged at each other like moths to a flame. Just a few seconds later, earth-shattering explosion erupted where the nobles clashed. Seeing the scene before him, Hanwoo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, flashback to a day ago. After Hanwoo had thoroughly researched what was called life sacrifice, he began the ritual, creating a massive magic circle under his feet. After the preparations were complete, he smiled, "Let's make a bet. I'll keep 10 million adults to maintain the survival of the species, and the remaining to point for 9 billion locusts will all be sacrificed." As he spoke, his dreamy purple magic circle released a large amount of spiritual energy, sucking in a massive number of locusts to begin the life sacrifice process. After it had absorbed enough, a notification appeared before him. Option 1. 10,000 elite goblin warriors. Option 2. The fountains of life can continuously flow with life-giving spring water to nurture life and improve the surrounding environment. Option 3. Level 1 relic. Heart of explosion. After being absorbed into the divine core, there is a chance to produce a noble core containing explosive power. Seeing the notification, he rubbed his chin and analyzed. Option 1, with 10,000 goblin warriors, although it can solve the immediate crisis, is only a one-time use. After overcoming this danger, how will I deal with the next one? Option 2, Fountains of Life, is a long-term investment, and also Hanw's current urgent need, but it can't help me deal with tomorrow's oppression. Option 3 is about investing in the noble core, which can have a long-term impact on my noble core. For now, I can only choose this one. Thinking so, he clicked on the third option. A moment later, a blue and red crystal appeared before him. Without hesitation, he crushed it into pieces with his hand. As the crystal shattered, it released two streams of blue and red light that intertwined. Soon, from the two beams of light, a new type of locust emerged. Name: Self-Destructing Locust. Noble. Rank: Elite Creature. Noble. Talent: Self-Destruction. Faith level: Fanatic locusts have no intelligence and obey all commands of the Divine Being. Faith power: 1/10 points per day. Reproduction rate: 30 per time. Life cycle: 180 days. After reading its information, He picked it up and commanded, "Self-destruct." As he spoke, he threw the locust forward. A few seconds later, the locust received his command and detonated with a loud boom. Even though it was just one, seeing the scene before him, he smiled with satisfaction. With this kind of power, it definitely can't kill an ordinary goblin, but if the quantity is increased, then let's do it a few more times. Back to the present after the explosion, all that remained was a cloud of smoke. The bystanders, seeing only smoke, wondered, what's the battle situation now? A moment later, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing that all the goblins were lying motionless. However, the elite goblin was still alive, though covered in wounds. As for Han Wu's nobles, there were still many left, so he continued to summon another wave. Qin Shuang, seeing the scene unfolding inside, found it somewhat interesting. The locusts, after being summoned, continued to rush towards the goblins like moths to a flame. Zhong Bin, seeing his army being decimated, panicked and shouted, "Those of you who are still alive, get back to my divine realm." Although the goblins were still eager to fight, they hesitated upon hearing the order, grinding their teeth in frustration. But what could they do? Their leader wanted to attack and destroy, and now he wanted to run. Han Wu chuckled. "What? Want to run? It's too late now." "All my nobles, charge through the portal and invade Zhong Bin's divine realm." Hearing the command, the red locust swarm surged towards the portal. A few seconds later, on the other side of the portal, massive explosions erupted in rapid succession. Zhong Bin was terrified now and yelled, "Quickly, order your nobles to get out of my divine realm." But Han Wu didn't react at all, only watched as his locusts continued to slaughter Zhong Bin's goblins. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Zhong Bin finally admitted defeat and pleaded, "Please cool off your locusts. Let my nobles retreat safely." Hearing this, Han Wu chuckled. "Didn't you want to crush my divine core? Since you want to do that, then it's only natural for me to crush yours, right?" Zhong Bin was scared but still tried to threaten him. "How dare you? If you dare to do that, my parents will not let you off. My father is a demigod, and my mother is about to become one soon. You are definitely no match for them." Even though this guy was bragging about his powerful family background, Han Wu didn't care at all and confidently ordered his locusts destroy his core at all costs. Zhong Bin watched as the locusts approached his core and cried out in terror, "Stop, stop. I admit defeat. I swear I won't bully you anymore. Whatever conditions you have, just say it. I promise I'll agree. Just please stop." Han Wu frowned and sneered. "I don't need anything from you. I just want you dead." But just as he finished speaking, a loud voice rang out. "That's enough, Han Wu. Stop right there." It turned out to be their homeroom teacher, Teacher Liu. He was floating in midair and tried to persuade Han Wu, "Student Han Wu, stop it. You've already won. There's no need to be so ruthless, is there?" Seeing someone coming to his rescue, Zhong Bin felt a bit relieved and arrogantly yelled, "Teacher Liu, quickly stop that madman, my parents." However, while he was still boasting, Han Wu's locusts were still flying straight towards his divine core. When the locusts reached it, they all slammed into it one after another. Just moments later, cracks began to appear all over Zhong Bin's divine core. His image became increasingly faint. Seeing this, he begged desperately, "No, Teacher Liu, save me." Teacher Liu turned to Han Wu with an irritated expression. "Student Han Wu, didn't you hear me?" Han Wu turned to look at him and asked, "Teacher Liu, I want to ask you something. Why are you here?" Teacher Liu frowned and confidently replied, as a homeroom teacher, "Of course, I can sense the situation of everyone in the class." Hearing this answer, Han Wu clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. "Then let me ask you this. When I was being beaten, robbed, and bullied by Zhong Bin, where were you? Why didn't you show up to help me?" Teacher Liu thought to himself, "He has demigod parents. Why should I offend the Zhong family for a nobody like you with no status or money?" However, he still had to soothe him gently. "Stop it first. I will explain everything clearly to you." Seeing the teacher's unsatisfactory response, Han Wu's face showed disgust. "All right, I'll ask you one last question. If I was the one whose divine core was being attacked today, would you stand up to stop it?" This question hit a nerve with Teacher Liu. He could only remain silent, unable to utter a word. Seeing that the teacher couldn't answer, Hanwoo closed his eyes and said softly, "All right, seeing you like this, I already know the answer." Just like that, huge explosions continuously erupted from Zhongbin's divine core, shattering it into pieces. At this time, the portal that connected the two divine realms began to collapse, along with the image of Zhongbin, who gradually disappeared. "My divine realm," he screamed. Hanwoo didn't bother with him anymore and said directly to your teacher, "Teacher Liu, please leave my divine realm." The next second, the screen displaying the battle between Zhongbin and Hanwoo disappeared, much to the astonishment of the students present. Zhongbin, after being transported back to the real world, collapsed onto the floor, his legs giving way. He groaned in despair, "It's all gone, I've become a cripple." At this time, Teacher Liu stormed into the classroom and yelled, "Hanwoo, get out here right now." Seeing no response, he roared furiously, "Where is he?" The student sitting at the front desk was a little scared, but still replied, He probably went home, teacher." Hearing this, Teacher Liu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This kind of student must be expelled immediately. Scene change, inside Hanwoo's divine realm. Hanwoo was looking at his remaining locusts and said, "Report the battle situation." System: 18,090 self-destructing locusts remaining. 4,050,643 ordinary locusts remaining. Seeing these numbers, he thought to himself, "It seems that in the future, I need to cultivate more self-destructing locusts." This time, I managed to obtain a fragment of Zhongbin's divine realm. I can use it to expand my own divine realm. As he spoke, he took out the divine realm fragment. He then raised it high and shouted, "Fuse!" The fragment flew up and emitted a red light. Soon, the entire surrounding landscape began to change rapidly. System announcement: Divine realm area, 260 square kilometers, 160 square kilometers equals 420 square kilometers. Resources: 100 square kilometers plain, 20 square kilometers mine, 40 square kilometers forest, 60 square kilometers desert, 40 square kilometers ordinary mountain range. Obtained level to divine core, level 1 relic, 820 iron-equipped goblins. After reading the notification, Hanwoo's mood brightened considerably. This harvest seems pretty good. These things should be enough for me to use until graduation. Just as he thought of this, the image of Zhongbin's furious face appeared in his mind. "You dare to crush my divine core. My demigod parents will not let you off, just you wait." Hanwoo muttered to himself, "This is definitely not over yet. If Zhongbin's parents come to seek revenge, depending on Liu Lishan's attitude, the school might not be able to protect me. It seems I still need to work harder to develop." Thinking of this, he put the goblin's iron ore up for sale online. "Let's see if anyone has anything good to trade with me." To his surprise, just a few minutes after he posted it, someone contacted him, someone already. That was fast. System: The other party requests to trade an item. Magma Fire Crystal. Accept or decline. He remembered. Magma Fire Crystal can increase the endurance of fire-type nobles and enhance their destructive power. Without hesitation, he immediately clicked accept. With it, his self-destructing locusts could evolve again. Once he received what he needed, he immediately used it. A while later, the self-destructing locusts were upgraded to a new level. Name: Magma Fire Self-Destructing Locust Noble Rank, Elite Creature, Noble Talent, Magma Self-Destruction, Faith Level, Fanatic Faith Power, 1/5 points per day. Reproduction rate, 20 per time, life cycle, 250 days. Seeing that the upgrade was complete, he sat down and gently picked up a nearby locust. Then, just like before, he threw it forward with a flick of his wrist. Detonate, earth-shattering explosion erupted in front of him. After witnessing the scene firsthand, Hanwoo was quite surprised. The destructive power of the Magma Fire self-destructing locust is almost equivalent to a grenade. Moreover, when it explodes, it also creates magma fragments that fly everywhere, causing additional area damage. So, I now have a bunch of grenades, at the same time, in the school's education office. My son's divine core is now shattered and beyond repair. Shouldn't the school give me an explanation? A man roared angrily. The woman in the office, hearing this, waved her hands placatingly. As we understand it, this invasion was initiated by your son, Jongbin, and, what do you mean? The man interrupted, his eyes wide with rage. Are you saying that my son's divine core was shattered because of his own doing? And the school bears no responsibility, and of course, teachers bear no responsibility either, right? Jongbin's mother, standing beside him, added coldly, we don't care about anything else. We just want to know that the student who crushed our son's divine core must be punished. He must be expelled. Back in Han Wu's divine realm, he stood with his arms crossed, thinking to himself, now, I should use accelerated growth to produce another batch of self-destructing locusts. Just as he was about to do so, he received a call from Principal Su. Seeing the caller ID, he knew what was coming had finally arrived. Despite knowing this, he still answered the call. Principal Su, upon seeing that he had picked up, introduced herself briefly. Student Han Wu, I'm Principal Su. I have something to discuss with you. She then went straight to the point. Student Jongbin's parents have come to the school demanding punishment for you. Principal Su proceeded to recount the entire story. Jongbin's mother had been furious, demanding his expulsion. However, Principal Su stood firm. We have a clear understanding of the situation. Student Jongbin initiated the invasion into Han Wu's divine realm. In this confrontation, Student Han Wu relied on his own abilities and did not cheat. We have no reason to expel him. Despite this explanation, Jongbin's mother stubbornly argued. You are protecting a bad student who destroyed his classmates' divine core. Is this the school's educational goal? Despite her outburst, Principal Su remained calm. Steepling her fingers, she asserted firmly, Ms. Du, please don't distort the truth. Student Han Wu has always been a well-behaved student at our school. We have plenty of evidence to prove that your son, Jongbin, has repeatedly bullied his classmates. Even after such a heartfelt explanation, Ms. Du still yelled stubbornly, Don't talk to me about this. Just tell me, are you going to expel him or not? Principal Su smiled gently. I'm sorry, but we can't do that. Ms. Du, seeing that his wife was getting nowhere, Jongbin's father, enraged, released a surge of powerful energy. Principal Su, I can accept that the school didn't severely punish that brat Han Wu, but as the victim, I must be allowed some form of retribution. If even this small request cannot be granted, then I won't bother maintaining any semblance of respect for this school. Returning to the present, Principal Su continued, in the end, Jongbin's father proposed to send a squad of 1,000 people to invade your divine realm. Regardless of the outcome, they will not pursue the matter further. This is the maximum level of protection the school can provide. However, a squad of 1,000 demigods is enough to fight against 50,000 ordinary students. Han Wu, do you think you can withstand it? Seeing that she had tried her best to help him, Han Wu first thanked Principal Su for her assistance. Then, he said, I will come to school tomorrow to face this challenge. After that, Principal Su hung up the phone. Han Wu muttered to himself, it seems it's time to quickly increase my strength. I need to activate the second life sacrifice now. With that said, he raised his hand, initiating a sacrifice of billions of lives. A magic circle appeared in his hand, sucking in a large number of self-destructing locusts. Moments later, where he stood, it was like a giant volcano erupting, magma spewing into the sky. Soon, a notification appeared before him. Option 1, Level 1 Relic, Bloodshot Demon Eyes. After being absorbed into the divine core, there is a certain probability of producing a noble core with bloodshot eyes. Bloodshot eyes can enhance the user's dynamic vision and enter a primary berserk state when seeing blood. Option 2, Level 1 Skill Crystal, Fireball. After being absorbed into the divine core, it can allow the noble core to master primary fire magic. It can also be given to a hero-level creature for learning. The highest level of mastery can reach the level of Forbidden's fire magic. Option 3, Slashing Iron Swordwind, hero-level creature of the Swordwind race. After browsing through the options, he felt that spending 4.8 billion locusts to exchange for this treasure was definitely worth it. After a few seconds of deliberation, he decided to choose the third option. All right, I choose this one. After making his choice, an old man with forearms and grey hair appeared in front of him, standing proudly. A powerful aura emanated from him. The notification panel appeared again. Name, Slashing Iron, Swordwind Race, Swordwind, Level, Hero, Talent, Swordwind. Technique Skills, All Around, /Level 1. Primary Raging Wine /Level 2. Primary Violent Wine /Level 3. Slashing Challenge Level 5 Self-Created Skill, Unaccessible Level. Faith Level, Ordinary Believer Faith Power, 500,000 per day. Lifespan, 800 years, currently 150 years old. After the information was displayed, the old man spoke. Divine Being, I need a sword. Hearing that the old man in front of him needed a sword, Manhwa replied confidently, no problem. He then opened his divine equipment panel and calculated in his mind. Over the past 2 days, I've been cultivating a large number of locusts. When the faith power I've gathered reaches 100 million, it will condense into a small amount of divine power. Adding the divine power I have left from the previous sale, I have a total of 50 for divine power points. Explanation. Equipment is divided into 4 different levels. First is common equipment, made of raw materials without any abilities imbued. Second is faith equipment, masterpieces crafted from rare materials and imbued with faith power, often possessing some special effects. Third is divine power equipment, which have a large amount of condensed divine power incorporated during the forging process and often possess a soul, allowing them to grow independently. And the final type is divine equipment, equipment that only gods are worthy of, representing the power and authority of a divine being. After some careful consideration, he purchased a violent wind greatsword for 50 divine power points. Once the purchase was complete, he handed the sword to Slashing Iron Swordwind and proudly said, I bestow this weapon upon you. This is the violent wind greatsword. Slashing Iron Swordwind, upon receiving the sword, immediately swung it to test it out. That single swing created a powerful shockwave that surged forward. However, it still wasn't enough. What's the point of having 4 arms if I can only wield 1 sword? Swordwind looked at Manhwa. Divine Being, I need 3 more weapons like this to unleash my full power. Upon hearing this, Manhwa's face contorted in shock. What? You need 3 more violent wind greatswords? That's 150 divine power points. Do you think my divine power grows on trees? Despite his complaints, he still opened his information panel and started browsing. But considering the battle tomorrow against demigod Zhong Gang's army of 1,000, I can't afford to be careless. I can only try my best. Scene change. Qin Shuang's divine realm. Qin Shuang was sitting under a large tree, focusing on her cultivation. However, while cultivating, her thoughts began to wander. She recalled a childhood memory. Flashback, she had been playing by the river and fallen into the fast-flowing current. Fortunately, Manhwa had seen her and used all his strength to chase after her. Luckily, fate had been kind, and he caught up to her, pulling her back to shore. But she had been underwater for too long, and ordinary methods couldn't revive her. So, Manhwa had no choice but to perform CPR. After some time, she regained consciousness, witnessing the whole scene with her own eyes. End of flashback. Thinking back on this, her cheeks flushed red, and she chided herself in annoyance. Qin Shuang, how could you fall for that blockhead Manhwa? I hope he gets crushed to death. But, my grandfather is a true god, and our clan has 23 demigods. There's no way we can't save that idiot, right? Suddenly, her phone rang. She was surprised to see the caller ID, as it was the person she had been thinking about. Despite this, she answered the phone without any hesitation. Have you finally come to your senses and agreed to be my slave? Upon hearing her question, he replied casually, of course not. I just wanted to borrow a few divine power points from you. Qin Shuang was taken aback. He hadn't contacted her for that reason. She felt a surge of irritation and snapped, You're asking to borrow divine power? What are you going to give me in return, your trash nobles? Don't think that just because you defeated Zhong Bin in the last invasion, you're the best there is. Your self-destructing locusts are barely ranked 5th among elite creatures. They are completely worthless. Rejected so bluntly, Hanwoo simply replied, "All right then. Sorry to bother you." He hung up without hesitation. His decisiveness startled Qin Shuang. She realized that her words had been a little too harsh and clutched her head in self-reproach. What am I doing? Why did I say those hurtful things? I didn't mean it. What if he misunderstands? He definitely misunderstood. This is bad. After a moment of self-blame, she decided to call him back. Hanwoo answered the call. "Hello, what is it?" Qin Shuang, flustered, turned her face away and muttered, "How much do you need? Give me your account number." And so, after a while, slashing iron sword Wind had for identical swords in his hands. Although his strength had increased considerably, Hanwoo couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. "For you, Swordwind Master, I have invested all my assets. You better give it your all." Scene change. The next morning, Class 3-2, the classroom buzzed with excited chatter. He actually dared to come. Is he not afraid of having his divine realm flattened by 1,000 demigods? Is he crazy? I really want to see if he can remain so calm when his divine core is destroyed. Hanwoo, outwardly indifferent, walked slowly into the classroom. However, he couldn't help but think to himself, it seems everyone knows about it and is waiting to mock me. Qin Shuang, who had just heard the news, walked up to him for confirmation. You borrowed divine power from me to strengthen yourself for a duel with a demigod, right? She then tried to dissuade him. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Even if the demigod only dispatches a small squad of 1,000, it's not something you can handle right now. Hanwoo, knowing this full well, smiled calmly. I have no other choice. Worried, Qin Shuang stepped closer and said resolutely, just become my slave, and I'll immediately contact my clan to put pressure on Zhonggang. His family only has one demigod, but mine has a true god and 23 demigods. He wouldn't dare to disobey. Despite her offer, Hanwoo remained firm. Turning his head away, he asserted confidently, "Thank you for your kindness, but please excuse me. I need to prepare to face those 1,000 demigods." Seeing the goddess of their hearts showing concern for Hanwoo infuriated some of the boys. Hanwoo, what makes you worthy of Goddess Qin Shuang's kindness? You useless trash, you're going to die today. A moment later, Teacher Liu opened the classroom door and enthusiastically invited Zhongbin's parents inside. Walking up to the podium, he pointed at Hanwoo. That's Hanwoo. Upon seeing him, Zhongbin's mother flew into a rage. You little beast, you dared to destroy my son's divine core. I'll tear you apart. Seeing his wife like this, Zhonggang quickly grabbed her and said, "Don't violate the school rules." Teacher Liu turned to Hanwoo and barked, "Get over here, don't waste Mr. Zhang's time." Despite the order, Hanwoo remained unafraid and even smiled. "I want to wait for Principal Su to arrive as a witness." Hearing this, Teacher Liu slammed his hand on the table, furious. A small matter like this requires Principal Su's presence. For me to be a witness is already giving you too much face. Let's begin now. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you don't cooperate. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed through the classroom. Teacher Liu, who are you planning to be ruthless towards? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Teacher Liu and Zhongbin's parents turned around to look. Seeing his superior, Teacher Liu rubbed his head sheepishly. Principal Su, this small matter doesn't require your presence. I just wanted to discipline my student. Principal Su didn't want to waste words and sternly reminded him, Teacher Liu, don't forget that you are also a teacher at this school, not the subordinate of some demigod. Do you understand? Seeing that the principal had arrived, Zhonggang didn't say anything more. Principal Su is here as well, let's begin then. Despite his words, Principal Su turned to Hanwoo. Student Hanwoo, are you ready? He smiled confidently. I'm ready. Hearing this, Principal Su announced, then let's begin. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhonggang, with a fierce aura, quickly took out an invasion card and activated it. And so, Hanwoo was once again brought to the Divine Realm Gate. Soon, he saw countless glowing red eyes staring at him through the gate. Moments later, the owners of those eyes revealed themselves, a pack of enormous wolves. Some walked on all fours, some stood on two legs like humans, and they came in all shapes and sizes. The students outside gasped upon witnessing the formidable army. The entire army is made up of elite Wolf cavalry. And their captain, those are superhuman Wolf cavalry. They've already grasped superhuman abilities, a combination of green orcs and gnolls, equipped with full sets of armor. Hanwoo is done for. The wolves stopped a few dozen meters away from him, awaiting orders. Hanwoo, however, showed no fear, standing motionless. Zhonggang crossed his arms and sneered, "You little bastard. You dared to destroy my son's divine core yesterday. Today, I'll make you pay in blood." Qin Shuang, watching from outside, analyzed the situation. The Wolf cavalry can be clearly divided into two combat units. He said he would only send 1,000, but this is clearly, something felt wrong. Qin Shuang shouted, "This is clearly 2,000 units. This is cheating." Back inside the Divine Realm, Zhonggang finished his speech and ordered his Wolf cavalry, "Attack." The wolves, upon hearing the command, immediately charged towards their target. At the same time, Hanwoo summoned his swarm of self-destructing locusts, ready for battle. The crowd stared at the sheer number of locusts, faces a mixture of bewilderment and shock. Nearly 7 million elite locusts. Weren't there only 20,000 left yesterday? Produce 7 million elite locusts in just one day. That reproductive ability is terrifying. Even if they're the weakest elite creatures, with such overwhelming numbers, they're definitely not a force to be underestimated. It's a shame this student doesn't have enough time to grow. He can't withstand the Wolf cavalry's assault now. Inside the Divine Realm, the battle had begun. Millions of self-destructing locusts sacrificed themselves pointlessly, only inflicting minor injuries upon the Wolf cavalry. Teacher Liu, witnessing Han Wu's strength, was surprised. This kid is truly a rare talent. But facing this challenge, he still won't make it. Otherwise, he'd definitely become one of the top students in the school. Moments later, behind him, a student pointed at the screen. "What's that?" Zhonggang's wolves also sensed something lurking within the thick smoke left by the exploding locusts. They raised their heads, sniffing the air. Then, they heard Han Wu's command. "Magma fire self-destructing locusts, deploy." The magma fire self-destructing locusts emerged from the smoke, diving towards the wolves. The wolves, confused, paused, unsure of how to react. In the blink of an eye, Han Wu's locusts reached the wolves and exploded, sending the wolves flying before crashing to the ground. The students watching were stunned. What's going on? Those locusts, their explosive power is even greater than before, and they can even spew magma. Even Principal Su and Qin Shuang were shocked. Superhuman creatures. Principal Su turned around and asked, "Is there any student or teacher here capable of ability analysis? Please share the information about those locusts with everyone." Fortunately, among the onlookers, someone possessed that ability. He covered one eye with his hand, while the other emitted a bright light. He quickly identified the locusts. "I've found it. Those are magma fire self-destructing locusts, an elite creature." Principal Su beamed. "Well done, student Hanwoo." Despite this, Zhonggang, being a demigod, remained arrogant. "Do you think this is enough to wipe out my Wolf cavalry? Don't dream, my superhuman beast. Activate your power." The two-legged wolf howled, a dark purple aura enveloping its body. The lower-ranked wolves opened their maws, spewing icy blasts towards the approaching locusts. The flames caused by the exploding magma locusts were swiftly extinguished by the wolves' freezing aura. The students watching weren't surprised. Demigods are still demigods. How could he be defeated by something so foolish? Superhuman creatures are truly powerful. To think it can even unleash such large-scale abilities, amazing. Han Wu's locust swarm has less than 500,000 left, and the magma fire locusts are almost gone. It seems he can't turn the tides anymore. Seeing that he had gained the upper hand, Zhonggang gloated, "You little beast, I'll let you experience true despair. When your core shatters and your divine realm collapses, you'll be expelled from the school. And then, your worthless life will be mine to decide." He then commanded his wolves to destroy Han Wu's core. They ignored him entirely, charging straight towards the core. Principal Su, witnessing this, could only close her eyes sadly. "It's over, isn't it?" Qin Shuang, thinking the same, couldn't bear to watch any more and turned away. But at that moment, a student suddenly yelled, "Look, what's that in front of Han Wu's core?" Jolted back to attention, Qin Shuang opened her eyes and stared at the screen. There, a familiar figure with 4 arms stood protectively in front of the core. In each hand, a sword gleamed, ready to defend the divine realm at all costs. It was none other than Slashing Iron Swordwind. His expression was grim, his stance unwavering as he awaited the enemy's charge. A student recognized the swords in Swordwind's hands. Those are violent wind greatswords, the ones that cost 50 divine power points each. Another student gasped, 50 divine power points each. With 4 swords, that's 200 divine power points. Han Wu isn't an orphan, is he? How can he be so rich? And what kind of creature is that? Principal Zhu's face brightened, and she explained with a smile, "That's a Swordwind." Swordwinds are born as superhuman creatures. The teacher beside her was confused. Even if it's a superhuman creature, so what? Doesn't demigod Zhonggang also have a superhuman creature, the Wolf Cavalry Captain? Let the Wolf Cavalry Captain handle the Swordwind while the rest of the Wolf Cavalry crush Han Wu's core. Although that made sense, Principal Su felt that something wasn't quite right. Looking at its aura, that Swordwind isn't just a superhuman creature, it's a true hero-level creature. Zhonggang also realized this, envy and anger twisting his features. "I've been fighting for over 10 years and only managed to nurture one hero-level creature. How can this high school student have such a powerful noble?" He decided he had to steal it. "I must get my hands on this hero-level creature. As soon as I destroy that brat's divine core, this Swordwind will be mine." Slashing Iron Swordwind, sensing the approaching enemies, his eyes flashed. Slashing Iron Swordwind's 4 arms brandished his swords, ready to engage. As the enemies came within striking distance, Swordwind, without hesitation, unleashed his level 3 skill, Primary Violent Wind Slash, cleaving several wolves in half. He followed up immediately with another attack, the level 1 skill Primary All-Around Slash, launching the remaining wolves into the air. One of the knolls opened its maw wide, spewing a wave of freezing air towards Swordwind. The frigid blast quickly encased both of Swordwind's legs in ice. Seeing this, Zhonggang's wolves and gnolls howled triumphantly and charged again. But it wouldn't be that easy. Swordwind calmly raised his 4 swords towards the heavens. Powerful energy surged from the blades, converging into a glowing sphere above his head. This was Slashing Challenge. With a mighty roar, Swordwind unleashed the energy in a devastating arc, obliterating everything in its path. The students, watching, were awestruck. "Holy crap, that's insane. How can it be so powerful?" Needless to say, after that attack, the wolves lay scattered across the battlefield like fallen leaves. Zhonggang, witnessing his nobles being slaughtered, was enraged. "Damn it, Captain of the Wolf Cavalry, crush this brat's divine realm for me." The Wolf Cavalry Captain, upon hearing the order, took a step forward. His eyes blazed crimson, and a terrifying awe erupted from his body as he prepared to unleash his full might. But before he could act, a voice rang out. "Demigod, are you planning to break your promise?" Zhonggang spun around, startled. Recognizing the speaker, he stammered, "Principal, no, I wouldn't dare." He quickly turned to his wolves and commanded, "Wolf Cavalry, retreat." With Zhonggang dealt with, the principal fixed a cold gaze on Slashing Iron Swordwind and Han Wu, silently assessing them. After a moment, he simply uttered 2 words, "Not bad," before turning and leaving. Back in the classroom, Principal Su praised Han Wu, "Well done." Student Han Wu, however, she also cautioned him, "But don't get complacent just because you have a hero-level creature. Hero-level creatures are not invincible. With your current strength, it'll be difficult to even make it into the top 3 of our grade level." Han Wu, however, wasn't concerned about that right now. He addressed Principal Su seriously. "Principal Su, I have a favor to ask." "What is your request?" she asked. "I want to transfer classes." Teacher Liu's jaw dropped. His face shifting through a range of emotions, he hastily began making promises. "Student Han Wu, I admit that I haven't paid much attention to you before. I promise I will guide you better in the future, and you will receive more teaching resources." Please give me a chance to make amends. He had said that, but his mind was racing. Everyone can see this kid's potential. If he develops steadily, he's guaranteed to get into a top school, maybe even compete for the #1 spot. The rewards I'll receive then will be immense. I can't let him leave. However, Hanwoo saw right through him and stated firmly, I want to transfer classes. Teacher Liu was furious, but could do nothing. Hanwoo had indeed become much stronger, but Principal Su still couldn't let him transfer so easily. Student Hanwoo, transferring classes isn't something you can just decide on a whim. The school has rules. If you truly wish to transfer, you must pass a test arranged by the school. Only then can I approve your transfer. Hearing Principal Su's words, Hanwoo clenched his fists, determined. If that's the case, I would like to take the test. Seeing her crush wanting to transfer classes, Qin Shuang immediately jumped up and declared, Principal Su, I want to take the test too. Teacher Liu's jaw almost hit the floor. Hanwoo wanting to transfer was one thing, but even Qin Shuang, one of his star pupils and someone he had been trying so hard to please, also wanted to leave his class. He could only force a smile. Student Qin Shuang, if you have any dissatisfaction with my teaching, please tell me directly. I will definitely improve. There's no need to go so far as to transfer classes, is there? But Qin Shuang wasn't interested in his excuses. She simply wanted to be in the same class as her crush. Otherwise, she would have been in a better class from the start. I have no dissatisfaction with your teaching, teacher. I just don't want to stay in this class anymore. Saying this, another student stood up and raised his hand. Principal Su, I want to take the test too. Teacher Liu could take it no more. He snapped, Zhong Xiaolong, you are the class president. Why are you joining in the fun? Zhong Xiaolong smiled calmly. Thank you, teacher, for your concern and guidance, but I can no longer stay in this class. He then snuck a loving glance at Qin Shuang. Wait me, Qin Shuang, I won't let anyone else have you. With no one else voicing their opinions, Principal Su turned to leave, saying, I will prepare the test for you tomorrow. Teacher Liu, come with me. Scene change. 6 p.m. that evening, outside the school gates. As soon as school was dismissed, Qin Shuang chased after Hanwoo and demanded, Hanwoo, tell me, what's the deal with that hero-level creature of yours? He turned to her, what does that have to do with you? Qin Shuang clenched her fists. Of course, it concerns me. You owe me 150 divine power points. If you can't pay me back, you'll have to be my slave to work off the debt. Therefore, I have the right to know where your hero-level creature came from. Hanwoo, however, remained firm. I can pay you the interest of 150 divine power points now. But as for the origin of my hero-level creature, I can't tell you that. He then opened a portal and stepped inside, returning to his divine realm, leaving angry Qin Shuang behind. That jerk. Scene change. Inside Hanwoo's divine realm, Hanwoo called up his system. Report on the current number of locusts. System. 1 billion ordinary locusts. 1 million self-destructing locusts. 30,000 magma fire self-destructing locusts. Looking at the remaining numbers, he concluded, with these numbers, tomorrow's test will be very difficult. As he pondered this, slashing iron swordwind flew before him and reported, Great Divine Being, the escaped Wolf Cavalry are hiding in the mines. Should we eliminate them? Hanwoo considered this. Those Wolf Cavalry weren't completely wiped out. A dozen or so escaped. Those are Zhong Gang's nobles, left behind in my divine realm. They'll be a disaster later on. I need to eliminate them quickly. But simply killing them seems like a waste. After a few seconds of thought, he ordered Swordwind, go capture those Wolf Cavalry. But make sure they're alive. Them have a use for me. As you command, Swordwind responded and immediately set off. Just 2 hours later, Zhong Gang's Wolf Cavalry were captured and bound, now that they're taken care of. Hanwoo used his billion ordinary locusts and 20 for captured Wolf Cavalry for the sacrifice. As he activated the ritual, a bright green light enveloped him, shooting up into the sky. Soon, the system announced, you have received 1 set of alpha armor. 1 level 1 foundry blueprint can be used to construct a massive foundry capable of crafting high-level faith equipment. 3 watchtowers provide a wide field of view and deter invaders. Hanwoo looked at his rewards and analyzed them. The armor is definitely good, but can my idiotic locusts even wear it? Same with the foundry. Do I expect my locusts to start forging equipment? And the watchtowers, they can only see so far, he sighed. None of these are quite right. But then he remembered something important. Wait a minute, didn't I get a few hundred goblins from Jongbin last time? I wonder how they're doing. He activated his eagle eye, his vision instantly shifting to where the goblins were located. To his surprise, they were hard at work, diligently carrying out the task he had given them. One of the goblins noticed him observing them and declared, "Divine being, thank you for granting us such a good life." Hanwoo was surprised by their diligence. After capturing these goblins, I only gave them one order. Mine, it seems their natural talent and passion lie in mining and crafting. Jongbin forcing them to fight was suppressing their true potential. He looked at the goblins who were focusing on forging weapons. They're very talented at crafting. I could let them handle logistics and resource production. The foundry I just received could also be put to good use. He then made the foundry appear before the goblins and declared, "I bestow upon you this grand foundry. Forge me powerful equipment." The goblins were overjoyed upon seeing the suddenly appearing foundry and cheered. The divine being has blessed us. Scene change. Back at the school, in the teacher's office. The teachers were gathered for a meeting. As you all know, began Principal Su, we have 3 students, Hanwoo, Qin Shuang, and Zhong Xiaolong, who will be taking the class transfer test. The school has entrusted us with overseeing this test. Does anyone have any suggestions? The crab-faced teacher next to Teacher Liu spoke up casually. Suggestions. We should be thanking Teacher Liu for this gift. 3 outstanding students transferring classes. Isn't this a reward for all of us? Teacher Liu, however, had other plans. I'm not too concerned about Qin Shuang and Zhong Xiaolong's tests. But for Han Wu's test, I propose we increase the difficulty to the highest level. A student who disrespects his teacher like this must be severely punished. On the surface, he claimed Hanwoo disrespected him, but his true motives were far more insidious. Yesterday, he had been publicly humiliated by Principal Su because of Han Wu's class transfer request, and he even lost his bonus points. Just you wait. Hanwoo, the other teachers, hearing about the disrespectful student, immediately voiced their agreement. I agree, we need to make an example of him. I hate ungrateful people the most, count me in. And so, the next morning, Teacher Liu stood at the podium, handing out 3 pieces of paper. These are the requirements for your tests. He looked at Zhong Xiaolong. Student Zhong Xiaolong, for your level 1 class transfer test, you need to defend against 1,000 invading alien creatures. Good luck. Qin Shuang received a similar test, also requiring her to defend against 1,000 invaders. When Hanwoo read his test paper, however, he froze. His class transfer test was level 10, and he needed to defend against 10,000 invading alien creatures. Principal Su, seeing the requirements for Han Wu's test, pleaded with Teacher Liu, regarding Hanwoo's test, could you reconsider? However, Teacher Liu had personally requested this test, so there was no chance of him backing down. This was a decision made by all the homeroom teachers. There's nothing I can do. Despite his test being 10 times harder than the others, Hanwoo remained confident. It's all right, Principal Su. Teacher Liu chimed in, his tone dripping with faux concern. I also hopes you can demonstrate your abilities to your new homeroom teacher. His words only made Hanwoo roll his eyes. Qin Shuang, worried about him, put on a haughty expression. My offer still stands. Just become my slave, and I guarantee that no one in the entire school, except me, will bully you. Hanwoo knew this, but he still refused without hesitation. Thank you for your kindness. We'll see each other after the test. Qin Shuang felt a flicker of annoyance. This idiot really doesn't know what's good for him. Zhong Xiaolong, standing behind them, overheard their conversation and smirked. Hanwoo, get ready to become the laughingstock of the entire class. After some preparation, the test began. Countless crimson goblins with sharp teeth appeared, swarming towards the challenger's divine cause. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, I heard Han Wu's test is the hardest. Yeah, who told him to provoke teacher Liu. Now we have a good show to watch. Hanwoo, seeing the sheer number of red goblins, felt a cold sweat break out. What the hell, Liu Lishan? You're not human. There are so many red goblins. Liu Lishan, seeing the tension on Hanwoo's face, smirked smugly. Hanwoo, you can only blame yourself for rejecting my kindness. An army of 10,000 red goblins is enough to pierce through your divine realm. The other teachers standing beside him laughed and congratulated him. Congratulations, Teacher Liu, on your successful revenge. Liu Lishan, however, put on a facade of noble righteousness. Oh, come on, there's no animosity between teachers and students. After this test, student Hanwoo will surely understand our dedication as teachers. Principal Su, seeing this, could only silently cheer for Hanwoo. Hang in there, student Hanwoo. I believe you can do it, back in the divine realm. Hanwoo commanded his locust army to attack. The red goblins, seeing the approaching enemies, responded by conjuring flaming projectiles in their hands. They hurled the fireballs towards Hanwoo's locusts. Explosions erupted as the fireballs collided with the locusts. The ordinary locusts can't inflict any damage, Hanwoo realized. He ordered his self-destructing locusts to engage. The red goblins, seeing this, flinched and retreated. However, due to their sheer numbers, only the ones at the front could react in time. The rest continued to surge forward. The exploding locusts slammed into the red goblins, detonating with resounding booms. Hanwoo managed to eliminate 400 of them. At that moment, Zhong Xiaolong and Qin Shuang finished their tests. Look, Qin Shuang and Zhong Xiaolong have finished their tests and left the machines, the onlookers exclaimed. As Qin Shuang walked over to Principal Su, the principal remarked, "It seems Hanwoo is in trouble." Qin Shuang nodded. After all, locusts are just low-level creatures. No matter how well trained, they can't achieve much. It doesn't look good. Back to the battle. Hanwoo remained calm, ordering his magma fire self-destructing locusts into the fray. Explosions erupted as the magma locusts detonated, sending nearby red goblins flying and wiping out 3,000 of them. However, the red goblins still outnumbered Hanwoo's forces by a significant margin, and they continued to charge towards his core. Everyone watching, both inside and outside the divine realm, was on the edge of their seats, their eyes glued to the screen. Hanwoo's finished this time. Even if he has a hero-level creature as his trump card, how can it possibly kill 6,500 red goblins? Qin Shuang's face was etched with worrying, but she still muttered under her breath, "Let him be arrogant. Let the red goblins crush his core and teach him a lesson." At this moment, Principal Su sent a message into Hanwoo's divine realm. "Student Hanwoo, if you can't hold on any longer, just surrender. It's not shameful to lose. I believe that with just a little more time, you will be able to easily pass this test." Despite her words, Hanwoo remained confident in his abilities. "Principal Su, if I've decided to transfer classes, I will see it through to the end. Even if I have to sacrifice every last soldier, I'm not afraid. Moreover, I haven't lost yet." Just then, the red goblins reached Slashing Iron Swordwind's range. He immediately unleashed his level 3 skill, Primary Violent Wind Slash. Even though many red goblins were killed, the rest showed no fear, retaliating with fireballs. Explosions erupted all around Slashing Iron Swordwind as he was bombarded with attacks. He was severely injured from taking so much damage. The onlookers outside grew even more concerned. Hanwoo's hero-level creature seems to be seriously injured. He's finished this time. Liu Lishan, watching this, was delighted. He sneered and said, "Student Hanwoo, this is the final lesson I want to teach you. Make sure you learn it well." But his joy was short-lived, as a student suddenly exclaimed in shock, interrupting his gloating. "Look, what's that?" After a few seconds of observation, everyone realized what it was and gasped. "It's a goblin army." The leader of the goblin army raised his axe high and roared, "Protect our divine being." The goblins behind him marched forward, their expressions resolute. The red goblins, seeing Hanwoo's goblins, were visibly shaken, but there was no time for them to panic. Hanwoo's goblins, armed with weapons he had provided, charged towards the red goblins, unleashing a merciless assault. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Isn't that Jong Bin's former noble corps? What a genius! With this kind of ability, he's sure to make it into the top 10 of the school. Han Wu's well-equipped goblins made short work of the red goblins, crushing them with ease. Han Wu, seeing this, jumped up and cheered in delight. Principal Su was also ecstatic. Excellent. Qin Xuan, despite having cursed him just moments before, couldn't help but feel happy for him upon seeing his victory. Only Liu Lishan, seeing Han Wu successfully pass the test, was left fuming with frustration. After Han Wu completed his test, the teachers swarmed the 3 students, vying to recruit them. Student Qin Xuan, come to my class. I have resources perfectly suited for your Thunderbirds. They can help you quickly upgrade your nobles. Student Zhong Xiaolong, I have a secret technique for nurturing demonic beasts. If you join my class, I'll teach you everything. Student Han Wu, come to my class. I'm willing to provide you with an even stronger goblin army. Han Wu began to consider his options. Qin Shuang's choice was obvious. Wherever her crush went, she would follow. Zhong Xiaolong looked at her expectantly. Qin Xuan, wherever you go, I'll go too. After a moment of hesitation, Han Wu asked Principal Su seriously, Principal Su, may I ask why my test was so much more difficult than the others? Principal Su crossed her arms and replied calmly, the difficulty of the individual tests is determined by all the homeroom teachers together. Hearing this, Han Wu smiled, I want to see their votes. Seeing his request, Principal Su showed him the compiled voting results for the class transfer assessment without hesitation. The teachers who had sided with Liu Lishan earlier, seeing that they had just lost a super talented student and all the potential rewards that came with him, started to turn on each other. I knew I shouldn't have helped Liu Lishan, that bastard. Liu Lishan, despite hearing everything, pretended not to notice and remained silent. Han Wu, after reviewing the voting results, approached 2 of the teachers who had voted against him. Thank you for voting against the increased difficulty. If I join your classes, what can you offer me? The bald teacher smiled gently and spoke first. Student Han Wu, in today's test, I saw that you have a good talent for nurturing goblins. If you join my class, I can provide you with a goblin army of no less than 10,000. With this army, you are sure to enter the top 10 of our grade level. Getting into a top school in the future is not a far-fetched dream. Then, the tall and handsome teacher beside him added, nurturing your noble core is the most important. I have some resources that are very beneficial for insect nobles. If you join my class, I will help you complete the evolution of your entire locust race. After listening to the benefits the 2 teachers could provide, Han Wu considered for a moment before making his decision. Teacher Chair Wen, I choose to join your class. Qin Xuan, without hesitation, followed suit. Teacher Chair Wen, I choose to join your class too. Of course, Zhong Xiaolong wouldn't be left behind. Teacher Chair Wen, please allow me to join your class as well. Teacher Chair Wen, seeing that he had suddenly gained 3 outstanding students, beamed with joy. With this, I'm sure to win the Outstanding Teacher Award this year. He then welcomed them. Of course, you are all welcome to join my class. He took out 3 cards and said, these are welcome gifts for joining my class. The card Han Wu received was a level to construction card. Insect nest occupies 1 square kilometer, can hatch 1 million insects per year, perfectly amplifies the effects of relics embedded in it. Han Wu smiled. This is clearly designed for my insect race. He rubbed his chin, thinking, after building the insect nest in my divine realm, I can embed 2 relics in it, the Heart of Explosion and the level 1 Magma Fire Crystal. The insect nest will perfectly amplify their effects on the insects hatched there. That means I'll be able to get 1 million Magma Fire self-destructing locusts each year. He bowed deeply before Teacher Chair Wen. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Chair Wen smiled warmly. There's no need for thanks. Your achieving good results is the best way to thank me. Seeing that everything was settled, Principal Su reminded the teachers today's test was just a small, unimportant challenge. The comprehensive exam organized by the school in 7 days is what truly matters. It will affect the allocation of resources for your classes later on. I don't need to emphasize its importance any further. Scene change. Han Wu's Divine Realm. Hanwoo checked the number of his nobles again. System: 20 million for 100,000 ordinary locusts, 5,000 self-destructing locusts, 300 magma fire self-destructing locusts, 50 to red goblins, hero-level creature, slashing iron swordwind. Looking at his remaining nobles, he felt dejected. With this level of strength, participating in the comprehensive exam in 7 days, my results will probably be at the bottom of the entire student body. I need to increase my numbers. First, I need to nurture more locusts. He then noticed something else that surprised him. His goblins had changed their name to red goblins. I need to check it. He flew towards the red goblins. As he looked at one, a notification panel appeared. Red Goblin Noble Information. Elite race evolved from ordinary goblins after experiencing a desperate, bloody battle. Rank: Elite Creature Talent, Flame Blood Gene. Faith Level: True Believer Faith Power, 20,000 per day. Reproduction Rate: 1 litter every 5 years. Lifespan: 85 years 5 years child, 15 years adolescent, 55 years adult, 15 years elder. Talent Effects: Enhanced Comprehension in Forging for the Host. Flame Blood significantly enhances resistance to high temperatures, making it easier for the host to master fire attribute skills. He was astonished. They evolved into a naturally born elite creature. If only they were my core noble race. I can only accelerate their growth further and restore my noble population to its former scale. For days later, Hanwoo pressed his palms together, preparing to perform the ritual. All right, the number of locusts has reached 7.3 billion. Please, God, let me get something good this time. The better, the better. After finishing his prayer, he initiated the life sacrifice. As before, a massive vortex appeared, sucking in a vast swarm of locusts. Just a few seconds later, what Hanwoo desired arrived. The system panel displayed, Option 1, Level to Relic, Corrupted Law of Gluttony. After being integrated into the Divine Core, the core race will gain the Gluttony ability. The total energy consumed from food will exceed its own energy by 1,000 times, enabling it to complete its own evolution. The relic is partially corrupted and only effective on ordinary creatures. Option 2, Hero Template bestow upon a superhuman creature to promote it to a hero-level creature. Option 3, a small amount of divinity equivalent to 1 billion faith power, or 100 million divine power. After reading the 3 options, Han Wu's eyes sparkled with joy. Oh my God, this is too amazing. It's so hard to choose. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, analyzing the choices. The law of gluttony could turn all my ordinary locusts into elite locusts, but I probably wouldn't be able to feed them all. The hero template can help a superhuman creature evolve into a hero-level creature. Divinity, this is equivalent to 1 billion faith power, or 100 million divine power. Isn't that like winning the lottery? Right now, I definitely can't afford to feed billions of elite locusts. I can only use it on the insect nest and start nurturing millions of gluttonous locusts first. With that, Hanwoo chose the first option. 3 days later, Hanwoo stared in disbelief at a monstrous creature before him. Good heavens, are you a giant insect or a giant lizard? Fine, from now on, you shall be known as the Magma Fire Locust Plus. Scene change. Later that afternoon, in the classroom, Qin Shuang approached Hanwoo again. Have you carefully considered becoming my slave? You have no backing, no resources, and with your current strength, you can't compete against the other demigods' children. She stated seriously, your locust nurturing method is really good, but they're ultimately still too weak. And as for taming goblins, although that's impressive, in the end, they're not your core noble race. Hanwoo knew this, but he still firmly rejected her offer. Thank you for your concern, but whether I can succeed or not, we'll see after the exam. Qin Shuang was exasperated. This idiot, he's going to drive me mad. She continued to pester Hanwoo, trying to convince him to reconsider. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiaolong sat in the distance, silently watching them. After observing them for a while, he scowled and clenched his fists. Hanwoo, one day, I will make you disappear from Qin Shuang's sight. At that moment, Teacher Chair Wen entered the classroom. This comprehensive exam is related to the resource allocation for our class in the future. It's very important. I hope you all will do your best. Those who achieve outstanding results will receive Divine Realm Territory relics, core fragments, noble legions, and other resource rewards, all from me. As long as you have the ability, take them. As for the exam rules, read them carefully. He displayed the exam rules on a screen for all the students to read. Rules of the comprehensive exam. This exam is divided into 2 stages, elimination and ranking. Elimination stage. All students will face the same difficult challenge. Those who pass will earn 1 point for their class. Those who fail will be eliminated and expelled from the school. Ranking stage. After the elimination stage, the remaining students can choose to withdraw from the exam or continue based on their remaining noble strength. Those who withdraw will not be included in the rankings. The ranking stage uses an unlimited challenge system. Invaders will be sent continuously. Each successful defense increases the individual's ranking and earns 1 point for their class. After reading the rules, Hanwoo felt that the exam was incredibly harsh. They'll actually expel the ones who fail, but he was no longer the same weakling as before, so he wasn't afraid. His only concern was, with such a harsh exam, the rewards must be amazing. Let's see. He continued reading the rewards section. Ranking rewards. All participants. Random basic resource card. Top 100. Divine Realm Territory worth 100 Divine Power type can be chosen. Top 51. Level 1 Relic. Top 31. Reproduction card increases noble reproduction rate by 5 times for 15 days. Top 21. Level 1 Building. Temple within a 100 meters radius. Provides primary divine light, which accelerates noble healing. Top 11. Divine Power Weapon worth 100,000 Divine Power style can be chosen. Top 5. Superhuman Seed can help an elite creature comprehend superhuman power and become a superhuman creature. Top 3. Increase Divine Core level by 1. Top 1. 1 point of divinity. Hanwoo was incredibly excited. With these rewards, I have to try my best. After giving the students enough time to read the rules and rewards, Teacher Chair when announced, the comprehensive exam officially begins. As soon as his words fell, all the students in the classroom were transported to a strange space. A voice rang out, "The elimination round of the comprehensive exam is about to begin. All contestants, please get ready. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin." A massive gate appeared before them, slowly opening. "All nobles, prepare for battle," Hanwoo shouted. His red goblins rushed to his side, ready to fight. As the gate fully opened, monstrous creatures began to emerge. Hanwoo's face contorted in shock, blood flesh puppets. It's only the elimination round, and they're already pulling out the big guns. He quickly analyzed their characteristics. These things, although they're ordinary creatures, have combat power comparable to elite creatures. They have thick skin and flesh, and are very durable. Fortunately, their movements are slow. Without wasting any time, he ordered his 50,000 magma fire self-destructing locusts to attack. Commence magma self-destruction. His locusts charged towards the blood flesh puppets and detonated in a series of thunderous explosions. Seeing his locusts decimate the enemy, Hanwoo smiled triumphantly. "I didn't expect. There's even the smell of grilled meat. Can't I use this as food for my locusts?" He ordered his red goblins to collect the corpses. The goblins rushed forward eagerly. 15 minutes later, Hanwoo's locusts were feasting on the blood flesh puppet remains, quite literally. He chuckled. "What a sumptuous feast. I understand now. This isn't an exam, it's clearly a food delivery service. If all future exams are like this, bring it on." Meanwhile, in the student observation room, Teacher Liu Lishan sighed. "Another student eliminated. I was quite optimistic about him at first." Teacher Chairwen replied, "My class has lost 20 students. A third of our numbers are gone." The bald teacher chimed in, "That's nothing. My class is even worse. Half of my students are gone." "Is the difficulty of this comprehensive exam exceeding the curriculum?" Principal Su spoke up. "The principal and the 3 vice principals are fighting for control with the abyssal civilization on the front lines. There must be a reason why they chose blood flesh puppets for the elimination round. Demigods like us shouldn't overthink it." Teacher Chair Wen, looking at the screen, saw Hanwoo feeding his locusts with blood-flesh puppet meat. He was impressed. This kid is quite something. Blood-flesh puppets, which others consider a nightmare, have become food for nurturing his nobles. This tactic is incredible. Moreover, he has a noble race that can resist the latent toxins within the blood-flesh puppet's flesh. A teacher in a white coat was surprised. Locusts can ignore the toxins of blood-flesh puppets. This is a new discovery. It's worth researching. Seeing them praise Hanwoo, Liu Lishan scoffed. Humph, it's just a fluke. If we're talking about true strength, that brat's locusts are nothing but trash. Teacher Chairwen retorted, luck is also a form of strength, don't you know? I think the strength of those locusts Hanwoo nurtured is not as weak as you say. He pointed at a large locust. That's a superhuman creature. Although it's probably the weakest of all superhuman creatures, it has at least crossed the superhuman threshold. Liu Lishan disagreed. A superhuman locust is still just a locust. Its overall combat power is only comparable to an ordinary goblin. In other aspects, it's even worse than a goblin. Teacher Chair Wen calmly replied, Teacher Liu, your perspective is too narrow. You can't always compare the shortcomings of locusts with the strengths of other races. I'll ask you this, can goblins increase their numbers 100 or 1,000 times in a year like locusts can? Seeing that he was losing the argument, Liu Lishan crossed his arms. Fine, I don't want to argue with you about this anymore, let's just wait and see the results. I have a student named Liu Mo whose noble race is goblins. I bet you that Liu Mo's final score will be better than Han Wu's. Do you dare to take the bet? Teacher Chairwen, confident in Hanwoo's abilities, immediately agreed. What's there to be afraid of? I bet that student Hanwoo will outperform your Liu Mo. Liu Lishan raised his voice, calling for everyone present to be their witnesses. Everyone here, please bear witness. Let's bet 5 points of divinity. How about that? Teacher Chairwen agreed without hesitation. Seeing his prey take the bait, Liu Lishan smirked inwardly. Teacher Chairwen, you've already lost. Liu Mo is my nephew. Would you be willing to give that Hanwoo kid the same amount of resources I've given my nephew? Not long after, a notification appeared before the teachers. Elimination round concluded. 430 contestants have passed the test. 300 contestants will participate in the ranking stage. Liu Lishan, seeing the statistics, grumbled, why are there 130 people who gave up? A bunch of cowards with no future. The teachers nearby defended the students. Don't blame them. This exam is truly difficult. It's normal for some to give up. Those who were lucky enough to overcome this challenge are the ones we should focus on nurturing in the future. After a short break, the ranking stage officially began. Skeletons began pouring out from the gate, flooding the contestants' divine realms. The teachers were surprised by the relatively low difficulty of this wave compared to the first one. Isn't this practically giving away points? Even Hanwoo, seeing the skeletons, felt disappointed. I have over 1 billion hungry locusts here. Skeletons, are you serious? He sighed. I can only fight them. What else can I do? He immediately ordered his 1 billion locusts. Eat them all. A massive swarm of locusts descended upon the skeletons. The skeletons, sensing the attack, their eyes glowed crimson as they entered combat mode. 2 hours later, Hanwoo sat on the ground, yawning. Such weaklings. How boring. Just as he finished speaking, the second wave of skeletons arrived. This time, he commanded his self-destructing locusts to attack, supported by the magma fire self-destructing locusts. The skeletons were quickly blown to pieces. Then, he had an idea. If the lava keeps rising, the skeletons won't be able to swim across. The higher the temperature, the better. He immediately ordered his red goblins, pour the molten liquid from the foundry into the lava on the ground. The red goblins grabbed buckets and poured out the molten liquid. Seeing his plan come to fruition, Hanwoo smirked. Now, as soon as the skeletons step out of the portal, they'll be sent straight to hell. I'm a genius. A teacher, witnessing this, exclaimed in surprise, this student's thinking is truly unique. Teacher Chairwen, seeing his student being praised, feigned ignorance. Let's see, whose adorable student is that? Liu Lishan, however, dismissed it. It's nothing special. He's only passed the 7th wave. My Liu Mo has already passed the 7th wave 2, scene change, Liu Mo's Divine Realm. 13 level 1 arrow towers, 9 level 1 ballista towers, 2 level 1 fireball towers, and countless other structures. A teacher wondered, do these students' families own gold mines or something? Liu Lishan smiled smugly, thinking to himself, who among you can be better than me? With so much investment, the number 1 spot in this comprehensive exam is definitely going to be Liu Mo's. But his smugness didn't last long, as another teacher suddenly exclaimed, look at Qin Shuang's Divine Realm. Liu Lishan, curious, turned to look. Inside Qin Shuang's Divine Realm, 100 frost towers, 300,000 thunderbirds a naturally born elite creature, 100 giant treants ordinary creatures. The teachers, seeing the sheer power within her Divine Realm, were stunned. She truly is the Qin family's golden girl. This is on another level. Others have a house on a mine, but Qin Shuang's family lives inside the mine, unbelievably wealthy. Even a demigod like me doesn't have this many trump cards. I heard before that Qin Shuang was in the top 3 of our grade level, but now it seems even the top spot isn't out of reach for her. Liu Lishan, seeing that he had lost a talented student and the potential rewards he could have gained, gritted his teeth in frustration. Han Wu, it's all your fault. I will make you pay. At that moment, a loud announcement rang out. The 10th wave has ended. 18 contestants remain. Warning, the 11th wave is about to begin. The difficulty will be significantly increased. Students, please be prepared. Hearing this, not only did Han Wu and Qin Shuang's expressions turn serious, but the other contestants also felt the pressure. Suddenly, the spatial gate turned crimson, and a shadowy, black figure slowly emerged. One of the teachers, seeing the figure, cried out in alarm, "Oh my God, isn't that a hero-level creature?" The black figure was a skeleton controller. Race, skeleton tribe, rank, hero, talent, skeleton control, skeleton summoning. Wherever the skeleton controller walked, nearby skeletons stirred to life, their movements jerky and unnatural. A sinister smile seemed to play on his face, and a dark aura emanated from his body. He raised his staff high into the air and began gathering the surrounding skeletons, gradually forming a massive skeletal foot. A moment later, the skeleton controller roared, "Combine!" The tiny bones assembled, forming a colossal skeleton. It emitted an eerie purple glow, its eyes blazing with fiery intensity. Without another word, the skeleton controller commanded, "Kill!" The giant skeleton swung its massive arm towards its target, then stomped its foot, creating a series of powerful shockwaves. One of the teachers, seeing this, exclaimed, "Less than 3 minutes in, and 8 students have already withdrawn. This test is too difficult." Liu Lishan, however, only cared about Han Wu. He suddenly cried out in alarm, "Something's not right. Why are the skeletons in Han Wu's Divine Realm so small? There's something fishy going on. I think he cheated." Indeed, the skeleton in Han Wu's Divine Realm was tiny, no different from the initial skeletons. However, because his Divine Realm was filled with lava, the creature was trembling, barely clinging to a ledge. Teacher Chair Wen explained calmly, "That's because most of the bones in Han Wu's Divine Realm have been burned to ashes by the lava. The skeleton controller doesn't have enough bones to unleash its full power, and because it was just a tiny skeleton, slashing iron swordwind easily destroyed it with a single blow." The system announced, "The 11th wave has been cleared." Han Wu, with nothing else to do, yawned. Seeing him so relaxed, Liu Lishan fumed. This is cheating. He must have known the test questions beforehand. Teacher Chair Wen, still trusting Han Wu, retorted, "Do you have any evidence that he knew the test questions in advance?" Liu Lishan crossed his arms, his expression righteous. "Chair Wen, you are shielding your student. Be careful, or I'll report you to the Ministry of Education." Despite his aggressive tone, he continued to argue his point. "We are all discerning individuals. Who doesn't see Han Wu's unusual actions when facing the skeletons? Ask yourself, who would automatically clean up the battlefield after defeating skeletons? Unless he knew beforehand that a skeleton controller would appear, cleaning up the bones on the battlefield would weaken the skeleton controller's power. Teacher Chia Wen, however, still believed in Hanwoo. Teacher Liu, don't spout nonsense. But Liu Lishan cut him off. I seriously suspect that Hanwoo knew the test questions in advance. This is a serious act of cheating. The school must investigate thoroughly. Fortunately, Principal Su intervened. The content of this comprehensive exam was personally arranged by the principal before he left. Even I didn't know the specific content until the exam began. If Hanwoo knew the content beforehand, it could only be because the principal leaked it. Teacher Liu, do you think the principal would do something so foolish? Hearing Principal Zhu's words, Liu Lishan scratched his head, feigning remorse. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Hanwoo defeated the skeleton controller due to his own luck. Even if he didn't cheat, his results were heavily influenced by external factors. It's unfair to the other students. Principal Su continued to rebuke him. As a demigod, do you know how ridiculous your words are? The divine civilization has always cultivated seeds of strength, not fairness, survival of the fittest. It doesn't matter how student Hanwoo achieved his good results, as long as he didn't cheat. These achievements belong to him. As for the fairness you mentioned, do you think it's fair to other students that you use your authority to secretly favor your nephew, Yu Mo? Is it fair to other students that Qin Shuang's family donated 10 million divine power? Teacher Chia Wen clenched his fists, enraged. Damn it, so Yu Mo is your nephew. No wonder you wanted to bet with me. You've just shot yourself in the foot. My student Hanwoo has passed the 11th wave, while your nephew Yu Mo, I think it's harder for him to pass the 11th wave than to climb to heaven. Meanwhile, in Liu Mo's divine realm, the giant skeleton had already killed many of his goblins and destroyed all the arrow towers and ballista towers that Teacher Liu had painstakingly gathered for him. Trapped in a desperate situation, Yu Mo could only lament, it seems this is it for me. I can't fight anymore. He looked up at the sky and chose to withdraw from the exam. Teacher Chia Wen, seeing Liu Mo withdraw, said to Liu Lishan, the results of our bet are in. My student, Hanwoo, passed the 11th wave, while your nephew, Yu Mo, did not. Teacher Liu, all the teachers here are witnesses to our 5 divinity points bet. You're not going to welch on me, are you? Liu Lishan, with no way to deny it, reluctantly handed over a card containing 5 divinity points to Teacher Chia Wen. However, he was still unconvinced. Teacher Chia, hold on to those 5 divinity points carefully. One day, I will take them back. An hour later, the notification board displayed the latest information for the teachers. The 13th wave has concluded. 3 contestants remain, Hanwoo, Qin Shuang, and Huang Fei. A teacher remarked, the top 3 have emerged. Now it's just a matter of who can secure first place. Soon, the 14th wave arrived. Huang Fei surrendered. In the 16th wave, Qin Shuang could no longer hold on and also surrendered. Principal Su cheered, excellent. Hanwoo is in first place. Scene change. Hanwu's divine realm. Hanwoo had reached the 20th wave and was commanding his self-destructing locusts to attack. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted near the gate. The skeleton controller, struggling to absorb the remaining bone fragments in Hanwu's divine realm, was quickly dispatched by slashing iron swordwind. Just 15 minutes later, Hanwu's divine realm was peaceful once again. System. The 20th wave has concluded. The 21st wave is about to begin. Difficulty will be significantly increased. Contestants, be prepared. Hearing the announcement, Hanwoo grinned with excitement. The real challenge is finally coming, huh? As his words fell, the gate before him creaked open. Unlike previous waves, however, arcs of electricity crackled around the gate. When he finally saw what was inside, he was taken aback. What is that? Inside the gate, a headed beast sat upon a stone throne. Its body emanated a black, ethereal aura. The teachers, witnessing the next wave's monster, cried out in alarm, It's a skeleton lord. Hanwoo, seeing the beast, knew he stood no chance. Time to end this. At the lord level, all my assets wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth. He raised his hand and declared, I forfeit. I withdraw from the competition. The skeleton lord, hearing his surrender, lost its cool demeanor and abruptly stood up. What? As soon as Hanwoo spoke the words, the beast was dragged back through the gate. It roared in protest, desperately clinging to the closing portal. Knowing she couldn't resist for long, she threw something long and white towards Hanwoo. The projectile flew so fast that Hanwoo could only stare in shock, frozen in place. Luckily, it missed him, whizzing past his ear. A massive explosion erupted behind him. He was still in shock. What just happened? The gate slammed shut, restoring peace to his divine realm. He was pulled back to the teleportation platform. The rankings were displayed, with his name at the very top. I got first place, the notification board continued. Teacher Chairwen's class has achieved a total score of 252 points, ranking first, 20 points ahead of the second place class, making it the best class among the top 3. Liu Lishan's class has achieved a total score of 192 points, ranking 8th. Liu Lishan, seeing the rankings, gritted his teeth. Damn it, first place should have been mine. This is terrible. Teacher Chairwen, on the other hand, was overjoyed to learn that his class ranked first. Of course, with joy, there was also sadness. The students who failed the first round were now crying their hearts out. Mum, I don't want to be expelled. Han Wu's situation was the complete opposite. A banner was hung up, congratulating him on his first place victory. The school even showered him with confetti. Seeing the treatment he was receiving, he crossed his arms and smirked. What's mine will always be mine. An hour later, numerous reward cards appeared on the system board for the victors. 1 unit of iron ore, divine realm territory worth 100 divine power can be exchanged for a level 1 relic, 1 level 1 temple. 1 divine power weapon worth less than 100,000 divine power, 1 superhuman seed, divine core level increased by 1. 1 point of divinity used for noble reproduction. The other students looked at the rewards with envy. Wow, so many rewards. I wish I could get some too. I knew these people would suddenly become rich. Hanwoo, however, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Which rewards should I choose? This requires careful consideration. Teacher Chairwen, seeing him pondering, sent him a private message. If you're unsure what to choose, I can help you select the most suitable rewards. Hanwoo smiled. Teacher Chairwen is truly reliable. Scene change. Han Wu's Divine Realm. He began using his reward cards. Divine Realm territory card exchanged successfully. 20 square kilometers of forest terrain acquired. Level 1 relic exchange successful. Level 1 toxic bone relic acquired. Divine core level increased to level 2. Level 1 temple construction complete. He then opened the weapon shop and looked at the violent wind greatsword. He rubbed his chin. I can only exchange for 1 sword. But slashing iron swordwind needs 4, giving him 1 would be useless. If that's the case, should I get a hammer for the goblins? He switched to the warhammer selection. Purgatory hammer, 99,999 divine power, forged from the core of the 9-headed serpent from hell, a lord-level creature. Contains immense fire energy minimum requirement, hero-level fire creature. Seeing the requirement, he scratched his head. It seems I can't use this yet. I'll have to wait until I have a fire-type hero among my red goblins. Oh well, it's free anyway. An hour later, back at the school. Teacher Chairwen stood before his class, praising them. The comprehensive exam is a milestone in your high school careers. Those who made it to the end are all outstanding individuals. Now, I invite the top 3 students of our class to the podium to receive your class rewards. Hanwoo, Qin Shuang, and Wang Fei walked up to the podium. Teacher Chairwen pointed at Hanwoo and announced to the class, Student Hanwoo, in this comprehensive exam, you shone brightly, achieving outstanding results and ranking first. Your class reward is 100 class points, and you can choose any item from our high-level resource pool. Hanwoo, of course, didn't care about the praise. He was more interested in the contents of the resource pool. A list appeared before him. Giant's Fist, Fountain of Life, Black Iron Mine Core, Level to Skill, Ice Rocket, Level to Building. Goblin Nest, Superhuman Creature, Tiger Master. After a moment of hesitation, he chose the Fountain of Life. Explanation. The Fountain of Life can continuously spray water containing life energy, nurturing life and improving the surrounding environment. Seeing his choice, Teacher Chair Wen looked at him with admiration. This child is truly remarkable. He doesn't blindly pursue brute strength, but recognizes his own advantages and utilizes them. His future is bright. After receiving his reward, Hanwoo returned to his seat. Suddenly, a student approached him. Congratulations, newly rich guy. He cut straight to the point. Hanwoo, can you sell me the divinity point you earned in the comprehensive exam? I'll give you 105 million divine power in exchange. We can trade right now. Hanwoo was a little annoyed. He didn't know this kid, yet here he was, acting all familiar and giving him orders. Who do you think you are? And 105 million divine power. Is your family really that rich? Something's definitely fishy. He eyed the student suspiciously. Why do you want to buy it? The student smiled but didn't reveal his true motive. Why do I need a reason? As long as you agree, 105 million divine power is yours. With this amount, you can buy an evolutionary path for your locusts and change your destiny. Seeing that the student wouldn't tell him, Hanwoo flatly refused. The student, seeing his firm refusal, clasped his hands together and switched to a pleading tone. Hanwoo, actually, my grandfather is about to ascend to true God, and he needs a lot of divinity. Please, sell it to me. Besides, in addition to the divine power, consider this a favor owed to you. Hearing his explanation, Hanwoo's suspicions lessened. 105 million divine power is definitely a huge sum. If I can get this amount, I can completely increase the number of locusts my divine realm can hold by 10 times. By then, I can easily earn back this divinity point. Just as he was about to speak, a notification interrupted him. It was a message from Qin Shuang. She was offering to buy his divinity point for 150 million divine power. Hanwoo stared at the offer, dumbfounded. What? 150 million? Hanwoo messaged Qin Shuang back. 150 million divine power. You really have a lot of money, huh? Qin Shuang immediately replied. Isn't one divinity point worth 100 million divine power? Sensing his confusion, she continued, don't tell me you don't even know this basic information. One divinity point can indeed be condensed from 100 million divine power, but the prerequisite is that the divine being must produce and consume it themselves, meaning using the faith power generated by their own nobles to condense divine power, then using that divine power to condense divinity. If faith power from other divine beings is mixed in, the success rate of condensation will be significantly reduced. Currently, the market price for divinity is 145 million divine power, and even with money, it's hard to find. After reading her explanation, Hanwoo's eyes whitened in realization. So that's how it is. Wait, that means this XU Sun guy was trying to rip me off. Understanding XU Sun's scheme, Hanwoo coldly turned to him and spat out one word, scram. XU Sun was shocked. His plan had failed. Seeing that his intentions were exposed, he turned to leave, but not before threatening Hanwoo. Don't think that just because you cheated your way to first place in the comprehensive exam, you can be arrogant. Just you wait. Hanwoo ignored him. A second later, he received 150 million divine power from Qin Shuang. He grinned, overjoyed. Oh man, I want to roll around in this pile of money. Scene change. Hanwoo's home. Hanwoo hovered in the air within his divine realm, surveying the landscape. He decided to build the level 1 temple near the Red Goblin's settlement. Soon, a magnificent temple appeared. He then placed the fountain of life near the desert. I think that in time, this barren land will become fertile. He then flew to the Red Goblin's settlement. Upon seeing him, they gathered and knelt before him, proclaiming, Great divine being, thank you for all you have bestowed upon us. He told them to rise. All right, everyone, stand up. This time, I have brought a new artifact to bestow upon you. He placed the hammer on the ground. This is the Purgatory War Hammer. The leader of the Red Goblins stared at it in awe, sensing the powerful aura it emanated. Hanwoo then took out a red object and pointed it at one of the goblins, and this. He walked towards the goblin and said, I bestow upon you the superhuman seed. From now on, you shall be known as God Hammer. I hope you will soon become a hero and wield this Purgatory War Hammer. The goblin, receiving the seed, eagerly reached out to accept it. Hanwoo immediately left. The red goblins chanted, "Long live the divine being! Long live the divine being!" Hanwoo examined the toxic jade in his hand. "This is the relic that Teacher Chair told me to choose, but I don't know what it does." Just then, Teacher Chair Wen called. He answered the call. "Hello, Teacher Chair Wen. Is there something I need?" Teacher Chair Wen cheerfully held up two objects. "Today, in the comprehensive exam, regarding the bet between you and Liu Mo, Teacher Liu and I wagered 5 divinity points. I won. This victory is partly thanks to you, so I'm going to share some of it with you. One is a divinity card containing 150 million divine power. As for the divinity card, I don't need to explain it to you. So, I'll focus on explaining this demonic embryo egg. This is a war trophy I obtained while fighting in the Outer Realm. It's an egg laid by the demonic insect king, refined into a demonic embryo using a special secret technique. Although it's a dead embryo, it can still produce 10 liters of demonic embryo fluid every day. Lower-level insects can consume the fluid to transform into the lowest level of demonic insects. His expression turned serious. "When you joined my class, I said I would help you complete the evolution of your core noble race. This is the evolutionary path for your locusts." Hanwoo thought to himself, "The teachers at the school don't think highly of me just because they think my locusts are useless trash. If I can obtain an evolutionary path for my locusts to transform into demonic insects, their potential, while it can't compare to Qin Shuang's naturally born elite thunderbirds, it can at least reach the level of ordinary creatures like goblins and red goblins." Teacher Chair Wen continued, "You can choose one of these two as a reward from me. Thanks to you, I won that bet." Money wasn't an issue for Hanwoo now, and the egg was far more beneficial for him. "So you chose the demonic embryo egg?" Teacher Chair Wen reminded him. "Demonic insects are highly compatible with the poison attribute. You can embed the level 1 toxic smoke jade onto your core. The result will surely satisfy you." Hanwoo thanked him, confidently assuring him that he wouldn't disappoint his expectations. Since he had Teacher Chair Wen on the line, he decided to ask about something that had been bothering him. "Teacher, I wanted to ask you something. Do you know where I can get a lot of meat? The quality doesn't have to be good." Teacher Chair Wen listened to his question and replied seriously, "If you want to use meat to raise locusts, I advise you not to buy it from the store. The price is too high, and the benefits are low. Recently, the principal is conquering a demonic plane. There will surely be plenty of demon corpses. If I can contact the principal, I will ask for you." Hanwoo happily thanked him and hung up the phone. He walked towards the forest, pondering the effects of the level 2 relic, Law of Gluttony. "It's too powerful. The locusts in my divine realm have become incredibly voracious. They eat very quickly. Currently, the production in my divine realm can't meet their needs. I need to find a source of food immediately. That's the best solution." He arrived at an ancient tree and gently placed the demonic embryo egg beneath it. Placing the egg here should allow it to produce demonic embryo fluid quickly. After feeding it to my locusts, they should evolve. 2 days later, Hanwoo returned to the ancient tree to check on the situation. It seems that some locusts have already consumed the demonic embryo fluid produced by the egg. "I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of creature will emerge from this cocoon." He wondered, "It's been 2 days, I wonder how much longer it will take." Just then, the cocoon began to crack. His face lit up with anticipation. Finally, it's coming. The cocoon split open, revealing a strange creature. System: Demonic Insect Noble Core detected. Rank: Ordinary Creature. Talent: Violence. Faith level: Fanatic. Faith power: 1 point per day. Lifespan: 200 days, 30 days larva, 150 days adult, 20 days elder. He looked at the new creature, his eyes shining with excitement. Although it's still an ordinary creature, its strength is 100 times greater than a normal locust. However, there's no reproduction information, so each demonic insect must rely on demonic embryo fluid to transform. 1 drop of fluid can transform 1 locust. 1 milliliter has 20 drops of demonic embryo fluid. 10 liters is 200,000 drops. If all goes well, I'll get 200,000 demonic insects every day. As he watched, The demonic insect grew noticeably larger. He was surprised. It's already doubled in size. It seems the law of gluttony also works on them. At this rate, it'll become an elite creature soon. He took out the level 1 toxic smoke jade. Level 1 toxic smoke jade relic integrated into the divine core. As soon as the jade was integrated, the demonic insect evolved. This is a toxic smoke demonic insect elite. Perfect, scene change, an unknown location. The principal of Hanwoo's school was staring at something with a troubled expression. How should I deal with this? Before him was a mountain of demon bones and flesh. There are too many broken bones and demon corpses. How should I deal with them? The principal muttered to himself. Even if I put them into cards, they'll spill out and continue polluting the environment once the divine power runs out. Just as he was struggling with this problem, he received a video call from Teacher Chairwen. Teacher Chair, what does he want? He answered the call. Hello, Principal, Teacher Chairwen greeted, rubbing his head sheepishly. He quickly got to the point. I'm calling to ask if you have any demon corpses available. One of my students wants to buy some. The principal, hearing that a student wanted to buy demon corpses, asked, what does your student need them for? Teacher Chairwen replied honestly, he's planning to use them to nurture his noble core. His core race is locusts. They consumed demon flesh during the comprehensive exam without any adverse reactions. Hearing locust nobles, the principal smiled, instantly recalling Hanwoo. Isn't that the little genius who fought against the demigod a few days ago? To think those tiny locusts have such uses, it's a shame the living conditions in the demonic plane are unsuitable for locusts. Otherwise, we could bring a swarm of them here to devour the demon corpses. It could save us a lot of divine power. He took out a card. Here are 1,000,000 demon corpses. Give them to your student, however, just 1 day later. Teacher Chairwen called the principal again, rubbing his head sheepishly. Principal, that student has already finished all the demon corpses from yesterday. He's asking if we can provide them long term. The principal's jaw dropped. What? Finished in just 1 day? And he wants a long-term supply. Seeing the principal's expression, Teacher Chairwen realized it might be a difficult request. I also think this might be asking too much, so? The principal, however, interrupted him cheerfully. Wait a minute. He cleared his throat. We have enough demon corpses, but we can't provide them for free long-term. How about this? 1 divine power can buy 100 demon corpses, with a minimum order of 10,000 divine power per delivery. 5 minutes later, Teacher Chairwen called back with a report. Principal, student Hanwoo says there's no problem. He's placing an order for 1,000,000 divine power worth. A few days later, in Hanwoo's divine realm, the demonic insects had grown significantly under his care. He felt the time was ripe to initiate the life sacrifice ritual. After the sacrifice, the system displayed the options. Option 1, 5 giant warriors superhuman creatures. Option 2, level 3 skill crystal. Toxic explosion after integrating into the divine core allows the nobles to grasp primary toxic explosion magic. Can also be given to a hero level creature for learning. The highest level of mastery can reach Forbidden's toxic explosion magic. Option 3, decomposition machine decomposes matter and extracts pure energy. He was thrilled by the first option. This is what 12 billion elite locusts sacrificed for 5 giant warriors. Those are superhuman creatures, renowned for their destructive power. Even selling 1 giant warrior could fetch at least 10 million divine power, but he suppressed his excitement. All right, calm down, let's review option 2. Level 3 toxic explosion, combined with the demonic insects and the level 1 toxic smoke jade. That's a perfect combination. But my divine core is currently only level 3. After integrating the law of gluttony and the toxic smoke jade, there's no space left for the level 3 toxic explosion. There's only option 3 left. The decomposition machine can decompose matter and extract energy crystals. Energy crystals are said to be the food of magic-oriented nobles, very valuable. I'll make a fortune. After a few seconds of thought, he chose the third option. As soon as he selected it, a massive machine appeared before him, shocking him with its size. But his surprise didn't last long. He quickly stepped forward to test it out. Let's try it with some iron ore first. 5 hours later, the machine produced 3 iron crystals. He picked one up and examined it, smiling. Oh, iron crystals. These can be used as food for special races and also as genetic materials. Each one can be sold for 5 divine power points. Not bad, not bad. This is a sustainable way to get rich. His happiness was interrupted by a prayer from his red goblins. Great divine being, while mining, we were attacked by an undead. 3 teams were injured. Currently, Chief God Hammer is fighting against the undead. Please bestow your blessings and save us. Hanwoo was startled. This is a prayer from my believers, relayed through the temple. But how can there be undead in my divine realm? He immediately used his eagle eye to observe the situation. The image of the red goblin's chief battling an undead creature appeared before him, clear as day. After observing for a while, he felt that the aura emanating from the skeleton was somewhat similar to the skeleton lord he encountered before. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle, neither gaining an advantage. He was impressed, so strong, he asked the system, "Analyze the information of that skeleton for me." But the system responded, unable to search, "The skeleton is not your believer. Furthermore, you do not have any reconnaissance skills, so you cannot view its information." He was shocked, but he quickly ordered Slashing Iron Swordwind to assist the red goblins. Upon receiving the order, Slashing Iron Swordwind flew to the skeleton's location and, without hesitation, swung his sword, decapitating it. However, the skeleton quickly reassembled itself, returning to its complete form. Han Wu's image then appeared before the skeleton. "Follow me, believe in me, and you will have a new life." The skeleton, seemingly insulted, charged at him, attacking with a powerful blow. But Hanwoo remained unscathed. "My divine realm is intact. My divine avatar can exist eternally." He then ordered his nobles, "Attack it until it submits." The red goblin chief and Slashing Iron Swordwind's bodies emanated a strange black aura as they continued their assault. 3 days later, the skeleton knelt before him, its voice raspy. I am willing to submit to the divine being." Hanwoo approached it, pleased. "Excellent, excellent. Now I can finally see your information." He touched the skeleton's head and began the subjugation process. The system announced, "Skeleton tribe noble detected. Rank, weakened lord level undead sealed incomplete. Talent, crystal bone, resurrection, faith level, ordinary believer. Faith power, 1 million per day. Scene change. Back in the classroom, students, are you ready for a new challenge? Teacher Chair Wen's voice boomed through the classroom. The upcoming exam, he continued, will truly create a gap between you. It will even affect which universities you can get into in the future. Hearing this, Hanwoo recalled what Teacher Chair Wen had told him before: university entrance exams. My father's wish was to go to the Chaotic Star Sea Academy in the Imperial Capital to search for my missing mother. And the academy in the Imperial Capital is one of the top universities in the Divine Civilization. Teacher Chair Wen continued, you will be transported to the demonic plane, designated C-793,826. The specific exam content will be sent to you via email after you arrive. You will have 1 hour to prepare. The students, hearing their exam location, began to murmur amongst themselves. The demonic plane, I heard that place is shrouded in demonic energy year-round. Nobles who enter have a high chance of being corrupted by the demonic energy, transforming into mindless demonic creatures. Only demons and undead can survive there normally. Anyone with demon nobles, let me hug your thighs. And I also heard that undead natural disasters often occur there. Those undead frantically attack any living creature who can withstand that. Zhong Xiaolong, however, smiled inwardly upon hearing the location. Isn't this perfect for me? My time has finally come. Hanwoo, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. As he was rejoicing, he received a call from an unknown number. He decided to answer it. Xiaolong, it's me, the voice on the other end said. He instantly recognized the voice. Teacher Liu, what is it? He stepped outside the classroom to take the call. Seeing that they were alone, Liu Lishan spoke. I need you to deal with someone. Zhong Xiaolong knew exactly who he was talking about. Hanwoo, right? I was going to deal with him anyway. Liu Lishan smiled, as expected of the student I value. Help me with this, and I won't treat you unfairly. He held out a card. Here are some resources I've prepared for you, take them. They'll be helpful for your exam. It was a demon wormling card. Zhong Xiaolong's eyes widened. This is a superhuman demon wormling. That's a powerful race, with strength comparable to a hero-level creature. Soon, the exam began. The students were transported to demonic plane C-793,826. The exam requirements appeared. 1. Each contestant has one opportunity to summon a noble avatar. If the avatar dies, the contestant will return to their real body. Death of the real body means actual death. Each contestant can summon their nobles once per day. Each summon is limited to 100 nobles. Exam rankings are based on accumulated mission points. Complete missions to earn points and corresponding rewards. Mission list. Mission 1. Destroy the skeleton camp. Description: there is a large-scale skeleton camp in the Valley of the Undead. Destroy over 90% of the skeletons and their banner. Hint: this camp has 8,000 to 10,000 skeletons. The lowest rank is Ordinary Undead, and the highest rank is Superhuman Undead. Reward: 60 exam points, 1 random level 1 relic. Mission 2. After reading through the requirements, the system prompted him to choose an avatar. Choose your avatar. 1 Locust Avatar, Red Goblin Avatar, Swordwind Avatar. Weakened Skeleton Lord Avatar sealed, incomplete. Hanwoo considered his options. The Skeleton Lord Avatar is undead, so it can avoid the demonic energy corruption in the demonic plane. Let's try it. He chose the 4th option. Black energy surged around him, enveloping his body. Soon, he transformed into a skeleton. He stared at his new form, surprised. The demonic plane is truly a paradise for demons and undead. I was right. It didn't take long for him to get used to his skeletal body. 100 gluttonous locusts, deploy. However, as soon as the locusts flew into the black demonic energy, they started dropping like flies, as if poisoned. He wasn't fazed. He had anticipated this. Just as I thought, demonic energy is the bane of most nobles, either get corrupted or die. There's no other way. He summoned his demonic insects. Number 1, number 2, number 3, I'm counting on you. After wandering around the demonic plane for a while, he found bone fruits growing on a twisted tree. Harvest those fruits, he commanded his demonic insects, pointing at the tree. The 3 demonic insects flew up to the tree. But moments later, he sensed something approaching and turned around, startled. Giant demons were lumbering towards him, growling menacingly. He stared at them, surprised, but he also felt excited. Perfect. Let's test the offensive and defensive capabilities of this little skeleton. 10 minutes later, the giant demons lay slain, piled up in a small mountain. He scoffed, they're too weak. He then sighed, looking at his demonic insects. After all that effort, harvesting 10 bone fruits only earned me 20 exam points. But the 100-point mission requires fighting a demigod, which I definitely can't do, so I guess I'll just rely on quantity. Gather all the bone fruits you can find, he ordered. 1 day later, Hanwoo held a stack of bone fruit cards, a triumphant grin on his face. All the bone fruits here are mine, and exam points can only be exchanged once. He sent a message to the class group chat. Anyone need 100 bone fruits for mission 49? Open to trades as well. He then chuckled to himself, feeling smug. I'm a business genius. The students in the class immediately jumped into the discussion. Can you even do that? Isn't that cheating? It's clearly cheating. What do you know? This is called resource integration. Hanwoo, I need a portion of bone fruits. I offer 50 divine power. Me too. I also need a portion. 50 divine power. Teacher Chair when intervened, reminding the students, only resources obtained during this exam are allowed for trading. Violators will receive a warning. 3 warnings will result in disqualification. With the teacher's warning, Hanwoo leaned back, a smug smile on his face. I'm a business prodigy. Now I have all the resources I need. However, every advantage has its disadvantages. Someone, seeing his message, smiled wickedly. I was wondering how to find you, and you just revealed your location. This time, let's see how you die." Although his face wasn't visible, his long, flowing robes were a dead giveaway. It was none other than Zhong Xiaolong, accompanied by his Wolf pack. Hours passed, and Han Wu's ranking began to plummet. "My nobles are too weak. It's really hard to earn exam points. If I don't complete some high-level missions, I'll be overtaken soon. What should I do?" Just as he was racking his brains for a solution, he heard movement behind him. He glanced back to investigate. The approaching skeletons were startled to find that he had vanished, but their confusion quickly turned to terror as they sensed a powerful, ominous presence closing in behind them. It was Han Wu. He had circled around them using his speed, his body emanating a dark, intimidating aura to attract their attention. "I wonder if my skeleton lord avatar can subdue them," he thought. The skeletons, sensing the powerful aura, turned to face him. "Do you recognize me?" he asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeletons all knelt before him. System: Skeleton Soldier Noble detected. Rank: Ordinary Undead. Talent: Heart and Bone. Faith level: True Believer. Faith power: 500 per day. Han Wu stared, his jaw dropping. Holy crap, it actually worked. I suddenly have over a dozen skeleton soldiers as true believers. "Rise," he commanded. "My nobles, lead me to your camp." An hour later, he arrived at the skeleton camp, accompanied by his new followers. The other skeletons saluted him upon seeing him. System: Skeleton Knight Noble detected. Rank: Superhuman Undead. Talent: Iron Bone. Skeleton Summoning. Faith level: True Believer. Faith power: 50,000 per day. Looking at the assembled skeletons, Han Wu's eyes widened, and a delighted grin spread across his face. "I've hit the jackpot this time." The skeleton knight bowed before him and introduced himself. "I was once a member of the 1st Skeleton Legion. During a battle against demons, our squad was separated from the main army and forced to settle here. Every day, we face attacks from ghouls, zombies, and demons. The number of skeletons under my command has been dwindling, so I sent my soldiers to search for bone fruits to enhance their strength." Han Wu listened, his mind racing. "They're my army now. I need to make them stronger. Maybe I can do this." The next day, his ranking had plummeted to 178th. He felt it was time for a breakthrough. "Now, I bestow upon you the bone crystal," he declared, holding up a yellow crystal. "As for equipment, you can figure that out yourselves." The skeleton knight, seeing the reward, dismounted his skeletal Wolf and knelt before him. 10 minutes later, the skeletons seemed to have gained new strength, their faces glowing with renewed energy, their eyes gleaming. "Our target is the demon lair," Han Wu commanded. "Advance." The skeletons marched towards the demon's cave. Upon arriving at the entrance, he analyzed the mission information. The demon lair houses an estimated 8,000 to 10,000 demons. With my current army of over 1,000 skeletons, a direct confrontation is impossible. We'll use guerrilla tactics. He turned to one of his skeletons. "Go and lure the demons out of their lair." The skeleton obeyed, walking back and forth in front of the cave entrance. The demons, seeing an intruder in their territory, dispatched a small force to deal with it. But before they could attack, they were met with a terrifying sight. A horde of skeletons, emanating a powerful dark aura, had been lying in ambush. Without hesitation, they charged, attacking the demons. Han Wu, watching from afar, smiled. "Excellent. When demons are killed, they can be converted into skeleton soldiers. This method of replenishing the skeleton tribe is truly unique." An hour later, his skeleton army had grown to 7,000. "My skeleton army now has 7,000 soldiers, while there are only about 3,000 demons left in the lair. The time is ripe." He pointed at the demon lair. "Charge." Attack. 3 hours later, the skeletons had wiped out the demons. The skeleton knight approached him, holding up a red crystal. Han Wu took it. "Done. Complete the mission." System: Exam points increased by 60. His ranking jumped to 108th. Scene change: Zhong Xiaolong's location. "Damn it, Han Wu, where has that brat gone?" Zhong Xiaolong cursed, standing near a patch of bone fruit trees. Unable to find Han Wu, he opened the ranking list. After a few seconds, he saw that Han Wu's score had increased by 60 points. He guessed, it seems that Han Wu has captured the demon lair. Han Wu, you truly exceed my expectations, but your luck ends here. Get ready to die. Zhong Xiaolong immediately headed towards the nearest demon lair. He soon encountered Han Wu's skeleton army. Rage filled him. Damn you, Han Wu, I can't believe you secretly nurtured a skeleton tribe. You want to use this to achieve a good score in the exam. Don't you dare dream. He commanded his hellhounds to attack. The dogs charged, barking ferociously. Moments later, Han Wu heard growls and approaching footsteps. He turned around. Despite seeing the approaching enemies, Han Wu remained motionless. His skeletons, however, reacted instantly, leaping towards the enemies with fierce cries of "Protect our master." The two armies clashed, a chaotic melee of bones and fangs. Zhong Xiaolong, observing Han Wu's forces, was surprised. It's only the second day in the demonic plane, and Han Wu has already assembled such a powerful army. If we give him a few more days, who will be able to stop him? Today, I must eliminate him. With a roar, Zhong Xiaolong transformed into a colossal golden dragon. He swooped down, his massive jaws crushing the skeleton knight, who screamed in agony. Zhong Xiaolong, Han Wu exclaimed. We have no quarrel. Why are you attacking my nobles? The dragon roared in his face. I simply don't like you, die. He unleashed a barrage of golden energy slashes. Han Wu, caught off guard, was struck directly in the chest. The skeletons, seeing their master fall, roared in fury, their eyes blazing with a thirst for revenge. Zhong Xiaolong, satisfied, turned and flew away, calling to his followers, they're just a disorganized mob. No need to waste time killing them all, let's go. The skeletons, helpless to stop their retreating enemies, roared in frustration. Moments later, however, Han Wu's body regenerated, his bones knitting back together. He sat up, clutching his chest, and sighed. Phew, good thing the skeleton lord avatar can resurrect. He quickly regained his composure and ordered his skeletons, don't just stand there. Gather all the soldiers and leave this place immediately. His entire body radiated a dark aura as he growled, Zhong Xiaolong, the next time we meet will be your last. Meanwhile, at another location, Zhong Xiaolong was checking the list of contestants who had withdrawn from the exam. He rubbed his chin, confused. Why isn't Han Wu's name on the withdrawal list? He then checked the ranking list and his eyes widened in shock. Han Wu's name was still there, at 163rd place. Damn it, that Han Wu faked his death. This time, even if it means wasting time, I will wipe you all out. With a powerful beat of his wings, he took off, searching for Han Wu. He and his followers arrived at the cave where the battle had taken place. But Han Wu and his army had long since departed. Find them, he ordered his wolves. Within 100 miles, don't miss a single bone. Scene change. Han Wu's location. I bestow upon you this crystal, Han Wu declared, holding up a red crystal. The crystal slowly rose into the air, emitting a red glow. After Zhong Xiaolong's surprise attack, my skeleton army is down to just over 5,000. I still need to develop further. I need more crystals, he thought. The skeletons bowed their heads, absorbing the power of the crystal. He then checked his status. My current strength is still insufficient. To be noticed by the Imperial Capital Academy, I need to achieve even more outstanding results. He began searching for a new mission. He soon found Mission 64, Eliminate the Fallen Demon Tribe, reward, 80 exam points, level to skill crystal. Chain Fireball, he analyzed the information. Fallen demons are a native species of the demonic plane, cunning and vicious, but their strength is average. This trash mob is worth 80 exam points. Their numbers must be over 1 million. I can use the fallen demons to create a large-scale skeleton army. Having found a suitable mission, he confidently ordered, let's move out. Our target is the fallen demon tribe. Scene change. The school classroom, 2 months later. The teachers were chatting amongst themselves. Student Huang Fei from my class has now established an army of over 100,000 demonic earth goblins. His exam points have also reached 3,200, firmly securing him first place. This time, the divinity point will definitely be his. Student Liu Mo is also doing well. 3,910 exam points, currently ranked second. In this exam, he even found an evolutionary path for demonized goblins. With a little more effort, he might be able to compete for first place. Teacher Chia Wen listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. Liu Lishan noticed his silence and couldn't resist taking a jab. Teacher Chia, didn't your class have that Hanwu, the top student in the comprehensive exam? How come he's achieved nothing this time? Teacher Chia Wen, however, ignored him and instead said, Teacher Liu, please be mindful of your position as a role model for others, at least maintain some decency. But Liu Lishan wouldn't let it go, am I wrong? Teacher Chia, that Hanwu is just useless trash. No matter how many resources you give him, he'll forever remain useless. He laughed inwardly. Besides, it's uncertain whether that brat can even survive this exam. Unwilling to waste his breath arguing, Teacher Chia Wen proposed, then let's have another bet. I bet that the champion this time will still be student Hanwu. Liu Lishan, seeing him fall into his trap, was delighted. He feigned indifference. What do you want to bet? I bet you 10 divinity points. Do you dare? Liu Lishan agreed without hesitation. Sure, but I don't have 10 divinity points. However, I have a divine authority. I'll bet my divine authority. I'll bet my level 3 healing divine authority, Liu Lishan declared. Teacher Chia Wen instantly agreed. Deal. However, Hanwu was already close to completing an 80-point mission. An 80-point mission is very difficult for a high school student. Once completed, he will surely attract the attention of top universities. Even if he doesn't achieve a good final ranking, just appearing before those top schools is worthwhile, Teacher Chia Wen thought, pleased. Scene change. Demonic plane C793,826, the fallen demon camp, which once held millions, now had less than 100,000 remaining. Hanwu stood atop a cliff, looking down at the battlefield. My strategy was flawless. My skeleton army has grown to nearly 900,000. The time has finally come. Attack, he commanded. His skeletons surged forward, leaping down from the cliff and engaging the fallen demons in a relentless assault. The fallen demons, riddled with wounds, panicked and tried to flee. Haven't you surrendered yet? The skeleton knight roared. 20 minutes later, Hanwu's skull banner was planted firmly in the ground. We are victorious, he cheered. He then ordered his skeleton mages, use your skills to transform those fallen demons into members of our skeleton army. The mages chanted incantations, firing beams of green light at the fallen demon corpses. The flesh quickly melted away, leaving only skeletons behind. Then, they stirred to life. System: Skeleton Reviver Noble detected. Rank: Superhuman Undead. Talent: Hardened Bone. Skeleton Revival. Faith Level: Pious Believer. Faith Power: 500,000 per day. Hanwu stared, stunned. What the Skeleton Reviver is even stronger than the Skeleton Knight. The newly revived skeleton immediately used its revival ability on the other fallen skeletons. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was filled with reanimated skeletons. He grinned. This is amazing. From now on, my army will never suffer casualties. A skeleton knight knelt behind him, offering a crystal. Boss, spoils of war, he said respectfully. Hanwu took the crystal. System: Level 1 Relic, Fireball Staff detected. Effect: After integrating into the Divine Core, a portion of the noble race will gain the ability to cast Level 1 fireballs. The power of the fireball is related to the strength of the noble, can also be used as a divine weapon. Hero Template Fragment 1/4. Collect all 4 fragments to allow noble to fuse and evolve into a hero-level creature. Origin of the Fallen can be used to activate Fallen evolution for a race. Effects: Immunity to demonic energy corruption, increased negative resistance. Hanwu thought, the Origin of the Fallen can activate evolution. I'll try it on my locusts later, he grinned confidently. With this million-strong army, why should I be afraid of Zhong Xiaolong? Complete mission. System: Exam points increased by 80, current ranking, for 101st, level to skill crystal. Chain Fireball acquired. He then chose his next mission, Subjugate a native demonic plane race, 70 exam points. Army, advance, he shouted, turning to his massive undead legion. 3 days later, in the school classroom, the teachers were looking at the ranking list displayed before them. Contestant Han Wu has consecutively completed 80-point and 70-point missions in the past few days, rising to 4th place, the teacher next to Chair Wen announced. Even teacher Chair Wen was surprised. In just 3 days, Han Wu has climbed from the bottom of the ranking to 4th place in the entire grade. Teacher Chair, your student is a true gem. Liu Lishan, seeing this, felt a pang of annoyance. He forced himself to appear calm. So what if he's 4th place? It's not like he's first. Just as he finished speaking, a series of notifications arrived. Top-ranked university, Co-Battle Academy, has sent an invitation to meet with student Han Wu after the exam. Top-ranked university, Hidden Dragon Academy, has sent an invitation to meet with student Han Wu after the exam. Second-tier university, Green Mountain Academy, has announced that student Han Wu can be directly admitted without taking the entrance exam. Liu Lishan, hearing only notifications for the student he disliked the most, questioned, Principal Su, I object. Why are you only announcing invitations from universities for Han Wu and not for other students? Principal Su explained, currently, no other students have received invitations yet. He was bewildered. How is that possible? Han Wu is only in 4th place. There are 3 other students above him. The conditions for receiving early invitations from universities are a total score of at least 3,000 points and completion of at least one 80-point mission, Principal Su explained. Currently, only student Han Wu meets these requirements. She then continued, student Qin Shuang has also just completed an 80-point mission, her total score reaching 3,000. She has received an invitation from the top-ranked university, Berserk War Academy. As she announced this, Liu Lishan smiled slyly. No matter which universities they're invited to, the number of remaining missions is dwindling. As long as that brat Han Wu doesn't get 1st place, I've already won the bet. He immediately called Zhong Xiaolong. There are only 3 missions left, and then the class exams will end. Xiaolong, you have to complete your 90-point mission before Han Wu. Do you understand? Understood, Zhong Xiaolong replied confidently. I'll finish this 90-point mission I'm working on before Han Wu gets to it. Meanwhile, Han Wu was reviewing the remaining missions. 100 exam points, eliminate the Shadow Frog Demigod. 90 exam points, eliminate the Bull Demon Tribe. 90 exam points, destroy the evil Trained Forest. He calculated his options. My current total exam points are 3,480, ranking 3rd, 130 points behind the leader. I need to complete at least 2 missions, but these are all tough ones. However, I have over 20 million skeleton soldiers, 2 hero-level creatures, and 190 superhuman creatures. Let's give it our all. We'll eliminate the Bull Demon Tribe first. Scene change. Inside the Bull Demon Tribe's territory. A fierce battle raged. Damn it, work harder. Susan yelled at Zhong Xiaolong, you don't want to be overtaken by that Han Wu in the end, do you? Shut up. Zhong Xiaolong snapped back. If I didn't have to, why would I team up with you? But I'm already doing my best. As they argued, the Bull Demon raised its massive arms, preparing to unleash a devastating blow on them. An hour later, the Bull Demon was still going strong, effortlessly decimating Zhong Xiaolong and XUSUN's nobles. Fear etched their faces. This isn't working. We need to retreat. If we continue, we'll lose everything. Let's go. Even if we join forces, we can't beat this thing, let alone that useless Han Wu. But as they turned to flee, Susan gasped in horror. What are those? Behind them, a massive skeleton army appeared, their bodies radiating a chilling black aura that filled the air. Susan and Zhong Xiaolong stared in disbelief at the approaching army. Are we unlucky enough to encounter an undead natural disaster? Susan stammered. The Bull Demon, however, paid no attention to them. It continued its rampage, crushing the encroaching skeletons. Susan, watching the carnage, suddenly noticed something important. Those skeletons may be numerous, but their combat power is weak. Let's just charge through them. But at that moment, Han Wu appeared on a nearby cliff, his voice booming across the battlefield. Trying to escape, it won't be that easy. Skeleton controller, deploy. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his skeleton controller, who immediately conjured a colossal skeleton. The giant skeleton swung its massive arm, attacking the bull demon. The skeleton controller then used its bone puppet skill, summoning more skeletons from the surrounding animal corpses. Xu-sun's jaw dropped. My lizard. It just died and now it's a skeleton. How can we fight this? Zhong Xiaolong, seeing his comrades panic, urged him. It's too dangerous here. Let's retreat. Don't worry about our nobles anymore. But before they could escape, Han Wu's colossal skeleton blocked their path. Don't move, it boomed. Zhong Xiaolong and Xu-sun stammered. What? What are you going to do to us? Han Wu, perched atop the giant skeleton's shoulder, called down to them. Hello Xiaolong, Xu-sun, how are you? Seeing Han Wu commanding the giant skeleton, Zhong Xiaolong was shocked. Han Wu, your noble core, it's not those useless locusts anymore, is it? Han Wu, however, ignored his question. That's not important. What's important is that last time you gave me a very unexpected gift. So this time, allow me to return the favor. He ordered the giant skeleton. Crush him. The skeleton raised its massive foot, ready to stomp. Zhong Xiaolong, seeing the approaching foot, felt his pupils constrict. His mind went blank. He could only stand there, frozen in terror, and scream, No, no, stop, stop. The next moment, the giant foot came crashing down, crushing Zhong Xiaolong's body. Su-sun, witnessing this, his limbs trembled, and he stood rooted to the spot. After a moment, he snapped out of his shock, sweat dripping down his forehead. Han Wu, we don't have any major grudges between us. I apologize for the previous misunderstanding. But if you kill me, it won't benefit you at all. Han Wu replied nonchalantly. It doesn't seem like sparing you would benefit me either. Seeing his indifference, Xu-sun was terrified. Tears welled up in his eyes. I'll split all the treasures I've collected in this demonic plane with you. Just please, spare my life. Seeing a chance for profit, Han Wu relented. Fine, I agree, you can get lost now. Relieved, Xu-sun turned and fled, not daring to look back in case Han Wu changed his mind. 5 hours later, the bull demon corpses were piled up in a small mountain. The remaining bull demons knelt on the ground, their hands clasped together, begging for mercy. We surrender. We are willing to submit to you, Master. Han Wu completed the mission system. Mission complete. Exam points increased by 90. He then checked his status. Total exam points, 3,570, 3,610 points away from first place, 40 points needed. 2 missions remaining, he contemplated his options. Only 2 missions left. Which one should I choose? Suddenly, the system announced, a contestant has completed a 90-point mission. He was surprised. What? Only 1 mission left? Who was it? He quickly checked Qin Shuang's score. Student Qin Shuang's total exam points, 3,580, current ranking. Second, he wasn't surprised, so it was her, not unexpected. If I want to get first place, there's only one option. Eliminate the Shadow Frog demigod. He frowned, feeling apprehensive. This mission seems beyond my capabilities. This mission is extremely difficult, but if I want to get the attention of the Imperial Capital Academy, I have to achieve first place. I have no choice. Army, advance. Our target is the Shadow Frog demigod's lair. Back at the school, a voice echoed through the teacher's office. 11 classes have finished their exams. Only 3 students remain in Teacher Tian's class. The notification board displayed, to ND place, Qin Shuang, 3,580 exam points. Third place, Han Wu, 3,570 exam points. Teacher Chia Wen spoke up. Student Qin Shuang is in second place with 3,580 exam points. Student Han Wu is in third place with 3,570 exam points. And student Xu-sun is in 7th place with 3,320 exam points. What are they doing? Liu Lishan scoffed, putting on a show of mystery. That's all. There's only the demigod elimination mission left. Do they dare attempt it? If they fail, they lose everything. That's a mission that no one in 11 classes dared to try. No one in history has ever succeeded. Teacher Chen retorted, "Well, Teacher Liu, you're in for a surprise. Hanwu and Qin Shuang are both challenging the Shadow Frog Demigod elimination mission. As for the result, let's wait and see. I have complete faith in my students." Meanwhile, in the demonic plane C-793,826 attack, Qin Shuang commanded her Thunderbirds. Her Thunderbirds unleashed bolts of lightning at the Shadow Frogs below, causing them to shriek in pain. But the Shadow Frog Demigod remained unscathed. It was preparing to unleash a skill. "You ignorant fools," it roared, activating a protective barrier that absorbed all the lightning attacks. "You dare destroy my tribe and kill my people. I curse you to die a horrible death." Qin Shuang, seeing the demigod's defense, felt a sense of foreboding. Her fears were quickly confirmed as a barrage of rocks, neither large nor small, bombarded her, causing her to fall from the sky, severely injured. She quickly used her purification spell to heal herself. Then, she activated her Thunderstorm Strike skill, creating a ball of electricity. "All Thunderbirds, unleash your Thunderstorm Strike with me," she shouted, launching the electric sphere towards the Shadow Frog Demigod's barrier. Her Thunderbirds followed suit, their combined attack focused on a single point. Their combined assault successfully shattered the Demigod's barrier, but before Qin Shuang could celebrate, the demigod spoke. "Mountain-devouring toad, come forth." Qin Shuang gasped, "What, another one?" Before she could react, a gigantic toad, its mouth dripping with saliva, appeared, its crimson eyes fixed on her. In a flash it lunged, its long tongue wrapping around her body. Qin Shuang was caught and dragged towards the mountain-devouring toad's gaping maw. She struggled, unleashing her lightning to attack from inside its stomach. But it was futile. This thing's body is too massive. My lightning can't hurt it. If this continues, I'll lose for sure. Just then, she received a call from Hanwu. She glanced at the caller ID and thought, "This idiot. Why is he calling me at the worst possible time?" Despite her annoyance, she answered the call. "Where are you?" Han Wu's voice came through, his tone mocking. "The decorations around you are quite unique." Knowing he was making fun of her predicament, she snapped, "Where I am is none of your business." Hanwu, aware that time was running out, got straight to the point. "All right, do you want to cooperate with me or not? If not, your Thunderbirds will be wiped out in a few minutes." Qin Shuang, her words faster than her thoughts, blurted out, "Why should I listen to you?" But the next moment, she reconsidered and agreed, "Fine, but I'm warning you, if we win, I want the Shadow Frog Demigod's corpse. The rest is yours, understand?" Hanwu agreed without hesitation. "Deal. Now quickly descend and have your Thunderbirds pick up my elite troops. My location is..." At that moment, Han Wu's skeleton army was trapped in quicksand, unable to move. He cursed, frustrated. "What kind of cursed place is this? We can't even walk. How are we supposed to fight?" After ending the call, Qin Shuang immediately ordered her Thunderbirds to the swamp. Now, the Thunderbirds took off without hesitation. Moments later, they arrived at Hanwu's location, their speed astonishing him. He didn't waste any time, however. He waved his hand and shouted, "Over here, over here." As soon as a Thunderbird landed, he jumped onto its back. "Let's go." Qin Shuang's Thunderbirds carried him and his army to the battlefield. "Skeleton army, attack," he commanded. The Thunderbirds swooped down, releasing their skeletal passengers. The skeletons charged towards the Shadow Frogs, who retaliated by snapping at them with their sharp teeth. Hanwu watched as his skeletons were quickly overwhelmed, their bones piling up in a small mountain. Individual skeleton soldiers are truly cannon fodder. They crumble so easily in direct combat, but at least it created a pile of broken bones. "It's your turn, skeleton controller, deploy." The skeleton controller appeared atop the bone pile and began chanting, his voice echoing across the battlefield. The bones assembled, forming a colossal skeleton. The Shadow Frogs, seeing this, huddled together and activated their Swamp Hell skill, causing the ground around the giant skeleton to sink, making movement, let alone attack, difficult. Sensing trouble, Hanwu summoned the Skeleton Reviver and the Bull Demon Shaman. Attack. The skeleton reviver and the bull demon shaman charged towards the shadow frogs. The bull demon shaman slammed its massive fist into the shadow frogs, sending them flying. The skeleton reviver began chanting, reviving the fallen shadow frogs as skeletons. The two sides clashed, a chaotic battle of flesh, bone, and lightning. Qin Shuang's thunderbirds joined the fray, unleashing bolts of electricity at the shadow frogs. The shadow frog demigod, seeing that the situation was getting out of control, finally spoke. "It seems I have underestimated you. It's time to get serious." It cast a divine spell, Dark Descent. Black clouds gathered in the sky, and the moon turned a sinister shade of red. Hanwoo looked around, his eyes widening in alarm. This magic is terrifying. The life force of my skeletons is being drained. What can I do? All my noble warriors are already here. Am I going to lose? At that moment, familiar voices reached his ears. "Divine being, we are ready to fight. We too are willing to fight." Hanwoo recognized the voices instantly. It was Slashing Iron Swordwind and his red goblins. He grinned, realizing a new day had dawned. Perfect. I can summon new nobles now. He opened the gate to his divine realm, releasing his remaining forces. Slashing Iron Swordwind stepped out, his swords gleaming. The red goblins charged forward, roaring, "Kill!" At the same time, his locust nobles, having evolved to the point of telepathic communication, offered their sacrifice. "Divine being, we are ready, sacrifice us." He was startled, but he didn't hesitate. This was no time to delay. He immediately initiated the life sacrifice. The reward notification appeared before him, the reward from this sacrifice. It's perfect timing. Heaven is truly helping me. He had received the Holy Flame of Hope. Special item, dispels darkness, removes negative status effects, empowers nobles. A gift from believers to their divine being, hoping to bring about a miracle. Without wasting any time, he took out the torch and held it high. The holy flame banished the darkness. The shadow frogs, seeing the flame, fear flickered in their eyes. Hanwoo, noticing their reaction, smiled slyly. Time for a counterattack. The shadow frog demigod, seeing its powerful spell dispelled, was horrified. How is this possible? How can a mere divine being dispel my dark descent? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Hanwoo raised the holy flame torch high, riding atop Qin Shuang's thunderbird as they soared through the sky, dispelling the darkness cast by the shadow frog demigod. The lesser shadow frogs, seeing the light gradually replacing the darkness, panicked, their croaks filled with fear. Hanwoo, unable to locate Qin Shuang, turned his gaze towards the largest toad, realizing Qin Shuang must have been swallowed by the mountain-devouring toad. Kill that mountain-devouring toad. He commanded, opening a portal beside him. As you command, Slashing Iron Swordwind and the Red Goblin Chief responded, stepping through the portal and charging towards the gigantic toad. They reached their target and, without hesitation, began attacking its belly. The mountain-devouring toad's belly was quickly torn open. Seizing her chance, Qin Shuang burst out, her body crackling with electricity. Without wasting a moment, she activated her thunderstorm strike, unleashing it at the toad. A deafening explosion shook the ground, sending debris flying. Qin Shuang, along with her thunderbirds and the red goblins, then charged at the remaining shadow frogs. Meanwhile, Hanwoo's colossal skeleton, freed from the swamp's grasp, began stomping on the smaller shadow frogs like ants. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the shadow frog demigod attempted to flee, turning to his remaining forces and blustering, "Don't get cocky." But before he could escape, Hanwoo, torch in hand, blocked his path. The demigod turned, surprised to find Hanwoo standing before him. How had he gotten there so quickly? Before he could react, Qin Shuang's thunderstorm strike slammed into him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. His back was charred black, and he lay there, defeated. "Now it's your turn," Qin Shuang said, turning to Hanwoo. "As per our agreement, I only want the demigod's corpse. The rest is yours." Hanwoo and Slashing Iron Swordwind slowly approached the fallen demigod. "Spare me," the shadow frog demigod pleaded. "I'm willing to offer everything in exchange for my life." Hanwoo, however, felt no pity. He chuckled. "Isn't everything yours going to be mine once you're dead anyway?" He turned to slashing iron sword wind finish him. A blinding beam of light shot into the sky, followed by a massive explosion of smoke and dust. Half an hour later, Hanwoo and Qin Shuang were surveying the Shadow Frog Demigod's horde. As we agreed, Qin Shuang said, all these spoils belong to you. He was surprised, all of these. You don't want even 1 or 2 items. We had an agreement, she replied nonchalantly. Everything but the Demigod's corpse is yours. As she spoke, he scanned the treasures, searching for something specific. When she finished, he had found it. He picked it up and placed it on her head. Then consider this the interest on my debt to you? Qin Shuang, secretly delighted to receive a gift from her crush, feigned indifference. If you insist, I'll reluctantly accept it. Before they could chat further, Teacher Chow Wen contacted them. Student Hanwoo, you did well. The school leaders and the recruitment staff from top universities want to meet you. I'll keep these skeletons for you. Return quickly, back at the school. Teacher Chow Wen ushered Hanwoo and Qin Shuang towards the meeting room. Follow me, he said, his voice serious. Don't speak carelessly. The teachers in there are all true gods. He opened the door to a room where several teachers from different universities were waiting. Hanwoo felt a wave of nervousness. I wonder if these recruitment teachers can see my unique divine talent and life sacrifice ability. Teacher Chow Wen led them into the room. The bald teacher, his brow furrowed, spoke first. Let's start with student Qin Shuang. Your family is a true god clan, your resources are abundant, and in this exam, you obtained a demigod corpse. You're planning to use it to create a lord-level creature, correct? How many divinity points do you have now? The teacher in the blue suit was shocked. Qin Shuang hasn't even become a demigod yet, and she's already preparing to nurture a lord-level creature. The chances of success are quite high. Even those of us who have been demigods for many years haven't been able to nurture a lord-level creature. Qin Shuang replied without hesitation, that's right. I have for divinity points. Hanwoo, hearing her answer, was stunned. This Qin Shuang, she secretly accumulated for divinity points. That's at least 450 million divine power invested. She's unbelievably rich. The bald teacher, impressed, outlined the offers from the 3 top universities. Student Qin Shuang, your qualifications fully meet the admission criteria for all 3 of our universities. Once you complete the nurturing of your lord-level creature, you can apply to any of our schools. We will complete the pre-enrollment procedures, and you can experience university life early. Qin Shuang, pleased, thanked the teachers for their consideration. The bald teacher's expression then turned serious as he addressed Hanwoo. As for student Hanwoo, the bald teacher began, we've reviewed your file. Your core race is locusts, correct? Hanwoo quickly replied, that's right. The teacher marked an X next to core race under Hanwoo's name. And your current divinity value is 1 point, correct? Yes, Hanwoo replied calmly. Another X was marked next to divinity value. The teacher then asked, his tone serious, one last question. We are very curious about how you acquired a hero-level swordwind and a weakened skeleton lord avatar during the entrance exam. Hanwoo realized that these teachers seemed unaware of his abilities. There's no need to tell them, then. May I refuse to answer that question? He asked. The bald teacher, seeing his reluctance, didn't press him further regarding your evaluation. I'm sorry, student Hanwoo, although you performed exceptionally well in this exam, you still haven't met some of our requirements in other aspects. If you truly wish to apply to one of our 3 universities, please continue to excel and see us again during the next university entrance exam. Principal Su, seeing Hanwoo being rejected, felt a twinge of sadness for him. They haven't seen Hanwoo's true potential. What a shame. Despite being rejected by his desired universities, Hanwoo remained optimistic. He smiled confidently, I understand, then I'll do my best. See you at the next university entrance exam. The teacher waved his hand dismissively, very well. I wish you success in fulfilling your aspirations. Teacher Chow Wen, seeing Hanwoo's rejection, patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. The admission standards for top universities are very high. It's normal to not get in. If you're willing, there are still some first-tier universities that want to invite you as a pre-enrolled student. Hanwoo appreciated his teacher's concern but was unwavering in his decision. No need, teacher chair, I only want to go to the Imperial Capital Academy. He left the room. Qin Shuang was waiting for him outside. After I finish nurturing my Lord-level creature, I'll become a pre-enrolled student at a top university. There are more resources there, more suitable for my development. You're going to the Imperial Capital Academy, right? Yes, he replied firmly. I will definitely go to the Imperial Capital Academy. I must go to the Imperial Capital Academy in Chaotic Star C to search for my missing parents. That is my most urgent task, he thought. Hearing his confirmation, Qin Shuang said, all right then, I'll also choose the Imperial Capital Academy. However, as a pre-enrolled student at the academy, I'm sure to receive more resources and level up quickly. By the time we meet again, you might not be my match anymore. So, while I'm not a pre-enrolled student yet, you should reconsider becoming my slave. It's not too late. He turned away, rejecting her offer as he had done countless times before. I've earned quite a bit myself. Why would I need to be your slave? I want to organize what I've gained from this exam. I'll take my leave now, goodbye. Qin Shuang didn't say anything more, only bidding him a gentle farewell. Inwardly, however, she was excited. He's such an idiot. And his little skeleton form was so cute. Scene change. Han W used Divine Realm. He took out a card and said, Absorb Divinity card. The card glowed, releasing a red aura. A notification appeared. Name, Hanwoo. Rank, Divine Being. Divine Talent, Chosen 1 Unique. Divine Ability, Accelerated Growth. Life Sacrifice Unique, Divinity, 2 points. Divine Power, 3.5 million self-produced, 76 million produced by others. Faith Power, 79,030,000, Core Level, Level 3. Relic, Corrupted Law of Gluttony Level 2, Toxic Smoke Jade Level 1, Core Race, Locusts. Superhuman Creatures, 219, Elite Creatures, 49,800,000, Ordinary Creatures, 2.38 billion. Subordinate Races, Swordwind, Slashing Iron Swordwind Hero. Red Goblins, God Hammer Hero to Superhuman, 58 Elite, Skeleton Tribe, Skeleton Lord, Skeleton Controller Hero, Skeleton Reviver Hero, 190 Superhuman. Bull Demon Tribe, Bull Demon Shaman Hero, 14 Superhuman, 2,589 Elite, Divine Realm Buildings, Level 1 Grand Foundry, Level 2 Insect Nest, Level 1 Temple. Special Items, Fountain of Life, Decomposition Machine, Holy Flame of Hope. He grinned, feeling like a newly rich tycoon. Now I can equip and upgrade my nobles to enhance my strategies. But the most important thing is to build an evolutionary path for my locusts. His hand glowed red. First, I use the origin of the fallen to build the fallen path. The red light shot towards his locusts. After absorbing the red light, his locusts seemed to become tougher, their immune systems stronger, their vitality enhanced. They were now more resistant to negative status effects and magic attacks. Their evolution focused on defense. I'll call them the Fallen Strain. Next, he used the Shadow Frog Demigod's heart, construct the Dark Curse path. After absorbing the black energy from the heart, his locusts emitted a sinister black aura, their eyes glowing crimson with a bloodthirsty glint. This mutated group can fly stealthily and inflict various negative effects on their enemies. An assassination-focused evolution. I'll call them the Curse Strain. As he was working, a voice reached his ears. Divine Being, please forgive our foolishness. While decomposing ores, we accidentally dropped the staff you bestowed upon us into the decomposition machine. Divine Being, please forgive us. He immediately rushed over, alarmed, so wasteful. Let me see. God Hammer and his brother, Taikur, were kneeling on the ground. Divine Being, please forgive me, God Hammer pleaded. It was I, the foolish one, who dropped the relic into the decomposition machine. Seeing that it was already done, Hanwoo didn't pursue the matter further. He simply reminded them, remember this mistake. Be more careful in the future, do you understand? Relieved, Taikur burst into tears, thanking the Divine Being for his forgiveness. The decomposition machine beeped, signaling the completion of its process. System: to fire crystals and 1 golden crystal acquired. Origin of a relic: the origin from which a relic is formed can be used to upgrade or repair relics. He stared at the information, stunned. Repair relics. My law of gluttony is corrupted. Could it actually be repaired? He took out his corrupted law of gluttony and tried using the origin of a relic on it. Moments later, the system provided updated information. Ordinary creatures, after consuming food exceeding 999 times their own energy, can evolve into elite creatures. He was astounded. It was 1,000 times before, and now the requirement has been reduced. If I have enough origins of relics, could I completely repair the law of gluttony? The only problem is, origins of relics need to be extracted from relics. Where am I going to find that many relics? He decided to search online for information, seeing what others were saying about this matter. He found a post from someone seeking help. Help! I have a weapon that is both a divine weapon and a relic, but it was damaged during a battle in the outer realm. Without it, my combat strength has plummeted. I am searching for skilled individuals within the divine civilization to help me repair it. As long as you can fix it, any amount of divine power is yours. Several people had already commented, give up, it's impossible. I've tried to repair it, but there's no way. Manhwa wondered, repairing a weapon that's both a divine weapon and a relic, maybe the origin of a relic can help. He left a comment, perhaps I can help. If you need assistance, contact me privately. Just a few minutes after his comment was posted, a stranger called him. Manhwa was surprised by how quickly the person had responded, but he answered the call anyway. The person on the other end didn't waste any time getting to the point. Can you really help me restore my weapon? Manhwa calmly replied, I can't guarantee anything, but since you've been posting for so long without finding a better solution, it can't hurt to try one more time. If you trust me, send me some divine artifacts. The person on the other end exclaimed, I've already downloaded the Divine Realm Anti-Scam Center app. Don't try to fool me. Tell me, what level of divine artifacts do you need? I can send you anything below level 4 right now. It will take some time to get anything above level 4. Manhwa was surprised that the person could provide him with divine artifacts up to level 4. A sly grin spread across his face as he said, level 1 is fine. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge crate was express delivered to his doorstep, knocking him over in surprise. Holy moly, that was fast. He looked at the crate and thought to himself, wow, there must be at least 100 divine artifacts in this crate. Maybe I should add this guy to my blacklist and run away. But as soon as that thought entered his mind, he kicked it out and scratched his head in fear. No, forget it. Just hearing the name Divine Realm Anti-Scam Center is enough to scare me. Without wasting any more time, he dumped the pile of level 1 divine artifacts he had just received into the analyzer and started it up. All he had to do was watch. After just 2 hours, he had collected 109 divine artifact essences. He decided to send some of them back to the person. I'll take 9, he probably won't notice. He then sent the divine artifact essences to the person. When the person received them, he called Manhwa back and exclaimed, Master, you are my savior. My name is Ep1-100. Please, Master, you must help me with this matter. Manhwa covered his ears at the sound of the voice. Ep1-100, the vengeful one, this guy really lives up to his name. He cheerfully replied, You're too kind, I love helping people the most. Meanwhile, at Teacher Chairwen's place, Teacher Chairwen was currently focused on cultivating his Tier 3 healing divine ability. On the day of the exam, a loud voice had boomed out from the academy. The Tier 3 healing divine ability belongs to Teacher Chairwen. It turned out that the voice belonged to Liu Lishan. He had lost to Teacher Chairwen and was bitter about it. Your path to becoming a god is still long. Just you wait, but Teacher Chairwen didn't care. He was only interested in the Tier 3 healing divine ability he had just obtained. As he was reminiscing about that wonderful moment, his phone rang, startling him. When he saw the caller ID, he immediately picked up the phone and asked, Student Manhwa, what can I do for you? Manhwa smiled and said, Teacher Chair, it's nothing major. I just wanted to ask if you know how to obtain resources to upgrade the Divine Realm Core's rank. I've searched online, but I can't find anything. Knowing that Hanwoo was a blank slate, Teacher Tin patiently explained, rare resources like divine abilities, divinity, and core fragments cannot be traded online. As soon as they are put up for sale, they are bought up by large corporations. We don't have access to them at all. Since you helped me defeat Liu Lishan, I can give you some of my collection. Thank you very much, Teacher Chair. Teacher Chair continued, actually, there is another way. In the past, when my Divine Realm Core's rank was too low to absorb divine artifacts with good attributes, a senior from my class who was quite close to me took me to participate in a competition at a place called the Bloodstained Arena. The winner of each match would be awarded a core fragment by the organizers as a reward. At this point, Teacher Chun's expression became serious. Student Hanwoo, if you were to compete against other Divine Realm citizens or even races from other civilizations, there is a chance that many of your nobles could die during the competition. But if you win, you will be rewarded with a Divine Realm core fragment. Are you willing to participate in such a competition? Hanwoo thought to himself, I just spent a lot of money to nurture my nobles. I'm looking for an opportunity to test their strength. He cheerfully replied, no problem. I have plenty of nobles. The next day, at the Bloodstained Arena, Hanwoo looked around at the magnificent interior of the arena and exclaimed, wow, this place is amazing. Teacher Chair followed behind him and took out a mask. This mask can hide you from the scrutiny of demigods and those with abilities below demigod. This place is outside the protection of the state, so we should be careful. The two of them walked over to the registration desk. The organizer saw that they wanted to register for the competition and handed them a form. Please fill out this registration form. While Hanwoo was filling out his personal information, Teacher Chair stood beside him and explained, the rules of the competitions here are divided into 3 categories, depending on the rank of the participants, competitions for divine beings, demigods and true gods. Unless the participant specifically requests it, there will usually be no cross-rank competitions. Also, there is no limit to the number of nobles that can be used. However, if you want to surrender during the competition, the death rate of your nobles must be 50% or higher. Stubborn participants will persist until the death rate reaches 100%. As soon as Teacher Tin finished speaking, the organizer announced, you have been paired with an opponent. Please prepare to be teleported. Hanwoo was surprised by the announcement. That was fast. Before he could say anything, he was teleported away, his surprise turning into panic. What the heck is going on? Of course, within seconds, he was teleported into the arena. His opponent spoke first, little boy, although I can't see through your information, I dare say that you are just a newbie, aren't you? He said, don't worry, I'm very interested in newbies. The match will be over quickly. The people in the audience saw that the 2 contestants had entered the arena and began to whisper among themselves, look at that kid. He's obviously a rookie with no experience, how pitiful. He has to face the cruel rats in his first match. Those greenhouse flowers will only know how dangerous the outside world is after they've been trampled on a few times. Hanwoo frowned when he heard what the audience members were saying. My first opponent seems to be these rats. It seems like they have a bad reputation for being vicious. The organizer announced, contestants, please release your nobles. The match will officially begin in 3 minutes. The opponent opened his summoning gate and said smugly, little boy, I bet you've never seen so many nobles before, have you? Are you scared? If you're scared, just surrender obediently. Wait until I kill all your nobles, then I'll let you leave. At that moment, the opponent's rats rushed out of the summoning gate, squeaking. You want to compare numbers with me? Fine. Hanwoo summoned his locust nobles. The opponent looked at Hanwoo's nobles with disdain. Your noble core is actually locusts. How pitiful. Don't worry. I'll do what I say. I guarantee that the match will end quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the competition between the 2 sides officially began. The opponent ordered his rats. Hearing the order, the rats took out crossbows and aimed the arrows at their opponents. After they were ready, he shouted, fire. The rats fired their arrows at their enemies. However, Hanwoo was not flustered. He immediately shouted, fallen insects, defend. Hearing the order, the fallen insects lined up in a row and formed shields to block the arrows. The arrows of the rats were blocked and even broken in half. Although the opponent saw that his attack had no effect, he still ordered the rats to continue shooting until they killed all of Han Wu's nobles. The rats continued to attack, while Han Wu quietly ordered his cursed insects to sneak behind the rats and ambush them. Hearing the order, the cursed insects moved behind the rats and emitted an extremely uncomfortable light, making it impossible for the rats to do anything but close their eyes to block the light. When they were done, Han Wu ordered the fallen insects to charge forward. The fallen insects charged forward and fired the needles from their abdomens at the enemy. In the next second, thousands of needles were flying towards them. The rats were still closing their eyes because of the cursed insect's light. At this time, the survival rate displayed on the scoreboard was 99.99% for Han Wu and only 20.73% for the opponent. Seeing this ratio, the audience members panicked and exclaimed, "This is too strong." It's completely overwhelming. Seeing such an attack, the opponent was extremely flustered. Impossible, absolutely impossible. But he couldn't bear to see his nobles being wiped out, so he shouted, Don't attack anymore, I surrender, I surrender." Since he had surrendered, a barrier appeared in the middle of the arena to block the attacks of the other side and immediately stop the match. As soon as the match was stopped, a transparent and beautiful crystal flew out from the pile of dead rats. Han Wu recognized it as a divine realm core fragment when he saw it. When it touched his hand, he said, "It's so similar to the life sacrifice ability." The arena announced that the match was over and that he would be teleported to the waiting area. After being teleported back, Teacher Chairwen praised him, "Student Han Wu, well done. You easily won your first match and helped me gain a lot of divine power." Han Wu was proud of the compliment and flicked the mask he was wearing. After the compliment, Teacher Chairwen asked, "Your nobles don't seem to be too badly damaged. Do you want to continue to the second round? If you win consecutively, the number of Divine Realm core fragments you receive will increase by 10% compared to this time." Han Wu smiled confidently, "Then let's continue. My nobles are still lacking in training 32 days later." Han Wu looked at the pile of Divine Realm core fragments he had earned. "I've finally won 100 million self-destructing heavenly demon insects." But the number of Divine Realm core fragments he had received after 89 consecutive victories was astonishing. The Divine Realm core could be upgraded to level 7 now. He then switched to thinking mode. "If I want to become stronger, it will be more and more difficult. The number of fragments needed to upgrade to level 8 is more than the total number of cores I've earned before." At this time, Teacher Chairwen, who was standing beside him, suggested, "Actually, with your current noble force, you can challenge a demigod." Han Wu was puzzled by the suggestion. "If I challenge a demigod, will the reward increase significantly?" Teacher Chairwen calmly replied, "It will increase by 10 times compared to winning ordinary matches. For example, if you defeat a demigod in the next match, you will receive benefits equal to 10 by 90 consecutive victories, which is 90 times the number of Divine Realm core fragments you would normally receive." After listening to Teacher Chairwen's explanation, Han Wu lowered his head and pondered. After thinking it over carefully, he filled out his registration form for the cross-level challenge. After receiving the registration form, the staff member confirmed with him again, "Have you really thought it over carefully? This is a challenge to a higher level." But Han Wu was still very confident. "Yes, I'm sure." After Han Wu confirmed the information with the staff member, the guys inside the arena heard about it and began to spread the news. "I heard that the little locust, a newbie who has only been in the bloodstained arena for more than 30 days, thinks that just because he's killing it on the Divine Being arena, he can do whatever he wants. He's too arrogant. Let the demigods teach him a lesson. I bet on the demigod to win this match. The demigod has a higher Divine Realm core level and can equip higher level divine artifacts. Moreover, the demigod also has divine abilities and can use divine spells. Who gave the locust the courage to challenge the majesty of the demigods? I think that little locust is too confident. He thinks he's invincible on the Divine Being arena. I checked the data. That little locust has lost 3 matches. At this time, Teacher Chair Wen said to Han-woo, "Hey, kid, the current odds are 100 to 1. No one has any faith in you." Han-woo felt that he could earn a little more money, so he said to Teacher Chair, "I can't bet. You bet 10 million divine power for me." "Bet on me to win." Teacher Chair Wen smiled slyly when he saw how bold his student was. "You're quite a gambler. I'll also bet 5 million divine power on you. All my hopes are pinned on you. You must win. When you win, I'll buy a divine artifact to reward myself." Han-woo was speechless when he saw that beaming face, but he still thanked Teacher Chair Wen. After Teacher Chair Wen left, Han-woo whispered, "This Teacher Chair Wen, what does buying a divine artifact to reward himself have to do with me? How annoying." He then entered his divine realm and thought to himself, "My divine realm has been upgraded, but I still don't have any new divine artifacts. What should I add?" He stood on a mountain top and looked down. The law of gluttony and the poison smoke seemed to be a bit weak. While he was talking to himself, Yuan Zhong called, "Master, have you refined the divine artifact essence today?" But Han-woo didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Didn't you say before that you could find all divine artifacts below level 4? Is that right?" Yuan Zhong answered honestly, "Master, I have many divine artifacts below level 4 in my divine realm. If you need them, just come and find me." Han-woo smiled slyly when he heard the answer. "All right then. Next, I need a powerful level to divine artifact, preferably with the 4 attributes of poison, earth, fire, and darkness." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge crate appeared in front of him and fell down with a thud. Fortunately, he had learned from his previous experience and jumped back to avoid being crushed. These demigods are really rich. Han-woo, eager to see what was inside, immediately opened it. The first item was a level 2 relic, the Hellfire Orb, which possessed both earth and fire attributes. This can enhance defense, endurance, and improve noble regeneration. The second item was the level 2 Shadow Spike, a darkness attribute relic. After integrating this into my divine core, it will allow compatible nobles to learn the level 2 Shadow Spike skill. Shadow Spike attacks through an opponent's shadow, restricting their movement and immobilizing them. He realized these relics were perfect for his fallen and cursed strain locusts. "Let's give them a try." The 2 relics floated into the air, emitting powerful auras. Moments later, they exploded, creating a beautiful golden ring of light that spread across the sky. He summoned his fallen and cursed strain locusts. Within seconds, their forms began to shift, evolving further. Amazing, just like that, they evolved again. "This is great, future battles will be much more stable." Just then, the arena's notification arrived. "Contestants, please enter the arena, preparations are underway." Without hesitation, he returned to the arena. Inside the arena, the spectators were going wild, their cheers echoing through the stands. "Crush him, Elephant Lord, show him the power of a demigod." "Locust, you have to hold out for at least 3 seconds, or I'll lose everything." Elephant Lord, arms crossed, smirked arrogantly, "Today must be my lucky day. I get to face a newbie like you in the blood arena. Newbie, are you ready to lead your nobles to their deaths?" He puffed out his chest, relishing his demigod status. "Newbie, I admire your courage in challenging a demigod. But courage is not strength today. I will show you the true terror of a demigod." Han-woo, tired of being called a newbie, retorted, all right, enough talk, let's fight." Elephant Lord, without hesitation, raised his hand and bellowed, "If that's how you want it, then come." "My mammoth legion." Several mammoths materialized behind him. The spectators erupted in cheers. "Crush him, Elephant Lord, you're amazing, so majestic." Elephant Lord, perched atop a colossal thunder mammoth, sneered down at Han-woo. "Newbie, it's your turn. Try your best to entertain me." Han-woo, refusing to back down, summoned his locust nobles. After absorbing the enhancements from his divine realm, their appearance had completely transformed. The first locust, a combination of the insect nest, law of gluttony, and toxic smoke jade, had evolved into the toxic explosion demonic insect. The second, enhanced by the insect nest, law of gluttony, and shadow spike, had become the shadow curse locust. The last one, a product of the insect nest, law of gluttony, and Hellfire Orb, was now the Earth Explosion Fallen Locust. Elephant Lord, seeing their transformation, was surprised. "This is your true strength. I'm starting to get excited." He commanded his Mammoth Legion, "Charge." The mammoths thundered forward. Hanwoo, not to be outdone, ordered his Shadow Curse Locusts, "Attack." The Shadow Curse Locusts launched their sharp tails towards the mammoths. But their target wasn't the mammoths themselves, but their shadows. The mammoths, which had been charging moments before, suddenly froze in place. The spectators gasped, "Look! The mammoths are immobilized. What kind of skill is that?" Attacking the shadow, but affecting the real body. Hanwoo wasted no time. Toxic Explosion Demonic Insects, "Attack." The Toxic Explosion Demonic Insects flew towards the mammoths' heads and detonated. Elephant Lord laughed triumphantly. "Even if you've nurtured your locusts into superhuman creatures, so what? My thunder mammoths are invincible. Even if they stand still, you can't even scratch them." Hanwoo smirked. "Are you sure about that?" The next moment, a series of explosions erupted where the mammoth stood. Elephant Lord's face contorted in annoyance. "This kid wants to win by sheer numbers. I can't let him get away with it." "Mammoth Legion, advance. Protect the Thunder Mammoth," he commanded. The mammoths charged, but Hanwoo countered. "Magma Fire Self-Destructing Locusts, attack." The two forces clashed, creating a series of massive explosions. Seeing his side losing ground, Elephant Lord could no longer stand idle by. He began casting Divine Spells. Divine Spell, Savage Thick Hide. Divine Spell, Savage Blood. Divine Spell, Savage Healing. His mammoths, empowered by his spells, began to recover from their wounds. Their endurance significantly increased. They charged at Hanwoo's locusts, their attacks relentless. Seeing his nobles no longer being harmed by the locusts, Elephant Lord sneered, "You actually forced me to use divine spells. You've proven your strength. Unless you eliminate 50% of your nobles, I won't allow you to surrender." But Hanwoo wasn't fazed. He countered, "You think this is all I have? There's no such thing as giving up in my dictionary." Hanwoo declared, opening the gate to his divine realm, "Bull Demon Tribe, attack." A horde of bull demons charged through the gate, roaring and bellowing, eager for battle. They quickly positioned themselves in front of Elephant Lord's mammoths. Elephant Lord stared, stunned. "What? You even nurtured a bull demon tribe?" Before he could recover from his shock, Hanwoo's bull demons slammed their concrete clubs against the mammoths' heads. "Skeleton Tribe, attack!" Hanwoo commanded. A legion of skeletons marched out of the gate. Leading the charge was the Skeleton Lord, flanked by the Skeleton Reviver on the right and the Skeleton Controller on the left. Hanwoo leapt onto the Skeleton Lord's shoulder and turned to the Skeleton Reviver. "I'm counting on you." The Skeleton Lord, a hint of displeasure on his face, snorted. The Skeleton Reviver, receiving his orders, flew towards the center of the arena without a word. It raised its staff and cast its revival spell. Moments later, skeletal mammoths emerged from the fallen mammoth corpses. Elephant Lord, seeing this, roared in frustration, "Damn skeletons. They're like chewing gum, impossible to get rid of, but don't think you can make a demigod like me submit so easily." He ordered his Thunder Mammoth, "Activate your trample ability." The Thunder Mammoth stomped its massive foot, sending shockwaves through the ground as it charged forward, crushing the skeletal mammoth's underfoot. Elephant Lord laughed triumphantly. The Mammoth Lord reigned supreme. "Excellent, crush them, crush those bones." Seeing the tide turning against him, Hanwoo ordered, "Bull Demon, retreat." Skeleton Controller, deploy." The Skeleton Controller flew forward, landing amidst the bone pile. It raised its hands and cast its bone puppet skill. The scattered bones on the arena floor rose into the air, coalescing into a colossal skeleton. As soon as it formed, it stomped on several mammoths, crushing them effortlessly. Elephant Lord gaped at the towering skeleton, his jaw slack with awe. But he quickly recovered in power. He roared, pointing at his Thunder Mammoth. The mammoth began to grow, its size increasing rapidly. When it reached the same size as the colossal skeleton, it charged, its tusks aimed at its opponent. But the skeleton was no pushover. It caught the mammoth's tusks with its bare hands, stopping its charge. Then, it opened its jaw and roared, a deafening sound that shook the arena. With a powerful throw, it flung the mammoth high into the air before slamming it back down onto the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing across the arena. Not stopping there, the colossal skeleton leapt into the air and, with a punch, sent the mammoth crashing to the ground once more. But the elephant lord's elephant was not easy to deal with. It could not be taken down with just a few attacks. So, it used its trunk to block the skeleton warrior's attack and immediately used its trunk to knock the skeleton warrior to the ground. It didn't stop there. The elephant stood up on its two hind legs and raised its two front legs high. Then, it stomped down on the skeleton warrior, sending dirt and sand flying everywhere. Fortunately, Han Wu's skeleton warrior was not ordinary. It was able to stand up in time and jump backward to avoid the attack. But dodging was not enough. So, the skeleton warrior kicked the elephant in the face, causing it to cry out in pain. Han Wu saw this and knew that this was his chance. He shouted, "Finish it!" Receiving the order, the skeleton warrior didn't hesitate. It jumped onto the elephant's back and continuously punched its head. After beating it up, the skeleton warrior grabbed the elephant's tusk. In the next second, the tusk was split in two, one half in the skeleton warrior's hand and the other still attached to the flesh. The elephant lord panicked. "My mammoth elephant, get up and fight back." Hearing the order, the elephant tried to get up, but Han Wu's skeleton warrior didn't care. It continued to reach for the other tusk and, as before, the other tusk disappeared. Faced with the tears streaming down the elephant's face, Han Wu was surprised to see his skeleton warrior being so fierce. Holy moly! I wanted the necromancer to learn close combat skills, but I never expected it to be so ferocious when applied to this giant skeleton. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton warrior kicked the elephant in the face, sending it flying backward. The elephant lord was shocked when he saw his elephant flying towards him. He quickly retreated. A few seconds later, it crashed down in front of the elephant lord, but he was still in denial and shouted, "Mammoth elephants, surrounded and exhausted for me." The elephants heard the order and charged towards the skeleton warrior. But from this perspective, the elephants were as small as mice, and the skeleton warrior was like a normal human. And as might expect, the skeleton warrior used its feet to trample on the tiny elephants. After trampling them, it switched to kicking mode and kicked them like they were bags of trash thrown on the side of the road. After playing with them to its heart's content, it sat down and clapped its hands as if it were playing with water. But because there were too many elephants, Han Wu's giant skeleton couldn't clean them all up and was attacked by them. At that moment, an elephant used all its strength to ram the skeleton warrior's leg, knocking it to the ground. The other elephants saw that their enemy had fallen and immediately rushed forward, ramming their tusks into the skeleton warrior's body. Elephant Lord was delighted to see his nobles winning. "That's right, destroy it, yes, at all costs. Crush the necromancer inside that giant skeleton." Han Wu saw that his side was losing and naturally didn't just sit there. He pointed his hand forward and ordered, "Bull demons, go, rescue the necromancer." Hearing the order, the bull demons charged into the battle and knocked the elephants away from the necromancer. At this time, the necromancer also joined the battle. As soon as he entered the battle, he chanted, "Up here." Just like that, skeletons gradually formed from the corpses of the elephants. After being summoned, the elephant skeletons didn't hesitate and charged into battle. In the next second, a melee broke out in the arena, sending dust flying everywhere. A short while later, only a few elephants remained on the field. On Han Wu's side, there were still many. The people in the audience whispered to each other, "Oh my God, this is too exaggerated. The elephant lord's nobles have been reduced to less than 1,000th of their opponents. The locusts are too formidable." This is exactly what the saying goes: if things get too difficult, just turn on the cheat mode and play. The elephant lord saw that his army had been greatly reduced and knelt on the ground with a sigh. He finally accepted the truth. "I admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, a white aura flew out from the pile of elephant corpses and combined to form a core fragment. Hanwoo held it in his hand and thought with a smile, a divine realm core fragment obtained from defeating a demigod is indeed much heavier than those from before. While he was happily playing with the core fragment in his hand, Teacher Chair Wen sent a message to student Hanwoo, the manager of the bloodstained arena wants to meet you. But before he could reply, he was teleported away. A second later, he appeared in a different place. A voice came to reassure him, "Don't worry, we are the managers of the bloodstained arena, so we won't do anything to you." Although he had been taken to a strange place, his calm expression remained unchanged. "What do you want to do by bringing me here?" the arena staff member slowly explained. "We have watched your match. Although you used some tricks, you have also proven your abilities. You are qualified to become the heir of the bloodstained arena. The bloodstained arena is a test for the owner to choose an heir. Any contestant who can win a cross-level challenge is qualified to become the heir of the bloodstained arena. Do you want to become the heir of this bloodstained arena?" Hanwoo gasped in surprise. "Heir? Why?" Surprised, Hanwoo began to think. The bloodstained arena had a huge amount of traffic. Every day, many races passed through. The divine power earned from these people alone was not a small amount. How could such a big pie fall into his hands so easily? There must be something fishy going on. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath to calm down. When he was ready, he put on a very serious expression and asked directly, "Before I make a decision, I need to know how many heirs the bloodstained arena actually has. What kind of treatment will I receive after becoming the heir of the bloodstained arena? And what responsibilities will I have to shoulder?" Hearing these questions, the green-skinned person in front of him was quite surprised. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so mature. "Student Hanwoo, the fact that you are not blinded by the benefits in front of you is truly beyond our expectations. Since you have asked so sincerely, we will not refuse and will explain everything to you clearly. There are currently a total of 349 heirs in the bloodstained arena, including 221 divine beings, 118 demigods, 9 true gods, and finally 1 supreme god. If you become an heir, you will receive the permanent coordinates of the bloodstained arena and will be able to teleport to a fixed point without using any tools in all the dimensions that the bloodstained arena has recorded. However, each teleportation will cost 1 million divine power points. In addition, you will be granted the right to establish a special bloodstained arena in your divine realm to train your nobles. As for the responsibilities, when the number of heirs reaches 500, the bloodstained arena will hold another inheritance ceremony. The most outstanding person from those 500 heirs will be chosen to become the next owner of the bloodstained arena. Of course, you are obligated to participate." After listening to these words, Hanwoo began to analyze. Judging from the nature of the bloodstained arena, the inheritance ceremony was definitely not just a simple ceremony for fun. It was probably a way for the 500 heirs to kill each other, leaving only the last person to become the owner. But at the moment, he was only the 350th heir. It was still a long way from reaching 500. By that time, he might have already become a divine king. While he was still hesitating, the staff member of the arena asked, "So, do you agree to become a candidate for the heir?" With that confident thought in his mind, Hanwoo immediately agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced, "Congratulations! You have become the 350th heir of the bloodstained arena." After the system announcement, a red light flew straight into Hanwoo's body, surprising him. He didn't know what it was, but he didn't panic for long. In the next second, he was teleported back to Teacher Chair Wen. Teacher Chair Wen was overjoyed to see him and immediately ran over to him with a smile. "Student Hanwoo, you are my lucky star. We've made a fortune this time." Hanwoo was confused by the teacher's sudden excitement. After he finished speaking, Teacher Chair Wen hurriedly put the phone in his hand and told him to take it. Hanwoo didn't rush. Instead, he put on his mask to hide his information first. When he saw the super long number on the phone, his eyes widened in surprise. So many zeros. 1 billion. After being happy for a while, Teacher Chair Wen returned to his usual calm demeanor and said, "Student Hanwoo, spending 1 billion divine power points is not something that can be figured out overnight, so I have a suggestion for you. You should buy a divine artifact that suits you first. Hearing this suggestion, Hanwoo raised his hands and asked, "A divine artifact? But I'm only a divine being now. I'm not even a demigod yet. Can I control a divine artifact?" Teacher Chairwin patted his chest confidently. "No problem at all. How could I harm you? I happen to know a divine artifact shop that can definitely help you find a divine artifact that suits you." Hanwoo didn't say anything when he heard those words, but he was overjoyed in his heart. This was really the right person at the right time, as expected. It was a coincidence. Just as he was talking to the teacher, Elephant Lord ran over from behind him with all his might and shouted, "Locust, I finally found you." Hearing that familiar voice, Hanwoo hurriedly ran behind Teacher Chairwin and exclaimed worriedly, "Teacher, save me." Of course, as a teacher, how could he don't protect his student? So, Teacher Chairwin immediately spread his arms out and shouted resolutely, "Humph, with me here, who dares to hurt my student?" Hanwoo was quite surprised because he didn't expect his teacher to protect him so fiercely. Seeing this, Elephant Lord didn't continue to charge forward. Instead, he stopped in front of the two teachers and students and raised his hand. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not here to take revenge on you." After explaining, Elephant Lord extended a hand and said seriously, "I'm here only because I saw that your strength is not bad and I want to make friends with you. Let me introduce myself. I'm the #1 student of the Western Capital Academy. My real name is Xing Meng, Xiang Meng, cough, cough." "So, you're a student of the Western Capital Academy. No wonder you're so powerful." Hanwoo took a step forward and shook hands with Xiang Meng. Xiang Meng was delighted to be shaken by him and gave him a thumbs up. After shaking hands, Xiang Meng asked curiously, "You're not very old. You probably haven't taken the college entrance exam yet, right? Which preparatory school are you a student of?" Hanwoo scratched his head and replied shyly, "I'm not a student of any preparatory school, I'm just an ordinary high school student." Hearing this, Xiang Meng's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. His mouth was wide open in surprise. "What? Are you kidding me?" Xiang Meng thought that Hanwoo was trying to trick him, so he pointed a finger at him and leaned close. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Are you joking with me?" Hanwoo didn't explain himself when he was called a liar. Instead, he pointed to Teacher Chairwin behind him. "Why would I lie to you? The one standing behind me is my teacher. He can vouch for me." Seeing that it was his turn to go on stage, Teacher Chairwin put on his most serious expression and said, "Cough, cough. Student Locust is really not a preparatory student. Although many academies have sent him invitations, Student Locust has high aspirations and only wants to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. However, the admissions officer of the Imperial Capital Academy doesn't care about Student Locust." Hearing this explanation, Xiang Meng finally understood. "So that's how it is. Your vision is very good. The Imperial Capital Academy is the strongest of the top 3 academies. I think highly of you. I also hope that you can become my junior. I will report your matter to the academy. The academy will most likely give you a test." As he spoke, Xiang Meng patted Hanwoo's shoulder, looking intimate. "After you go back, try to upgrade the core of your nobles. Perhaps you can seize this opportunity to get on the list of preparatory students of the Imperial Capital Academy." Hanwoo asked, "Will you really help me?" Xiang Meng turned around and laughed loudly. "Your potential is great, but the path to becoming a god is still very long. It will definitely be easier if you have a few friends to rely on than if you go it alone." Although he said that, Xiang Meng also had some benefits in this matter, but he didn't intend to hide it and said bluntly, "I'm introducing you to the academy. As long as you pass the test, the academy will give me a reward. Why wouldn't I take it for free, right?" Although Hanwoo knew that the other party also had benefits in this matter, he still clasped his hands and bowed to express his gratitude. "Then I'll have to trouble you," but Xiang Meng was not someone who only took and didn't give. So, as he was leaving, he reminded Hanwoo, "It's just a small matter. However, striking iron still requires one to be strong. In the future, you should invest some more resources in the core of your nobles. It's best if you can cultivate a heroic life form. If you want to pass the test of the Imperial Capital Academy, it won't be easy. Well, goodbye." At a street called Wanbao Road, teacher Che Wen and Honwoo were standing in front of a house with a large golden sign that read Treasure Pavilion. Honwoo thought to himself, this name is both rustic and old-fashioned. Without wasting any time, teacher Che Wen pushed the door open and said, "Let's go in." As soon as they took a few steps, a purple-haired woman with a hot body, wearing a purple body dress, greeted them. She put her hands on her ant-like waist and asked happily, "Welcome to the Treasure Pavilion. What level of equipment do you want to buy, or which grandmother refiner do you want to meet?" Teacher Che Wen replied with a smile, "Please help me contact Grandmother Tony. Tell him that old Che is here to visit him." When he heard the name, a thought flashed through Han Wu's mind. Grandmother Tony, this name sounds like a barber. I wonder if he's professional in forging divine artifacts. After walking for a while, the purple-haired woman pointed at a teleportation gate and turned to say, "This way, please." Honwoo glanced at teacher Che Wen as if to say, "Is it okay?" Teacher Che Wen did the same to him, as if to say, "If you want to know, go and see for yourself." And so, Honwoo took the risk and stepped into the gate. On the other side of the gate, a fat man was holding a huge hammer and forging weapons. When he heard the sound from the gate, he asked, "Old Che, is the fat pig you brought this time fat enough?" Hearing these words, Honwoo felt that something was wrong with this matter. Oh no, is it too late to run now? But as Tony was saying those words, Che Wen, who had heard everything, slapped Han Wu's chest and exclaimed, "Tony, have some decency. This is my student." Tony, hearing this, scratched his bald head and said bluntly, "A student of old Che, you say? Well, let me explain our shop's motto. We treat everyone equally, young or old, big or small. And of course, we don't have special student discounts." Honwoo, hearing this, was speechless. What the heck? No discrimination, no student discounts. Everyone has student discounts, he thought to himself. Don't you know how hard it is for students to make money? I risked my life fighting to earn that 1 billion divine power. Che Wen, knowing Tony's personality, chuckled and reassured Honwoo, "Don't worry too much. Tony may have a sharp tongue, but he's a softy at heart. Though his words might sound harsh, the equipment he makes is top-notch." Hearing his friend's praise, Tony cracked a smile for the first time since Honwoo arrived. "Old Che, after all these years, you finally said something nice about me?" He then frowned. "But who has a sharp tongue? Who's hard to understand, if it weren't for you bringing me customers?" He trailed off, deciding to let bygones be bygones. Enough about the past. Time to make some money to fill my stomach. He pulled back a curtain behind him and gestured to Honwoo. "Come, follow me. Let me show you my masterpieces." As the curtain drew back, Honwoo found himself staring at a dazzling array of weapons displayed throughout the room. Tony gestured proudly. "Each piece here bears my unique mark, each one crafted by my own hands." After Tony finished his grand tour, Che Wen approached Honwoo. "Which one catches your eye?" Honwoo, overwhelmed by the choices, hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, he spotted a gourd-shaped weapon and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This gourd dotted costs for divinity points, which is less than 600 million divine power. Not a bad deal. He considered his options, especially his upcoming test for the Imperial Capital Academy. Finally, he declared, "I want the 2-star divine weapon, Ancient Gourd." The Ancient Gourd is a 2-star divine weapon with 2 main functions, Che Wen explained, a proud smile on his face. One is Gu refinement. The gourd contains a space that can hold up to 100,000 insects. These insects are then pitted against each other in a deadly battle. The sole survivor has a chance to evolve, potentially even becoming a heroic insect entity. The second function is insect control, a divine art that can attract nearby insects within a certain radius. The range depends on the amount of divine power used. Tony, hearing Han Wu's choice, walked over with a price tag in his hand. Its price is for divinity points, or 580 million divine power. How would you like to pay? Honwoo, startled by Tony's sudden appearance, jumped back. Che Wen, sensing an opportunity to haggle, pulled Tony aside. "Give me some face. Tony, lower the price a bit, or throw in something extra. If you don't, I'll scold you." Tony rolled his eyes, Fine, fine. 600 million divine power and I'll throw in a free exploring eye. After settling the price, Hanwoo excitedly paid for his new treasures. Just as they were about to leave, Tony called out, "Wait, I have something else." He rushed back, holding a strange object, and presented it to Hanwoo based on a fragment of a lost civilization. "I've created this special divine weapon. I have a feeling it suits you." Chairwen, intrigued, took the object and examined it closely. Suddenly, he roared, "Tony, I thought we were friends. You're treating me like a fat pig ripe for the slaughter. This useless orb has no power whatsoever. You think I wouldn't know?" Tony, defending his creation, pleaded for patience. "Hear me out. This divine weapon is called Gluttonous Wolf. It comes from a lost civilization that specialized in plundering divine weapons. As you know, divine weapons are bound to their owners. Until the owner dies, others cannot use their divine weapons. The ruler of that civilization found it unbearable that these valuable artifacts could only be treated as scrap metal. He tasked his finest craftsmen to find a solution. After generations of research, they created the Gluttonous Wolf. It can devour other divine weapons and inherit their power. However, he added dramatically, the Gluttonous Wolf was too powerful, incurring the wrath of dozens of other civilizations. In the end, the civilization that created it was wiped out by a coalition of their enemies. Tony then presented the Gluttonous Wolf to Hanwoo again. "Our shop is having a grand sale. This lost civilization's divine weapon can be yours for the low price of 1 billion divine power. Don't miss out on this amazing deal." Hanwoo found the price suspiciously low. If this weapon could truly destroy an entire civilization, how could it only be worth 1 billion divine power? He wondered if this was some kind of scam. Tony, sensing Hanwoo's hesitation, decided to be upfront about the weapon's flaws. "To be honest, this Gluttonous Wolf is only a fragment of the original. It can still devour divine weapons, but its growth rate is 10 times slower. Furthermore, it can only inherit some passive effects and not the accompanying divine arts." Chairwen scoffed, "So it's still useless." Tony slammed his fist on the table. "Old chair, you can insult me, but don't you dare insult my masterpiece." This Gluttonous Wolf, Hanwoo, however, was very interested. He imagined using the Gluttonous Wolf to devour powerful enemy weapons that couldn't be easily destroyed, effectively weakening his opponents. After considering all the angles, he decided to play on Tony's pride. "Teacher Chair, you've misunderstood my intentions. I truly admire Master Tony's craftsmanship. To recreate the Gluttonous Wolf from just a fragment. This alone is worth all the divine power I have. I would gladly spend everything to support such dedication." He sighed dramatically. "Unfortunately, I'm just a poor student. I only have 400 million divine power left. I wonder if Master Tony would be willing to part with his beloved creation for such a paltry sum." Tony, flattered by the praise, practically drooled at the thought of the sale. He tried to maintain a facade of humility. "You truly think so highly of my work?" Hanwoo, with a sincere expression, replied, "Of course, it's the truth." Tony, unable to resist any longer, agreed. "All right, 400 million it is. A true friend is worth more than 1,000 gold. The Gluttonous Wolf is yours." Back at home, Hanwoo sat cross-legged on the floor, ready to bind himself to his newly acquired treasures. He pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the ancient gourd. To his surprise, the blood didn't bead up, but instead spread across the surface as if it were alive. A moment later, the exploring eye activated, shooting a beam of golden light into the air. Next, he focused on the ancient gourd. It accepted his blood, emitting a green gas that solidified into the shape of a frog. "Time to start refinement," he exclaimed excitedly. However, when he turned to the Gluttonous Wolf, he was puzzled. "Why isn't it reacting?" he wondered aloud. But just as the words left his mouth, Hanwoo's Gluttonous Wolf began to glow. The round object transformed, taking the shape of a four-legged creature. Hanwoo stared in surprise. This Gluttonous Wolf. It looks exactly like a husky." As if to confirm his thoughts, the Gluttonous Wolf barked impatiently. "I want to eat divine weapons," it seemed to say. Hanwoo, understanding its intent, rubbed his chin. This little guy has already been influenced by the law of gluttony. But little buddy, I'm so broke right now, I could barely afford dirt for dinner. Where am I supposed to find you a divine weapon? Despite his predicament, he couldn't bear to see it starve. With a sigh, he reluctantly pulled out a pink spirit stone and tossed it towards the gluttonous Wolf. The gluttonous Wolf, eyes gleaming, immediately turned to face the treat. Like any dog worth, it chased after the flying stone, leaping gracefully into the air to catch it in its mouth. Satisfied, it settled down to enjoy its meal. Meanwhile, Hanwoo wondered what his other nobles were up to. He activated his observation skill to check on them. The locusts, as usual, were diligently munching on grass. The red goblins were busy mining in the distance, while the bull demons were huddled together, discussing some construction plans. They've all come so far, Hanwoo thought proudly. Meanwhile, Steel-Edged Sword Saint was deep in meditation, honing his skills, and the skeletons were happily gnawing on colourful stones they had dug up. After surveying his domain, Hanwoo rubbed his chin. With the sacred objects obtained from the own tribe, I've finally managed to repair and upgrade the law of gluttony to level 3. And its effects are truly incredible. Now, simply by eating, my nobles can easily evolve into elite life forms. With further upgrades, even ordinary life forms could become superhumans. This means with enough food, my entire locust army could become superhumans. His eyes lit up with excitement. I'll have tens of billions of superhuman locusts under my command. The possibilities are endless. A week later, Hanwoo's locust army had multiplied exponentially. The sky was now perpetually dark with their swarms. He knew it was time for another round of life sacrifices. He raised his hand. 13 billion locusts, I offer thee as sacrifice. As if summoned by a vortex, the locusts were sucked into his outstretched hand. Moments later, the post-sacrifice reward list materialized before him. These are the rewards for sacrificing 13 billion lives, he thought incredulously. It's even better than before. Reward options. 1 10-Tusk Hunters Night Demon Tribe, superhuman life forms. To 3-star Divine Weapon, Splitting Steel Axe. Function 1, Divine Weapon, Sacred Object Duality, can be used as a level 3 sacred object, granting nobles the ability to summon steel blades as weapons. Function 2, increases damage against beasts by 15%. Function 3, accompanied by the Divine Art, Tyrant's Body. 3, level to sacred object, Petrification Stone. Upon absorption by the Divine Realm Core, there is a chance that the Divine Realm's nobles will undergo petrification, gaining a humanoid form. Applicable only to non-humanoid and non-demonic races. Hanwoo was particularly interested in the third option. A humanoid form? That's crazy. I have to see this. He immediately selected the Petrification Stone. A glowing orb appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he crushed it. A strange light erupted from the shattered fragments, enveloping the swarming locusts. To Hanwoo's astonishment, their forms began to shift, becoming larger and more humanoid. New noble. Name: Mantis Men. Rank: superhuman life form. Racial talent: flight, low intelligence, humanoid body, faith level, fanatical believer, over 50,000 faith points per day. Reproductive ability: 5 births per cycle, producing high-quality offspring. Lifespan: 10 years. Special ability: Venom Spit, summon Elven Shortbow. Amazing! Such high faith points, divinity points, come to me, he thought gleefully. Just then, his phone rang. It was Teacher Chairwan. Hanwoo, the Western Capital Academy has announced a retest for you. Their admissions teacher will be at your school tomorrow to assess you. Be prepared. Hanwoo, trying to contain his excitement, replied calmly, okay. The next day at school, Susan approached Hanwoo and slung an arm around his shoulders. How's your divine realm coming along? If you're short on resources, let me know. I might be able to help you get your hands on some rare ones you can't find online. After all, my family has quite a few demigods. We have our ways. Hanwoo decided to test. Can your family get their hands on Divine Realm core fragments? I need one to upgrade from level 7 to level 10. Susan's face turned serious. We might be able to find one, but it'll be expensive. Even with our connection, it wouldn't be cheap. I'm guessing around 400 million divine power, Hanwoo sighed internally. As expected, poverty is the greatest obstacle to my growth. Su-sun, misinterpreting his silence, offered an alternative. However, my family did say that if you're willing to sell us 1,000 superhuman skeleton knights, they'd be willing to waive the cost of the divine realm core fragment. Han Wu's ears perked up. Superhuman skeleton knights, you say, deal. Su-sun was surprised by how quickly Hanwoo agreed. I should have asked for superhuman skeleton controllers instead, he thought regretfully. Just then, Teacher Chair Wen entered the classroom. Hanwoo, the Western Capital Academy's admissions teacher is here. He's waiting for you in the faculty room. Hanwoo entered the room and was surprised to see the bald teacher who had previously failed him. How did he get here? He wondered. The teacher was just as surprised. How did you get here? He thought incredulously. There's no way this kid passed the general admissions test. Did he get in through some backdoor deal? But even then, the Western Capital Academy's retest is far more difficult than the high school exams. Plus, to prevent cheating, only core nobles can participate. And what's his core noble? Locust, the lowest of the low. After a moment of silently judging Hanwoo, he said, Student Hanwoo, I will be administering your retest on behalf of the Western Capital Academy. Do you have any questions? Hanwoo shook his head. This test requires you to enter a virtual world simulating a border town of a major civilization called Dragon City. This civilization has a complex system of classes and professions. Upon entering the simulation, you and your core noble will be identified as hostile entities. Your objective is to survive and successfully eliminate at least one of Dragon City's guardian heroes. How many troops and heroes are there in Dragon City? Hanwoo inquired. Although it's a border town, Dragon City has a population of tens of millions. Over 10% of its residents have combat professions. As for heroes, there are 5 in total. You'll have to discover any further information yourself. You have 1 day to prepare. Hanwoo immediately went to Teacher Chair Wen. Teacher, I want to use my accumulated class points to exchange for 3 level 1 sacred objects. Of course, choose whichever ones you need, and good luck. Back in his divine realm, Hanwoo approached his core with a spirit stone. Divine realm core has absorbed the spirit stone and leveled up to level 10. Space has been expanded. He then proceeded to absorb the 3 sacred objects. Level 1 sacred object, toxic gland. Upon absorption by the divine realm core, there is a chance that nobles will develop poisonous attributes and venomous glands. Level 1 sacred object, earth essence. Upon absorption by the divine realm core, there is a chance that nobles will gain earth attributes and increase defense. Level 1 sacred object, elven shortbow. This dual-purpose item functions as both a sacred object and a divine power weapon. Upon absorption by the divine realm core, there is a chance that nobles will gain the ability to summon elven shortbows. The divine being also gains the ability to summon a physical elven shortbow. 3 brilliant beams of light shot up from the core, illuminating the entire divine realm. Most of my mantis men now possess venomous glands. Half of my locusts have increased defense, and nearly all of them can fight with elven shortbows. I think I'm ready. The next day, Hanwoo stood before the bald teacher, who presented him with a glowing orb. Once you touch it, you and your core noble will be transported to the outskirts of Dragon City, the teacher instructed. Hanwoo placed his hand on the orb. It pulsed with golden light, and in an instant, he found himself surrounded by his mantis men in a lush forest, the city walls of Dragon City visible in the distance. A series of system notifications flooded his mind. Intruder detected. Please leave this dimension immediately or be marked as a hostile entity and eliminated. Intruder refuses to leave, marking as hostile. Calculating threat level, designation, Locust King, threat level, high, engaging hostile entity. A status screen appeared before Hanwoo. Title, Locust King, level, 80-60 max noble level plus 20 divinity level. Class, none, talent, chosen 1 unique. Equipment, Ancient Gourd 2-star Divine Weapon, Exploring I Know Star Divine Weapon, Gluttonous Wolf Special Divine Weapon. Skills, Accelerated Growth, Life Sacrifice, Summon Elven Shortbow, Locust King. Interesting. He then checked the status of his newly evolved Mantis Men race. Mantis Men Exploding Venom Variant. Level 60 Class. None. Equipment none. Talent natural, brutal, voracious, flight, low intelligence, humanoid body skills, venom spit, summon Elven Shortbow. Level 60. What does that even mean? He was still trying to wrap his head around it when a Mantis Man flew up to him. Divine Being, we are under attack. Hanwoo immediately jumped onto the back of a nearby Mantis Man. Lead the way. Let's see what we're dealing with. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a group of adventurers were fighting their way through a swarm of Han-Wu's locusts. Thon, there are too many. We can't hold them off forever. We need to retreat. Thon, a second transfer Dragon Blood warrior, surveyed the situation. The sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. However, before he could issue the order to retreat, his companion, a second transfer Power Fist, excitedly punched an exploding venom locust, shouting, "Don't be such a dana. The more enemies, the bigger our reward. Once we have enough money, we can finally afford our second transfer upgrades." As if to emphasize his point, the locust exploded, showering the group with valuable spirit stones. A small, water nymph-like creature scooped up the stones and presented them to a young woman. "Thank you, Aqua," the young woman said gratefully. She was a first transfer water healer. Meanwhile, a young girl bombarded the swarm with fireballs from her staff. "Foolish locusts, you are no match for me," she shouted. "No matter how many of you there are, I'll burn you all." "Lily, be careful," Thon warned. "Support each other. Don't get separated." High above them, Hanwoo observed the battle, a smirk growing on his face. He summoned his exploring eye to gather information on his opponents. Name, Thon, level 37, class, second transfer Dragon Blood warrior. Equipment, Steel Cleaver Divine Power Weapon, Protective Armor Divine Power Weapon. Talent, Sword Intent, Dragon Blood, Skills, Cleave, Shattering Strike, Dragon Force. He noticed that all four adventurers wore matching badges. Thon's badge was silver, while the other three were bronze. "So he's the leader," Hanwoo muttered to himself. Down below, Thon was starting to panic. "There are too many. We can't kill them all. We need to retreat." Hanwoo, sensing their fear, decided to test their strength. "Go, see what they're made of." A nearby Mantis Man swooped down, landing in front of the retreating adventurers. "You're not going anywhere," it screeched. Thon paled. "That's a third transfer monster. Run!" Thon, panicking, turned back to his companions. "Split up and run. I'll hold it off as long as I can." He then turned back to face the approaching Mantis Man, gathering his strength for a final, desperate attack. Dragon Force, Cleave. He poured everything he had into the blow, but it only left a small scratch on the Mantis Man's exoskeleton. Thon stared in disbelief, his heart sinking. It's too strong. I don't stand a chance." Before he could react, the Mantis Man delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him flying. The Mantis Man then turned its attention to the remaining adventurers, who were frozen in terror. "Don't run," it roared, chasing after them. They scattered, running for their lives, but it was no use. The Mantis Man was too fast. It quickly caught up to them, binding them with its powerful limbs before tossing them aside like rag dolls. Hanwoo, who had been observing the fight from afar, leisurely made his way over to the captured adventurers. In their eyes, he was a terrifying monster. "Don't come any closer, you ugly beast." The Power Fist shouted defiantly, "Get away from us." Hanwoo stopped, feigning offense. "Ugly, you say? For your information, I happen to be quite handsome." He folded his arms, striking a pose. "Now then, if you want to leave this place alive, answer my questions truthfully in your eyes. What do I look like?" "Like I'd ever answer the question of a monster like you," the Power Fist spat. Before Hanwoo could react, the Mantis Man standing behind him punched the boy in the gut, knocking him unconscious. Hanwoo, startled, jumped back. "What do you think you're doing?" "I was just trying to scare him. There was no need for violence." The Fire Mage and Water Healer, witnessing this scene, huddled together, sobbing uncontrollably. Hanwoo, annoyed by the noise, cast Silence Curse. Thon, enraged, struggled against his restraints. "What do you want from us?" Hanwoo leaned in close, his expression menacing. I asked you a question, in your eyes. What do I look like? Thon, terrified, stammered, large round eyes, long antennae. Han Wu's mind raced. Large round eyes, long antennae, sounds like a giant locust. That's it. This must be some kind of twisted image the native will is projecting to scare off invaders like me. He decided to have some fun. Very good. Now, answer a few more questions. 3 hours later. Hanwoo untied Thon. That's all I needed to know. You're free to go. Thon, still shaken but relieved to be alive, didn't question his sudden change of heart. He needed to report this incident to the Adventurers Guild immediately. He turned and fled, putting as much distance between himself and the terrifying monster as possible. Little did he know, Hanwoo was following him from above. Perched on the back of a mantis man in the distance, a walled city came into view. That must be it, Hanwoo said to himself. Sorry, Thon, but I can't risk exposing myself just yet. But don't worry, once I serve my purpose, you won't be harmed much. He then ordered a Shadow Curse Locust to fire a shadow spike at Thon, effectively planting a tracking device on the unsuspecting adventurer. All right, everyone, take a break for now. We have a lot of work to do. After absorbing Thon's memories, Hanwoo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, the Dragon City Adventurers Guild has millions of members. Attacking them head-on with my current strength would be suicide. Even with the power of a third transfer, I wouldn't last long. I need a way to increase my power, at least to the level of a level 63rd transfer. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the group of goblins approaching until it was too late. The goblins, however, were overjoyed to see him to them. He was a god. They immediately prostrated themselves before him. Hanwoo, sizing them up, noticed something interesting. Most of these goblins are weak, but their leader, he's level 62, a third transfer. But why does he have a class? He approached the goblin leader, his curiosity piqued. Answer me truthfully, where did you get your class? The goblin leader bowed low. We have consumed many class fragments left behind by fallen adventurers. That is how we obtained our classes. Great one. Han Wu's eyes widened. So that's how it works. By consuming class fragments, my followers can gain classes too. He immediately summoned his followers, my locusts. I have a new task for you. Closely observe the movements of those adventurers. Gather as many class fragments as you can. 3 days later, Hanwoo stared at the mountain of class fragments piled before him. Time to test this out. He began to absorb the fragments. A list of available classes materialized before him. Mage, warrior, fist fighter, marksman. I need a ranged attacker, he thought. This is perfect for my elite mantis man. He selected marksman, and a new status screen appeared. Race, mantis man exploding venom variant. Level, 60 max 65, requires magic cores to level up. Class, marksman. Equipment, none. Talent, natural, brutal, voracious, flight, low intelligence, humanoid body, sharpshooter. Skills, venom spit, summon elven shortbow, focused shot. It worked. If I can get my hands on a second transfer class fragment, I can upgrade him even further. Then, taking down a hero will be child's play. He was celebrating his success when a locust flew up to him. Divine being, we have found a cave. There is a powerful aura emanating from within. We dare not approach. Take me there soon. Hanwoo stood before a dark, foreboding cave. He could feel a powerful energy emanating from within, tinged with a faint trace of divinity. This place, it feels familiar somehow, worth investigating. He cautiously entered the cave, his two mantis man bodyguards close behind. The cave opened into a massive cavern. In the center, chained to the ground, lay a gigantic dragon, sound asleep. He smiled. Back when I was studying, my teacher mentioned that some extraterrestrial civilizations would seal away enemies they couldn't easily kill. It seems this black dragon in front of me is a pitiful creature sealed here by some powerful being. He then activated his goblin scouting eye. Soon, a panel with information appeared. Name, Black Dragon Elise, level, 103 sealed. Original level, 149. Profession, rebel race, special. Equipment, unknown. Divinity, unknown. Talent, dragon bloodline unknown. Skills, dark magic, earth breath unknown. Black Dragon Elise, who was sleeping, suddenly opened its eyes wide and stared at Hanwoo. The two goblin grasshoppers with him felt their eyes spinning, as if hypnotized by the dragon's gaze. They started walking towards the dragon involuntarily. Hanwoo panicked. Goblin grasshoppers, stop right there. Hearing his voice, the goblin grasshoppers snapped out of their trance, their faces full of confusion and fear. Furious that its meal had been interrupted, the dragon roared, "You dare to interrupt the meal of Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel. I will devour your soul and swallow your body whole." It opened its massive maw and gathered a large purple energy sphere in front of it. Sensing danger, Hanwoo quickly retreated and shouted to his goblin grasshoppers, "It's not good, retreat." A moment later, a massive explosion erupted where Hanwoo had been standing, sending smoke and debris flying everywhere. 5 minutes later, Hanwoo, now at a safe distance, asked, "Are you done?" The dragon, thinking Hanwoo was toying with it, gathered another energy sphere and roared furiously, "You insignificant insect! You dare to mock Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel! I will never forgive you." Seeing the dragon preparing to attack again, Hanwoo hurriedly retreated further. "Oh no, not again! Retreat, retreat!" 10 minutes later, the dragon finally started to tire, panting heavily. Seeing that, Hanwoo cautiously approached the dragon and said in a conciliatory tone, "I'm not here to provoke you, on the contrary, I'm here to help you." The dragon, still panting, replied, "Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel has seen through your treacherous schemes. Leave before I get angry, or I will swallow you whole." But Hanwoo knew the dragon was just putting on a show. He pulled out a bow from behind him and started drawing the string. "You're trapped here. How can you possibly swallow me? You're asking for a beating." With that, he released the arrow, which shot towards the dragon with a whoosh. However, the arrow bounced off the dragon's barrier harmlessly. The dragon sneered, "You pathetic insect. The defenses of Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel are impenetrable. You can't even scratch me." Seeing that the bow was ineffective, Hanwoo switched to his sword and charged at the dragon. "If that's the case, then try this." He unleashed a powerful sword beam at the dragon. However, just like before, it had no effect on the barrier. "This thing is too tough. I have to inflict at least some damage or it won't take me seriously." Having no other choice, Hanwoo poured 10,000 divine power points into his sword, then leapt towards the dragon and unleashed a series of powerful sword strikes. This time, the dragon roared in pain as it finally sustained injuries. Blood splattered from the wounds left by Hanwoo's relentless assault. Despite being heavily wounded, the dragon remained defiant. "You damn lizard, how dare you injure Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel?" Before it could finish, Hanwoo pulled out another weapon and shoved it in the dragon's face menacingly. "I have plenty more weapons. If you keep talking, you might actually die." Realizing that it was unwise to provoke the crazy creature in front of it any further, the dragon calmed down and asked, "What do you want?" Seeing that the dragon was finally willing to listen, Hanwoo smiled and said, "I want to kill a hero of Dolong City, but I'm not strong enough to face a hero yet, so I need your help." Upon hearing Hanwoo's wish, the dragon replied, "Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel has been sealed here for over 100 years and still cannot escape. How can I possibly help you? The chains binding me are a divine artifact specially crafted by the Adventurers Guild to seal me. Even my dark powers can't corrode them in the slightest, let alone your paltry weapons." Hanwoo thought he misheard. "Did you just say that the chains are a divine artifact?" The dragon blinked innocently. "Yes, Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel never lies. What's the point?" Hearing the dragon's confirmation, Hanwoo immediately pulled out Gluttonous Wolf and said confidently, "In that case, I have a way." After saying that, Hanwoo cheerfully brought Gluttonous Wolf closer to the chain and gently said, "Little Wolf, eat freely." Don't be shy. As soon as the words left his mouth, the chain suddenly emitted a red light, as if being burned by something. Soon after, the chain snapped in two. The dragon, witnessing this scene, widened its eyes in astonishment, as if it saw the path to freedom wide open. It roared urgently, "Quickly, help me break the other chains. This Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel command you." Hanwoo's face turned extremely unpleasant at the dragon's commanding tone. "What did you just say?" Thinking that Hanwoo didn't hear clearly, The dragon immediately repeated, "Quickly unkind me." This is a command from Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel. Realizing that the dragon didn't understand the hidden meaning of his words, Hanwoo rolled his eyes and said, "Black Dragon Elise, I helped you remove a divine artifact chain, which shows my sincerity, but what have you done for me? Yet you dare to command me. Do you even have the right?" The dragon replied casually, "You want Black Dragon Elise the Great to help you. It's not like you want to kill a hero or anything. Fine, I agree." It raised its two front legs towards Hanwoo now, "Quickly unkind me," but things weren't that easy. Hanwoo stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then smiled and said, "I've changed my mind. I want you to serve me for 100 years as payment for saving you." Being forced to serve a small and weak human for 100 years infuriated the dragon. It widened its eyes and yelled, "You despicable, lowly creature, you're dreaming. I am Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel." Seeing that the dragon didn't heed his words, Hanwoo frowned and threatened, "I can save you, and of course, I can also kill you. If you refuse to meet my demands, I can only turn you into a stepping stone for me to increase my power. I heard that the entire body of a dragon is a treasure. I wonder how many good weapons your bones can provide me." Seeing Hanwoo's serious expression and cold words, the dragon felt a chill down its spine, and cold sweat unconsciously dripped down. Having no other choice, the dragon softened its tone and negotiated, "Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel is willing to serve you for 100 years. Please quickly unkind me. I'm tired of being bound by these chains. I don't want them on me for another second." Seeing the dragon's remorse, Hanwoo smiled. "Don't be so hasty." He then used the system to open a contract and said, "Sign this contract first." Seeing the contract floating before him, the dragon became extremely displeased. "Are you trying to enslave me? Don't even dream about it. Our dragon race will never be slaves to any other species. Have you heard clearly? Never." But Hanwoo didn't care. He took out a spirit stone and presented it to the dragon. "I can sense that you're very weak. After you sign the contract, this shadow crystal will be a snack for you." Having been starved for so long, the dragon's stomach rumbled when it saw the delicious food in front of it, as if to say, "I want to eat. I want to eat." Black Dragon couldn't resist but stare at the dazzling light of the shadow crystal. But in the end, food still triumphed. It placed its paw on the contract, completing the signing process. After the contract was successfully signed, Hanwoo summoned Gluttonous Wolf. "Little Wolf, eat all these chains. You can eat freely." The wolf's eyes lit up as it dashed towards the delicious meal before it. The chains were quickly devoured by Gluttonous Wolf. Soon, a terrifying beam of light erupted from the cave, soaring straight into the sky, piercing through the layers of clouds. The rocks and debris in its path were flung far away, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. At the same time, a roar echoed throughout the land. "Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel, I am finally free." The scene shifted to the Adventurers Guild building in Dolong City. The building was grand and exuded an air of valor. Inside, a group of people gathered to discuss the matter. A man in a black coat spoke up first. "That black dragon has just escaped its seal. It must still be in a weakened state. The 5 of us should join forces to eliminate it." This man was the hero, Extreme Martial Saint. Hearing his words, the Holy Maiden, another hero, spoke. "Black Dragon will definitely find a secret place to hide and recover its strength after escaping its seal. The area outside the city is vast. If we want to find it, we need the help of all the adventurers in Dolong City." A man in white added, "The dark energy emanating from Black Dragon will strengthen many monsters." This was the hero, Icefire Swordsman. He pushed his hat up with a confident smile. "We have to take the initiative before the monsters start running rampant." The hero, Gale Wanderer, scoffed. "It's just a black dragon that has just escaped its seal. Is it worth it for everyone to be so tense? Am I right, Dragon Slayer?" Dragon Slayer frowned, looking disdainful. "It's just a dragon. There's no need to panic. I once single-handedly killed a wine-type green dragon. Although it was a bit difficult to deal with, it wasn't enough to disrupt the formation of all the adventurers in our Dolong City." However, Extreme Martial Saint didn't share Dragon Slayer's opinion. "But this black dragon is different. According to the records, it is a rebel of the dragon race. so we absolutely cannot underestimate it. Seeing his abilities being questioned, Dragon Slayer clenched his teeth and glared at Extreme Martial Saint. Are you doubting my strength? I am a fourth transformation Dragon Slayer. My destiny is to slay dragons, do you even know that? Extreme Martial Saint was slightly apprehensive seeing Dragon Slayer's expression. Feeling that the others were too troublesome, Dragon Slayer suggested, leave the black dragon that escaped to me. You guys just focus on protecting Dolong City. Hearing the plan, Gale Wanderer smiled and raised his hand in agreement. Dragon Slayer, I support you. After the discussion, Dragon Slayer immediately left. Gale Wanderer hurriedly followed. I'll go with you. At that moment, the monsters in the surrounding area sensed Black Dragon's release and swarmed towards it, bowing their heads in submission to its overwhelming power. Black Dragon Elise stood on a high rock, looking down at the tiny creatures below and roaring loudly, displaying its immense might. Hanwoo, seeing that the monsters in the area had almost all gathered, raised his hands and began to preach. Do you still want to continue living under the slaughter of adventurers? Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel calls for the unification of all monsters. Form the Monster Alliance, confront the Adventurers Guild head-on. Make hunting adventurers the ideal of the Alliance. The monsters were taken aback by Han Wu's words and looked up in astonishment. Hunt adventurers, but can we even do that with our current strength? It's impossible. As the monsters voiced their concerns, Hanwoo thought to himself, the strength of my goblin race is limited after all. If we want to win for sure, we have to use these guys as bait to lure the enemy. He took out a glowing spirit stone and said, I can help you increase your strength. The Monster Alliance uses energy crystals as rewards. All monster races can exchange energy crystals with me for equipment and job fragments obtained from killing adventurers. A few days later, Black Dragon Elise was using its own blood to give Hanwoo a bath, while shamelessly trying to bargain with him. My dragon blood can help you break through to the third transformation. I'm feeling dizzy from blood loss, so 500 shadow crystals isn't too much to ask, right? Hanwoo, finding the smell of dragon blood a bit pungent, pinched his nose and turned his head away. Stop pretending to be weak, 500 shadow crystals. You think that's cheap, remember, you're paying me back, got it? Soon, the system announced, ding, your second transformation profession has been upgraded to third transformation. Black Dragon Warrior, you have obtained the Black Dragon Blood talent. Black Dragon Blood increases physical strength by 50%, resistance to all elements by 50%, greatly enhances strength, and provides compatibility with the darkness element. Active skill, Black Dragon Transformation. Upon hearing the notification, Hanwoo stood up and activated Black Dragon Transformation. A mystical pinkish-purple light enveloped his body, a pair of wings sprouted from his back, followed by a pair of colossal horns on his head. His nails grew long and turned pitch black. Finally, a dragon's tail emerged. Name, Demon King, level 125, Goblin Race level 85, Divine Beast level 20, Profession level 20. Profession, third transformation Black Dragon Warrior. Talent, Heaven's Chosen, Darkness Affinity, Black Dragon Blood. Equipment, Ancient Lake Divine Artifact 2-star, Gluttonous Vault Divine Artifact 1-star, Scouting Eye Divine Artifact 0-star. Skills, Accelerated Growth, Life Sacrifice, Summon Goblin Archer, Mighty Cleave, Dark Slash, Dragon Slash, Black Dragon Transformation. After the transformation, Hanwoo felt his current strength and was quite astonished. I didn't expect to become so much stronger. While he was deep in thought, Black Dragon Elise suddenly looked up and let out a deafening roar. Noticing the dragon's strange behavior, Hanwoo turned around and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Before the dragon could answer, Hanwoo sensed a formidable aura approaching from behind him. He quickly turned around with a cold expression. In the blink of an eye, the two streaks of light landed on the ground. They were none other than Gale Wanderer and Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer looked at Black Dragon Elise with a delighted smile. As expected of a pure-blooded black dragon, by slaying you, my Dragon Slayer profession will surely advance to the next level. He then glanced back and said, block off the surroundings. Don't let any other monsters interfere while I'm working. "Don't worry, Dragon Slayer," Gale Wanderer said with a grin. "I won't let any monster disturb you." After accepting the order, Gale Wanderer stood up and used his storm barrier, creating a transparent barrier around the mountain, preventing any other monsters from approaching. "Demon King, level 125, Gale Wanderer exclaimed in surprise. To think there's such a powerful monster outside Dolong City, he put on a confident expression. "But I won't let you interfere with Dragon Slayer's battle." Hanwoo, seeing the two heroes come to him, thought, "I was originally planning to practice my skills until they were perfect before going to Dolong City to kill a hero. I didn't expect them to deliver themselves to my doorstep." He then used his scouting eye to check his enemy's information. Name, Gale Smith. Level, 131. Profession, 4th Transformation Gale Wanderer. Equipment, Wind God Divine Artifact 1 star, Green Forest Divine Bow 1 star. Talent, Agile, Wind Affinity, Light Body, Storm Embodiment. Skills, Hero's Aura, Storm Barrier, Sneak Attack, Wind Blade, Severing Wind. Gale Smith then used his weapon transformation skill to change his bow into a dagger. Having obtained his opponent's information, Hanwoo took out two swords, threw them straight at his enemy, and shouted, "Take this." However, Gale Smith was no ordinary opponent. He easily jumped into the air to dodge the swords. He then used his skills to appear behind Hanwoo. Hanwoo couldn't dodge in time due to Gale Smith's speed and was hit, crying out in pain. But as he turned around, Gale Smith appeared in front of him again and launched another attack. Realizing that he couldn't continue like this, Hanwoo immediately ordered his goblins, goblin grasshoppers, "Break that barrier for me." Back to Dragon Slayer, he knelt on one knee and used his hero's aura, Dragon Slayer Domain, to summon a group of dragon souls behind him. The summoned dragons roared loudly, displaying their might. They then charged towards Black Dragon Elise, unleashing a barrage of attacks, from breathing fire to ice. Although Black Dragon Elise was large, it was agile enough to dodge all the attacks. However, at that moment, it felt a strong killing intent behind it. It glanced back in shock, only to see Dragon Slayer with a massive sword, ready to deliver a full-powered blow. Without further ado, Dragon Slayer effortlessly landed a blow on Black Dragon Elise, causing it to roar in excruciating pain. The dragon crashed back to the ground with a resounding thud. Dragon Slayer, pleased with himself, boasted, "That took no effort at all." He then stomped on the dragon's head, as if to emphasize his victory. "Dragon Souls," he commanded, "take this black dragon back to Dolong City." He then turned to Gale Wanderer. "Do you need any help?" "No need," Gale Wanderer replied confidently. "I can handle this myself." "You go ahead, Dragon Slayer. I'll catch up soon." As he spoke, Gale Wanderer used his abilities to open a small passage in the barrier. Dragon Slayer nodded and, without another word, departed with his dragon souls. Seeing the situation escalating, Hanwoo shouted, "Goblin grasshoppers, break through that storm barrier at all costs." Receiving the order, the goblin grasshoppers charged at the barrier relentlessly, trying to break through. Soon, cracks began to appear on the barrier's surface. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the barrier shattered. Gale Wanderer was shocked. The barrier is broken. Despite this setback, he remained confident, "I'll just keep cutting them down." However, no matter how many goblin grasshoppers he killed, their numbers didn't seem to decrease. His face contorted in frustration as he realized the gravity of the situation. "At this rate, I'll be exhausted. I have to get out of here." He turned to flee, slashing at the goblin grasshoppers as he ran. "Die! Die! All of you must die!" But the sheer number of goblin grasshoppers was overwhelming. They swarmed him, leaving him with no room to fight back. He could only scream as the goblin grasshoppers covered his body completely. Silence fell. Gale Wanderer's hand went limp, dropping his weapon. Moments later, his body, reduced to a withered husk, fell to the cold ground. The goblin grasshoppers, having picked his bones clean, dispersed. As Hanwoo completed his mission, Bald Teacher contacted him. "Student Hanwoo, congratulations on completing your mission. I will now open a portal to bring you back." However, Hanwoo wasn't happy. "Wait, I can't go back yet." "What?" Bald Teacher asked in surprise. Don't tell me you want to rescue that captured black dragon. Yes, I have to save it, Hanwoo declared resolutely. It's my contracted partner, bald teacher sighed. Student Hanwoo, you need to think this through carefully. If you go to rescue that black dragon, you'll be facing not just one Gale Wanderer, but for heroes stronger than him, plus millions of professional adventurers and tens of millions of civilians who can become armed soldiers at any moment. Even a demigod would have a high chance of failure against such a force, let alone a fledgling divine beast like you, Hanwoo replied confidently. I know. That's why I'm formally requesting permission to release all my goblin races in the divine realm to fight alongside me. In exchange, I volunteer to increase the difficulty of the mission, to conquer the entire Dolong City. Bald teacher was taken aback. You want to challenge the entire Dolong City? You're certainly bold. Very well, I grant your request. But let me give you one piece of advice. You're risking your life here. Don't throw it away. As soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation portal opened, and all of Hanwoo's goblin races were transported before him. Leading the charge was the Swordmaster Goblin, a level 140 hero rank monster. Next came the Red Goblin Goblin, a level 113 hero rank monster wielding a massive mace. Then came the Minotaur Goblin, a level 135 hero rank monster with incredible strength. Finally, there was the Skeleton Army, consisting of the Skeleton Lord, a level 130 to sealed defective Lord rank monster, the Skeleton Controller, a level 75 hero rank monster, and the Skeleton Reviver, a level 86 hero rank monster. Looking at his assembled goblin army, Hanwoo stroked his chin and analyzed the situation. There are too many adventurers in Dolong City. My goblin race is strong, but our numbers are too small. We need help to hold back those low-level adventurers. It seems the Monster Alliance should come in handy. After a moment of contemplation, he issued his orders. Goblin Grasshoppers, send word to all members of the Monster Alliance. The Goblin Grasshoppers immediately set off. Swordmaster Goblin, Minotaur Goblin, follow me to the forest. The scene shifted to a forest where a wolfman was busy instigating a group of goblins. That black dragon has been defeated. What's the point of the Monster Alliance existing anymore? Are we just going to wait here and let the adventurers wipe us out? The wolfman laughed mockingly. That little goblin grasshopper servant of the black dragon even came to us, asking for help to raid the city and rescue that dragon. I say we kill him and take his energy crystals for ourselves. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his body, falling to the ground with a thud. The goblins gasped in horror, trembling in fear. Hanwoo stood before them, his eyes filled with disdain. You spineless insects. Not only do you lack loyalty, but you even dare to betray your allies. His anger flared. You're truly courting death. One foolish goblin, still unaware of the danger he was in, pointed a finger at Hanwoo and shouted, We were loyal to Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel. Who are you to order us around? Before he could finish his sentence, Hanwoo raised a hand and unleashed a bolt of purple energy, striking the goblin and sending him crashing to the ground in agony. The other goblins watched in terror. I'm not asking you to attack the city, Hanwoo said coldly. I'm ordering you, do you understand? Disobedience means death. Knowing that Hanwoo was not to be trifled with, the goblins immediately knelt and bowed their heads. We are ready to obey your every command, Master. Satisfied with their submission, Hanwoo turned and issued his command. All forces, listen up. Our target is Dolong City. Move out. The goblin army roared and followed their leader without hesitation. Meanwhile, inside Dolong City, Black Dragon Elise was bound by iron chains, displayed in the city square for all to see. After a considerable time had passed, allowing the citizens of Dolong City to gawk at the captured dragon, a man approached Dragon Slayer, who was enjoying a glass of wine. Excuse me, Dragon Slayer, the man said in a low voice. The dragon slaying ceremony in the square is ready. Also, Holy Maiden Rose is asking why Gale Wanderer hasn't returned yet. Dragon Slayer frowned. It's been 12 hours. Could something have happened on his way back? He turned to the man. Tell her he's probably just delayed. I'll personally look for him after the dragon slaying ceremony. Suddenly, a powerful earthquake shook the city, causing Dragon Slayer to spill his wine. He looked around in confusion, wondering what was happening. A large force of monsters is attacking Dolong City. A voice announced, "Adventurers, prepare for battle." The sound of alarm bells and horns echoed through the city. Monsters are attacking. Women and children, take cover in the shelters. All adventurers and able-bodied men, arm yourselves and defend the city. Outside the city walls, a massive horde of monsters approached, led by Hanwoo. There were treants, goblins, giant beasts, and countless other creatures. In the sky above, a swarm of goblin grasshoppers descended upon the city. "Mage, use your magic to shoot down those flying monsters," a soldier shouted to his companion. But before the mage could react, a volley of arrows rained down from the sky, killing the soldier and his comrades. The arrows had been fired by Hanwoo's goblin grasshoppers. The adventurers of Dolong City quickly mobilized and charged out of the city to meet the enemy head-on. However, their attacks seemed to have little effect on the agile goblin grasshoppers. Meanwhile, the goblin army had reached the city gates. A goblin wielding a massive hammer slammed it with all his might. "Skeleton Controller, Skeleton Reviver, move out!" Hanwoo commanded. The two goblins flew towards the front lines. The Skeleton Reviver reached the corpses of fallen soldiers and used his abilities. Within seconds, the dead soldiers of Dolong City rose to their feet as undead warriors. "Attack!" The Skeleton Reviver commanded his undead army. The soldiers, now mindless skeletons, charged towards their former comrades, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. The goblin with the hammer continued to batter the city gates relentlessly. Finally, the gates buckled and gave way. But as the gates opened, Holy Maiden Rose stood before the goblin army, her face resolute. The goblin hesitated, surprised to see only one person standing in his way. Ignoring the goblin, Holy Maiden Rose raised her hands and activated her hero's aura. Rose Wall, thorny vines erupted from the ground, forming a dense barrier that prevented the monsters from entering the city. Just then, Dragon Slayer arrived and unleashed his Dragon Slayer's Flame Slash, creating a massive wall of fire that further blocked the monster's advance. Extreme Martial Saint appeared beside him. "Adventurers, form ranks and prepare to meet the enemy. The battle for Dolong City had begun." Extreme Martial Saint continued issuing commands. "Mages, unleash your magic attacks." The mages gathered, their combined magical power converging into a massive fireball that hovered menacingly in the air. With a deafening roar, the fireball plummeted towards the advancing goblin army, incinerating everything in its path. Goblins were sent flying through the air, their bodies engulfed in flames. Smoke and debris filled the air, obscuring the battlefield. Seeing their chance, Dragon Slayer stood triumphantly before the chained black dragon Elise. "Brave adventurers," he boomed, "repel the invaders. I will execute this dragon to bolster your morale." Hanwoo, realizing his forces couldn't break through the city's defenses, issued a new command, "Skeleton Controller, attack." The Skeleton Controller shot towards the battlefield and began casting its summoning spell. Bones scattered across the ground flew towards each other, merging into a colossal skeleton. The giant skeleton lumbered towards the burning city gate, its empty sockets fixed on the flames. It let out a deafening roar, asserting its dominance. With a mighty heave, it ripped the thorny barrier from the ground, clearing a path for the goblin army. "Black Dragon Elise, I'm here to save you." Hanwoo roared, charging into the city alongside his goblin army. Black Dragon Elise's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Why are you here?" Dragon Slayer scoffed, "Foolish creature, you dare to interfere." Extreme Martial Saint, unable to stand by any longer, charged towards Hanwoo. "You dare wreak havoc in Dolong City, I'll turn you into mincemeat." He threw a punch at Hanwoo, but before it could connect, a Minotaur goblin intercepted the attack, smashing its mace into Extreme Martial Saint's face. "Anyone who insults my god shall die," the Minotaur goblin roared. Seeing Extreme Martial Saint defeated, Holy Maiden Rose joined the fray. "Taste my wrath," she summoned thorny vines from the ground, lashing out at Hanwoo. But before the vines could reach him, a red goblin, riding atop a goblin grasshopper, intercepted the attack, its mace crackling with lightning. "With my thunder mace, Nothing shall pass, Holy Maiden Rose gasped as her attack was effortlessly neutralized. Dragon Slayer gritted his teeth in frustration. Just a few more minutes. A few more minutes and you dare ruin everything. He stomped his foot, summoning his dragon souls. You shall all perish. The dragon souls roared and lunged at Hanwoo, their jaws open wide. But before they could reach him, the colossal skeleton swatted them aside like flies. Go die, it bellowed. Enraged, the dragon souls retaliated, biting and clawing at the giant skeleton. Meanwhile, the skeleton lord, feeling peckish, leapt onto the back of a dragon soul and took a large bite out of its flesh. The dragon soul roared in pain and glared at the skeleton lord. You dare eat my dragon soul. Dragon Slayer roared, enraged. You shall pay with your life. He slashed at the skeleton lord, cleaving it into several pieces. However, within seconds, the bones reassembled, as if nothing had happened. Undeterred, the skeleton lord leapt back onto the dragon soul, taking another bite. Dragon Slayer's eyes bulged in disbelief. What kind of monster are you? Back with Hanwoo, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he summoned Gluttonous Wolf. Puppy, go unlock those chains. Gluttonous Wolf's eyes lit up at the sight of more delicious chains, and it immediately dashed towards Black Dragon Elise. Thank you, Black Dragon Elise said gratefully as Gluttonous Wolf gnawed at its chains. You are a true friend. I will never forget this. Hanwoo seized the opportunity. If you're so grateful, how about serving me for another 100 years as a token of your appreciation? He tossed a handful of crystals towards the dragon. Here, eat these. They'll help you recover. The dragon eagerly devoured the crystals, readily agreeing to Hanwoo's request. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Hanwoo turned to see the red goblin impaled by Holy Maiden Rose's thorny vines. Goblin grasshoppers, assist the thunder mace, Hanwoo ordered. The goblin grasshoppers swarmed towards Holy Maiden Rose. Hanwoo frowned. This isn't working. If we don't escape this situation soon, my entire army will be wiped out. My dear friend, Black Dragon Elise suddenly spoke. Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel has decided to bestow upon you a small gift. A gift. Black Dragon Elise the Great Rebel shall grant you the title of dear friend. From this day forward, you shall be a great rebel, just like me. A surge of pinkish-purple energy erupted from Black Dragon Elise's eyes, enveloping Hanwoo. Strange words echoed in his mind. You have received the title, Great Rebel. You have received the talent, Rebellion. Current effects unknown empowered by the dragon's magic. Hanwoo charged towards Dragon Slayer, his sword drawn. Dragon Slayer, seeing Hanwoo approaching, merely scoffed, as if he were nothing more than an insignificant pest. But as Hanwoo unleashed his Black Dragon transformation, enhanced by Dark Slash and Dragon Slash, Dragon Slayer's confidence wavered. He barely managed to block the attack, his face contorted in effort. Blood trickled from his lips. How can you be so strong? He gasped. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a shadowy figure descended upon him. The skeleton lord, with a bone-chilling grin, plunged its bony claws into Dragon Slayer's back. Dragon Slayer's eyes widened in shock as he realized his fatal mistake. He had let his guard down. The skeleton lord, after successfully backstabbing Dragon Slayer, raised its hand and cast Summon Bone Knight. From Dragon Slayer's body emerged a grotesque, mutated hero-rank monster, the Bloodbone Skeleton. Meanwhile, Hanwoo delivered a swift kick to Holy Maiden Rose's face, sending her crashing to the ground. The impact left cracks on the floor. Despite the pain, Holy Maiden Rose slowly rose to her feet, her eyes burning with rage. You dare to kill Dragon Slayer? I won't let you get away with this. The next one is you, Hanwoo interrupted coldly, showing no mercy towards the fallen hero. He turned to the red goblin beside him. Show her what you're capable of. Yes, thank you, my god. The red goblin's eyes gleamed with righteous fury as it hefted its massive mace and approached Holy Maiden Rose. The once proud hero trembled in fear, raising her hands in a futile attempt to defend herself. But it was too late. The red goblin brought its mace down with bone-crushing force, reducing Holy Maiden Rose to a bloody pulp. With another hero eliminated, Hanwoo moved on to his next target, the battle between Icefire Swordsman and Swordmaster. Icefire Swordsman currently had the upper hand, but Hanwoo, seeing an opportunity, decided to strike. However, Icefire Swordsman was no pushover. He sensed the attack and turned to defend himself, realizing the danger he was in. The Swordmaster seized the opportunity, unleashing its cross slash, sending Icefire Swordsman flying through the air with a scream. He crashed to the ground, his body lifeless. Extreme Martial Saint, sensing the deaths of his comrades, panicked. Retreat, retreat, he turned to flee, but a group of Minotaur goblins gave chase. He didn't get far. A skeletal figure clad in armor identical to Dragon Slayer's stood in his path. "What is that?" Extreme Martial Saint stammered, his eyes wide with terror. Before he could react, a Minotaur goblin leapt towards him, its massive club raised high. The next moment, a sickening crunch echoed through the air, followed by a spray of blood and bone. With the heroes defeated, the flag of Dolong City fell. Standing atop a tall building, Hanwoo addressed his victorious army. "My fellow monsters, ransack the city. Bring me any valuables you find, and I will exchange them for spirit stones." "Long live the Demon King!" the goblin army roared. Hanwoo turned to Black Dragon Elise, offering a pouch filled with crystals. "My friend, I hope you regain your full strength soon." Black Dragon Elise's eyes welled up with gratitude. "Thank you, my friend. I am forever in your debt." The bald teacher contacted Hanwoo. "Congratulations, student Hanwoo. You have completed your mission with flying colors. You have achieved the impossible. The portal is ready. I will give you 3 hours to gather your spoils of war." "Thank you, teacher," Hanwoo replied with a smile. "Actually, there's one more thing. Would it be possible to establish a permanent portal connecting this city to my divine realm? I'm willing to trade all my spoils of war for it." The bold teacher frowned. "I understand your desire to establish a foothold in this world, but have you considered the risks? Building a permanent portal is simple, but what if the civilizations here use it to invade your divine realm? One mistake, and you could lose everything." Despite the risks, Hanwoo remained confident. "I've thought it through, teacher." Seeing Hanwoo's determination, the bald teacher relented. "Very well. I will help you stabilize the portal within 10 days. I will also give you a warning device. If any powerful beings from this world attempt to use the portal, you will be notified immediately." 10 days later, a grand building stood tall in the heart of Dolong City, the Monster Alliance headquarters. "Skeleton Lord," Hanwoo said, "I'm leaving Dolong City in your care. I'm leaving the skeleton army and the Minotaur goblins here to defend the city and repel any counterattacks from the adventurers. If you cannot hold the city," he warned, "retreat to the divine realm immediately. Do not risk losing more of our forces for a lost cause." "Understand, yes, Master," the skeleton lord stammered. Hanwoo and his remaining forces gathered before the portal. Moments later, they were transported back to the academy. As Hanwoo searched for the bald teacher, he bumped into Teacher Chairwen. "Student Hanwoo," Teacher Chairwen said, his eyes widening in surprise. "What happened to your eyes?" Hanwoo, confused, pulled out his phone and checked his reflection. "Is this because of the great rebel profession?" He wondered aloud. "Well, I might as well check my status." He opened his status screen. Name: Hanwoo. Level: Divine Beast. Talent: Heaven's Chosen, Only Child. Rebellion. Divine Abilities: Accelerated Growth, Life Sacrifice Skills, Mighty Cleave, Dark Slash, Dragon Slash. Black Dragon Transformation. Divinity, 3 points. Self-produced, 100 million, 100 million. Self-condensed, 1 point. Divine Power, 200,000, 200,000. External production, 500,000, 500,000. Faith Power, 24.3 million, 24.3 million. Core Level, 10 Sacred Artifacts. Law Eater Defective, Level 2, Fossil Level 2. Shadow Spike Level 1, Poison Gland Level 1, Earth Vein Level 1, Goblin Short Bow. He tapped on the Rebellion talent, curious about its effects. Insufficient level, reach Demigod level to unlock this talent. Damn it, Hanwoo cursed internally, not enough levels. Just then, the bald teacher approached him. "Student Hanwoo, you have passed the Western University entrance exam with flying colors. You have earned a probationary spot at our prestigious institution." However, there are still some conditions you need to meet before you can officially enroll. What are the conditions? Hanwoo asked. To become a probationary student at Western University, the bald teacher explained, you need to possess exceptional talent in at least 2 out of 4 areas. First, your goblin race's core must be a naturally born spirit rank monster. Second, you must have nurtured at least 1 hero rank monster. Third, your divinity must be at least 4 points. And fourth, you must possess a sacred artifact. He frowned and pointed at Hanwoo. Currently, you only meet the second condition. You need to fulfill 1 more before you can enter Western University as a probationary student. Hanwoo sighed. This is going to be difficult. The bald teacher encouragingly, don't give up. The doors of Western University are open to those who are willing to work hard. With that, he turned and left. Hanwoo, left with no other choice, decided to seek help from his homeroom teacher. Teacher, is there any way I can quickly gain 1 divinity point? Teacher Chair Wen with a troubled expression on his face, I'm afraid you're a day late. If you had asked me yesterday, I could have spared you 1 divinity point, but I've already used it all up. However, he added, our school will be holding a competition in 28 days. The prize, 1 divinity point. Hanwoo eyed his teacher suspiciously. Is he planning to use the divinity point to impress some girl? Sensing his student's gaze, Teacher Chair Wen broke out in a cold sweat. Student Hanwoo, please stop looking at me like that. I'm telling the truth, I swear. The scene shifted to Hanwoo's divine realm. I might as well give it a shot, he thought. Clenching his fists, he slammed his fist into the ground. A powerful surge of energy erupted, signifying the activation of life sacrifice. He was hoping that luck would be on his side, and he would gain a divinity point. However, fate had other plans. His divinity remained unchanged. Not today, I guess, he sighed. I'll try again tomorrow. He continued to use life sacrifice every day, but his divinity remained stubbornly at 3 points. 7 days passed, and still he had nothing to show for his efforts. He was starting to lose hope. I can't believe I exchanged a divinity card for a measly 150 million divine power. He lamented, if only I had another chance, I would never let it go. As he racked his brains for a solution, he received a message from an unexpected source. Yuan Zhong, hey boss, the message read, any leads on the origins of sacred artifacts? Hanwoo's eyes lit up. Yuan Zhong is a demigod. Maybe he can lend me a divinity point. He quickly typed out a reply. Hey, can you lend me a divinity point? Yuan Zhong, upon reading the message, stroked his chin thoughtfully. A divinity point. This boss must be at least a demigod, if not a seasoned true god, and they're asking to borrow a single divinity point. Are they planning to stiff me? But I can't afford to offend them either. Sure, I can do that, he replied, sending Hanwoo a divinity point. Hanwoo received the notification and grinned. That was fast, as expected of someone wealthy. But as he opened the message, his jaw dropped. It wasn't a divinity point. It was something called a divine river ruin. What is this? He quickly went online to do some research. Divine River Ruins, an abandoned project from the Divine River civilization. Due to excessive research, the dimensional structure of this ruin has been altered, resulting in a certain level of radiation. Over 90% of living beings within the ruin have been mutated by the radiation, becoming monsters with chaotic genes. To survive, these monsters can only consume more radioactive minerals to enhance their mutations. Consuming excessive amounts of radioactive minerals will form stones within the mutated monsters' bodies, which can trigger further mutations in a predetermined direction. These stones are also known as gene stones. Gene stones have special effects and are incredibly effective in nurturing goblins. Even the lowest level gene stone is comparable to a level 3 sacred artifact, with a value of millions of divine power. They are highly sought after by demigods and true gods alike. Hanwoo was speechless. Yuan Zhong, you think too highly of me. You're asking a divine like me to compete with demigods and true gods for gene stones. I wonder how much I can sell this ticket for. As he was browsing the web for potential buyers, he stumbled upon a shocking piece of news. Breaking news. a god king has gone bankrupt after purchasing low-quality radioactive minerals for his artificial mutated monster farm, resulting in billions of divine power in losses. An artificial mutated monster farm. Suddenly, a thought struck him. That's right. I have the decomposition machine. Even low-quality radioactive minerals can be refined into high-quality ones. And if mutated monsters eat those, they'll mutate faster and produce even more powerful gene stones. I need to check this place out myself. The scene shifted to a small town outside the Divine River ruins. Manhwa, disguised in a black cloak and a mask, blended in with the crowd. Safety first, he thought. This is unfamiliar territory, after all. As he pondered his next move, a young man with blonde hair and a blue shirt approached him. Greetings, esteemed divine being. This must be your first time at the Divine River ruins. I presume you're in need of a trustworthy guide. Manhwa coughed, putting on an air of experience. Give me one good reason why I should hire you. The guide straightened his back, a serious expression on his face. I know 18 locations within the Divine River ruins where mutated beasts congregate. Each location has its own unique set of beasts. I also know all the merchants in town, who's trustworthy, who's a cheat, who likes to play tricks. I can guarantee that you'll get the best price for any gene stones you find. He continued to ramble on, eager to impress his potential client. Manhwa, growing impatient, raised his hand to stop him. Just tell me one thing. Are there any merchants here who sell radioactive minerals? The guide's face lit up. So you're here for radioactive minerals? He exclaimed, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Now that the blonde-haired guide understood Manhwa's intentions, he lowered his voice and explained, Esteemed divine being, you may not be aware, but recently a god king purchased low-quality radioactive minerals, resulting in the failure of his mutated beasts' enhancements. They all perished, and his farm, which had an investment of hundreds of billions of divine power, was completely destroyed. Just as the guide finished speaking, a voice boomed from behind Manhwa, That's because he didn't buy from me. Manhwa turned around to see a tanned man with a mischievous grin. Hey, kid, the man addressed the blonde-haired guide. The guide quickly scurried behind Manhwa and said with a forced smile, Mr. Black, this is my client. He's interested in purchasing some radioactive minerals. Esteemed divine being, this is Mr. Black, the owner of the largest mine in the Divine River ruins. Mr. Black puffed out his chest proudly. That's right, I am the biggest supplier of radioactive minerals in the entire Divine River ruins. Over 70% of the radioactive minerals here come from my mines. And I guarantee you, there's no such thing as low-quality goods in my stock. Despite Mr. Black's confident declaration, Manhwa remained cautious. I need some samples to take back to my divine realm for testing. Please provide me with a variety of minerals, each with a purity equivalent to 1,000 divine power. Mr. Black shrugged nonchalantly. No problem. Soon, Manhwa found himself inside the Divine River ruins, surrounded by towering rock formations. He pulled out the patch of radioactive minerals he had just purchased. 40,000 divine power for 21 radioactive minerals. The exchange rate isn't bad, but I need to test their effectiveness here in the Divine River ruins. He had barely ventured into the ruins when he encountered a level 1 mutated wolf. This must be an ordinary wild wolf that mutated due to genetic instability, he thought. Its lifespan is only 20 days. To survive, it needs to consume more radioactive minerals to enhance its mutations. Perfect for testing the minerals I just bought. He tossed a radioactive mineral towards the wolf. The wolf, attracted by the scent, eagerly chased after the mineral. As soon as it landed, the wolf began licking it with a look of pure bliss. Moments later, a long horn sprouted from the wolf's head. Its body surged with power, crackling with electricity. Its size increased, its fangs grew longer, its fur thickened, and its claws sharpened. Manhwa watched in astonishment. Just a few licks and it's already reached level 2 mutation. The wolf, no longer content with licking, devoured the mineral in one gulp. A third eye appeared on its forehead, and its gaze turned ferocious. It's now a level 3 mutated beast, Manhwa exclaimed. It went from level 1 to level 3 in less than 10 minutes. If my goblins consume these minerals, but before he could finish his thought, The wolf exploded in a cloud of dust. Hanwoo chuckled. Radiation does have its risks. I need to be careful. He examined the remains of the wolf and found a small, red gene stone. The effects aren't that great, but the side effects are quite significant. However, considering that a single radioactive mineral can be exchanged for a gene stone, the experiment was a success. He picked up the gene stone. Gene stone, fangs, requires level 3 authority to integrate into the divine realm. Effect, can mutate the fangs of goblins, making them larger and longer. Side effect, reduces the lifespan of goblins by 3 years. Before he could celebrate, a voice boomed from behind him. Kid, hand over the gene stone and that blue stone you're holding, or you'll regret it. Hanwoo turned around to see a familiar face. Zhong Gang, the father of Zhong Bin, the young man whose divine realm he had destroyed. Zhong Gang sat atop a giant wolf, his eyes filled with disdain. It's demigod Zhong Gang, but he shouldn't recognize me with this mask on. And what if I refuse? Hanwoo asked defiantly. Then you can die right now, Zhong Gang roared, raising his hand and summoning a pack of wolves through a portal. Hanwoo was quickly surrounded, but he remained calm and collected. Once Zhong Gang had finished summoning his wolves, Hanwoo bit his finger, drawing a small amount of blood. Black Dragon transformation, he roared. His body surged with power, his hair grew long, and a pair of dragon wings sprouted from his back. The wolves whimpered in fear, their tails between their legs. Annoyed by their whimpering, Hanwoo unleashed a barrage of sword beams, silencing them permanently. Zhong Gang, refusing to back down, summoned even more wolves. Divine art, wolf cavalry charge, he commanded. The wolves' bodies glowed, their eyes burning with ferocity. They charged towards Hanwoo, but Hanwoo, instead of engaging them head-on, leapt into the air. The wolves looked up in confusion, their jaws hanging open, trying to wear me down. Hanwoo chuckled. That's the same tactic I used in the beginning, you fools. I can fly. Zhong Gang, seeing Hanwoo soaring through the air, sneered. You dare show off in front of me? Get down here. He raised his hand and activated a divine art, flight prohibition. A wave of blue energy washed over Hanwoo, causing him to lose control of his wings. He plummeted to the ground, landing with a thud. Demigods sure have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, he muttered, struggling to his feet. Wolf cavalry, tear him apart. Zhong Gang commanded. The wolves lunged at Hanwoo, who had no choice but to flee. He ran towards a sign that read, Danger Zone, keep out. He's still chasing me even though we're in a restricted area. Hanwoo wondered. Wolf cavalry, stay on him. Zhong Gang roared. Hanwoo continued running until he came across a clearing. 3 monstrous creatures stood before him, a black, muscular dog, a 3-headed, 6-eyed bird, and a giant yellow rabbit. Their eyes glowed with malice. Without hesitation, they charged towards Hanwoo, intending to devour him whole. Oh no, these guys don't look friendly. Hanwoo turned and fled, using all his strength to put as much distance between himself and the monsters as possible. 36 strategies. Running is the best. The monsters were about to give chase when they heard the sound of approaching footsteps. They turned to see Zhong Gang's wolves charging towards them. Seeing more prey, the monsters abandoned their pursuit of Hanwoo and attacked the wolves instead. Zhong Gang arrived moments later and punched one of the monstrous dogs in the face. Get lost, he roared. The monsters, intimidated by Zhong Gang's power, fled. Zhong Gang stomped on the fallen dog, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Where did that kid go? He muttered. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. The air here feels strange. A thick fog rolled in, obscuring his vision. I should retreat for now. Meanwhile, Hanwoo had escaped and was resting by a riverbank. I almost died, he exclaimed, scooping up a handful of water and drinking it. A strange fish with long, slender legs swam towards him. It leapt out of the water, as if showing off its beauty. Hanwoo stared at the creature in disbelief. Good heavens, if the creatures in this river are mutating like this, the radiation levels must be off the charts. I need to get out of here. He pulled out his map, only to realize that the river wasn't marked on it. I'm lost. Just as he was starting to panic, a group of mutated beasts approached him. Stay calm, he told himself. I might as well make the most of this situation and collect some more gene stones. He tossed a few spirit stones towards the beasts. Here's a reward for you. The beasts, just like before, mutated rapidly and then exploded, leaving behind gene stones. This isn't so bad after all, Hanwoo thought, collecting the gene stones. Hours passed, and the moon rose high in the sky. I need to find shelter for the night, Hanwoo thought. It's not safe to stay out in the open. He scanned the surrounding area and spotted a beam of light shooting into the sky. There's a building over there. The Divine River ruins are an abandoned project of the Divine River civilization. That building must be a relic of that civilization. It's better to rest inside than to worrying about wild beasts out here. He transformed into his black dragon form and flew towards the light. As he approached, he saw a massive, ancient castle. It looks like an abandoned castle. He landed and cautiously surveyed the surroundings. There doesn't seem to be anyone here, but I should still be careful. Suddenly, he noticed pieces of paper. There's paper here. He sensed a fluctuation of energy and cautiously approached the source. A group of people dressed in black robes were performing a strange ritual, their bodies glowing with green and pink light. Hanwoo hid behind a pillar, observing them. What are they doing? He wondered. The mysterious figures in black robes whispered amongst themselves. Despite the investment's failure, the God King spent hundreds of billions of divine power to create this opportunity for us to conduct the ritual. We cannot afford to fail. One of them held up a glowing blue stone. The time is almost upon us. Let us begin the ritual. They waited until the moon reached its zenith, then tossed their blue stones into a circular formation, activating it. The formation pulsed with light, and a beam shot skyward, expanding into another formation high above. Success! We have successfully accessed the seal left by the Divine River civilization. Hanwoo, hidden behind a pillar, watched with a serious expression. The internet mentioned that the research project in the Divine River ruins was abandoned and sealed due to its high risk. It seems that the God King was secretly researching the unsealing ritual under the guise of creating a mutated beast farm. Fortunately, the Divine River ruins have a restriction. Only beings with divinity below a certain level can enter. He tiptoed towards the group. If that God King can't enter, this is my chance. Suddenly, a message echoed throughout the ruins, reaching both monsters and humans alike. The Divine River civilization's source of mutation project is being unsealed. The monsters looked up at the sky, while the humans cheered. It's happening, it's happening. But their joy was short-lived. Warning messages appeared. The unsealer is not a super warrior of the Divine River civilization. Intruder detected. Unsealing process paused. Activating defense mode, releasing level 6 mutated beast, Gomorrah. The monsters clutched their heads in pain, unable to understand the sudden agony. The robed figures suffered the same fate. Activation error. Source of mutation forcibly breaking free from the seal. Blood streamed from the eyes and mouths of the robed figures as they screamed in agony. Hanwoo, however, only stumbled slightly before regaining his composure. What's going on? A giant, green maw with rows of sharp teeth materialized in the air. Greetings, dear players of the Divine Realm, a voice boomed. I am the source of mutation. As a token of gratitude for weakening the seal and freeing me from my prison, I have decided to bestow upon you a gift, the opportunity to become my vessel. However, only one of you can have this honor. So, I'm not sure who among you will be the lucky winner. The robed figures panicked. Who are you? The voice ignored their question. Let's play a little game, shall we? In an instant, Hanwoo and the robed figures were transported to a strange, empty space. A single point of green light pulsed in the distance. A grotesque figure emerged from the light, its body a swirling mass of liquid with sharp teeth and cold, calculating eyes. The rules of this little game are simple, the source of mutation announced. Nurture a mutated beast capable of defeating the level 6 mutated beast Gomorrah. Each of you is limited to 10,000 units of high-purity radioactive minerals. Use your nobles as test subjects. The first one to succeed will become my vessel. One of the robed figures protested. I have no interest in becoming your vessel. If you don't release me this instant, I'll unleash my nobles and raze this place to the ground. But nothing happened, the figure's face paled, and his hands trembled. What's going on? Why can't I connect to my divine realm? The first to give up has appeared, the source of mutation announced. A colossal mutated beast emerged from the water, its jaws wide open. It was Gomorrah. Gomorrah swallowed the protesting figure whole, crushing him with its teeth. Hanwoo raised his hand. I can't connect to my divine realm either. I can't summon my nobles. The other figures stared at Hanwoo in shock. Who is he? How did he get here? The source of mutation chuckled. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. A green portal appeared behind Hanwoo. He can control everything in this space. Hanwoo cursed internally. I'm trapped. 3 hours passed. This isn't good, one of the robed figures said dejectedly. My nobles are dying after consuming the pure radioactive minerals. Only 1/10 of them have shown any signs of improvement. How about you? Less than 2/10 of my nobles are still alive, another replied. Me too. Hanwoo, however, was having a different experience. The decomposition machine is a lifesaver. It can refine 6,000 units of pure radioactive minerals. It only cost me 100 million goblin grasshoppers to create this masterpiece. His goblin grasshopper had reached level 3 mutation and was still going strong, devouring the refined minerals with its enhanced regenerative abilities. I'm counting on you, buddy. He tossed more minerals towards the goblin grasshopper. Don't be shy, eat up. 3 months passed. The robed figures gasped in astonishment. He did it. What kind of monster is that? Hanwoo stood proudly beside his colossal level 6 mutated goblin grasshopper. Gomorrah, go test him, the source of mutation commanded. The giant beast lumbered towards the robed figures, its shadow looming over them. They turned to flee, but it was too late. Gomorrah's jaws snapped shut, devouring their nobles. Losers don't deserve to live, the source of mutation said coldly. Gomorrah continued to feast on the robed figures, their screams fading into silence. Now it's your turn, the source of mutation said, turning to Hanwoo. At that moment, Hanwoo's goblin grasshopper completed its evolution. To enhance my buddy's strength, I fed him all the gene stones, Hanwoo said with a proud smile. He's now overmutated, his expression turned somber. But his lifespan has been shortened to 1 day. What a price to pay. He shook off his sadness and pointed at Gomorrah. Go, show them your worth. The goblin grasshopper roared and charged towards Gomorrah. You excite me, vessel, the source of mutation chuckled. This should be an interesting fight. Gomorrah, attack. The 2 mutated beasts clashed, their roars shaking the very foundation of the space. The goblin grasshopper, using its wings to gain an advantage, unleashed a barrage of air slashes at Gomorrah. Caught off guard, Gomorrah took a direct hit, but the battle had just begun. Gomorrah, enraged, charged at the goblin grasshopper, headbutting it and biting off one of its legs. Blood sprayed from the wound, but the goblin grasshopper quickly flew out of reach, using its wings to avoid further attacks. To Gomorrah's surprise, the severed leg glowed and regenerated rapidly. Gomorrah roared in frustration, activating a skill to enhance its strength. Not bad, not bad, the source of mutation commented. You managed to anger Gomorrah. This is getting interesting. 18 hours passed. Gomorrah, weakened and exhausted, was finally defeated. The goblin grasshopper delivered a final, crushing blow to its head, sending it crashing to the ground. Despite witnessing Hanwoo's victory, the source of mutation remained calm. What a magnificent battle, don't you agree, my dear vessel? Hanwoo feigned ignorance, clutching his chest dramatically. What are you talking about, vessel? What are you planning to do to my pure and innocent body? The source of mutation was taken aback. Is this guy for real? It shrugged. We'll be sharing a body from now on. Green light enveloped Hanwoo, who screamed in terror. Time passed. Hanwoo slowly opened his eyes. Am I dead? A massive status screen appeared before him. Name, source of mutation Hanwoo. Rank, divine beast. Profession, level 1 super gene warrior. Talent, heaven's chosen, only child, rebellion divine. Divine abilities, targeted mutation, life sacrifice skills, mighty cleave, dark slash, dragon slash, black dragon. Transformation divinity, for points source of mutation parasite +1. Divine power, 29.7 million self-produced, 22.5 million external production, 7.2 million faith power, 67 million. Core level 10 sacred artifacts, law eater defective, level 2, fossil level 2, shadow spike level 1, poison gland level 1, earth vein level 1, goblin short bow. He robbed his head in confusion. Am I Hanwoo, or am I the source of mutation? A small, green flame flickered before him. You're finally awake, my dear vessel, the source of mutation said. Are you the source of mutation? Hanwoo asked. That's right, I am your super pro gene source. Aren't you going to thank me? Thanks to my presence, you now possess power that surpasses even the divine realm. And your accelerated growth ability has been replaced with targeted mutation. Isn't that more suitable for you? Hanwoo clenched his fists, his teeth gritted in anxiety. The source of mutation, sensing his fear, reassured him. Don't worry about your safety, we are now symbiotically linked. Helping each other is the best way for us to coexist. I am a super gene, after all, one of the most powerful in the Divine River civilization. You've hit the jackpot by becoming my vessel. It continued to sing its own praises. You've been elevated to a whole new level, do you understand? Hanwoo, tired of its boasting, raised a hand. Enough talk, how do we get out of here? Simple. I have complete control over the seal. The only guardian, Gomorrah, is dead, we're free. It snapped its fingers, and Hanwoo was instantly transported back to the abandoned castle. Oh, right, the source of mutation said. I forgot to mention something. The unsealing caused quite a commotion. It attracted a lot of demigods and true gods who are currently waiting outside the ruins. Once the seal completely disappears, they'll be able to enter. What? Hanwoo exclaimed. Why didn't you tell me sooner? They'll skin me alive when they find out there's nothing here. He frantically searched for an escape route, the blood arena. He placed his hand on the ground, activating the teleportation formation. At that moment, the barrier surrounding the castle vanished. The barrier is gone. Let's go. Demigods and true gods rushed into the castle. The treasure is mine, one of them shouted, but when they reached the center of the castle, they found nothing but falling leaves. Where is it? They muttered in confusion. Zhonggang noticed the remains of the goblin grasshopper. Could it be that brat again? The scene shifted to a luxurious palace. A man dressed in regal attire raged, Useless, you're all useless. Who stole my treasure? He turned to his servants. All nobles, activate your tracking signals. Find that seed signal. The scene shifted to the blood arena. Hanwoo arrived and looked around, sighing. This teleportation cost me 1 million divine power. I could have gone back to the academy. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You have a new message. Dear Inheritor, you have received a challenge from another divine beast inheritor. Evil Dragon, do you accept? Refusing 3 challenges or losing a challenge will result in the revocation of your inheritor status. Annoyed by the loss of divine power and the sudden challenge, Hanwoo grumbled, this guy is asking for a beating. Fine, I accept. I'm in a bad mood anyway. He tapped the accept button. A portal appeared before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through. As he entered the arena, the crowd roared with excitement. Evil Dragon, victory is yours. Evil Dragon is mighty. The arena's announcer boomed. Participants, please prepare for battle. While some cheered for Evil Dragon, others supported Hanwoo. Grasshopper, we're rooting for you. Don't disappoint us, Grasshopper. Summon your bone puppet. Let that evil dragon brat experience the fear of being controlled. Evil Dragon, unleash your dragon army and crush Grasshopper. Evil Dragon, I bet 500,000 divine power on you. Don't let me down. Hanwoo chuckled. 500,000 divine power. You think I'll lose? Don't cry when you lose everything. Evil Dragon, a young man with a smug grin, sneered Grasshopper. I've heard of you. Your noble core must be a grasshopper, but you prefer to exploit the bone puppets for profit. You've met your match this time. Hanwoo, no longer the pushover he once was, bristled at the insult. Enough talk, let's get this over with. He summoned his goblin grasshoppers. Evil Dragon, not to be outdone, summoned his own goblins with a confident smirk. If you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Dragon, attack. The two armies clashed, a chaotic battle erupting in the arena. Evil Dragon gritted his teeth in frustration. He wasn't using his bone puppets. Instead, he was using those trash goblin grasshoppers. Are you looking down on me? He roared. Where are your bone puppets? Hanwoo shrugged nonchalantly, sitting down on the arena floor. You better defeat my grasshoppers first before you start boasting. Enraged, Evil Dragon shouted, Dragon, unleash your skills. His dragon goblins breathed fire at the grasshoppers. Hanwoo, seeing his opponent make the first move, countered with his own commands. Grasshopper Legion, listen up. Fallen Locusts, defend. Sky Demon Locusts, attack. Cursed Locusts, wait for the opportunity to assassinate. The Fallen Locusts activated their shields, nullifying the dragon's fire breath. The Sky Demon Locusts retaliated with a barrage of arrows. Dragon, counterattack. Evil Dragon commanded. Burn those filthy insects to ashes. The dragon turned their attention to the Sky Demon Locusts, but Hanwoo's nobles were too agile. They dodged the fire breath with ease. Hero Dragon, shoot them down, Evil Dragon ordered. A dragon hidden in the shadows fired a volley of arrows, taking down several of Hanwoo's grasshoppers. Evil Dragon smirked. Resistance is futile. Unless you unleash your trump card, your pathetic grasshoppers will be wiped out. Hanwoo watched as his nobles fell, one by one. He clenched his fists, his anxiety growing. At this rate, the grasshopper's sacrifice will be in vain. I need to summon Thunder Mace and Minotaur Goblin. Desperate, he raised his hand. Divine Realm, you're going to let that insignificant brat insult you like that? The source of mutation interrupted. I'm starting to doubt my choice of vessel. Hanwoo frowned. What do you mean? I mean, we're going to use the goblin grasshoppers to teach those arrogant dragon a lesson. But the grasshoppers are no match for the dragon, Hanwoo protested. Weak, you forget who devoured the level 6 Gomorrah. With me, the source of mutation, there's no such thing as a weak race. There are only races that willingly submit to mediocrity. Now, use the targeted mutation ability I bestowed upon you and wipe out those arrogant dragon. Hanwoo summoned a goblin grasshopper onto his finger. I'm not doing this because you told me to. I just want to test out this targeted mutation ability. A golden light emanated from the grasshopper, enveloping the surrounding area. Vessel, how do you want your nobles to mutate? The source of mutation asked. Hanwoo looked at his nobles. The fallen locusts are suitable for defense. I want them to be able to withstand more damage, to take the brunt of the attacks. Here are 3 options, the source of mutation said. 1. Exoskeleton mutation. Thickens the exoskeleton of the fallen locusts, increasing their physical damage resistance tenfold. Cost. Reduces their lifespan by 50 days. 2. Gland mutation. Mutates the glands of the fallen locusts, allowing them to secrete a large amount of mucus that increases their resistance to elemental attacks. Cost. Reduces their lifespan by 90 days. 3. Full mutation. Mutates the fallen locusts completely, increasing their size and overall strength. Cost. Reduces their lifespan to 24 hours. Hanwoo analyzed the dragon's attacks. They were relentless, and his grasshoppers were dying rapidly. I have to take a gamble. Option 3. The goblin grasshopper on his finger grew larger, towering over him. Without waiting for his command, the giant grasshopper charged towards the dragon, slamming its head into one of them, sending it flying. Good job, Hanwoo exclaimed. Fallen locusts, accept the targeted mutation. Embrace your ultimate defense. The fallen locusts rushed forward, their bodies glowing with golden light. Hanwoo continued to empower his other grasshoppers. Sky Demon Locusts, Cursed Locusts, accept the targeted mutation. The grasshoppers were enveloped in a purple light. The Cursed Locusts, now empowered, attacked the dragon with their shadow spikes, catching them off guard. The Sky Demon Locusts followed up with their savage collision skill, headbutting the dragon. Evil Dragon watched in horror as his dragon were overwhelmed. What the hell, man? What's going on? Referee, do something. Hanwoo smirked, enjoying his opponent's panic. Targeted mutation complete. His goblin grasshoppers, now mutated and powerful, stood before Evil Dragon, their eyes glowing with menace. "Little Dragon," Hanwoo said, "you better watch out." They raised their bows and fired a volley of arrows, forcing the dragon to retreat. Even the hero dragon, terrified, turned to flee. But Hanwoo wasn't going to let him escape so easily. Mutated grasshoppers eliminate that hero dragon. The grasshoppers gave chase. Evil Dragon, seeing his hero dragon being hunted down, fell to his knees and cried, "No, I surrender. I give up." The man who had bet on Evil Dragon roared in anger, "My 500,000 divine power." "Evil Dragon, you useless dog," Hanwoo laughed triumphantly. "This is a perfect opportunity to film an anti-gambling." He received his reward, a Divine Realm fragment and a Blood Arena mark. The scene shifted to Hanwoo's Divine Realm. He had placed a miniature version of the Blood Arena inside. Special building. Blood Arena allows nobles to train their skills. Victors have a chance to level up and a small chance to bypass the hero template, allowing super nobles to directly evolve into hero nobles. Defeating an inheritor reduced the extremely small chance to a small chance. What a pleasant surprise. He walked towards his Divine Realm core and noticed the corpse of a dragon noble. Holy moly, now this is a surprise. Vessel, the source of mutation, said from behind him, "A small reward has already bought your loyalty." "I'm starting to question my judgment," Hanwoo jumped, startled by the sudden voice. "Compared to true value, this is just the tip of the iceberg," the source of mutation continued. Hanwoo, still reliant on the source of mutation's abilities, quickly placated it. "You're absolutely right. I'm just a humble servant, ready to serve my master. When I become stronger, I will kill you sooner or later," he thought. Hanwoo activated life sacrifice. A massive vortex appeared in his Divine Realm, sucking in a swarm of goblin grasshoppers. The options for the sacrifice appeared. Level for Sacred Artifact. Storm Armor. Integrating it into the Divine Realm core will grant nobles the ability to summon the power of the Storm Armor. Level 3 Building. Observation Tower. Constructing it in the Divine Realm will allow you to clearly observe the situation within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Flesh Puppet Creation Manual uses the corpses and flesh of powerful creatures to create flesh puppets that possess the characteristics of those creatures. The strength and abilities of flesh puppets are fixed and cannot be upgraded. Flesh puppets. So I can create puppets of Gomorrah and Little Strong. He chose the Flesh Puppet Creation Manual. A purple aura enveloped him. He cracked his knuckles, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. My rise to power has just begun. The scene shifts to 6 months later inside Hanwoo's Divine Realm, which equates to only 10 days in the outside world. He's beaming with excitement. It was worth every bit of the 10 million divine power and countless high-grade materials I invested. He rubs his hands together, gazing at a creature standing before him. You guys are truly irresistible. The creature is pitch black, with multiple horns on its head, glowing red eyes, a pair of wings on its back, and a glowing blue symbol on its chest. It looks incredibly badass. The system displays its information. Name, Little Strong. Race, Flesh Puppet. Rank, Hero. Talents, Super Regeneration, Gluttony, Big Mouth, Sharp Teeth, Dragon Bone, Dragon's Scale. Hanwoo is ecstatic, a flesh puppet with the strength of a powerful hero rank monster, and its regenerative abilities are on par with Wolverine. To commemorate Strong, I shall call you Little Strong. He looks up at the clear sky and addresses the heavens. Grandpa, it's time for me to take on the challenge. I'm one step closer to Western University. Don't worry, I'll definitely go to the chaotic Star Sea and bring Mom and Dad back. 3 days later, at the Imperial capital. The place is magnificent, with breathtaking scenery. Hanwoo is awestruck by the grandeur of his soon-to-be alma mater. This is the top academy. Even the passers-by outside exude the aura of demigods. Excuse me, a voice calls out from behind him. Are you Hanwoo, the probationary student of Western University? Hanwoo turns around and replies calmly, That's me. The man smiles, relieved to have found the right person. Greetings, Student Hanwoo. I'm here on behalf of Western University to welcome you. Please come aboard the airship. I'll personally escort you to complete the enrollment procedures. Hanwoo boards the airship without hesitation. It takes off, soaring above the city. In no time, they arrive at a scenic location within the academy grounds, overlooking a river. The man disembarks first and waits for Hanwoo to follow. You probably don't know your way around. Let me show you to your dormitory. He leads Hanwoo to a luxurious, spacious house. Where are the other students? Hanwoo asks, noticing the lack of people. This place is exclusively for you, the man replies. You'll be the only one staying here. Hanwoo's jaw drops. This is too extravagant. The man shrugs, unfazed by Hanwoo's reaction. Get some rest. Remember to attend class on time tomorrow. He turns and leaves. After a moment of stunned silence, Hanwoo walks towards a machine and prepares to activate it. This place is filled with talented individuals. I need to seize every opportunity to absorb divinity. The next day, Hanwoo arrives at his classroom. As he approaches the door, he hears whispers from inside. Did you hear? A transfer student is joining us today. What's so special about that? He's just trash who got in through the back door. He must have used his family's connections. This is ridiculous. Letting someone in through the back door like this lowers the quality of probationary students like us. Just wait until he gets here. I'll make him regret it. Hanwoo overhears their conversation and breaks out in a cold sweat. This is the initiation, isn't it? Are you Hanwoo, the new transfer student? A cheerful voice asks beside him. Hanwoo jumps, startled. The woman smiles warmly. I'm the teacher of this probationary class. You can call me Ms. Lena. Let's go inside. She enters the classroom and announces, everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Hanwoo follows her, his heart pounding. As he enters, a familiar figure stands up. It's Chin Shuang. Hanwoo, she exclaims. The students sitting nearby are shocked to see her acquainted with the backdoor student. What's going on? The goddess knows this guy. Not only that, they sing close. Ms. Lena smiles at the class and gestures towards Hanwoo. Everyone, this is our new classmate. Hanwoo, he and Chin Shuang attended the same school previously. A student with platinum blonde hair slams his fist on his desk and stands up. Ms. Lena, I demand to know how he got into this probationary class. We all had to go through a rigorous selection process. Ms. Lina's smile disappears, replaced by a chilling glare. Student Sutai, I don't know how your previous school taught you, but in my class, you raise your hand before asking a question. Her voice is laced with a threat. If you don't understand, I can refresh your memory. Sutai trembles under her gaze. Ms. Lena, I apologize for my outburst. Please forgive me. Ms. Lena's expression softens. Very well, don't let it happen again. As for why Hanwoo joined us late, you should ask him yourself. Although she didn't say about Hanwoo directly, he's sweating profusely. Sutai, now forgiven, points a finger at Hanwoo. Hanwoo, I don't care how you got into this class. I challenge you to a duel. Let's see if you're worthy of staying here. Hanwoo, not interested in proving himself to these bullies, raises a hand and said, No, I refuse. Sutai, enraged, stands up. You useless trash. You don't even have the guts to accept my challenge. Are you even a man? The other students join in, hurling insults at Hanwoo. Coward. Useless, pathetic, backdoor trash. But Hanwoo has an ally in his corner. Chin Shuang, that's enough, she shouts. Chin Shuang turned to Sutai and rebuked him. Hanwoo has never provoked you. What gives you the right to insult him? Sutai, facing a force stronger than himself, could only break out in a cold sweat, swallowing nervously and not daring to utter a word. Hanwoo silently looked at her, inwardly impressed. As expected of Chin Shuang, she attracts a pack of followers wherever she goes. Not long after, the break between classes arrived, but Sutai and his friends weren't willing to let Hanwoo off the hook. They approached him, frowning and gritting their teeth, calling out his name, Hanwoo, but just as they uttered his name, Chin Shuang stepped forward to shield him. Are you trying to bully him? Ask me first. Sutai, frustrated that Chin Shuang is defending Hanwoo, loses his patience. Chin Shuang, this has nothing to do with you. Step aside. Realizing that he can't get to Hanwoo with Chin Shuang in the way, he resorts to insults. If you have the guts, don't hide behind a girl. Hanwoo's eyebrows twitch. They think I'm a pushover. Then, Hanwoo steps in front of Qin Shuang and says calmly, I'm just too lazy to deal with you guys. What do you want? I don't have time for this. Su Tai, pleased that his taunts have worked, steps forward. You're a backdoor transfer student. You don't belong here. We want you out of this class. The student with blue hair adds, if you don't leave willingly, we'll beat you until you do. Despite their threats, Hanwoo remains fearless. He turns to Qin Shuang and says, it must be tough for you to study with these idiots. Qin Shuang sighs, they're usually not this bad. I don't know why they're acting like this towards you. Hanwoo puts a hand in his pocket and says confidently, it seems like you guys aren't that close anyway. So I can beat them up without worrying about hurting your feelings, right? Qin Shuang steps beside him, a serious expression on her face. Don't underestimate Su Tai. His noble core is an Iron Man, a rare and powerful natural-born spirit-ranked monster. Even my Thunder Sparrow might not be a match for him. Hanwoo turns to her. If you're worried about me hurting them, then forget it. Qin Shuang is speechless. He's the one who's going to get hurt, not them. Fine, do whatever you want, she says, throwing her hands up in exasperation. Hurt us, Su Tai scoffs. You're delusional. My nobles are enough to make you regret ever being born. Stop talking big. He turns and walks away. Let's go to the training grounds. Hanwoo follows him without hesitation. Qin Shuang watches them go, worrying etched on her face. Hanwoo, why are you so stubborn? How am I going to help him without hurting his pride? At the training grounds, the system announces, please select a battle mode. 6 options appear: Hero Battle, Super Battle, Elite Battle, 5v5 Legion Battle, 10v10 Legion Battle, and 100v100 Legion Battle. So many options for a simple fight, Hanwoo thinks. 10v10 Legion Battle it is. It's the perfect opportunity to test out my 10 little strongs. Once the battle mode is selected, only Hanwoo and Su Tai remain on the field. A blue aura surrounds Su Tai, his face darkening. He chuckles menacingly. I don't know whether to call you naive or arrogant. You chose 10v10 instead of a Legion battle. You think your nobles are that strong. Before he can finish his sentence, Hanwoo summons a group of flesh puppets. Su Tai stares in disbelief. What the hell? These are hero-rank monsters. And they're exuding such a strange aura. I need to take this seriously. I can't lose face in front of the goddess. He summons his Iron Men. This formation of mine can even make a Lord rank expert sweat. He boasts, let's see you cry, Hanwoo. Qin Shuang watches the screen, her eyes widening in surprise. What are those? Since when did Hanwoo have these kinds of nobles? The student beside her uses his scouting eye to scan the flesh puppets. He's summoned puppets, and they're all hero rank. He's using hero rank puppets against Xutie's Iron Men. If any of them get destroyed, it'll be a huge loss. Let's see how the transfer student cries later, another student says. The other students are equally astonished. He's so rich, 10 hero rank puppets. That's worth at least 30 million divine power. As expected of someone who can buy his way into the academy. They assume that Hanwoo is simply wealthy and influential. However, Qin Shuang knows better. Hanwoo is self-made. He has no powerful backing. How did he acquire such wealth? What is he hiding? But that's not important right now. Let's just watch. Back in the arena, Su Tai points at Hanwoo's puppets and commands, Iron Men, crush them. The Iron Men charge forward. Hanwoo, however, doesn't order his puppets to dodge or attack. He simply lets them stand there. The Iron Men unleash their full strength on the puppets, their metal fists colliding with flesh and bone. You'll be begging for mercy soon, Su Tai shouts, spreading his arms wide and closing his eyes in anticipation. But after a while, he hears no screams of pain or sounds of destruction. He opens his eyes in confusion. Are you guys asleep? Or are you too scared to watch? His Iron Men are still punching and kicking the puppets, but they're not inflicting any damage. What's going on? He exclaims. What did you do to them? It's showtime, Hanwoo says with a grin. My little strongs, counterattack. The flesh puppets spring into action, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on the Iron Man. The students watching the battle are stunned. What kind of monsters are those? They can withstand the Iron Man's attacks. Not only that, they're using the Iron Man's own strength against them. They're monsters. Qin Shuang was surprised too. Hanwoo, he's become this strong. Still want to continue? Hanwoo asks mockingly. Or are you just going to stand there and be my punching bag? Sutai, humiliated, roars in anger. Hanwoo, don't get cocky. I haven't even used my ultimate move yet. He raises his hand and activates his skill, Iron Man Fusion. Hanwoo scoffed. Fusion? You've been watching too many superhero movies. The Iron Men, obeying their master's command, charged towards each other, engaging in a chaotic brawl. Hanwoo covered his eyes. Oh my god, that's too violent. I can't watch. A massive explosion erupted from the pile of Iron Men, but the flames quickly subsided, revealing a larger, more imposing Iron Man. A golden aura surrounded its body. Sutai smirked triumphantly. Scared now, aren't you? The fusion Iron Man's attack power is 10 times that of a regular Iron Man. Prepare to die. Transfer student. The fusion Iron Man, without waiting for further instructions, charged towards Hanwoo's puppets. It threw a punch, and this time, it's sending one of the little strongs flying. Sutai, seeing his advantage, pointed a finger at Hanwoo mockingly. With just these weaklings, you dare to come to the Western University's probationary class. Today, I'll show you the true power of a proper probationary student. Hanwoo let out a dramatic gasp, feigning weakness. Oh my god, it's so strong. Sutai, believing Hanwoo's act, puffed out his chest proudly. Hanwoo, if you surrender now and beg for mercy, I'll spare your remaining nobles. This offer is valid for 10 seconds. He began counting down 10, 9. Hanwoo, ignoring him completely, struck a cool pose and counted along. 8, 7, 6. Don't worry about me, he said nonchalantly. Keep going, don't stop. Sutai, enraged by Hanwoo's dismissive attitude, shouted, You asked for it? Don't blame me. But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in horror. The flesh puppets, moments ago beaten and battered, were now glowing with a green light. They stood up, completely unharmed. What the hell? Sutai stammered. They regenerated. Before he could recover from his shock, the puppets leapt towards the fusion Iron Man. Little strongs, tear that Iron Man apart. Hanwoo commanded. The puppets swarmed the fusion Iron Man, their teeth and claws tearing through its metal armor. They ripped out its wires, disabling it. The students watching the battle gasped in horror. That's brutal. The fusion Iron Man's head crashed to the ground, its eyes flickering out. Sutai collapsed, his face pale and his voice trembling. No, it's all gone, everything. Back at the academy, Hanwoo strolled through the halls, his hands in his pockets, a confident smirk on his face. The other students, no longer daring to underestimate him, watched him with a mixture of awe and fear. Qin Shuang approached him, but before she could say anything, a voice interrupted. Grasshopper. Hanwoo froze. Who knows that name? He turned to see who had called him, but before he could get a good look, someone rushed towards him and embraced him tightly. Grasshopper, I knew it. You really passed the academy's test. I'm so proud of you. I knew recommending you was the right decision. Hanwoo recognized the voice and the familiar grip. Elephant Lord, is that you? Why do you look so much younger? Xiongming stroked his chin, a smug grin on his face. That was just a disguise to avoid getting bullied in the arena. This is an academy with lots of cute girls, so. The other students, hearing Xiongmeng's words, apologized profusely. We're sorry, Hanwoo, we thought you got in through the back door. We misunderstood you. Hanwoo waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, Xiongmeng put an arm around Hanwoo's shoulders and announced proudly, This is Hanwoo, my brother. I'm Xiongmeng, the #1 male student at the Western University. Anyone who messes with him messes with me. Got it? Hanwoo chuckled inwardly. He's acting like he's protecting me, but I already beat him in the arena. Let's go, Xiongmeng said, dragging Hanwoo out of the classroom. I'll introduce you to my friends. Hanwoo, confused but intrigued, followed him. Friends? Since when did we become friends? They arrived at a secluded spot where Xiong Meng's friends were waiting. Xia Yi Ling, I brought the kid, Xiong Meng announced. I'm Xia, the #1 male student at Jingdu Academy, the man standing against the wall said coldly. Welcome, Junior. Yi Ling, a beautiful young woman, smiled at Han Wu. You're the one who defeated Xiong Meng in the blood arena. Han Wu, unsure how to respond, greeted them first. Hello, Senior Xia, Senior Yi, I'm Han Wu, a new probationary student. He then addressed Yi Ling's question. As for defeating Senior Xian, it was just luck. Yi Ling chuckled, knowing he was being modest. Luck is also a form of strength. We heard that the next probationary class will be going to Zombie Town, a low-level secret realm owned by the Western University, for an extraterrestrial survival simulation. We need your help to bring something out. Han Wu was confused. You're all demigod. Why do you need a newbie like me to help you? Yi Ling glanced at Xiong Meng and chuckled. Junior Han Wu, don't be so modest. If you were truly a newbie, Xiong Meng wouldn't. Xiong Meng coughed, interrupting her. Enough with the jokes. Yi Ling stepped forward and explained, Zombie Town is a low-level secret realm owned by the Academy. According to the rules, it's only used for probationary student simulations. We can't enter. He flexed his biceps, a confident grin on his face. That's right. If I went in there, I could destroy the entire town in a few moves. Han Wu rolled his eyes. Yi Ling sighed. Yes, you're the strongest. No one can compare. She turned to Han Wu, her expression serious. There's a rare resource in this secret realm called the Wisdom Fruit. It can enhance the intelligence of non-humanoid nobles. We're willing to pay 1 divinity point per fruit. Han Wu's eyes widened. 1 divinity point. That's a fortune. And I desperately need divinity points. He tried to maintain a neutral expression, but his voice betrayed his excitement. All right, I agree. Yi Ling smiled and handed him a golden seed. Here, take this seed. It will be useful for your next class. Han Wu accepted the seed without question. Back in his dormitory, Han Wu lay on his bed, browsing his tablet. I thought I could prepare for the demigod ascension ritual once I reach 6 divinity points. But according to Ms. Lena, there's still a long way to go. He recalled Ms. Lina's words. It's true that you can prepare for the demigod ascension ritual once you reach 6 divinity points. However, demigods who ascend with only 6 divinity points are considered catalysts with limited potential. They can only fuse with the lowest level 1 divine authority. Students of the Western University wouldn't waste their potential like that. They usually continue to accumulate divinity. She turned and wrote on the board. After 6 divinity points, the amount of divinity required for each additional point increases. The 7th point requires 2 divinity points, the 8th point requires 3, and so on. The maximum you can accumulate is 10 divinity points. Demigods who ascend at 10 divinity points have the greatest potential and can fuse with divine authorities up to level 5. And divine authority is the foundation for demigods and even true gods. Han Wu's heart pounded with excitement. Ms. Lena has high hopes for me. I have to do well in this mission and earn more divinity points. A few days later, in the classroom, a student approached Han Wu. Han Wu, did you hear? Our next test will be an extraterrestrial survival simulation. We're going to Zombie Town, a low-level secret realm owned by the Academy. I heard some seniors are buying resources from Zombie Town at high prices. Sutai and the others were called out to discuss it. Just then, Sutai walked in, a scowl on his face. Han Wu, do you dare to make a bet with me for this field test? What kind of bet? Han Wu asked. Sutai glared at him. A bet on our performance. If I perform better than you, you can't go near Qin Shuang anymore. If you perform better than me, I'll give up on Qin Shuang. What do you say? Han Wu sighed. Do you even know the principal? With your IQ, how did you even get into this academy? Whether you have feelings for Qin Shuang or not makes no difference. She doesn't even care about you. But Sutai was blinded by his obsession. I don't care. As long as I can keep you away from Qin Shuang, I'm willing to pay any price. Qin Shuang, overhearing their conversation, stepped forward. Sutai, are you saying that if Han Wu performs better than you, you'll leave me alone? Sutai turned to face her, his eyes filled with longing. I truly like you. Why won't you accept my confession? Qin Shuang ignored his plea. Just answer my question. Sutai pointed at Hanwoo. Yes, if he performs better than me, I'll never bother you again. Qin Shuang turned to Hanwoo. Agree to his bet. Do it for me. Despite being asked by a beautiful and wealthy girl, Hanwoo hesitated. The probationary students here are all geniuses. Right, if I lose, promise you won't hit me. Qin Shuang clenched her fists, a determined look on her face. I believe in you. You'll definitely win. Ms. Lena, after giving the students time to prepare, asked, Is everyone ready? Seeing no objections, she continued, I believe you've all heard about the details of this test. It's an extraterrestrial survival simulation. We've tried to make it as realistic as possible, so the difficulty will be higher than previous tests. All right, let's begin. She snapped her fingers. The scene shifted to the extraterrestrial survival simulation zone. Extraterrestrial survival simulation initiated. To prevent detection by extraterrestrial consciousness, all divine realm and divine being related services will be blocked. Divine beings will be affected by extraterrestrial energy, and their physical abilities will be reduced to that of ordinary humans. Scoreboard activated. Scenario introduction. Zombie Town is a picturesque town where hospitable zombies will warmly and gently scoop out the brains of visiting guests to show their welcome. Every night, they go out to party with their fellow brethren. As soon as they entered the simulation, the students clutched their stomachs. I'm so hungry, me too, and my spatial ring isn't working. I have so much food stored in there. Hanwoo felt the same hunger pangs. We're divine beings. We shouldn't feel hungry even after 10 days of fasting. Our divine artifacts are disabled. This is a true survival test. He opened his skill menu. Targeted mutation. Available. Life sacrifice. Available. My most important skills are still usable. That's a relief. He smiled and turned to Qin Shuang. Let's explore the town. Qin Shuang nodded eagerly. She placed her hand on the ground, summoning a blue lightning bird. I'll give you a ride. But Hanwoo, eager to show off, declined her offer. No need, I can handle this. He activated his black dragon transformation, sprouting a pair of wings. Qin Shuang, seeing this, quickly followed him, flying alongside him. Soon, Hanwoo and Qin Shuang arrived at the town, gently landing on the ground. Hanwoo reverted to his human form and looked around. This town has everything. Look, a cafe, a restaurant. As he spoke, Qin Shuang's stomach growled loudly, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Hanwoo chuckled, but Qin Shuang quickly silenced him. Don't laugh, he raised his hands in surrender. Okay, let's try that restaurant. They entered a nearby restaurant. The door chimed as they stepped inside. Welcome. The restaurant owner greeted them with a smile. What would you like to order? Here's the menu. Hanwoo felt a bit awkward. Sir, we're tourists from another town. We've run out of money. The owner's smile vanished, replaced by a cold glare. He pulled out a gun. Get out of my restaurant, you beggars. You think this is some kind of zombie parade? This is no place for you to cause trouble. Qin Shuang, a proud young lady, couldn't stand being looked down upon. How dare you, she exclaimed, stepping forward. But Hanwoo, ever the calm and collected one, stopped her. Calm down, we're just ordinary humans now. He remembered something important. Yu Ling said the seed might be useful here, let's try it. He pulled out the golden seed Yu Ling had given him. Wait, I have this, are you interested? The owner's eyes lit up at the sight of the glowing seed. He quickly put away his gun. My dear customer, he said, his smile returning, you possess such a valuable seed. Please sell it to me. I'm willing to pay 10 gold coins for it. Hanwoo smiled. We're hungry. Can you prepare us some food first? Of course, no problem at all, the owner replied eagerly. Soon, a table laden with delicious food, roasted chicken, potatoes, and various other dishes, was set before them. So much delicious food, Qin Shuang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. As they ate, Hanwoo questioned the owner about the current situation in the town. Sir, can you tell us more about this place? The owner shrugged. No problem. This is a very unique place, he began to explain. In Zombie Town, humans and zombies coexist. Humans hunt zombies for money and resources, while zombies gain strength by eating human brains. Every night, countless zombies roam the streets, attacking any living creature they encounter. They even invade human homes. The only weapons humans have against them, besides swords, guns, and traps, are special plants. These plants can spray a green liquid that can kill zombies. The seed you have is a rare level 3 plant seed. You should definitely sell it to me. Hanwoo held up the seed, deep in thought. This setting sounds familiar. It's like those zombie games I used to play. It seems that level 1 plants are equivalent to ordinary nobles. So a level 3 plant must have the strength of at least a super noble. While Hanwoo was lost in thought, Qin Shuang continued to eat until she was full. How can we get more seeds? She asked, rubbing her belly. The owner looked at her in confusion. Don't you already have one? You can buy more seeds from the shops in town, but they're quite expensive. Of course, strong individuals can also obtain them from the corpses of the zombies they kill. Hanwoo and Qin Shuang exchanged glances. It's too dangerous to be outside at night. We need to find a safe place to stay. The owner, sensing their concern, said, if you want to settle down in town, you can meet the mayor to purchase real estate and become official residents of Zombie Town, or you can find an inn to stay at. He emphasized, remember, never go outside at night. After finishing their meal, Hanwoo sold the seed to the owner and left with Qin Shuang. Let's go buy a house first, he said. The owner, delighted with his purchase, waved goodbye. Moments later, a young man stumbled into the restaurant, his face pale and his voice weak. Sir, please, can I have some food? I'm starving. But the owner, as before, showed no mercy. Get out of here, you freeloader. He fired his gun, hitting the young man in the arm. Oh, my arm, my arm. Probationary student Wei Wei, points deducted by 500. Qin Shuang turned around in shock. He actually shot him. Good thing you pulled me back earlier. Let's hurry up and find a place to stay, she said. They soon found the mayor's house. The seeds you brought are worth 1,320 gold coins and 11,160 gold coins respectively. The mayor, a burly man named Schwarzenegger, said cheerfully. The cheapest property in our town is 1,200 gold coins. Qin Shuang frowned. I don't have enough money. Hanwoo, ever the gentleman, said, I have enough. I'll cover you. Schwarzenegger pulled out a book containing information on all the houses in town. You can also consider buying a house together. I have a very nice house with a large swimming pool. The price is 2,350 gold coins. He showed them a picture of the house. Wow, they exclaimed in unison. It's beautiful, we'll take it, they said simultaneously. Schwarzenegger beamed. Excellent. However, to purchase property together, you must be married. Would you like to get married right now? Hanwoo blushed, speechless. Qin Shuang's eyes widened in shock. What, get married? Schwarzenegger asked, his smile fading. Then you can't buy the house together. Our town has a strict tradition against premarital cohabitation. Qin Shuang fidgeted with her fingers, embarrassed. We don't, we're not. But they both loved the house. How about we? Hanwoo began. Qin Shuang, eager to secure the house, quickly agreed. Okay, we agree, Hanwoo declared. Qin Shuang took the opportunity to hug him gently. Schwarzenegger gave them a thumbs up. That's the spirit. You two are a perfect match. He handed them a form. Now, fill out this form, and you'll be legally married. He then gave them a set of keys and a bag of seeds. Here are your keys and a gift, 130 pea shooter seeds and 50 sunflower seeds. As Hanwoo filled out the form, Schwarzenegger said, Congratulations. May your marriage be filled with happiness. They left the mayor's house, Qin Shuang feigning reluctance. I only agreed to this because I had no choice, she said coldly. Don't take it seriously, Hanwoo chuckled. I understand. I won't take it seriously, Qin Shuang glared at him. I told you not to take it seriously, but you didn't. Are you a good listener? Congratulations on becoming official residents of Zombie Town, plus 1,000 points. Scoreboard. First place, Hanwoo and Qin Shuang 1,000 points. Second place, unknown. Third place, unknown. They arrived at their new house. This house is amazing, Hanwoo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Qin Shuang, however, was unimpressed. As a wealthy young lady, this was nothing special to her. You've never seen the world, have you? She said, rolling her eyes. Hanwoo eagerly explored the house, while Qin Shuang went to her room. I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a shower and get some sleep. Do whatever you want, she said. Hanwoo, left alone, pulled out the bag of seeds, a serious expression on his face. Time for the main event, 130 pea shooter seeds and 50 sunflower seeds. Let's see what special abilities they have. Later that evening, Hanwoo grew impatient waiting for Qin Shuang to come out of her room. She's been in there for almost an hour, he grumbled, walking towards her room. Hey, the pea shooter seeds are waiting. He flung open the door, only to see Qin Shuang changing clothes. His eyes widened in shock. Get out, get out, she shouted, covering herself. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He stammered, backing out of the room. He went outside to check on the plants he had planted earlier. Plant name, sunflower. Level 1. Plant ability, produces coins. Every time it absorbs 1 unit of energy from the air, it produces 1 copper coin. 100 copper coins equals 1 silver coin. 10 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. 1,000 gold coins equals 1 diamond. Lifespan, 1 year. Plant name, pea shooter. Level 1. Plant ability, shoots peas at a rate of 1 per second. Peas deal damage to undead creatures. Lifespan, 1 year. They grow so fast, I wonder how strong they are. Qin Shuang came out of her room and saw Hanwoo muttering to himself. What are you mumbling about? She asked. Hanwoo, startled, quickly replied, nothing. He realized she was there and blushed. Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow. Why is your face red? Are you thinking about it? He quickly denied, no, but in his mind, the image of her changing clothes replayed vividly. Qin Shuang didn't believe him. I'm warning you, stop thinking about it. You didn't see anything. As she finished speaking, they heard growls and moans approaching. They turned towards the sound. What is that? Qin Shuang asked. She raised her hand and cast light spell, illuminating the surroundings. A horde of zombies was shambling towards them, their mouths agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Hanwoo crossed his arms, a smirk on his face. Right on time. Let's see what you've got. As the zombies got closer, the pea shooters he had planted began firing peas at them. I thought they would be tougher than this. Their fighting spirit is pathetic. But he noticed that the peas were barely doing any damage. He pulled out a glowing blue stone. Pea shooters, darkness enhancement. The pea shooters absorbed the stone's power, their forms changing. Their leaves withered, their flowers wilted, and their bodies turned a dark shade of green. They had become shadow pea shooters. Their attack power increased significantly. Zombies exploded in a shower of blood with every hit. Eliminated ordinary zombie level 1, plus 1 point. Eliminated flag zombie level 1, plus 1 point. Eliminated conehead zombie level 1, plus 1 point. Despite their increased power, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Hanwoo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Using darkness enhancement consumes too much stamina. At this rate, we'll be surrounded. What should I do? Qin Shuang clenched her fists, whirring etched on her face. This is bad. Sutai probably bought a house too. His score is already 1,300 points. At this rate, we'll lose. Hanwoo, hearing her concern, looked at his pea shooters and thought, I need to find a way to increase the zombie killing speed. He focused on one of the pea shooters. Special plants are considered living beings. They must have genes, which means they can mutate, right? He raised his hand. Targeted mutation. Activate. A red aura flowed from his hand into the pea shooter. A mutation selection panel appeared. Option 1. Range mutation extends the pea shooter's range. Cost. Each doubling of range reduces lifespan by 1 month. Maximum range increase, 13 times. Remaining lifespan, 12 hours. Option 2. Firing speed mutation increases the pea shooter's firing speed. Cost. Each doubling of firing speed reduces lifespan by 2 months. Maximum firing speed increase, 7 times. Remaining lifespan, 12 hours. Option 3. Multi-head mutation increases the number of shooting heads on the pea shooter. Cost. Each additional shooting head reduces lifespan by 3 months. Maximum number of shooting heads, 5. Remaining lifespan, 12 hours. Option 4. Root mutation increases the size of the pea shooter's roots. Cost. Each doubling of root size reduces lifespan by 6 months. Maximum size increase, 3 times. Remaining lifespan, 12 hours. Hanwoo decided to try all the options. The pea shooters transformed, their faces contorted into grotesque grins, revealing sharp teeth, a golden aura surrounded their bodies. Their firepower increased dramatically, unleashing a torrent of peas at the approaching zombies. Eliminated Office Zombie Level 1, plus 1 point. Eliminated Punk Zombie Level 1, plus 1 point, dropped a bottle of hair dye. Eliminated Ordinary Zombie Level 2, plus 2 points. In the distance, a group of larger, more muscular zombies approached, their footsteps heavy and their bodies radiating a menacing aura. The lead zombie, carrying a flag, hurled it towards Hanwoo's pea shooters. The flag landed with a thud, sending dirt and debris flying, but it missed its target. The zombie was confused. I always hit my target, why did I miss? The pea shooters, not giving him time to ponder, unleashed a volley of peas, pushing him back. Hanwoo picked up the fallen flag, examining it with interest. This is made of refined steel, what a waste. I'm confiscating this. He suddenly remembered something important. The sunflowers, I almost forgot about them. Sunflowers, mutate, sunflower mutation options. Option 1. Multi-production mutation increases the sunflower's coin production. Cost. Each doubling of production reduces lifespan by 1 month. Maximum production increase, 13 times. Remaining lifespan, 12 hours. Option 2. Absorption mutation increases the sunflower's energy absorption range. Cost. Each doubling of absorption range reduces lifespan by 2 months. Maximum absorption range increase, 7 times. Remaining lifespan, 12 hours. Hanwoo's eyes gleamed. I want all the gold coins, come to me. The sunflowers began spewing out coins at an alarming rate. Qin Shuang, seeing this, checked the scoreboard. We're ahead, your score has surpassed Xutai's. First place, Hanwoo 1,436 points. Second place, Sutai 1,313 points. Sutai, watching the scoreboard, exclaimed in disbelief, what, how is this possible? He pulled out a level for plant seed, the fire dragon grass seed, and glared at Hanwoo. You'll never surpass me. I won't let you. 2 hours later, his seed had sprouted into a massive dragon. It breathed fire at the approaching zombies, incinerating them. First place, Xutai 1,610 points. Second place, Hanwoo 1,586 points. Sutai's score continued to climb rapidly. He sneered, Hanwoo, I've investigated you. You're just an orphan with no parents. How dare you challenge me, a descendant of a true god? I'll crush you. As he boasted about his lineage, the sky began to lighten. The sun rose, casting its rays upon Zombie Town. The zombies, exposed to sunlight, shrieked in agony as their bodies turned to dust. Back with Hanwoo, Qin Shuang was counting the gold coins she had earned. The first night is finally over. Thank goodness our plans were so powerful. She turned to Hanwoo. How did you do it? Hanwoo, still reveling in his newfound wealth, explained, I have this ability called targeted mutation. It can make living beings evolve. Qin Shuang smiled. That's an amazing ability. She checked the scoreboard again. But we're still far behind first place. Sutai 201,000 points. Second place, Hanwoo 128,000 points. Third place, unknown. Fourth place, unknown. Fifth place, Qin Shuang 23,000 points. Don't worry, Hanwoo said confidently, this is just the beginning. Let's focus on exchanging these resources for better seeds. As night fell, Hanwoo's plants were even stronger. He stood behind them, arms crossed, a proud smile on his face. I now have level 2 and level 3 plants. I won't lose this time. We might be in trouble, Qin Shuang said, her voice laced with whirring. "These zombies look different from the ones we encountered before." She was looking through her binoculars. In the distance, she saw a zombie wearing a red coat and a group of zombies riding horses. "It's a level 3 zombie knight and a level for disco zombie," she exclaimed. Han Wu's eyes widened. "A level for disco zombie. How are we supposed to deal with that?" The disco zombie's body pulsed with a menacing red aura. What do we do?" Qin Shuang asked, her voice trembling. "Turn off the lights. Zombies are attracted to light and sound. Let's turn off the lights and hope the level for zombie doesn't see us." Qin Shuang quickly turned off all the lights in the house. "They hid in a corner." "How is it?" she whispered. "They're heading towards the neighbor's house," Han Wu said, peeking out the window. The disco zombie continued walking, oblivious to their presence. "Let's use light spell to illuminate the area and kill some zombies to earn points," Han Wu suggested. Qin Shuang, not wanting him to lose, agreed. She stepped outside and raised her hands. "Light spell, activate." A bright, yellow orb appeared before her, illuminating the surroundings. The zombies, attracted by the light, turned and shambled towards Qin Shuang, their moans echoing through the night. Han Wu's pea shooters opened fire, but their attacks seemed to have little effect on the zombie. A zombie knight charged towards Qin Shuang, its weapon raised. Qin Shuang, caught off guard, raised her arms to defend herself. But just in time, a boxing glove plant punched the zombie knight in the face, sending it flying. Han Wu checked the scoreboard. First place, Xu Tai 230 to 1,000 points. Second place, Han Wu 140 to 1,000 points. Third place, Sun Qingnian 99,000 points. Sun Qingnian, Han Wu exclaimed. "How is he gaining points so quickly?" "Scared by my speed, newbie," a voice boomed. Han Wu turned to see Sun Qingnian massaging the shoulders of an older woman. "Damn it, he's a sugar baby." A group of zombies used a pole vault to jump over Han Wu's potato mines and into Sun Qingnian's house. "Sniper Oak, attack," Sun Qingnian commanded. The Sniper Oak fired its acorns at the zombies. More, Sun Qingnian shouted gleefully. "First place is mine," Han Wu scowled. "I can't believe there's such a shameless sugar baby." "Jealous?" Qin Shuang asked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "If I lose, you'll have to deal with that idiot Xu Tai," Han Wu retorted. Qin Shuang stuck out her tongue. "Whatever." The disco zombie raised its hands, casting a summoning spell. Two red and blue flames appeared beside it, from which emerged to level to back up dancer zombies. Finally, the level for zombie has broken through that sugar baby's defenses. Han Wu exclaimed, a gleeful smile on his face. The disco zombie stepped on a spring bean trap and was launched into the air. "It's a spring bean," Han Wu exclaimed. To his horror, the disco zombie landed in his yard. "Oh shit," he cursed. "Pea shooters, focus fire. Take down the disco zombie." The pea shooters unleashed a barrage of peas, but they bounced harmlessly off the disco zombie's body. The disco zombie, unfazed, struck a pose and grinned. "Maybe we should retreat," Qin Shuang suggested nervously. "Our plans can't stop a level for zombie." "No," Han Wu said firmly. "If we retreat now, we'll lose for sure. I'll handle this." He transformed into his black dragon form and charged towards the disco zombie. He punched it in the face with all his might, but it only left a small scorch mark. Han Wu stared in disbelief. "How is it not affected? I need to get serious." Han Wu clenched his fists, a purple aura surrounding his body. "I'll let you taste my signature move, the idol fanboy punch." He unleashed a barrage of punches on the disco zombie's neck. The zombie's head snapped back with each blow, and soon, its neck couldn't withstand the force any longer. It broke with a sickening crack, and the zombie collapsed to the ground. Disco zombie level for defeated, plus 500 points. Dropped a level for seed, a pair of crocodile leather shoes, and a tap dance guide. The items appeared before him, but Han Wu ignored them, focusing on his aching hand. "That level for disco zombie was tough. My hand is about to fall off, and I only got 500 points for it." Meanwhile, a pair of binoculars observed his every move. "That kid is quite interesting," Yu Ling commented, impressed by Han Wu's strength. "It's a shame we can't see the scoreboard. Let me see. Xiong Meng pleaded, eager to know the standings. Yi Ling sighed and handed him the binoculars. Xiong Meng grinned. We chose the right person this time. And he's partnered with the goddess of the probationary class. He's got good taste, just like me. Don't get ahead of yourself, Ziatia said coldly. The question is, can our genius find the wisdom fruit for us? That depends on his progress in exploring Zombie Town, Yi Ling replied. If he thinks this is just about planting plants and killing zombies for points, he'll never find high-level resources like the wisdom fruit, she smirked. But I'm curious to see if he can take first place. Or maybe we should let Ms. Lena beat up Xiong Meng in exchange for viewing privileges. As if summoned by her words, Ms. Lena appeared behind them, her face dark. So, in your eyes, I'm that violent. Yi Ling, startled, turned around, her face pale. Ms. Lena, who did you bet on? Ms. Lena interrupted. Student Hanwu, Xiong Meng, and Yi Ling stammered. Ms. Lena smiled and led them towards the room where the competition was being monitored. All right, I'll grant you viewing privileges, follow me. The four of them entered the room. Ms. Lena gestured towards a large screen and projected the image into the center of the room. Now you can watch to your heart's content. Back in the simulation, Hanwu was relentlessly battling zombies. Pea shooters, focus fire, take down that target. The pea shooters unleashed a barrage of peas, and Hanwu flew into the air to dodge the incoming projectiles, allowing them to hit the zombie he was fighting. Yi Ling analyzed Hanwu's pea shooters. His pea shooters are almost as strong as level to plants. Xiong Meng, you didn't lose unfairly. She noticed something strange. Wait a minute. Why is a level 3 zombie attacking his territory? His setup shouldn't attract zombies above level 2. Meanwhile, in Sun Kingnian's territory, zombies were being launched back by spring beans, landing in Han Wu's yard. That's shameless. He's clearly bullying him, Yi Ling exclaimed. But who's sponsoring this probationary student? Why is he so strong? That probationary student is Sun Kingnian. Ms. Lena replied. He's not being sponsored by anyone. Impossible, Xiong Meng said. How can he be that strong? On the screen, Sun Kingnian was kissing the older woman on the cheek, making her giggle. Yi Ling gritted her teeth. He's just a sugar baby. This year's probationary class is full of weirdos. They're willing to sacrifice their dignity for points. The scoreboard updated. First place, Exutai 314,000 points. Second place, Sun Kingnian 313,000 points. Third place, Hanwu 198,000 points. The person in first place is Sutai. Yi Ling asked, who is he? Why is his score so much higher than Sun Kingnian and Hanwu? I want to see his setup. The screen showed Exutai and his fire dragon grass, which was incinerating zombies with its fiery breath. Sutai laughed triumphantly. Hanwu, let's see how you're going to beat me. Yi Ling crossed her arms. Fire dragon grass, it seems Sutai is being sponsored by our nemesis, Huang Shengzhen. Xiong Meng clenched his fists, his face contorted in anger. Huang Shengzhen, that bastard caused chaos in Zombie Town last time and looted a lot of valuable resources. He's probably trying to profit from the probationary students again. That's correct, Ms. Lena confirmed. Sutai and Huang Shengzhen have made a private agreement. Huang Shengzhen is sponsoring Sutai, and in return, Sutai will give him 70% of the profits he earns from Zombie Town. Despicable. Xiong Meng, Yi Ling, and Ziatia exclaimed in unison. Just then, a young man with red hair swaggered into the room, a smug grin on his face. Who are you calling despicable? He asked. Xiong Meng turned around. Huang Shengzhen approached them and smirked. So you're here to watch the probationary students you're sponsoring. Interested in a bet? Let's see whose sponsored student will rank higher. You think we're stupid, Xiong Meng said coldly. We already know you're sponsoring Sutai. Huang Shengzhen chuckled and leaned closer to Xiong Meng, his voice dripping with mockery. So you don't even have the guts to compete. You're truly useless. You managed to get into one of the top universities in the Divine Realm, the Western University, but you still need to huddle together for warmth, forming a pathetic little club for entertainment. Being classmates with you is truly embarrassing. Xiong Meng, enraged by the insult, lunged at Wang Shengzhen. Damn it. Today, we'll settle this once and for all. But Yulin grabbed him by the waist and held him back. Calm down. He's deliberately provoking you in front of Ms. Lena. She turned to Wang Shengzhen and retorted, we formed our club to help students in need. You have no right to judge us. You want to make a bet? Fine, I'll bet everything I have. Let's see whose sponsored student performs better. Ms. Lena will be our witness, and don't you dare back out when you lose. Wang Shengzhen, pleased with himself, turned and left. Yulin, are you sure about this? Xiongmeng asked worriedly. The suitai he's sponsoring seems pretty strong. Yulin's expression hardened. What's the point of being a hero if we don't even have the courage to compete? Besides, the junior we're sponsoring is no slouch either. If Hanwoo can be the first to uncover the truth behind Zombie Town, Ms. Lena added, he will surely win. After a long and arduous night, the second day of the survival simulation ended. Those who survived received 2,000 points. Hanwoo, exhausted from a night of fighting, collapsed on the ground. I can't move another muscle. I'm so tired I could pee my pants. Qin Shuang, counting their spoils, chuckled, all right, you've worked hard. Get some rest. I'll clean up this battlefield. Thank goodness Hanwoo's abilities still work in this strange world, she thought. Otherwise, we would have failed last night. Thanks, honey, Hanwoo said with a grin. Qin Shuang blushed and kicked him playfully. What did you call me? Don't get any ideas. Hey, it's just our official relationship here, Hanwoo protested. You should at least act the part. It'll be awkward if we get caught later. Qin Shuang, despite her embarrassment, couldn't help but agree. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted them. Still in the mood for flirting, huh? Han Wu's playful mood vanished. He turned to see Sun Qingnian standing there, arms crossed, a smug grin on his face. Even if you break your arm, you'll still only be in third place, he said mockingly. Unlike me, Qin Shuang checked the scoreboard. First place, Xutai 535,000 points. Second place, Sun Qingnian 356,000 points. Third place, Hanwoo 302,000 points. How is this possible? She exclaimed. Sutai's score is over 200,000 points higher than ours. Don't worry, Hanwoo said confidently, I still have my trump card. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, hey, whatever your name is, my broken arm is still better than your broken, you know what I mean? Qin Shuang, instead of being disgusted, chuckled, you're so gross. Sun Qingnian, enraged, threatened, just you wait. Tonight, I'll place spring beans everywhere to give you a special welcome. Whatever, Hanwoo said dismissively, as long as you're happy. He then noticed the items he had obtained the previous night, a level for seed, HYPNO-SHROM level 4, releases a spore bomb with hypnotic properties. Zombies hit by the spores have a chance to be controlled by the hypnoshroom and turn against their fellow zombies. Also has a chance to brainwash zombies who consume it completely. Cob Cannon level 4, uses corn cobs as projectiles. Can instantly kill level 3 zombies and deals area of effect damage. Han Wu's eyes widened. This hypnoshroom is amazing. It's like a mind control pet, and the Cob Cannon is a mortar. The perfect tool for farming divinity points. Now I just need a decent melee weapon. Qin Shuang, after loading their loot onto a cart, turned to Hanwoo. Let's go to the loot shop and see if we can buy any high-level seeds. All right, dear, Hanwoo said with a grin. Qin Shuang blushed and glared at him. Don't call me dear, why not? It'll be awkward if we slip up later and someone finds out, Hanwoo teased. Qin Shuang rolled her eyes. An hour later, they emerged from the shop. I can't believe the loot shop doesn't accept the tap dance guide. Hanwoo grumbled. I thought it was a valuable treasure. Qin Shuang, on the other hand, was in a good mood. Our loot from last night was worth 243 gold coins. Not bad, the owner said the mayor is a collector of melee weapons. Maybe we can trade this flagpole for a good weapon. Hanwoo, still annoyed about the tap dance guide, shrugged. Whatever you say, mistress of Han Manor. Qin Shuang frowned. Why Han Manor? Why not Qin Manor? Hanwoo grinned. If it's Qin Manor, Wouldn't I become your live-in husband? Qin Shuang shrieked and chased after him, her fists raised. How dare you try to get the upper hand on me? Help! Domestic violence! Domestic violence! Hanwoo shouted, running away. They soon arrived at the mayor's house. What? You want a weapon from my collection? Schwarzenegger asked, surprised. He examined the flagpole Hanwoo was carrying. This is a rare item. I'm interested. If you want to trade it for a weapon, you can choose one from my collection. He led them inside and let them browse his collection. Han Wu's eyes lit up when he saw a cool-looking sword. This sword is calling to me. As he picked it up, the sword emitted a red aura. It's resonating with the black dragon blood in my body. He turned to the mayor. I want this one. Schwarzenegger smiled. Very well, but the flagpole isn't enough to trade for it. Do you have anything else? Hanwoo offered the tap dance guide and to level 3 seeds. This is all I have of value. I don't need the tap dance guide, Schwarzenegger said. I'll take the 2 level 3 seeds. Hanwoo readily agreed. Although the tap dance guide is useless to me, Schwarzenegger said, your neighbor, Mrs. Thor, might be interested. She used to be the town's dancing queen. Hanwoo grinned. Let's go visit Sun Kingnyeon's sugar mommy. He quickly arrived at Sutai's house, but unsure if it was the right one, he shouted loudly, wow, what a luxurious and prestigious house. At that moment, Sutai emerged from the house. He put on a friendly facade and said, Hanwoo, the gap between us is widening. You've already dropped to 3rd place, just admit defeat, and maybe I'll be merciful and allow you to stay in the same class as Qin Shuang. Hearing those words, Hanwoo called out loudly, honey. This idiot is your friend. Qin Shuang frowned and replied curtly, not familiar. Sutai's face turned red with anger. He glared at Hanwoo, gritting his teeth. What did you just call her? How dare you? I'll crush you. Seeing Sutai's rage, Hanwoo was even more amused. He grabbed Qin Shuang's hand and said cheerfully, don't mind him. Let's go have some fun. Sutai's eyes burned with fury as they walked away. I'm not just going to defeat you. I'm going to chop off that hand of yours. Soon, Hanwoo was standing in front of Mrs. Thor's house, knocking on the door. Mrs. Thor, are you home? Sun Kingnyeon and Mrs. Thor emerged from the house. Hey, isn't this classmate Hanwoo? Sun Kingnyeon sneered. You're the new neighbor, Mrs. Thor asked. My little darling told me about last night's incident. If you're here to demand compensation, you can leave. I will not compensate for your incompetence. Don't cause trouble, Hanwoo, Sun Kingnyeon said arrogantly. Just leave, you misunderstand, Mrs. Thor, Hanwoo said confidently. I'm here to admire your grace. I heard from the mayor that you were once the town's dancing queen. You truly have an extraordinary aura. I happen to have a very valuable item, and I believe only you are worthy of possessing it. Mrs. Thor smiled, but her tone remained firm. Don't think you can change my mind with flattery. I won't rearrange the plants in my yard. Don't even dream about it. I wonder if this can change your mind, Hanwoo said, holding up the tap dance guide. Mrs. Thor's eyes widened as she saw the title. Sun Kingnyeon frowned, annoyed. You want to reconcile with this tattered book? Hanwoo, you're being a bit stingy, aren't you? But he didn't notice Mrs. Thor staring at the book with intense longing. She exclaimed excitedly, this is the lost dance of the Disco King. Name your price, I'll give you everything I have for it. Sun Kingnyeon's jaw dropped in shock. What if Hanwoo asks her to kick me out? I'll be ruined. Seeing the shift in the situation, Sun Kingnyeon quickly put on a fawning smile. Hanwoo, my friend, we're classmates after all. Maybe you could, but Hanwoo ignored him. He smiled and handed the book to Mrs. Thor. Mrs. Thor, please don't be so formal. Keep this tap dance guide. If I find any related books, I'll definitely bring them to you. Sun Kingnyeon was stunned. He's giving it away for free. Mrs. Thor was overjoyed. Hanwoo, thank you so much. Please forgive my rudeness earlier. You can call me Hannah. I'd be happy to be your closest neighbor. After handing over the book, Hanwoo and Qin Shuang turned to leave. Hanwoo, Hannah called out, feel free to visit me anytime. Hanwoo simply waved goodbye without turning around. As they walked away, the system announced, friendly relationship established with Hannah Thor, the town's disco queen friendliness level. 999, unlocked Hannah Thor's personal shop. Plus 30,000 points. Han Wu's eyes widened in surprise. 30,000 points. How many zombies would I have to kill to earn that much? Could this be the real key to winning in Zombie Town? Qin Shuang, noticing his expression, asked, "What's wrong?" "What did you do?" She then received a system notification. "I got a notification too. It says, friendly relationship established with Hannah Thor, the town's disco queen, unlocked Hannah Thor's personal shop. Plus 10,000 points. Hanwoo grinned. "It seems because we're considered a married couple in this town, you can also earn points like this. This is quite profitable." He teased, "This is what a husband should do, no need to thank me." Qin Shuang blushed and walked ahead quickly, trying to hide her face. "You're so shameless. I'm ignoring you." Hanwoo, used to her behavior, chuckled and checked Hannah Thor's shop. Hannah Thor's shop, Clover Seed Level 3, 10 friendliness points. Dance lessons, 20 friendliness points. Divine Power Dance Outfit, 35 friendliness points. Wisdom Fruit, 90 friendliness points. Han Wu's eyes lit up. The Wisdom Fruit, it seems I can complete my senior's task, but it requires 90 friendliness points. I'll buy it after the test is over. That night, at his villa, Hanwoo was fully prepared. Both level for seeds have undergone targeted mutation. Tonight, I can farm points to my heart's content. As soon as he finished speaking, a horde of zombies appeared. His level for plants immediately attacked, unleashing a barrage of attacks. A yellow energy ball shot out and exploded upon contact with the zombies, sending them flying. Hanwoo was disappointed. Why are there no high-level zombies today? These weaklings aren't good for increasing my score. He suddenly realized something. He looked towards Mrs. Thor's house and saw her waving at him. She called out cheerfully, "Hanwoo, I've removed the spring beans. Consider it a small token of gratitude." Although he appreciated her gesture, Hanwoo had spent the entire day preparing for a spring bean onslaught, so he was a bit disappointed. "It seems there's no chance to show off my skills tonight. Maybe I should go out and see what's happening in town." He transformed into his black dragon form and flew into the air. He spotted a group of zombies parading through the streets. These aren't just zombies, they're points. He drew the sword he had obtained that morning and infused it with purple energy. He then flew towards the zombies. As he got closer, he unleashed a powerful slash. A purple wave of energy shot out from the sword and sliced through the heads of the zombies below. Gold coins rained down from their bodies. After defeating the strongest zombie in the group, he flew away in search of more level for prey. These snacks aren't worth my time. For hours later, he was standing on a rooftop, checking the scoreboard. First place, Sun Kingian 831,000 points. Second place, Exutai 757,000 points. Third place, Hanwoo 723,000 points. He smiled. Good. The point gap has narrowed, but I need to keep working hard. The third day of the survival simulation ended, and those who survived received 3,000 points. As Hanwoo returned home, he saw someone standing at his door. "Ah, who are you?" The man smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Rick Grimes, a resident of this town and the captain of the town guard. I saw you bravely fighting zombies last night, so I came to invite you to join the town guard." Hanwoo frowned. "I've only heard of the Guardians of the Galaxy. What's the town guard?" Rick Grimes explained. "We guard the entrances to the town and prevent level 5 and above zombies from entering." He emphasized the importance of the town guard. Without us, Zombie Town would have been overrun by powerful zombie hordes long ago. Han Wu's eyes widened. Level 5 and above zombies. That's a high-level battle. If I can kill a few of those, my score will skyrocket. "Captain Rick," he said eagerly, "please allow me to join your team." Rick Grimes smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Our town guard is in need of talented young people like you. Welcome." Friendly relationship established with Rick Grimes, captain of the town guard, unlocked Rick Grimes' personal shop. Plus 60,000 points. Joined the town guard, unlocked the town guard's merit shop. Plus 50,000 points. Hanwoo's score surpassed Sun Kingian's. First place, Honwoo 836,000 points. Second place, Sun Kingian 834,000 points. Third place, Xutai 761,000 points. Honwoo stared at the scoreboard in disbelief. I'm in first place. Rick Grimes turned to leave. Don't forget to come tonight, he said, waving goodbye. As soon as Honwoo entered his house, Qin Shuang rushed out and exclaimed, "You're in first place. You're amazing. Tell me how you did it," she demanded. "Did you do something big last night?" Honwoo decided to be honest. "I just..." Before he could finish, someone knocked on the door. Honwoo opened the door and grumbled, "Who's knocking so early in the morning?" A beautiful woman in a tight red dress stood before him. She touched her lips and said, "Honwoo, you were amazing last night." Honwoo didn't recognize her. "Who are you?" "I don't think we've met." The woman smiled. "I found your performance last night very exciting." Qin Shuang, hearing a woman's voice, stepped forward and demanded, "Honwoo, what did you do last night that made her come to our door?" Before Honwoo could explain, the woman in red interrupted, "Who is this?" Qin Shuang straightened up and placed her hand on her chest. "I'm Hon Wu's wife. Who are you?" Despite hearing that he was married, the woman stepped forward and smiled seductively. "Honwoo, are you bored being married so young?" "I'm Jessica. If you're interested, I can be your mistress." She turned to leave. "Honwoo, I'll see you at the town guard tonight." Honwoo, flattered by the attention, waved goodbye, oblivious to Qin Shuang's darkening expression. "You seem reluctant to see her go," she said coldly. When he didn't respond, she grabbed his ear and pulled. "You scoundrel, did you go around harassing other girls last night?" Honwoo winced in pain. "Is that why your score increased so quickly?" she continued. "Did you learn from Sun Kingian and become a sugar baby?" "I'm innocent," Honwoo protested. "Why would I do that when I have such a beautiful wife? I went out last night to kill zombies and earn points. Then the captain of the town guard noticed me and invited me to join. The points I gained were the reward for joining the town guard." Qin Shuang quickly released his ear and said sheepishly, "Why didn't you say so earlier? She came here praising you and saying she was excited, so I thought I had won." "So you were jealous?" Honwoo teased. "I was just trying to catch up to Su Tie's score so you could win the bet." "I wasn't jealous," Qin Shuang retorted. "What you do has nothing to do with me." They stopped arguing after a while. Honwoo handed her a bag of seeds. "I'm going to the town guard tonight to kill high-level zombies. I'll leave the garden to you. Here are all the high-level seeds we have." Qin Shuang took the bag and said worriedly, "Be careful tonight." "Protect yourself," Honwoo, touched by her concern, reassured her. "Don't worry, I tested the black sword last night. It can instantly kill even level for zombies. I'll be fine." He turned to leave. "That's not what I meant," Qin Shuang called out. "I meant, don't let those vixens out there seduce you." That night, in the city, Honwoo arrived at the meeting point. "Honwoo, you're finally here," Rick Grimes greeted him. Jessica immediately rushed over and wrapped her ample bosom around his arm. "Honwoo, I've missed you. How have you been?" A tall, muscular man with two large hammers frowned. "Jessica, stop it. Honwoo is a married man." He introduced himself. "Honwoo, I'm Sledgehammer Johnson." A blond man asked, "Honwoo, what's your fighting style?" Honwoo immediately transformed into his black dragon form and leapt into the air. "I can freely transform my body to adapt to any combat situation." Jessica's eyes lit up as she admired his muscular physique. "Amazing, just my type." She turned to Rick Grimes. "Captain, why don't you let me lead him? I like working with handsome men." Since this was Hon Wu's first mission, and Jessica was a capable fighter despite her flirtatious nature, Rick Grimes agreed. "All right, Jessica will guide Honwoo tonight. Honwoo, fighting zombies is dangerous. You must follow Jessica's instructions." Jessica drew to guns and said seriously, "Prepare for battle." Hon Wu's eyes widened in surprise. "They're level 5 plants. One shoots fire, and the other shoots ice." Sledgehammer Johnson transformed, his muscles bulging. "Giant walnut level 5, unite." He transformed into a muscular black man with a shiny bald head. The blonde man also transformed. Lancer, Pinecone Guard, Unite, a foot clad in armor, radiating green energy, stepped forward. It was Captain Rick Grimes. He had transformed, his entire body engulfed in flames. "The zombies are coming," he shouted, charging towards the horde. Jessica, equally excited, fired her guns. "Come and get it. Eat." The zombies surged towards her, and she unleashed a barrage of exploding candy corn. Sledgehammer Johnson swung his hammer at a zombie. "Take this." The hammer struck the zombie's head with a loud thud. The zombie winced in pain and groaned. But to Johnson's horror, the zombie's head suddenly sprouted tentacles. It grinned menacingly and lashed out at Johnson with its tentacles. Just then, Rick Grimes, flying overhead, blasted the zombie with fire. "Johnson, get back. You're going to die." Johnson quickly retreated. The blonde man charged forward and stabbed a zombie with his spear. "Leave this side to me." Hanwoo, observing the battle, was amazed. "This is a high-level battle. It's incredible. I can't let them outshine me." He charged towards a zombie and swung his sword with all his might. "I am the zombie slayer." Hanwoo, unfazed, Hanwoo drew his sword and slashed at another zombie. A smug grin plastered on his face. He reveled in the ease of it all, but his enjoyment was short-lived. A warning shout from behind wiped the smile off his face. He whipped his head around just in time to see Jessica sprinting towards him from a distance. Confused and startled, he found himself tackled to the ground by Jessica, who then raised her gun with a tense expression. Still clueless about the unfolding situation, he gasped, "I can't breathe." "What's going on?" Ignoring his question, Jessica fired continuously behind her. A terrifying blaze of fire shot out, engulfing the zombie and obliterating it with ease. Only after dealing with the threat did Jessica stand up and sternly warn, "Level 5 zombies are far more resilient than Level 4 ones. You wounded it, but it wasn't incapacitated." Hanwoo smiled sheepishly. "Thanks for saving me, Jessica." Jessica, usually flirtatious and playful, was deadly serious in combat mode. "Don't get cocky just because you're strong. Stay alert. I told you to provide support first, and observe." With that said, she plunged back into the fray, unleashing a barrage of precise shots at the heads and bodies of the remaining zombies. Hearing her words, Hanwoo followed suit, delivering powerful blows with his sword. System notification. Plus 3,000 combat points. X2 Radiant Sunflower Seed level for acquired. 3 grueling hours passed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hanwoo sighed, "I'm exhausted." But the team continued to fight relentlessly, showing no signs of fatigue. Incredulous, Hanwoo joked, "You guys must be on stimulants or something, right?" Jessica glanced at him with a smug grin. "Pretty boy, the battle's just begun, and you're already worn out. With that stamina, you can't be my lover." Stung by the comment, Hanwoo thought to himself, "If I still had the physique of a divine being, I wouldn't be this tired. I could fight till dawn without breaking a sweat." Lost in his thoughts about the unfairness of life, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Host, guess who I am?" Startled, he quickly recognized the source. "Origin of mutation. You finally have time for me." It materialized before him. "I smell the resentment of a neglected concubine. I heard someone say your stamina isn't good enough," it seethed. "As the vessel of the origin of mutation, how can I let a woman say such things? I've decided to grant you a power so you can prove yourself to that busty, curvy girl. This power is called Jealousy Lock. Hold on tight. We're taking off." Iron chains and a lock appeared on Han Wu's chest. The lock clicked open, and a surge of golden energy erupted from his body, even radiating from his eyes. "This feels amazing. My energy feels limitless." The origin of mutation crowed, "The jealousy lock is open. You can now absorb the cells of any powerful creature to temporarily mutate your body." Hanwoo recalled how the others had merged with plants, gaining strength and resilience. "Maybe I should try that too." He retrieved the radiant sunflower seed he'd obtained from the zombie he'd slain. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth. A tremendous power surged through him. He effortlessly levitated into the air, his body radiating a blinding light. The zombies exposed to the light recoiled in terror, their bodies slowly disintegrating. Jessica and the blonde man shielded their eyes, gazing upwards. "My man is shining so brightly," Jessica exclaimed. "Is that a god descending?" Rick marveled. "Han-woo is helping us. We can't let his efforts go to waste." Rick rallied his team. "Everyone, attack with all your might." He then zipped through the horde of zombies with incredible speed, leaving a trail of glowing green streaks. As Han-woo bathed the area in light, a zombie, seemingly unaffected, charged towards him. "Protect Han-woo, stop it," Rick yelled. Johnson rushed to intercept the massive zombie, but the creature, sensing his approach, spun around and delivered a powerful blow, sending Johnson flying. "It's too strong, not good," Rick exclaimed. "It's a level 6 zombie. Its attack and defense are overwhelming." He shouted to Han-woo, "Run, get out of here." The zombie turned its attention to Han-woo, launching a devastating punch. Fortunately, the lights surrounding Han-woo momentarily repelled the attack. His eyes glowed with reflected light. He smirked. He spread his arms wide, unleashing a blinding wave of energy. The level 6 zombie roared in pain, its body slowly burning away. Moments later, it vanished completely. Han-W's power depleted, and he gently floated back to the ground. The team erupted in cheers. "We won! We did it! Han-woo, you're amazing!" They rushed forward, hoisting him onto their shoulders in celebration. System announcement. Friendly relationship established with Jessica, Town Guard member. Jessica's personal shop unlocked, plus 50,000 points. Friendly relationship established with Johnson, Town Guard member. Johnson's personal shop unlocked, plus 50,000 points. Friendly relationship established with David, Town Guard member. David's personal shop unlocked, plus 50,000 points. Level 6 zombie slain, plus 23,000 combat points. Amidst the jubilation, the origin of mutation piped up. "Host, how did you like unlocking the jealousy lock?" Han-woo grinned. "It was great, amazing, good. Now for the bad news." Han-W's face fell. "Bad news? What are you planning?" "I have nothing left to give you. My divinity is all." "Who needs your stuff, you stingy miser?" The origin of mutation interrupted. "The bad news is that the jealousy lock has a slight side effect." Han-woo breathed a sigh of relief. "Just a side effect. As long as it doesn't cripple me." But then he remembered that every upgrade seemed to come with a catch, usually involving premature death. His face paled. "Wait, there's a side effect. Why didn't you tell me sooner? What happens? Will I be crippled?" Seeing his panic, the origin of mutation reassured him. "Calm down. You're the vessel of the supreme origin of mutation. How can you be so timid? The side effect isn't physically harmful. Don't worry. It's just that you can't use the jealousy lock continuously. You need a cooldown period." Han-woo frowned. "You know a lot, don't you? A cooldown period isn't so bad, but how long is it? And what happens if I don't respect the cooldown? With your current weak body, you can only use the jealousy lock once every 10 days. Frequent use will cause genetic disorder, and the temporary mutation will become permanent." It finished explaining and then taunted. "So, host, feeling brave enough to try it out?" Han-woo shook his head. "No way, I don't want to become a giant, round light bulb for the rest of my life." Rick, though elated by Han-W's victory, was concerned. "Han-woo, are you feeling all right?" Han-woo, touched by their concern, smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine, don't worry." Jessica seized the opportunity, lift his chin up. "Pretty boy, you've completely won me over. Now, are you ready to spend a wonderful night with me?" Flustered by her advances, Han-woo stammered. "What?" "Don't bother him, Jessica," Johnson called out. "He's exhausted, and you want to drain him dry." Han-woo, "Go rest. I can handle the remaining level 5 zombies myself." Jessica stuck her tongue out at Johnson. Han-woo smiled gratefully. "I am a bit tired. I'll leave the rest to you guys. I'll go rest for a bit." He walked away, thinking, "I can't use the jealousy lock for the next 10 days. I need to improve my base combat strength." "Oh right, the personal shops are open. Time for some shopping. From now on, call me Little Overlord," he declared. The item shop appeared before him. After half an hour of browsing, he finally finished his shopping spree. Perfect, plant fusion technique, just what I need while the jealousy lock is on cooldown. You're satisfied with this garbage? The origin of mutation scoffed, plant fusion technique. It's just a crude method of grafting organisms. Annoyed by its criticism, Hanwoo retorted, this cost me 70 friendship points with David. You calling it useless, it's all because of your jealousy lock's long cooldown. Isn't it because your body is too weak, it countered. I can improve this plant fusion technique to a whole new level with just a minor tweak, just to divinity points. What do you say? Despite the tempting offer, Hanwoo remained impassive. I'm broke, go play somewhere else, don't let the door hit you on the way out. You're so stingy, how about 1 divinity point? That's my final offer. Secretly pleased with his bargaining skills, Hanwoo replied flatly, fine, since you're showing some sincerity, I'll agree. With a snap of its fingers, fireworks exploded in Hanwoo's mind. 3 cards appeared before him. Whoa, after the upgrade, I can fuse 3 plants at once. And there's a slot for a level 6 seed, awesome. Remember, you still owe me 1 divinity point, the origin of mutation reminded him. Yeah, I won't forget, Hanwoo replied nonchalantly. He slotted the first card into his attribute slot, darkness. First slot goes to the level 5 Death Bloom. The 4th day of survival passed, and he earned another 4,000 points. He checked the leaderboard. My score is rising. Qin Shuang is climbing too. It won't be long before I surpass XU-Tide leaderboard. 1. Hanwoo minus 14 million points. Sun Qingnian 12 million points. Suti 860,000 points. Qin Shuang 736,000 points. The scene shifted to the villa he shared with Qin Shuang. He found her organizing supplies. Hey, are you busy? He greeted cheerfully. She turned, her expression annoyed. Seems like you're in a good mood. Having fun with that pretty girl, huh? He stammered. It was all right, I guess. She tossed him a pile of items. Here's your share, go sell them. He held them up, smiling. I don't need these anymore, you keep them. Besides, we're practically married. No need to be so formal. Her face flushed, and she lightly smacked him on the head. I'll rip your mouth off one of these days. We agreed to split everything equally. I'm not someone who takes advantage of others. And I don't need your pity. He raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'll do whatever you say. She turned to leave, but not before telling him where she was going. I'm going to dance class with Mrs. Thord, you rest up. Knowing her schedule, Hanwoo didn't stop her. Come home early. He thought to himself, Qin Shuang is really smart. Gaining points by befriending townspeople. She truly has the right to be proud. 9 days passed. Hanwoo arrived at the meeting point with the town guard, greeting them with a smile. Hey everyone, I'm here. Jessica's response was unusually subdued. Hi, pretty boy. Surprised by her lack of enthusiasm, Hanwoo tilted his head. What's wrong? Everyone seems worried. Jessica adopted a serious tone. Pretty boy, tonight is the monthly lunar eclipse. The zombies become much more aggressive during the eclipse. During the last eclipse, Sister Molly, a member of the town guard, was lost forever. Rick solemnly accepted responsibility. Molly's death is my fault. I'm Rick. I swear that as long as I'm alive tonight, I won't let any of you die before me. The team members cried out, Captain Rick. Jessica took Hanwoo's hand, pressing it against her ample bosom. Tonight, I might not be able to protect you like I promised. Promise me, if you're in danger, run okay. Sensing their genuine concern, Hanwoo thought, I'm the weakest in the town guard. If things get dangerous, I'll probably be the first to go. That's why she's so worried. He smiled, laying on the charm, I'm a man. Let me protect you. Jessica's face softened, a blush creeping up her cheeks despite the grim situation. Don't be silly, just promise me you'll take care of yourself. Knowing the impending danger, Hanwoo opened the shop interface. Times like these call for some serious upgrades. Combat shop, Divine Armor to 12,000 combat points. Night Vision Fruit minus 2,000 combat points. Power Daisy to 1,500 combat points. Physique Grass minus 1,000 combat points. Level 5 Golden Dragon Grass, 12,000 combat points. Man-eating flower minus 5,000 combat points. Current combat points, 95,000. Without hesitation, he spent all his points equipping the level 5 Golden Dragon Grass and the plant fusion technique skill. Golden Dragon Grass has dragon genes. Something dark began to spread across his face, drawing out the black dragon's blood. He rapidly transformed into his black dragon form, but with altered colors and increased power. The moon began to darken as the eclipse approached. Rick looked up, his voice tense. It's starting. At that moment, the moon was completely engulfed by the eclipse, casting an eerie glow. The zombies below, sensing the total eclipse beginning, roared as their clothes ripped, revealing muscular, well-built bodies. Rick, airborne, warned his team, the zombies have mutated. Their levels have increased, prepare for a fierce battle. Jessica raised her weapon with a grin. Yes, Captain. Johnson and David also transformed, weapons at the ready. Yes, Captain, echoed Manhwa, joining the chorus. Yes, Captain. The mutated zombies charged at the humans with terrifying speed. Rick, wielding a glowing green energy sphere, ordered, intercept them. He slammed into the zombies, slowing their advance. Jessica fired relentlessly. Eat this, Johnson charged, holding back the horde. Captain, Jessica, focus on ranged attacks. I'll hold them off. Seeing everyone engaged, Manhwa flew towards the largest zombie, unleashing a devastating tyrant dragon slash. He then dispatched the smaller zombies with his lightning flash kick. Nice kick, Manhwa. Rick praised from above, encouraged. Manhwa continued the fight. An hour passed, and the ground was littered with zombie corpses. Seeing their chance, Rick called out, Jessica, find Mayor Schwarzenegger. Tell him to send reinforcements, hold the line. Jessica shouted as she sped off to find the mayor. Distracted by Jessica's departure, David was struck in the shoulder by a large zombie, crying out in pain. Johnson rushed to his aid, but David yelled, Don't worry about me. Rick provided cover fire. I'm here. Hang in there. Thanks, Captain, Johnson shouted. After emptying his weapon, Rick rammed into the zombie with frightening force. Just as the situation grew dire, Manhwa's system announced, 10-day cooldown complete. Relieved, Manhwa flew to his teammates. Captain Rick, let me buy you some time. Manhwa, don't push yourself. Retreat if you have to, Rick warned. Manhwa smiled. I'm a member of the town guard. I have to do my part to protect the people. He activated a vine ability in his system. A green light enveloped him, growing brighter and stronger. Long vines erupted from his body, lashing out at the surrounding zombies. Johnson and Rick stared in awe. This power is incredible. Soon, a pile of zombie corpses and a thick cloud of dust surrounded Manhwa. He could no longer see any zombies. He took a deep breath, but before he could rest, a zombie emerged from the dust. Still more, he exclaimed, Manhwa, hang in there. Jessica shouted, arriving with reinforcements. We're here. Mayor Schwarzenegger rushed forward. Advance, annihilate them. Stop. Rick yelled, flying towards the mayor. There's a problem. Schwarzenegger raised his binoculars. A thick fog was rolling in. Mayor Schwarzenegger, Rick reported, the fog is here. We can see through darkness, but not through fog. Do you have any suitable plants? Deploy them quickly. Schwarzenegger pulled out a level for wine clover seed and planted it in a pot. The ground trembled, and a giant clover sprouted, quickly dispersing the fog, revealing the hidden zombies. Manhwa, using his reconnaissance ability, scanned the pot. Flower pot, a container for planting seeds. Increases seed growth rate by 100%. That's amazing, he thought. Schwarzenegger smiled at him. Manhwa, if you like these pots, I can give you a few later. I heard from Rick about your excellent performance tonight. After the eclipse ends, I'll reward you on behalf of the town. Thank you, Mayor. Manhwa beamed. Friendly relationship established with Mayor Arnold Schwarzenegger. Unlocked Arnold Schwarzenegger's personal shop. Plus 100,000 points. Excited, Manhwa immediately checked the mayor's shop. Death Cap Mushroom. Releases millions of spores that feed on the death energy of zombies, rapidly growing into new death cap mushrooms. Perfect, he thought. He threw the mushroom towards the wine clover, which dispersed the spores onto the zombies. The more, the merrier. I can try a new strategy. He waited a few seconds and then flew up to observe. The death cap mushrooms were spreading rapidly. My death cap mushrooms, begin the life sacrifice. A golden light emanated from him, engulfing the zombies below. A series of explosions rocked the area. Choose one reward. 1. Wisdom tree seed level 9. Can be planted in the divine realm and stabilize it, extending the lifespan of the clan. Produces wisdom fruits upon maturity age, 1,000 years. Growth cycle, 100,000 years. Golden flower pot. Special plants planted within become immortal. Plant museum level 4. Built in the divine realm. Produces a random special plant seed every 24 hours. Probability. Level 1 50%, level 2 40%, level 3 9%, level 4 0.9%, level 9 0.009%. Ajn was sweated, staring at the three choices. This is so hard, which one do I pick? After a moment of deliberation, he made his decision, the golden flower pot. With my targeted mutation, I can make plants immortal. The possibilities are endless. I can even get level 9 seeds eventually. Meanwhile, Rick and the others were surrounded by a growing horde of zombies. Not good. They're back, Rick warned, his voice tense. Hanwoo glanced back, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. The death cap mushrooms aren't powerful enough. I need to enhance them. He activated targeted mutation. Beneficial mutations available. Significantly increase spore production. Increase spore activity. Increase spore growth rate. Without hesitation, he selected all three. Activate all mutations simultaneously. A purple light emanated from his hand as he touched a death cap mushroom. He then rushed to the giant wine clover, using it to fan the spores far and wide. The spores spread rapidly, reaching a vast number of zombies. Even Rick, high in the air, had to shield his eyes to see the extent of the spread. He grinned. Their speed is decreasing. The crowd cheered, relieved. Schwarzenegger raised his hand for silence, then pointed towards the sky. The eclipse is entering its final stage. The zombies' counterattack will be fierce. Be careful. Hanwoo looked up. The moon was completely engulfed in shadow. A zombie in the distance sprouted sharp horns, its body growing larger, and its face more ferocious. Schwarzenegger paled. Everyone, fall back. Regroup at the entrance. The crowd retreated towards the entrance, murmuring anxiously. Are we going to die? I'm so scared. Hanwoo retreated with the others, sensing their fear. Their morale is plummeting. If this continues, we'll lose for sure. I have to do something to boost their spirits. He flew up and shouted, those zombies are nothing. We will win. He then charged into the horde, easily dispatching several zombies. The crowd cheered. Their spirits revived. Just as Hanwoo was about to say something, a vine suddenly wrapped around him and pulled him towards the zombies. Whoa, he yelled, caught off guard. Seeing Hanwoo captured, Jessica cried out his name and ran after him. But Rick, seeing the danger, grabbed her arm. It's too dangerous. We have to focus and advance strategically. He then shouted to Hanwoo, hang in there. We'll save you, disgusting tongue. Let me go. Hanwoo struggled, summoning a gust of wind that severed the zombie's vine. He immediately took to the air, avoiding recapture. Once high above, he looked towards the town. If I fly in the direction I was pulled, I should get back easily, but after half an hour, he was still lost. What's going on? All the directions are wrong. The source of mutation spoke. Host, you still haven't realized? You're trapped. Is there a way out? Hanwoo asked. Of course, it replied arrogantly. I'm the top-tier super gene of the Divine River civilization. I wouldn't be caught in such a trivial situation. 1 divinity point, and I guarantee your safe return. Hanwoo immediately refused. I don't have divinity points, but I do have my life. Take it if you want. Seeing the negotiation fail, the source of mutation said, fine, fend for yourself, but as a top-tier super gene, I'll offer some free advice. Don't wait for sunrise. Time stopped the moment you entered this fog. Hanwoo looked around, sweating. This is dangerous. But all directions are wrong. Do I have to fly up or dig down? There must be an end to this fog. He flew upwards. A minute later, he saw something shimmering pink, covering the entire space. Enraged, he slashed at the pink barrier. Do you think I'm a fish in a barrel? A small crack appeared, so resilient. Let's see how long you can last. He unleashed a flurry of attacks. The crack widened, forming a hole large enough for several people to pass through. On the other side, he saw a gigantic tree. What is this? Even a small branch was larger than him. He landed. A voice boomed, "Outsider, welcome to my domain." Hanwoo raised his weapon. This ancient tree is behind all this. How does it know I'm an outsider? If my identity is exposed, I'm doomed. Outsider, don't be alarmed. I won't kill you, the tree said. Then why bring me here? Hanwoo asked, still wary. I need your help to save this world. Hanwoo lowered his weapon. You want me to eliminate? No, the townspeople are the ones who need to be expelled. The tree boomed. Hanwoo sat down, intrigued. What's going on? The tree explained. I am the wisdom tree, protector of this sanctuary for millennia. It was peaceful until an outsider arrived, subjugated it, and sent his clan to harvest my special plant seeds to sell as resources. I couldn't bear to see my descendants treated as commodities. But we were peaceful for so long, with no fighting ability. I turned to the god of death, offering my worship in exchange for the power of revenge. I gained the ability to turn corpses into zombies. A war erupted, lasting 1,000 years. The zombies grew in number, and humanity was pushed back to their last town. But then, a powerful figure emerged, cultivating vast amounts of level for fire dragon grass. Its destructive power halted our advance. Years later, I realized this figure was likely another outsider, wielding powers unlike the townspeople. Today, I noticed you. You possess similar unusual abilities. So you want me to betray the town and help you? Hanwoo asked. I offer you 10 wisdom fruits, the tree said. Hanwoo considered. 10 wisdom fruits are 10 divinity points. Seeing his silence, the tree continued, and 3 divine corpses. Though dead for millennia, their bodies retain divinity. Hanwoo's eyes widened. This is too generous. He turned away to wipe his drool. He said, even if I could drive out the humans, this zombie town is the treasure trove of the Western University, likely backed by high-ranking officials. Angering them would be disastrous. Please forgive me. I can't. But the tree interrupted. I can recommend you to the great Death God Prince. The Death God Prince, Hanwoo thought. Isn't that a chance to obtain the powerful level 5 Death Godhood? I would be revered by all gods. Yes, the tree confirmed. Will you help me now? The offer was too tempting. I'll try, but I have a request. I need access to the divine realm to bring my noble here. I can't do this alone, the tree considered. Not impossible, but you must swear an oath to the Death God Prince. If you break it, your clan will be cursed with death until extinction. Hanwoo understood. They fear I'll become like the previous outsiders. You underestimate the allure of the level 5 Death Godhood. He raised 3 fingers, smiling. I agree to swear the oath. A glowing purple mark appeared on his hand, a seal to bind the agreement. A vine materialized, weaving itself soon. His locusts swarmed through. Feeling the familiar aura of the divine realm, Hanwoo reveled in it. I've reached the life level of a lord. Outsider, the wisdom tree said, I hope you fulfill our agreement. Now go. It flung him back to the other world. Poof, he yelled, landing roughly. That old tree has no manners. Not even a cup of coffee, he sighed. Now, how do I drive out the townspeople? He flew back towards town. It's Hanwoo, he's back, Rick shouted. Jessica turned, her face lighting up. As he landed, she rushed forward and hugged him. Hanwoo, you're back. Embarrassed by the hug, Hanwoo blushed. You were amazing. Johnson congratulated him. Mayor Schwarzenegger approached. As a reward, I bestow upon you the Outstanding Citizen Award. Hanwoo grinned. Just converted to cash. The night of the eclipse ended in celebration. The leaderboard updated. Hanwoo, 12.3 million points. 2 Chin Xuan, 8.2 million points. 3 Sun Kingian, 7.92 million points. 4 Sutai, 7.89 million points. Sutai Seed How did he get so many points? How can I win? A murderous glint entered his eyes. If I can't win fairly, I'll use other methods. He went inside, retrieved a large sack, and carried it away. 20 minutes later, he slammed the sack onto a table. You're the best assassin in town, correct? Here's 8,000 gold coins. I want you to kill someone named Hanwoo. The masked assassin simply nodded. Consider it done. As Sutai left, a locust waited outside, relaying his actions to Hanwoo. He can't beat me fairly, so he resorts to dirty tricks. Don't blame me for what happens next. Locusts, go into the city and find food. A swarm of locusts descended upon the city, devouring plants, crops, and fruits. Qin Shuang approached Hanwoo. These locusts are your noble, aren't they? How did you get them in here? What are you doing? Hanwoo glanced at her coldly. It's a secret. If I told you, I'd have to kill you. Qin Shuang grabbed his ear. You want to kill me? You've gotten bold lately. Confess or face the consequences. Ouch, ouch, let go, please, Hanwoo cried. Hanwoo, get out here, a voice roared. Hanwoo rubbed his ear as they turned towards the voice. It was Sutai, pointing angrily. Don't tell me you have nothing to do with this. Hanwoo feigned ignorance. Oh, Sutai, what good deed have I done now? Sutai threw a bag of locusts at him. You can't beat me with special plans, so you use locusts to sabotage mine. You think that will work? Hanwoo tilted his head. Don't be ridiculous. My noble couldn't possibly be here. Besides, even though I'm not good at math, 12 million seems quite a bit higher than 7 million. Can you even catch up to me? He mimicked revving a motorcycle. Sutai's eye twitched, his teeth grinding. He could only seethe in frustration. Just you wait, Hanwoo. You won't see tomorrow's sun. Scene changes to a pharmacy. People frantically clamour for insecticide, their faces etched with desperation. The overwhelmed pharmacist raises his hands. Everyone, I'm out of insecticide. We're working hard to produce more. Please come back tomorrow. The crowd groans. Some near tears. What are we going to do? My plants will die. My level for carnivorous plant only has its stem left. How will it survive the night? Schwarzenegger steps forward, projecting confidence. Citizens, the town is activating the emergency evacuation plan. The church will be open for shelter tonight. Let's get through this night together. Hanwoo, also present, forms a plan. While the townspeople are evacuated, my locusts can consume the remaining special plants. The citizens will have no choice but to leave. Later that evening, Hanwoo arrives at the meeting point for the town's defense team. Hanwoo, you're here. Rick greets him cheerfully. It's a light day today. The zombies suffered heavy losses last night. You can take it easy. Jessica rushes over, grabbing his arm. But if you want, you can stay by my side. I'd really welcome that. Despite knowing her boisterous nature, Hanwoo still flinches at her sudden approach. I'll just walk around and gather some things, he stammers, retreating. He hadn't gone far when his locusts reported. Sutai and the assassin are making their move. Hanwoo's face hardens. Then I'll find a secluded spot and wait for them soon. Sutai and the assassin approach. Yuta finally arrived. Hanwoo greets them, a sinister smile playing on his lips. You kept me waiting quite a while. Sutai glares at the assassin. Did you tell him? The assassin retorts, you can insult my character, but not my professionalism. Sutai turns back to Hanwoo. That doesn't matter. What matters is that you die here today. Are you sure you dare kill me? Hanwoo challenges. The academy will have records of this. How will you explain it? Killing you is the assassin, not me, Sutai replies. The assassin, impatient, draws a red sheath. Enough talk. Shadow demon envelop. He lunges at Hanwoo with a dagger clang. The assassin recoils in shock. Hanwoo, unharmed, had activated Black Dragon transformation. 8,000 gold coins for just that little bit of power. Hanwoo mocks. Realizing his information had been leaked, the assassin whirls around. You traitor, you sold me out. Sutai stumbles back. How did you know? Now it's my turn, Hanwoo says. Noble locusts emerge from behind him. Now, greet our guests. The locusts swarm the assassin. Hanwoo flies towards Sutai, drawing his greatsword. And you, I'll take care of personally. You can't kill me, Sutai stammers. The academy will know. Oh right, Hanwoo says thoughtfully, I'll just cripple you and throw you to the zombies. Whether they kill you or not is none of my concern. Hearing the threat, Sutai immediately turned and ran. Don't come near me, don't come near me, somebody help me. But with the speed of an ordinary human, how could he outrun Hanwoo? In the blink of an eye, Hanwoo appeared above him, a smug grin spreading across his face. A barrage of blows rained down on Sutai, leaving him howling in pain and helplessness. His body battered and bruised, he desperately tried to threaten Hanwoo. You'll regret this. My family won't let you get away with this. Hanwoo calmly lifted Sutai by the scruff of his neck and replied confidently, sure, whatever. If they don't come, they're cowards. With that, he flung Sutai into the midst of the zombie horde, leaving him screaming in terror as he sailed through the air. Meanwhile, the locusts have finished with the assassin, leaving only a skeleton. A bit too brutal, but it'll do, Hanwoo mutters, collecting the remains. He then releases a bag into the air. You all rest, I'll handle the rest. As dawn breaks, the returning townspeople cry out in dismay. My plants are gone, even the roots, how are we supposed to live? Inside a building, the townspeople voice their frustrations. Mayor, this can't go on, there isn't even enough room for everyone in the church. Schwarzenegger frowns. I know the situation is difficult. I have an idea, Hanwoo interrupts. Hanwoo, what is it? The mayor asks eagerly. Why don't we move to another world? The room erupts in agreement. Yes, I'm tired of this life. The zombie attacks have kept me up at night, Hanwoo, Schwarzenegger explains gravely. It's not that we don't want to leave, but the portal was destroyed in the zombie war. And we don't know where to go. Hearing this, Hanwoo slapped his chest with a confident grin. I was only worried you wouldn't want to leave. But if that's the case, then great, Dolong City is perfect for everyone. I have a way to rebuild the portal to another world. Just give me a little time. Schwarzenegger beamed with excitement. Excellent. Hanwoo, if you need anything at all, just let me know. I'll give you my full support. Hanwoo immediately flies to the wisdom tree. The townspeople have agreed to relocate. Can you repair the portal and find a place for them? The wisdom tree rustles excitedly. Wonderful, I've been waiting for this day. I'll keep my promise, bring them to the edge of the dense forest tonight, under the full moon. That night, Hanwoo leads the townspeople to the forest's edge. Hanwoo, Schwarzenegger asks, will the portal really appear during the full moon? Before Hanwoo can answer, Jessica gasps, look, is that the wisdom tree? The massive wisdom tree appears before them, bathed in moonlight. At its base, a fully functional portal shimmers. The portal, Schwarzenegger exclaims. The townspeople begin through the portal. Farewell, everyone, Hanwoo waves, may we meet again. Schwarzenegger and the townspeople wave back, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Thank you, Hanwoo, you're our savior. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, Jessica rushes forward and plants a fervent kiss on Hanwoo's cheek, leaving him stunned and blushing. Hanwoo, goodbye, she cries, clutching her face, remember me. She then runs through the portal. Hanwoo stands frozen, still processing the kiss. He sighs, finally, it's over, what a long test. Students, the mysterious zombie town test has concluded. Ms. Lena's voice echoes through the air. In the next instant, all the students are transported back to the academy. Ms. Lena surveys the returned students, a stern expression on her face. Congratulations on returning from the survival test. 2 students perished in the secret realm. I hope they will be stronger in their next lives. So, dying in the secret realm means dying in the real world, Hanwoo thinks grimly. This test is brutal, Sutai, don't blame me. He then freezes, his face paling. Sutai is alive. How did he survive? Now, please be seated, Ms. Lena continues, a smile returning to her face. I will announce the test scores. First place, Hanwoo, 16 million points. Second place, Qin Shuang, 12.03 million points. Third place, Sun Qingnian, 10 million points. Sutai slams his fist on the table, jumping to his feet. Teacher, I accuse Hanwoo of cheating. Do you have proof? Ms. Lena asks. Sutai and his lackeys exchange smug glances. We saw his locust noble in the zombie town, and I witnessed him summon his puppet. Yes, we saw it too, the lackeys chime in. The theme of this lesson was extraterrestrial survival simulation, Ms. Lena states firmly. There was no mention of prohibiting noble summoning. Hanwoo relied on his own efforts to summon his noble. It was partly luck, but mostly skill. Sutai scowls, teacher, you're covering for him. I demand to report this to higher authorities. Ms. Lena's demeanor shifts, her voice turning icy. You may report to whomever you wish. But as your instructor, I have the authority to punish you for disrespect. Sutai, though unable to see it, feels a chilling aura emanating from Ms. Lena. Why did her aura suddenly become so strong? I sentence you to 1 year of hard labor in the black prison dimension. A glowing portal appears behind Sutai, sucking him in. No, I don't want to. Ms. Lena turns to the remaining lackeys, her voice now sweet. Would any of you like to join him? The lackeys freeze, then quickly plaster on smiles. Teacher, Ms. Lena is right. How could we disrespect our teachers? He deserved it. Now then, Ms. Lena continues, let's move on to the rewards. Hanwoo, you receive the jade flower pot later. As Hanwoo walks home, a voice calls out, Junior Hanwoo, over here. He turns to see familiar faces. Hello, seniors. I finally completed the mission. I brought back the wisdom fruits. Excellent. The 3 seniors beam. How many? 1 or 2? Hanwoo pulls out 9 wisdom fruits. Sorry, my abilities are limited. This is all I could manage. But 9 divine points isn't bad, right? Or maybe we can negotiate the price. Xiong Meng arrives, staring at the fruits in Hanwoo's hand with astonishment. He brought back so many. Hanwoo thought to himself, before the test ended, I exchanged all my friendliness points for wisdom fruits. Along with the ones from the wisdom tree, I have 12 in total. I'll exchange 9 for divine points for now. XIA gives Hanwoo a thumbs up. 9 fruits, you're amazing, Yi Ling grins excitedly. Thanks to you getting first place, we won 10 divine points from that annoying Huang Shengzhen. So keep these 9 divine points, follow us, and you'll eat well and dress well. Their celebration is cut short by an angry voice. Eat well and dress well. Let's see if you'll even live to enjoy it. Huang Shengzhen approaches, cracking his knuckles. You're Hanwoo, the one who cost me 10 divine points, aren't you? Xiong Meng rushed forward, standing protectively in front of Hanwoo, arms spread wide. Huang Shengzhen, what do you want? Confused, Hanwoo asked, what's going on? Yi Ling chuckled, someone's just upset about losing. Basically, Xia explained, this guy, Huang Shengzhen, has always had a rivalry with us. During the test, he challenged us to a bet. Whoever we supported to get first place would win, and the loser would forfeit 10 divine points. Thanks to you winning, we won his points. Who did you support? Hanwoo inquired. Huang Shengzhen scowled but remained silent. The kid who uses the fire dragon grass, Xia answered cheerfully. Hanwoo's face twisted into a smirk. Oh, you have terrible judgment, Senior Huang. Enraged, Huang Shengzhen snarled. Say that again. Xia, Yi Ling, and Xiong Meng stepped forward in unison. We'll say it 10 more times. What are you going to do about it? Frustrated and outnumbered, Huang Shengzhen turned to leave, but not without a parting threat. You'd better watch out, the next lesson is against seniors. Cross me, and I'll show you what hell is like. Once Huang Shengzhen was gone, Xiong Meng turned to Hanwoo, his expression apologetic. Sorry about that. Junior Hanwoo, our rivalry has caused you trouble with Huang Shengzhen. We might not be able to protect you in the next lesson. Contrary to Xiong Meng's concern, Hanwoo smiled. It's no big deal, brother Xiong Meng. I've been threatened plenty of times these past few months. I'm still thriving. I gained a lot from this test. I'll take my leave now to improve myself. Relieved, Xiong Meng offered, if you need anything, just let us know. Yes, Xia added, we'll do our best to help you. Scene changes to a grand palace. Your Majesty, a demigod requests an audience. Bring them in, the God King commands. Once the demigod arrives, the God King inquires, what brings you before me? Your Majesty, the demigod Zhonggang begins. I have information regarding the Divine River ruins. I have a suspect. The God King rises abruptly. Speak. If this is true, you will be richly rewarded. Zhonggang presents a container holding the remains of a locust. Your Majesty, I found this locust corpse in the Divine River ruins. Coincidentally, I know someone in the Divine Realm whose noble are locusts. His name is Hanwu. I believe he is involved. Hanwu, the God King asks, what else do you know about him? He's a high school student, an orphan, currently attending the Western University as a reserve student. His current rank is Divine Being. Do you think a mere divine being could enter the Divine River ruins and defeat the 6 demigods I sent? The God King interrupts, his voice laced with anger. Preposterous, Zhonggang kowtows repeatedly. Your Majesty, please calm down. I didn't believe it at first either. But I investigated with his picture and found traces of him at the Divine River ruins. At a radioactive ore merchant, I discovered he purchased a batch of radioactive ore with records of payment using divine power. The Divine Realm login device at the hotel also recorded his name. The God King's face darkens, a menacing aura emanating from him. You'd better not be deceiving me with false information, or you will face my wrath. He tosses a container towards Zhonggang. Take your reward and leave. Yes, yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhonggang stammers, gratefully accepting the reward. Once Zhonggang is gone, the God King orders his men, bring the signal detector and investigate this Hanwu. I want to confirm if he truly stole my treasure. A murderous glint flashes in his eyes. If it's him, I'll turn him to dust. Cut back to Hanwu. He sneezes abruptly. Seems like the weather's getting colder, he mutters, wiping his nose. I need to prepare thoroughly for the next lesson and level up. He pulls out a flower pot. This jade flower pot from Teacher Lena is a good item. When linked with special plant seeds, the jade flower pot will produce a corresponding special plant seed each growth cycle. The growth cycle is tied to the plant's level, higher level, longer cycle. He pulls out a level 6 shadow demon vine seed, a grin spreading across his face. This, combined with plant fusion, can unleash a powerful shadow demon flash. I'll link the jade flower pot with this seed and continuously obtain level 6 shadow demon vine seeds. He looks at the 3 corpses given to him by the wisdom tree. The divine being corpse can be refined into divine flesh and blood energy, which can boost the locust lord. With the wisdom fruit, its combat power will soar. As he contemplates his upgrade plan, a call interrupts him. He answers, surprised to see it's his teacher, Teacher Lena. Hanwu. Lena cuts him off, her voice urgent. I have some bad news. Hanwu has a sinking feeling. Is it about the zombie town secret realm? The zombie town was a gift from one of the 3 god-level teachers of the Western University. God Teacher Su-hai, Lena explains. Its location is now lost because the coordinates were destroyed. Teacher Su has investigated and discovered you were responsible. He's furious. Han Wu's eyes widen. Am I going to be expelled? Lena smiles. Of course not. It wasn't against the rules. However, Teacher Su is angry and wants to duel you tomorrow. I'll be the referee. Relieved, Hanwu sighs. With you there, I won't be beaten to death. Lena rolls her eyes. Just do your best. Teacher Su won't be too hard on you. Don't worry. After the call, Hanwu collapses onto his bed. Well, what's coming is coming. I can't avoid it. I'll just get a good night's sleep and give it my all tomorrow. The next day arrives, and Hanwu stands in the arena, his fighting spirit burning. Xia Che, Yi Ling, and Xianmeng cheer him on from the stands. Do your best. If you can't win, just surrender quickly. Preserve your forces for future battles. Teacher Lena arrives with another teacher. Hanwu, greet Teacher Su. Hanwu approaches the teacher and bows respectfully. Hello, Teacher Su-hai. The god teacher gets straight to the point. Hanwu, in this duel, I won't use any divine abilities or special measures. I will only deploy 1 million noble against you. Win or lose, the matter of you destroying my secret realm will be forgiven. Any objections? Relieved that he won't be expelled or have to pay compensation, Hanwu smiles. No objections, teacher. I will give it my all and won't disappoint you. Good, Lena says, tapping on a control panel. Begin the duel. The location is a mountain range. Both of you may summon your noble. The terrain around them shifts. Come forth. Su-hai commands, opening a portal, an army of robots marches out. What are those? Xiaoming exclaims. Their aura is so strong. Those are Z-Ren, Xie explains, a rare branch of the human race. They are supernal life forms with high intelligence and great potential. After maturing, with a little effort, they can become heroic life forms. There are no heroic life forms among them, Yiling adds, but their aura is comparable. Junior Hanwu, Xiaoming shouts. Surrender now, Xiaoming urges. You'll only lose half your points. There's always time for revenge later. Silence, Suhai snaps. He looks at Hanwu, thinking, he's scared. Hanwu, aren't you summoning your noble? My locust army, advance, Hanwu commands, opening his own portal. A swarm of locusts pours out, filling the arena. Suhai stares in astonishment, supernal life forms, and so many. Then he spots a humanoid locust, his eyes widening, a lord life form. Behind the locusts, a red goblin leads the charge. Another lord life form, a bull demon lord life form, and a sword wind lord life form. He breaks out in a cold sweat. Are there any more? I'm running out of words. Before his surprise can subside, skeletal warriors emerge from Han Wu's portal, bone warriors too. Suhai's face pales as he takes in the full extent of Han Wu's forces. 5 lord life forms, and a bone puppet master with the combat power of a heroic life form. Even a demigod would struggle to assemble such an army. Is this kid really just a divine being? Xiaoming is equally stunned. This is insane. I thought I barely lost in the blood arena, but now I realize I never stood a chance. Don't be so sure, Xie reassures him. Not many first-year students could assemble a force like this. If he officially enters the Western University, Yiling smiles, he'll definitely soar to great heights. The 3 stand up and cheer. Junior Hanwu, go, show them your true strength. Hanwu raises his hand. Cursed Shadow of Night Legion, attack, sword dance. The sky demon insects take to the air, launching their needle-like projectiles. The Z-Ren press their palms together, releasing golden light that forms a protective barrier, blocking the locusts' attack. What? Hanwu exclaims. The Z-Ren launch fireballs. Retreat. Cursed Shadow of Night, entropic locusts, shield. The entropic locusts form a shield, absorbing the fireballs. Suhai smirks. That defense won't hold against my Z-Ren. Attack. The Z-Ren raise their hands, forming a growing ball of energy. Hanwu stares in disbelief. Is that a spirit bomb? Fire, Suhai commands. The massive energy ball hurtles forward, destroying everything in its path. This is bad, Hanwu cries. I need to break their defense. Divine mace, to the front. A red goblin wielding a massive mace charges forward. Without hesitation, it leaps towards the barrier, swinging the mace with all its might. Golden shockwaves ripple outwards, cracks appear in the barrier. Now's our chance, Hanwu shouts. Humanoid locusts, attack. With the barrier weakened, the locusts swarm the Z-Ren. Xie, Yiling, and Xiaoming watch with bated breath. Could he actually win? Suhai remains calm, a confident smile on his face. The game has just begun. The locusts buzzed around Suhai's Z-Ren. Hanwu assessed the situation. My locusts are numerous, but weak. Even with their overwhelming numbers, they can barely take down a few Z-Ren, but my real attack is. He pointed. Go, my Bone Warrior Lord. The Bone Warrior Lord and a group of bone spirits charged forward. Meanwhile, the Z-Ren raised their arms, firing lasers that detonated the airborne locusts like fireworks. They're too strong, Hanwu thought, alarmed. Their auto-combat skills are maxed out. I need to increase my locusts' attack power. He called upon the source of mutation. Your opponent's level is too high, the source of mutation replied. I'll hide for now. I'll also lock targeted mutation and unlock envy. See you later. Hanwu pounded his fist in frustration. Are you kidding me? You're abandoning me. Where's your undying spirit? Come out, he yelled, but the source of mutation remained silent, its presence completely vanished. So, no more targeted mutation. He looked at his Bone Warrior Lord. I'm counting on you. The Bone Warrior Lord and the Bone Puppet Master continued their assault. Reaching a crescendo, the Bone Puppet Master activated its skill, summoning a colossal skeletal figure onto the battlefield. There it is, Xiaoming cheered, the ultimate move. The Bone Warrior Lord circled the battlefield, resurrecting fallen Ziren. The revived Ziren roared, then exploded in a massive fireball. Suhai watched Hanwoo. The undeed's advantage is indeed significant. Their method of attrition warfare was a nightmare for civilizations millennia ago. He continued confidently, but that's all in the past. Countless Divine Realm players have researched ways to counter the undead. Nearly every true god and above has a trump card against them. If you rely on this tactic, your future will be difficult. Hanwoo surveyed the battlefield. The locusts are ineffective. The Bone Warriors and Bone Puppet Master are completely countered. The Bull Demons and Red Goblins aren't enough to make a dent in the Ziren army. Am I going to lose? Meanwhile, Swordwind and Bull Demon fought fiercely, forcing the Ziren onto the defensive. Swordwind slashed through limbs and torsos, while Bull Demon trampled, crushed, and hurled the Ziren. Despite their apparent advantage, Hanwoo realized they were being surrounded. They'll just tire themselves out. Dark Locust, attack, he commanded. A humanoid locust flew into the air, drawing its bow. An arrow shot skyward, piercing strange rings of light. The Ziren looked up, watching as the arrow split into hundreds, then thousands, of smaller arrows raining down. These black arrows carried dark corrosion and paralysis effects. The wisdom fruit is amazing, Hanwoo thought, impressed. Dark Locust has only consumed a small amount and has already evolved to this extent. Seizing the opportunity, Swordwind and Bull Demon broke through the encirclement, resuming their attack. But the Ziren, despite their injuries, continued to rise. Their regeneration is too fast, Hanwoo thought, worried. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered above him. He looked up, puzzled, as a dragon's head emerged from the clouds. Your trusted friend, the great rebellious black dragon Elise, has come to your aid. 10 powerful puppets also appeared on the battlefield. Zia, look, Yuling exclaimed, pointing. That's a pure-blooded black dragon, a giant dragon. Hanwoo was hiding such a powerful asset. A pure-blooded giant dragon, Xiongmeng gasped. It can evolve into a sovereign lifeform. Xia, I'm not even mad I lost to him. Xia patted Xiongmeng on the shoulder. Don't worry, buddy. Xiongmeng slumped into a corner, dejected. Suhai stared in disbelief. Such power at the reserve student stage, he has a bright future. Hanwoo, he began. Perhaps we should stop here. No, Black Dragon Elise roared. The great rebellious Black Dragon Elise does not agree. Did I hear that right? Xiongmeng exclaimed. God Teacher Suhai is asking for a truce. Is even he afraid of Junior Hanwoo? Zia wondered, dumbfounded. If this gets out, Yiling said excitedly, Junior Hanwoo will be. Hanwoo would have no chance, Lena's voice interrupted from behind. She stood with her arms crossed, an air of authority about her. If Teacher Su used his full power, Hanwoo wouldn't stand a chance. He's showing mercy, Yiling turned, stammering, Teacher Lena. Hanwoo's performance has earned Teacher Zu's recognition, Lena continued. He won't let such a promising talent slip away. Perhaps your junior Hanwoo truly will reach great heights. Suhai approached Hanwoo. Hanwoo, I've had my fun. Continuing would only cause unnecessary damage. I intend to gift you my remaining Ziren army. No, Black Dragon Elise protested. Keep fighting. Hanwoo quickly slapped several pieces of tape over the dragon's mouth. Quiet, he turned to Suhai, a smile plastered on his face. Teacher Suhai, are you serious? Of course, Suhai replied. The Ziren are yours. But I have one condition. Once you officially enter the Western University, you must become my disciple. Hanwoo pointed at himself, bewildered. Me, your disciple. Teacher Lena rushed forward, clapping him on the shoulder. Thank him quickly. Teacher Suhai is one of the 3 most renowned teachers at the Western University. Not only is he powerful, but his teaching is also top-notch. Every year, the line of students wanting to become his disciple stretches for 500 meters. She added. Hanwoo frowned, calculating. 500 meters, if it's 2 people per meter, that's only 1,000 people. That's right, Lena said, reading his thoughts. But don't forget, the Western University only accepts 2,500 students each year. Han Wu's eyes whitened in realization. He bowed deeply to Su-hai, his face beaming. Teacher, I want to become your student. I can even perform the discipleship ceremony now. Su-hai, caught off guard by the sudden change of heart, simply stared. He quickly recovered, however. Good. Then I'll consider you to have agreed to my condition. Take these remaining 820,000 yen as a small gift. However, he added, the discipleship ceremony must wait until you officially enter the academy. I don't care about others, Su-hai continued, his tone turning serious, but if you want to be my student, you must set high standards for yourself. Before entering the academy, you must reach the perfect demigod level. Understand? Yes, sir, Han-Wu replied, still bowing. That means reaching the maximum divine being level of 10 points. And, Su-hai added, you must obtain information about the death godhood from Death himself. This is another test. Complete these 2 tasks, and you'll officially become my disciple. Xia, Yiling, and Xiongmeng jumped down from the stands. Junior Han-Wu, congratulations. Have you seen enough? Su-hai asked sternly. What you saw and heard today must remain confidential, especially from your teachers, understood? Xia scratched his head. Teacher Su, you know our teacher. If she asks, we can't refuse, Su-hai sighed, tossing each of them a gold card. The 3 grabbed the cards, surprised. Understood, understood, Xia grinned. We won't breathe a word. Teacher Lena rolled her eyes. You 3 are incredibly bold to pressure even a god teacher like this. The next day, Qin Shuang called Han-Wu, asking for his help with a delicate matter. My family wants to arrange a marriage with Xu-Tai family, and I'm the victim. Do your parents agree? Han-Wu asked, frowning. This is archaic. My parents are newly appointed demigods. Qin Shuang replied sadly. They can't change my great-grandfather's mind. He's the only true god in our family, so his decisions are absolute. Who's the intended groom? Han-Wu asked seriously. Su-Tai. It was originally Su-Tai, Qin Shuang said, her gaze downcast, but after he failed the last test, they switched to his older brother, Xu-Gan, so they're determined to have you as their daughter-in-law, Han-Wu said grimly. All right, what do you need me to do? I'll do my best. Thank you, Han-Wu, Qin Shuang said, grateful, though unsure if he could truly help. Don't mention it. Han-Wu joked, we were husband and wife for a while, after all. Qin Shuang lightly slapped his cheek. Don't say that, tears welled up in Han Wu's eyes. Ach, that's more like you, don't worry. If you don't want this, I'll go with you and refuse the marriage proposal. Qin Shuang nodded, a small smile gracing her lips. Okay. 3 days later, they arrived at the Qin family estate. Wow, Han-Wu exclaimed, are you a princess? The Qin estate isn't as grand as the Western University, Qin Shuang replied, but it's still a large city with millions of residents. A man in black approached, bowing respectfully to Qin Shuang. Miss, the master and madam have sent me to escort you. They await you at the old house. Both Han-Wu and Qin Shuang turned in surprise. Thank you, Uncle John, Qin Shuang said. This is my classmate, Han-Wu, a classmate, Uncle John smiled. A young genius from the Western University's reserve class, I presume. My apologies for the oversight. You're too kind, Han-Wu replied dismissively. Let's go, Uncle John said. The car is waiting. They got into the car and sped off. Qin Shuang's face became clouded with worrying as they drove. Han-Wu patted her hand reassuringly. It's okay. I'll protect you, yes, Qin Shuang replied softly. Soon, the car slowed to a stop. We're here, Qin Shuang said. Already? Han-Wu asked, surprised. He looked out the window. Loud voices argued inside the house. All these years, we received no share of the family profits. Now they want to force our daughter into marriage. It's absurd. Let them go themselves. I won't let my daughter go anywhere. You can't say that. Qin Shuang benefited from the family's resources since childhood. She should share the family's burden. It's only right. Han-Wu and Qin Shuang stood outside, listening to the bickering. What a mess, Han-Wu muttered, treating their children like commodities. Qin Shuang pushed open the doors. I refuse to marry into that wretched Su-Tai family. A man in red yelled, insolent. Children shouldn't interrupt adults. He ordered, "Someone, take Qin Shuang to her room." A man in glasses said gently, "Qin Shuang, you're a family member. You have responsibilities. Sutai family are true god nobility. You'll have ample resources." Servants approached, but Qin Shuang's father blocked them. "I'll see who dares touch my daughter. You spoil her too much." The man in red shouted, "She's my daughter." Qin Shuang's father retorted, "I'll spoil her as I please. She's a reserve student at the Western University. She has the potential to become a true god. I won't let you ruin her future." A bold, fat man stood up. "So you want our true god ancestor to beg you? Your daughter is promising, but she's not even a demigod yet. Becoming a true god could take centuries. Our family only has one true god. We must protect him at all costs. If we lose him, the families eyeing us will pounce. You know the consequences." Hanwu whispered to Uncle John, "What's the connection between Qin Shuang's marriage and your true god ancestor?" Uncle John sighed, "Our ancestor caused trouble in another world and is facing execution. Only a true god can negotiate there. Xutai family's true god is the only one willing to help. So Xutai family wants to recruit Qin Shuang for her potential." Hanwu thought, "Clever." Then he had a realization. Wait, Yuan Zhong is a true god. He immediately called Yuan Zhong. "Need more divine points?" Yuan Zhong asked, sipping his milk tea. "No," Hanwu replied. "I need you to rescue a true god held captive in another world." "I've heard of that world," Yuan Zhong said. "I know that true god. Weaker than me, though, so you'll do it?" Hanwu asked, grinning. "What's the pay?" Hanwu stepped outside, thinking, hiring a true god won't be cheap. If the Qin family pays, they'll resent Qin Shuang. I'll help them. I'll pay in saint relic sources. How many? Repairing my divine spear cost 30,000, Yuan Zhong said, grinning. Let's say 30,000 deal, Hanwu agreed instantly. 30,000 saint relic sources to rescue a true god. I'll send you the coordinates and contract. Back inside, "You're being selfish," the man in red scolded Qin Shuang. "Wait," a voice interrupted. Everyone stared. It was Hanwu. "Who's this brat?" The man in red yelled. "Get him out. He's my classmate. He's here to help me." Qin Shuang said, shielding Hanwu. "Help you?" The man in glasses scoffed. "He's your boyfriend, isn't he? That's why you refused the marriage." Qin Shuang blushed. "That's not true. Qin Shuang, you're a true god descendant," the bald man said smoothly. "Your partner must be of equal standing. Young man, does your family have a true god?" "It's just me," Hanwu replied proudly. "No true god, not even a demigod. Just some 6 gods' perfume." Qin Shuang face-palmed. "Too much information, no true god," the bald man said. "How can you provide for her? Take this divine power card. 500 million points, enough to live comfortably. Take it and leave Qin Shuang alone." Hanwu bowed, smiling. "Thank you. I'll use this 500 million divine power to hire a true god to rescue Qin Shuang's great-grandfather." He turned to Qin Shuang. "This should show you his true character. He'll hire a true god with 500 million, the bald man said, stunned. 500 million for a true god, the man in glasses laughed. "Does he think true gods are street vendors? He's stalling. He's trying to buy time," the man with glasses said. Even Qin Shuang's father was skeptical. "He means well, but this is absurd." Hanwu said he could hire a true god with 500 million divine power. Qin Shuang insisted. "I believe him." The bald man crossed his arms. "Young man, if you can do it, then do it. I want to see how you'll summon a true god with a mere 500 million. Hanwu shrugged. "Who said I was hiring Sutai family's true god? Are they the only ones? You're just causing trouble." The bald man snapped. "Take the money and leave." "If you weren't Qin Shuang's classmate, elder brother." "Wait," the man in red interrupted, his eyes widening in shock. "This is the aura of a true god. I hired a stronger true god," Hanwu said confidently. "Looks like he's finally arrived. Don't lie," the man in red scoffed. "The Qin family has existed for ages. Our patriarch is in trouble. Do you think no true god would help us? Just wait," the man in glasses added. "Your lies will be exposed," Hanwu sighed. "They won't believe me anyway." "Fine," Fine. Believe what you want. He's here, go ask him yourselves. He walked out. A figure clad in black, radiating a dark, eerie aura in the sky. It was Yuan-Jong. He descended from the sky. Welcome, true God, the bald man cried. You must have heard of our patriarch's plight and come to assist us. Yuan-Jong looked down at him with disdain. A demigod, insignificant, the bald man stammered, humiliated. Hanwu smirked, covering his mouth to hide his amusement. Which one is Hanwu? Yuan-Jong called out. Qin Shuang's father stared in astonishment. Did her classmate really hire a true god? The two uncles were equally shocked. That brat can summon a true god. Hanwu, despite his excitement, felt a twinge of nervousness. It's me really, Yuan-Jong thought to himself, a kid. A divine being who hasn't even reached demigod. And I'm calling him brother. This is surreal. He pointed at Hanwu. You're the Hanwu I've been talking to. Hanwu pulled out a saint relic source, grinning. The one and only. You recognize this, right? Yuan-Jong clapped him on the shoulder, surprised. You're so young, so are you, Hanwu replied, smiling. Are these your family? Yuan-Jong asked, gesturing at the others. No, Hanwu said, glancing at the elders. We're not related. The elders panicked. He's angry. Brother 6, one whispered. That's your daughter's classmate. You must convince him to help us, Brother 6, the others pleaded. We're family, don't abandon us. If this true God helps, your daughter won't have to marry into Xutai family. Isn't that what you want? They turned to Qin Shuang, who looked at them expectantly. Her father approached her. My dear, you have excellent taste. A boyfriend more capable than our entire family. Seize this opportunity. Rescue your great-grandfather and you'll be a hero. No one will dare control your marriage then. Qin Shuang blushed. Father, we're not, he chuckled. It's only a matter of time. I know you. Go talk to him. Qin Shuang approached Hanwu, who was still talking to Yuan-Jong. Qin Shuang. Perfect timing, Hanwu said. He agreed. Tell your family to bring any information or tokens related to your great-grandfather. He's leaving now. So fast. Qin Shuang asked, surprised, the payment. Hanwu smiled, covering her mouth. Don't worry, just do as I say. Qin Shuang blushed, realizing he must have contributed more than the 500 million. He's so kind, he must be adding his own money. The bald man handed Yuan-Jong the information. Don't forget my payment, Yuan-Jong reminded Hanwu. I won't forget, Hanwu said, giving a thumbs up. Yuan-Jong flew off. Hanwu waved, safe travels. The men who had mocked him now fawned over him. Young Master Hanwu, you've worked hard. Are you hungry? Let us show you around. Hanwu pulled Qin Shuang close, making her blush. I'm only doing this for Qin Shuang. Thank her, not me. Qin Shuang's father beamed. Good, good. This kid is very good. 2 days later, at the Western University. Have you seen Hanwu and Qin Shuang? Sutai demanded. Not at the training grounds or the cafeteria, his lackeys reported. Damn it, Xutai cursed, they must have gone to the Qin estate. I won't let them get away with this at Xutai estate. Grandpa, I'm sure Qin Shuang and that Hanwu are at the Qin estate. Sutai reported, they're disrespecting us. His grandfather frowned, my future granddaughter-in-law with another man. This is unacceptable. Xu gang, Sutai, come with me to the Qin estate. He ordered. Yes, Grandpa, Hanwu. Sutai smirked. You're not getting away this time. Back at the Qin estate, Qin Shuang meditated while Hanwu contemplated his divine power. 500 million divine power for 103,000 saint relic sources. 30,000 for Yuan-Jong, 73,000 to upgrade gluttony to level 4. I'm about to have a heroic locust army. He laughed, drool dripping from his mouth. Qin Shuang opened her eyes. What's so funny? She asked. Suddenly, Uncle Zhong burst in, panicked. It's bad. Sutai family's true god is here with Xu gang and Xutai. Run. They stood up, alarmed. What? Uncle Zhong continued. Sixth Master asked me to tell you. You two should go hide. Inside the Qin family's mansion, a voice boomed from the alert formation. They'll be here in less than 10 minutes. The true god of Xu family is coming to the Qin estate without notice. It must be about the marriage. It was Qin Shuang's father. Now that a true god is helping us rescue the ancestor, he continued, this marriage can be considered void. But the bald elder disagreed. Brother Six, you're being naive. Xu family's true god is formidable. If he learns the truth, he might use it as an excuse to destroy us. Then let's not tell him the truth, another elder suggested. We'll stall until the ancestor returns. It's not that simple, the red-robed elder retorted. He's not a fool, he must have come prepared. The bespectacled elder clasped his hands together, his face etched with worrying. Without a true god to protect us, if he wants this marriage, we should agree, otherwise, the Qin estate will suffer. Qin Shuang's father shouted angrily, are you mad? How can I answer to my son-in-law if we agree? Don't forget, he's the one who hired a true god to rescue our ancestor. He's our true benefactor, it was a last resort. The red-robed elder argued, do you want the entire Qin estate to suffer because of your daughter? I've had enough of you, Qin Shuang's father roared. Why is it always because of my daughter? Explain yourself, enough. The bald elder shouted, stopping the argument. You both have children, grow up, we can't offend either side. Let's hold a martial contest. Let them fight, whoever wins gets Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang's father protested, are you treating my daughter like a prize? It's a good idea, the bespectacled elder said, that way, we offend no one. Don't hesitate, Brother Six, the man in red shirt urged. This is the only way to protect the Qin family. Before they could finish their discussion, a voice boomed from outside, why is no one from the Qin family here to greet me? Everyone inside froze, their faces turning pale. They rushed outside, bowing deeply, Xu Patriarch, your presence honors us. Xu Patriarch landed, hands behind his back, enough talk. I'm here to arrange my grandson's wedding before I go rescue your ancestor. Bring Qin Shuang out, the bald elder bowed. Xu Patriarch, my granddaughter's classmate, has hired a true god to rescue our ancestor. Please forgive her, Su Patriarch's aura flared, turning the air orange. His face contorted in anger, a mere demigod dares defy me? Does he think I'm not capable of rage? The sky turned stormy, lightning flashing. The Qin family members shielded their eyes, trembling in fear. They prostrated themselves on the ground. Please, Xu Patriarch, calm your anger. Hanwu and Qin Shuang arrived. Stop this, don't destroy my home, Qin Shuang shouted. Su Tai pointed at Hanwu, that's him. Good, Su Gang said confidently, he won't live past today. Su Patriarch said to Qin Shuang, if you want me to spare the Qin family, agree to marry my grandson. I won't mistreat your family, who wants to marry your grandson? Qin Shuang retorted, you're delusional. The bald elder rushed forward, bowing. Su Patriarch, don't be angry, she's young and naive. Our ancestor will discipline her when he returns. The man in red shirt urged Qin Shuang's father, Brother Six, talk to your daughter. Don't anger Xu Patriarch. Su Patriarch turned to Hanwu, his face dark. So you're the Qin family's benefactor. You dare interfere with this marriage. Give me an explanation, or you won't leave here alive. I'm just helping a friend, Hanwu replied calmly. Why do I need to explain myself to you? Does the divine realm forbid helping the Qin family? You're bold, Su Tai shouted, emboldened by his grandfather's presence. How dare you disrespect my grandfather, Hanwu smirked. One sentence of truth, and I'm disrespecting him. Is Xu Patriarch so petty? Su Gang, who had been silent, finally spoke, his voice laced with anger. Hanwu, if you leave now, Xu family will let this go, but if you stay, you're challenging us? Hanwu laughed, so I'm challenging you? So what? I'm not leaving. What are you going to do about it? Su Gang channeled energy into his fingertips, a red glow emanating from them. He lunged at Hanwu. You have a death wish, you'll die here today. Qin Shuang's father rushed forward, trying to intervene. Stop, but Xu Patriarch moved in front of him. This is a duel to protect my family's honor. Consider carefully whether you want to help him. Su Gang unleashed an attack, pushing Hanwu into his own divine realm. Hanwu's eyes whitened in surprise. A portal to his divine realm appeared. Su Gang, seeing his plan succeed, entered the portal. He scoffed, Your divine realm is so undeveloped. It's pathetic. Inside, he summoned his noble, an army of armored warriors. They were steel-armored warriors, supernal life forms with the steel armor divine power, granting them the ability to manipulate the shape of their armor. Hanwoo frowned. Steel-armored warriors, with thick armor and versatile abilities. Stronger than Sutiai's Iron Man, steel warriors, Sugang commanded, crush these creatures. Hanwoo summoned his locusts. Let's go. The two armies clashed. A humanoid locust archer fired from a distance, but a steel-armored warrior rushed forward, sword raised. Just then, a spear-wielding humanoid locust intercepted, knocking the warrior back. Another locust joined the fray, kicking the warrior in the neck. Sugang gritted his teeth in anger. I underestimated him. But no matter how strong he is, this is the end. He raised his hand. Steel divine warrior, emerge. A giant hand emerged from the portal, followed by the rest of the massive steel divine warrior. Its eyes glowed, and it charged towards Hanwoo's locusts with a massive sword, without needing a command. A humanoid locust, caught off guard, had its arm severed by the steel divine warrior's blade. Hanwoo grimaced. This is a high-level locust that ate a wisdom fruit. A high-level unit with unlimited potential, Sugang laughed. Even a lord lifeform is weak. Locusts are just trash. Trash, you say? Hanwoo retorted. Let me show you the true horror of locusts. He activated targeted mutation. A green light enveloped the locusts, making them grow larger. Sugang stared, aghast. What's happening? Locusts, charge, Hanwoo commanded. The mutated locusts swarmed the enemy. Sugang, sensing danger, ordered, recall your weapons, form a defensive armor. The steel divine warrior retracted its sword, forming a shield. This is just the beginning, Hanwoo said confidently. The real show is about to start. Heroic lifeform locusts emerged. Hanwoo activated targeted mutation again. A strange energy enveloped the locusts. They evolved into humanoid locusts. A newly evolved humanoid locust rushed towards the steel divine warrior, slashing with its claws, creating an energy wave that shattered the shield. Sugang gasped. How can it break the shield so easily? Now tell me, Hanwoo said smugly, are locusts still weak? Sugang remained silent. No answer. Hanwoo continued. Let me show you more. He tossed 1,000 poison crystal stones to the injured humanoid locust. Here, 1,000 poison crystal stones. Go get your revenge. The locust absorbed the crystals, its body glowing. Its severed arm regenerated, sharp claws grew on its fingers, acquired potent corrosive poison ability. The locust rushed towards the steel divine warrior, spewing corrosive poison. The steel divine warrior shielded itself, but the shield began to corrode. What is this? Sugang cried out in fear. Retreat. Return to the divine realm. You think you can just come and go as you please in my domain? Hanwoo said, sitting down confidently. Sugang trembled, stammering. What are you going to do? Hanwoo's powerful noble emerged. The bone warrior lord, bull demon, the red goblin, and finally, Swordwind. For lord lifeforms, Sugang stammered. How can there be such monsters? A portal opened again. A giant dragon emerged. Sugang stared, dumbfounded. What is that? Bull demon charged, slamming its club into the steel-armored warriors. The red goblin and Swordwind followed, slashing and hacking. The bone warrior lord resurrected fallen warriors as skeletal knights, increasing their numbers. Sugang, realizing the true extent of Hanwoo's power, begged for mercy. I surrender. I'll leave your divine realm. Please, stop. Your invasion is over, Hanwoo said coldly. Now it's my turn, he commanded. All forces, invade Sugang's divine realm. Sugang fled with his noble, thinking, I can't wait any longer. If I don't escape, his noble will invade my divine realm. He gritted his teeth and shouted, close the portal immediately. The portal slowly closed, but many locusts and steel-armored warriors still managed to get through. The portal finally closed completely. Sugang wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing a sigh of relief, but then the portal reopened. What's going on? He screamed. Hanwoo smirked. I have some low-level locusts. They're not strong, but they can build bridges between divine realms. As long as they're here, you can't sever the connection. Just wait until I devour your entire divine realm. Su Gang fell to his knees. End this, I've lost. Let my noble leave. You invaded my divine realm, Hanwoo said. Now you'll face the consequences. My army, invade his divine realm. I'm giving you a way out, Su Gang shouted, standing up. Don't forget, my grandfather is a true god. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for him. Do you think I'm stupid? Hanwoo retorted. Once I sever the connection, you'll have him use his divine power to destroy me. You're my hostage. As long as you're here, he won't dare kill me. Spare me, Su Gang pleaded. I promise he won't kill you. Shut up. Hanwoo interrupted. My locusts are searching for your divine realm's core. He soon found it, I see it, and our past outside. Xu Patriarch grew anxious. Why hasn't he come out? Did something happen? A projection of Han Wu's divine realm appeared before everyone in the Qin family. Let's take a look, the red-robed elder said. The bald elder manipulated the projection. Everyone stared in shock. Han Wu's locusts were using the steel-armored warriors as shields. What's going on? The red-robed elder asked. Su Gang's divine realm core is in Han Wu's hands, the second elder explained. A humanoid locust stood on the core, ready to destroy it at Han Wu's command. Seeing the situation, Xu Patriarch projected his soul into Han Wu's divine realm. Hanwoo, release my grandson's core immediately. You scared me, Hanwoo said, feigning fear. I'm not happy. Accelerate the slaughter. The locusts attacked the steel-armored warriors. What do you want? Xu Patriarch asked, unable to act rashly. You misunderstand, Hanwoo said, raising his hands in mock surrender. What should I do for you to spare me? Xu Patriarch clenched his teeth in anger. Once Xu Gang escapes, I'll torture you for 3 days and nights before killing you. Just then, Yuan Zhong's aura descended. Hanwoo grinned. Yuan Zhong is back, and there's another true god. Qin's ancestor must have returned. The Qin family elders cheered. Our ancestor is back. Xu Patriarch, the second elder said, stepping forward. Today is a joyous day. The Qin family will hold a feast. Why don't you stay for a drink? Su Patriarch, though displeased, simply said, no need. Back in Han Wu's divine realm, Xu Patriarch said, the true god you've been waiting for has arrived. Release my grandson's core. I'll only stop when my friend arrives, Hanwoo replied. Who knows if someone will try to kill me when I'm not paying attention. Yuan Zhong's soul entered Hanwoo's divine realm. I'm back. No one can touch a hair on your head in front of me. You're back, Hanwoo said, surprised. Then the Qin family's true god has also returned. Just then, the Qin family's true god entered the mansion, filling everyone with joy. Knowing he was safe, Hanwoo ordered, Poison Locust, release the core. All other noble, retreat. Su Gang, seeing his core released, threatened, Hanwoo, I'll remember this. Next time, one of us will die. Worrying about restoring your steel-armored warriors, Hanwoo retorted. Otherwise, you're not worth my attention. Enraged, Xu Patriarch slapped Xu Gang, sending him flying. Shut up. You're a disgrace. Get back here. He grabbed his grandsons and left. The Qin family's true god declared, that old scoundrel dared to bully my descendants. From now on, the Qin family will sever all ties with Xu family. No one is to mention the marriage between Qin Shuang and Xu family again. Everyone watched Xu family depart. Once they were gone, the Qin family's true god turned to Hanwoo, tossing him a green object. Thank you for summoning Yuan Zhong. This is a token of our gratitude. Hanwoo called it a primordial slate. It can help any life form revert to its ancestral bloodline. He thought of a particularly monstrous locust. This could transform my locusts into their most powerful prehistoric forms. 3 days later, at the academy, Junior Hanwoo, Xiong Meng shouted, we have news. Xia Che and Yu Ling waved. Over here. Hanwoo approached them, smiling. Senior Xia Che, Senior Yu Ling, what's up? The next lesson is starting soon, Xiong Meng said. Huang Shengzhen will definitely target you. Here's a handbook with information about him. I hate to admit it, Xia Che added, but he was the top student of our year. Be careful. Hanwoo read the handbook. His core is actually goblins. He's truly a genius to elevate them to such heights. You elevated mere locusts, Yi Ling said, smiling. You're even more talented, don't worry. He only has a few hundred Lord lifeforms, 3 sovereign lifeforms, and 3 high-level godhoods, Xie Qie added. Nothing to fear, that's not scary, Hanwu stammered. What is, then? The 3 could only laugh awkwardly. Back in his dormitory, Hanwu analyzed the situation. Huang Shenzhen will target my 3 locust lords. I can't afford to lose any. I used many radioactive crystals to give Zikong its super regeneration, but that might not be enough. He looked at his death cap mushroom pot. It showed great debuff effects against the zombies. If it could deal more damage, that would be safer. He searched online and soon found what he was looking for. Found it. He immediately ordered it. Soon, a pile of seeds appeared in his hand. He approached the mushroom pot and began channeling a large amount of poison from the plant into the seeds. Back at the academy, teacher Lena made an announcement. Students, this lesson will test your defenses. The first-year seniors will be your examiners. They can only use the power they had a year ago. Those who successfully defend their divine realms will be rewarded. Those who fail will face a tedious punishment. Be prepared, the invasion is about to begin. A bright light appeared before Hanwu. He stepped into it. He arrived in Huang Shenzhen's divine realm. Huang Shenzhen grinned. I told you, Hanwu, I'll show you what hell is like. His goblins formed ranks. Impressive, Hanwu remarked. Quite the battle formation. Shield-bearing goblins formed the front line, close combat units. Behind them, archers formed the long-range physical attack units. Goblins in red robes, emanating a red aura, were supernal lifeforms, the fire formation goblins. Goblins in blue robes, emanating a blue aura, were also supernal lifeforms, the ice formation goblins. Finally, goblins riding wolves were lord lifeforms. Locust army. Hanwu commanded. Assume formation. His locusts flew through the portal, each species forming its own group. Ordinary locusts, sky demons, entropic locusts, cursed shadows, the newly acquired primordial locusts, and finally, the locust lords. He elevated such trashkin to this level, Huang Shenzhen thought. He's skilled. I must be serious, or I might lose. He raised his hand. Ice and fire formation goblins, attack. The goblins unleashed their skills. Hanwu's locusts dodged, but many were still hit and destroyed. He's trying to overwhelm me with sheer force, Hanwu thought. Not so fast. Entropic locusts, form a shield. Sky demons, cursed shadows, bypass the front line and attack the ranged units. The entropic locusts created a shield. The sky demons and cursed shadows flew towards the enemy archers. Huang Shenzhen's face tightened. First close combat formation. Fall back and defend. Not so fast, Hanwu thought, smirking. Primordial locusts blocked their retreat. The primordial locusts intercepted the retreating goblins. Sky demons, cursed shadows, Hanwu continued, destroy the ranged units now. Huang Shenzhen's face darkened, but he remained defiant. You think you're better than Xiongmeng or Xie Qie? Let me show you my true power. Huang Shenzhen pointed forward and commanded, Formation 34, switch to bombardment mode. Concentrate fire. The nobles switched their attack mode, forming large energy spheres before launching them. The entropic locusts' shields began to crack under the barrage. The defenses are about to break, Hanwu exclaimed, worried. Formation 34, continue firing, Huang Shenzhen ordered. The nobles continued their relentless bombardment. The shields shattered, and the attacks struck the entropic locusts. Huang Shenzhen spread his arms wide, gloating. Now you'll pay the price for offending me. Noble lords, attack, destroy their locust lords. The noble lords charged towards Hanwu's locust lords. Fortunately, Hanwu's noble were agile, and the noble lords struggled to land a hit. With 2 lords holding them back, my heroic locusts can't deal damage, Hanwu thought. Sending them out now would only help him. He quietly ordered, locust lords, lure the noble lords away. The 3 locust lords immediately retreated, and the 2 noble lords, unaware of the trap, pursued closely. Seizing the opportunity, Hanwu commanded, Locust Army, carry the death cap mushroom spores and infect the noble formations. Each locust carried a mushroom and flew towards the noble formations. Reaching the airspace above the nobles, they released the spores. Too small to evade effectively, the nobles could only stand and take it. The spores, absorbing life force, rapidly grew. What's happening? Huang Shengjin cried out, seeing his noble afflicted. The fire formation nobles and ice formation nobles were also affected, mushrooms sprouting all over their bodies. Hanwu grinned. The fun is about to begin. Explosions erupted within the noble army. What kind of attack is this? Huang Shengjin yelled. After the explosions subsided, the nobles were only slightly scratched, their clothes a bit tattered. Huang Shengjin laughed scornfully. I thought it was some powerful spell, but it's just a tickle. Are you trying to scratch my noble's itches? This is called a chain reaction bomb, Hanwu explained calmly. It will explode repeatedly, each time with increased power. Let's see how many rounds your nobles can withstand. Just then, the death cap mushrooms exploded again. The flames engulfed the nobles, causing them to scream in pain. After the explosion, the weakest nobles collapsed, dead. The others clutched their wounds. Damn it, Huang Shengjin cursed, seeing his noble severely injured. He raised his hand. Divine healing blessing. A green aura enveloped the nobles, restoring their health. Senior Huang, Hanwu said mockingly, are you my ally? Are you insane? Huang Shengjin retorted. From now on, you explode once, I heal once, let's see who's afraid. Before he could finish, a massive explosion erupted, engulfing a large area in blinding light. When the light subsided, Huang Shengjin's nobles lay scattered on the ground, unable to get up. He stared in disbelief, his face pale. How is this possible? You said each explosion would only be slightly stronger. Hanwu scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. That's true, but Senior Huang, your amazing divine spell seems to have accelerated my bomb's growth. Huang Shengjin was speechless. The remaining mushrooms on the surviving nobles had grown monstrously large. Damn it, Hanwu, he cursed. Hanwu sat down, propping his chin on his hand. I think the situation is getting out of hand. At this rate, the next explosion might wipe out your entire army. Huang Shengjin's face was pale with sweat. This test was meant to teach the reserve students a lesson. If I lose, I'll be a laughingstock. I can't lose, even if I have to use all my trump cards. Junior Hanwu, he said, I must admit you're strong, but you're still not strong enough. Oh, Hanwu said, smiling. Then use whatever you have left. Challenged, Huang Shengjin activated Legion's fighting spirit, a divine spell that boosted his nobles' fighting spirit, enhancing their physical abilities and reducing pain. He then raised two fingers, channeling divine power to cast Rampage, a divine spell that allowed his noble to absorb 25% of the damage they dealt to heal themselves, with any excess converted into a buff that further enhanced their physical abilities. The noble's eyes glowed with a fierce killing intent. Finally, he clasped his hands together, casting Great Earth Shield, a divine spell that created a protective barrier, absorbing damage and continuously healing the user by absorbing the Earth's energy. After buffing his troops, Huang Shengjin wiped the sweat from his brow, panting. All right, my turn. The protective barrier caused the mushrooms to fall off the nobles. Han Wu's eyes widened in surprise. My ultimate move was countered just like that. The noble lord raised its sword and roared, Blessed nobles, follow me and kill all these insects. He charged forward with his noble, for the glory of our God. Lacking a powerful skill, Hanwu issued a drastic command, Locust Army, fight to the death. Outside, the teachers observed the reserve students' performances. Any thoughts on the reserve students' performance? Teacher Lena asked. A white-robed teacher spoke first. Qin Shuang's Lord-level Golden Thunder ROC is valuable. She's qualified for the Western University. A blonde, bespectacled teacher added, Su Tie's Iron Men are also good. His brother reportedly has even rarer steel-armored warriors. Perhaps we can persuade Su Tai to bring his brother to our academy. A tall, brown-robed teacher chimed in. Sun Kingnian's Fox Kin are average in combat but highly intelligent. He intends to focus on logistics. A good seedling. What about Hanwu? Teacher Lin asked. The teachers fell silent, observing Han Wu's battle on the screen. After a while, the blonde teacher said, "This is a typical loss. I think Han Wu's abilities are lacking." "I disagree," the white-robed teacher countered. Huang Shengjun, as the top student, was forced to use his full strength within the allowed limits. That proves Han Wu's strength. "Don't forget," Teacher Lena reminded them, "Han Wu has 5 powerful noble he hasn't even used yet. He's only used his core locust kin and still managed to fight like this. Even in defeat, he's worthy of praise. I propose giving him a priority point." Murmurs of agreement echoed from within the room. Back in the battle, Huang Shengjun pointed forward. "Noble army, destroy the enemy's locust lords." The sky turned dark, and thunder rumbled. The final battle is over, Han Wu thought. A few seconds later, the sky cleared. The school's announcement echoed, "This test is over." Huang Shengjun stood frozen in disappointment, but his face quickly contorted in anger. "Damn it, so close. I brought over 100 million nobles, and less than 50 million survived. I even lost several heroic nobles and a lord. And all his lords survived. I suffered a huge loss this time." Back in the classroom, Teacher Lena announced, "Students who didn't meet the required score will be expelled. Students who achieved priority points will have the opportunity to participate in a real extraterrestrial war. Now, I'll announce the scores. Students who achieved priority points," she continued, "are Qin Shuang, Su Tai, Sun Qingnian, Qian Lily, Ni Fang. Even though I didn't fail, my performance was probably terrible," Han Wu thought, worried about being expelled. "I almost lost miserably, Han Wu. You're only so-so," Su Tai mocked from afar. "Don't worry," Qin Shuang reassured him. "Everyone saw your strength." "Your opponent was Senior Huang. Losing is losing," Su Tai scoffed. Teacher Lena continued, "And Han Wu, congratulations to these 6 students." Su Tai was stunned. "What?" He raised his hand. "Teacher, I have a question. Speak, Student Xu Tai," Teacher Lena said. He glanced at Han Wu, his face filled with displeasure. "What are the evaluation criteria? Why did someone who lost still get priority points?" "The scores are the result of a joint evaluation by me and many official teachers of the Western University," Teacher Lena explained. Although Han Wu lost to Huang Shengjun, his performance earned the approval of all the teachers. Therefore, we agreed to give him a priority point. She smiled sardonically. "Are you satisfied with this explanation, Student Su Tai?" Su Tai, feeling as if Teacher Lena had transformed into a giant about to crush him, stammered, "Yes, teacher." "Then the results stand," Teacher Lena said. "The 6 students with priority points have 1 day to prepare." She slammed her hand on the table. "Tomorrow, the Western University will take you to an extraterrestrial plane to participate in the most authentic extraterrestrial war." She turned and left, the door slamming shut behind her. The cracked table shattered into pieces. The students paled. "Teacher Lena is terrifying," they thought. That table was made from a 10,000-year-old tree. "She's truly a battle-crazed Valkyrie." Su Tai stood up, glaring at Han Wu. "Don't celebrate too soon. We'll see what happens in the extraterrestrial realm." After Su Tai left, Sun Qingnian approached Han Wu, smiling. "Hey, buddy, let me give you some insider information. Su Tai contacted Senior Huang to plot against you. Be careful," he winked. "I have to go meet my sugar mama. Good luck." Han Wu just stared after him. Qin Shuang huffed, crossing her arms. "Envious, aren't you? Go on then." "I despise men who rely on others," Han Wu retorted, pouting. Qin Shuang smiled faintly but said nothing. Xiong Meng poked his head into the classroom, waving. "Junior Han Wu, break time. Let's have some tea." Outside the classroom, Ziachir gave Han Wu some important information. There are 3 suitable locations for reserve students in the invaded extraterrestrial civilizations: the Runic civilization, the Totem civilization, and the Biochemical civilization. "We can't reveal too much, but we have something for you." Yiling stepped forward, handing him 3 small pouches. These contain information about the 3 civilizations and some aids. But you can only open them when you enter the corresponding civilization. Han Wu took the pouches, frowning. "To become Teacher Zhu's disciple, I need to become a perfect demigod. I must perform well in this extraterrestrial war challenge. Junior Hanwoo, good luck, the three cheered, waving pom-poms. Hanwoo's sweat dropped, feeling a bit embarrassed. The next day, teacher Lena presented the bracelets. These are simplified Divine Realm login devices. They allow reserve students who are still divine beings to connect to the Divine Realm. Qin Shuang and Hanwoo took the bracelets and put them on. The others are waiting on the top floor, teacher Lena said. Let's go. On the top floor, a spaceship awaited them. They boarded, and the spaceship flew away from the planet, heading towards a designated location. After an unknown amount of time, the spaceship landed. The ramp lowered, and the doors opened. Extraterrestrial war has officially begun. After disembarking, Hanwoo rummaged through his pockets and took out the pouches. As soon as he retrieved them, 2 of the 3 vanished. What the heck? Only this one is left? Why? He pouted, but still opened the remaining pouch. Inside was a worn piece of paper and 10 strange, blue cards. He unfolded the paper and read, "This plane is under the control of the runic civilization. Runes are the source of power in this plane. According to the records of the runic civilization, there are a total of 26 basic runes in the world. These runes can be combined to create billions of possibilities. Among these billions of possibilities, combinations that can produce stable effects are called rune words. Powerful rune words can even change the world." He then picked up the cards. According to the instructions, these 10 cards contain an energy called plane origin. This energy can enhance the plane's will. The more plane origin, the more high-level life forms can be born. In extraterrestrial wars, plane origin is a consumable item used to connect to the Divine Realm. The most common way to obtain plane origin is to slaughter the native life forms of the plane to deplete the plane origin. In that case, he threw out 5 cards, summoning 5 golems. Shortly after, they appeared before him. His face darkened, and he commanded in a sinister tone, "Begin the slaughter." 1 hour later, Hanwoo sat on the ground, exhausted. "It's been an hour, and I've only accumulated 0.5 units of plane origin. How am I supposed to fight like this? I need to increase the intensity." He threw out the remaining 5 cards. "I'm going all in." He summoned 50 primordial locusts. Before him was a monster encampment. "My children, go forth. Conquer that encampment." The locusts flew towards the minotaur guarding the encampment. Meanwhile, Sutai had also prepared his army. He held a strange bottle, grinning. "Senior Huang has some good stuff. The power of this steel-eating demon exceeds that of a Lord Lifeform. It will definitely kill Hanwoo, according to Senior Huang. I just need to put Hanwoo's hair into the steel-eating demon to lock onto him and kill him." He pulled out a small bag of hair and placed it in front of the bottle. The bottle suddenly opened and sucked in the hair. A thick, dark purple mist emanated from the bottle, startling Sutai. He dropped the bottle and ordered his noble, "Destroy that bottle." His noble obeyed. Destroying the bottle, the steel-eating demon emerged from the wreckage, roaring in anger. It ripped apart the steel-armored warrior that destroyed the bottle. Sutai, however, wasn't saddened. "This is brutal. Hanwoo, your end has come." The steel-eating demon, imprisoned for millennia, needs blood to wash away its hatred, he thought. The steel-eating demon rushed off to find its prey. Back at Hanwoo's location, after destroying the encampment, units of plane origin flew into his palm. Knowing that remaining in human form was dangerous, he decided it was time to upgrade. He closed his eyes and unlocked Black Dragon Transformation. A dark aura surrounded him. He didn't use the transformation, but instead converted the remaining points into cards and summoned 5 more golem. Just then, a heavy footstep shook the ground nearby. Hanwoo turned and saw a white wolf staring at him. He wasn't afraid. 10 golem, attack. The golems charged towards the wolf. A fierce battle ensued, echoing throughout the area. Scene changed to the Wolf King's lair. Hanwoo was inspecting his gains from defeating the white wolf. "What's this?" He opened a container and found a rune word. He set it aside and arranged the collected runes in a row to examine their properties. Rune word, savagery low level. Effect on the body, +10 strength, +20% physical defense, +20% wound recovery rate. Effect on bladed weapons, plus 20% chance to cause bleeding, plus 15% attack speed, plus 10% lifesteal. He took off his shirt and applied the rune word to himself. Savagery has been applied to the user. He felt a surge of power. Number of primordial locusts, -2. What? Hanwoo exclaimed, looking outside the cave. What happened? He transformed into his black dragon form and flew out to investigate. He soon arrived at the location where the 2 locusts had been killed. A white cat demon pounced on a golem, tearing it apart with its claws. A Lord-level cat demon, Hanwoo realized. He shouted, "My golem, kill it!" All his golems rushed towards the cat demon. Despite being dismembered, they slowly regenerated. The cat demon, sensing danger, turned its sharp gaze and razor teeth towards Hanwoo. It lunged at him, claws extended. Hanwoo, however, was growing impatient. His eyes turned red, and a fiery aura surrounded him. Perfect timing. As the cat demon approached, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending it flying. Successfully killed a Lord-level life form, obtained 2 units of plane origin. Good, Hanwoo said, smiling. Now I can summon more skeletons. If I'm lucky, I might even ascend to demigod in this extraterrestrial realm. 3 days later, a locust reported a cave with a fire crystal mine ahead. Army, advance, Hanwoo commanded. Target the cave ahead. As he approached the cave, he sensed something was wrong. There's a human presence inside. Has someone discovered this place before me? He cautiously entered the cave. Inside, the air was hot. A fiery-eyed lion emerged, rushing towards him. A horse? No, a lion, Hanwoo thought. He expected a fight, but the lion suddenly slammed on its brakes, skidding to a halt. It looked terrified, sweat pouring down its face. Behind it was a girl with horns. Hanwoo, unable to see her, was confused by the lion's behavior. The lion was being held back by the girl, who was pulling its tail. "Where do you think you're going?" she yelled angrily. The lion whimpered, as if to say, "Don't come near me." "Are you Niu Fang?" Hanwoo asked, guessing her identity. She ignored him, scowling. "This is my territory. Get out." "Whether it's your territory or not," Hanwoo said, smiling, "I'm taking it. Do you have the right to speak to me like that?" Niu Fang, not wanting to waste time, let go of the lion and jumped towards Hanwoo, then died. Hanwoo activated his Great Death and Shadow Demon Vine fusion. Green energy emanating from his body, vines sprouted from him, growing longer. "What's that?" Niu Fang wondered, startled. "This is the move that will take your life," Hanwoo said, brandishing his sword. As her attack neared, he used Shadow Flash, disappearing and reappearing behind her. He slashed, cutting off one of her horns. "Next time, it won't be your horn," he threatened. "It'll be your neck," Niu Fang, pale and sweating, conceded. "You win. I can't defeat you. The fire lion in this cave is yours." "I don't want the fire lion," Hanwoo said. "It's just a Lord life form. Killing it won't give me much plane origin. What I want is this entire fire crystal mine." "Fine," Niu Fang said, standing up. "The fire lion is mine. We can cooperate in the future." "Whatever," Hanwoo said, raising his hand. "Skeletal noble, come out and mine these fire crystals." Before they could start, a dark energy with crackling lightning appeared at the cave entrance. "Is this your noble too?" Niu Fang asked, alarmed. "No," Hanwoo replied, equally startled. A massive, armored foot emerged. It was the steel-eating demon, still holding a skull. It saw Hanwoo and roared, its sharp teeth glinting. "The scent of my enemy. I must use your blood to wash away my shame." It charged towards Hanwoo. Hanwoo, unfazed, fused with the black dragon grass, creating black dragon heads, black dragon breath. The dragon heads unleashed powerful beams of light at the demon, but it deflected the attacks and retaliated with a rusty attack. Hanwoo dodged with Shadow Flash. Niu Fang, seeing an opening, spewed a large fireball, a great fireball. Realizing that fire could counter the demon, Hanwoo summoned the Red Goblin with a card. The Red Goblin, wielding its massive mace, appeared. "Divine Mace," Hanwoo commanded, "smash that demon into mincemeat." Following the orders of their master, the Divine Mace's eyes turned red, and it roared, "Understood, Divine Master." It channeled energy, causing a purple aura to surround it, and several dragons appeared behind it, looking incredibly ferocious. The demon, seeing this, scoffed. Insignificant worm die, it unleashed sharp, rusty shards. But the divine mace, unafraid, swung its mace, deflecting the attack. The dragons behind it also roared, and the shards flew back, piercing the demon's body, causing it to howl in pain. No, please, stop. There was no way that was happening. Seeing its opponent weakened, the divine mace leapt towards it, raising its mace high. A massive explosion erupted from the demon's location, smoke billowing everywhere. Hanwoo, excited, cheered it on. That's it, don't let it escape, keep smashing it. Encouraged by its master, the divine mace relentlessly pounded the demon. The sounds of the impacts echoed loudly, and dust filled the air. Hanwoo, despite his excitement, pretended to shield his eyes. Oh my God, this is too brutal. After a while, the demon was flattened, stuck to the ground, its face filled with terror, its body trembling. The scouting locust reported, the demon's soul is still intact. Hanwoo, after a quick look, knew that the demon couldn't be killed. If I let it live, it might seek revenge one day. He made a bold decision, let the bone puppet master devour its soul. The demon, hearing this, pleaded in horror, No, I surrender, I'll be your slave, please, Great One, spare my soul. I hit the jackpot, Hanwoo thought, but he feigned. I don't trust you, unless you sign a contract. The demon, after a moment of thought, agreed. All right. Hanwoo stood up and prepared a contract. Let's draft the contract. Slave contract. Contractor, Hanwoo's slave, still-eating demon. As he was doing this, he couldn't help but smile sinisterly. Niu Fang, standing behind him, saw the contract and her face showed fear. He's even more cunning than the most cunning merchants. After the contract was completed, a blue aura from Hanwoo's palm flew into the demon's body. A moment later, the contract was successfully signed. After signing, Hanwoo remembered something important. Oh, right, what abilities do you have? Master, the demon replied, I am a demon with the steel-eating bloodline. I can transform my body into rust and corrode metal objects and lifeforms. Hanwoo stroked his chin, unimpressed. Sounds decent, but many Divine Realm players have fire abilities. Fire completely counters the steel-eating demon. Your weakness is too obvious. The demon, sweating profusely, feared that Hanwoo might dispose of it for being useless. It quickly suggested, if Master doesn't mind, I can become your weapon. With my steel-eating bloodline, I can corrode any weapon I touch. That's not bad, Hanwoo said, do as you say. Without hesitation, the demon liquefied its body and then reformed into the shape of a greatsword. Hanwoo picked up the greatsword, excited, my combat power will increase significantly. My chances of ascending to perfect demigod have increased. He placed the sword on his shoulder. Next, I just need to slaughter more to increase my plane origin and expand my army. A few days later, in a forest, a scout saw a terrifying scene and whispered to himself, my God, is that an undead army? Before him was a massive army. After a moment of observation and calculation, his face turned pale with fear. An undead army of this scale, the numbers have reached 500,000. I must report this to the city lord. Cut to that evening, in a large building. The one sitting on a golden throne, like a king, was restless. What did you say? An undead army of 500,000? The scout, kneeling on the floor, his face drenched in sweat, replied, Yes, my lord, the undead army has appeared a few dozen miles away. The city lord, knowing the report was accurate, thought, my city's garrison is only 50,000. Even with mercenaries, we can only gather 100,000. If an undead army of 500,000 attacks, it will be a disaster. His face was tense, sweat dripping down his forehead. He commanded, send word to the surrounding cities for reinforcements. Yes, my lord, the scout replied without hesitation. The next day, the scout returned, my lord, reinforcements from the cities are ready. We have 300,000 soldiers, including mercenaries. The Holy Church has also sent 50,000 priests. The city lord, standing on the city wall, shouted, Equip the troops with more weapons. Priests can counter the undead. This time, they're doomed. Soldiers, mercenaries, and priests of the Holy Church, we face a life-or-death battle. Prepare the formation to face the undead army. The soldiers, fully equipped, stood in formation, shouting, "Protect our homeland, stop the enemy." The city's general, also fully equipped, raised his hand and roared, "Army, advance, destroy the undead army." Back to Manhwa, as he rested against a tree, the scouting locust returned, reporting, 350,000 human troops are approaching. Manhwa immediately sat up, excited. "Oh, they want to clash with us." Startled by his sudden movement, Niu Fang turned and asked, "What's wrong?" Manhwa stood up, clapping his hands excitedly. "My scout reported that a large human army is coming to surround us," he asked. "How about it? Want to make a big play and earn some more plain origin with me?" She immediately refused. "You want to use me as a shield? Do you think I'm that stupid? No way. Deal with it yourself." Seeing that she didn't want to join, Manhwa went to the battlefield alone. He hid in the grass to observe the situation. Hearing a rustling behind him, he turned and saw Niu Fang. "Didn't you say you didn't want to get involved? What are you doing here?" She frowned. "I do what I want. So what? I'm just bored. It's not like I want to help you or anything." Despite her cold demeanor, Manhwa was happy and patted her head teasingly. "I like your bold spirit." Niu Fang glared at him, pushing his hand away. "Don't get close to me, they're here." In the distance, many dark figures were approaching, kicking up dust. It was the city lord's army, advancing towards the enemy. When the enemy was within range, Manhwa jumped up and shouted, "Skeleton army, ambush!" The hidden skeletons rose from the bushes, surrounding the soldiers. "Defense, defense!" the soldiers shouted, raising their shields. Some were terrified, as if seeing ghosts in broad daylight. "We're ambushed, my God! I want to go home." Before them were countless skeletal faces, terrifying and numerous like a giant anthill. The two sides clashed, attacking each other relentlessly. When the soldiers fell, skeletons were summoned from their bodies. The general, sensing the situation was dire, ordered, "Holy practitioners, purify." The holy practitioners around him clasped their hands together and chanted, their bodies glowing. The skeletons began to disintegrate under the purification. Realizing the danger, Manhwa was alarmed. "Not good. Holy practitioners counter the skeleton army. I must kill them first." Just then, Niu Fang transformed and rushed towards the enemy. Manhwa, not wanting to be outdone, transformed into his black dragon form, muttering, "I won't lose to you." While he was still talking, Niu Fang had already swiftly dealt with a group of holy practitioners. Not to be outdone, Manhwa swung his enchanted sword, cutting the remaining holy practitioners in half. With the troublesome ones dealt with, they leaned back to avoid being ambushed. Manhwa extended his hand towards his noble and commanded, "Full attack." His skeleton army surged forward like a terrifying wave, trampling the fleeing soldiers underfoot. In a moment of danger, a soldier managed to escape into the city, shouting, "My lord, we've been defeated, the undead army has." Before he could finish, the city lord already knew the rest. His face began to sweat. He rushed outside to look. "It's over. It's all over." He issued one last command, "Everyone, retreat." A few hours later, Manhwa and Niu Fang had captured the city inside. Manhwa looked dejected. 350,000 skeletons for only a few thousand plain origin. Heartbreaking. Niu Fang, on the other hand, was drooling with excitement. "We're rich. We're really rich this time." Seeing her reaction, Manhwa sighed. "Is that all you care about?" She turned to him, pouting angrily. He continued, "Well, let's split the runes among the spoils." He thought, "Luckily, I still have 4 empty slots for runes." Information about the runes appeared. Low-level brute force. Effect on the body. Enhances muscle strength. Plus 40% strength. Effect on mace-type weapons. Adds a crushing effect. Low-level raging fire. Effect on the body. Grants a fire-type magic. Plus 20% fire resistance. Plus 15% fire affinity. Effect on staff-type weapons. Adds the skill raging fireball. Plus 20% fire magic power. Effect on defensive equipment. Adds the skill raging fire shield. Minus 30% fire magic damage. Mid-level fire protection. Effect on defensive equipment. adds the skill aura of protection, plus 50% durability to defensive equipment. After examining the runes, Hanwoo deemed them to low level and decided to let his noble use them. Niu Fang, after looking over them, chose the Raging Fire rune. "I'll take this one." She used it, and her body glowed red. She smiled, excited. "I'm one step closer to becoming a sovereign lifeform." "Thank you, Hanwoo." Since the runes were practically useless to him, he was happy to see her so pleased. "It's nothing." Seeing his nonchalant attitude, she thought, no wonder Qin Shuang likes him so much. Cut to that night. In a terrifying castle, a voice filled with panic asked, "Are you sure?" It was the king, sweating profusely. "The undead army has captured Lington City." The kneeling soldier affirmed, "The information is accurate. Not only Lington City, but the 4 surrounding cities have also fallen. The undead army now numbers nearly 10 million. The king, unable to sit still, stood up abruptly. "Summon the Grand Bishop and the rulers of the Elven Kingdom, the Minotaur Kingdom, and the Werewolf Kingdom to discuss this urgent matter." Soon, the scene shifted to a large conference room. The influential figures had gathered. "The undead army is so brazen," one exclaimed. The leader of the Werewolf Kingdom suggested, "We must unite against the enemy." "My werewolf army is ready," the leader of the elves agreed. "My elven army is also ready." When everyone at the round table had agreed, the human king declared, "Good. Then the allied forces of our 4 kingdoms and the Holy Church's army will unite to destroy all the undead once and for all." In a luxurious room, a couple was cuddling. The girl said, "My father plans to join forces with the Holy Church, the elves, minotaurs, and werewolves to fight against the skeleton army." Sun Kingian's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" He frowned, then smiled, thinking, the invader controlling the skeleton army. Who else could it be but Hanwoo? "Hanwoo, you've become so powerful in just a few days that it takes 4 kingdoms to deal with you. You're truly a friend I value. After all this time with this princess, I finally have a clue to becoming a demigod in the Rune civilization. In the divine realm, becoming a demigod only requires reaching a certain level of divine power. But in the extraterrestrial realm, you also have to meet the civilization's requirements. In this Rune civilization, you need a special grade rune word to become a demigod. Even the royal family has never truly obtained one. It's incredibly difficult, Hanwoo. I'm going to cooperate with you. I'll provide clues, and you'll attack. Together, we might be able to get a special grade rune word. You can't have any accidents. I need to protect you from the allied forces." Seeing her man silent, the blue-haired girl nudged him. "I'm talking to you. What are you spacing out about?" "Tomorrow, the Elven Queen will meet my father." Sun Kingian snapped out of his thoughts. He leaned in close to the blue-haired girl. "The Elven Queen. She's definitely not as beautiful as you." He grinned. "Perfect. The Queen is coming. We're saved. There's no woman I can't handle." He pushed the girl down onto the sofa. The girl blushed, but playfully protested. "You're so bad." Cut to the base Hanwoo had occupied. "What? A 4-nation alliance is attacking?" Niu Fang exclaimed, startled. She patted Hanwoo's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, you have so many skeletons." But Hanwoo, as their master, knew their limits. Numbers are useless. They're too weak. Against a disciplined alliance, we'll be crushed. He stroked his chin, worried. This is a real problem. Just then, the source of mutation happily appeared. "See, when it's important, you still need me." "Do you have a plan?" Hanwoo asked immediately. "Of course," it replied confidently, "but first, pay the fee." 1 divine point, Hanwoo cursed inwardly, always asking for divine points. What else do you know? But he had no choice. "Tell me your plan first." "How do I know if it's worth a divine point?" The source of mutation smirked and leaned in to whisper the plan. It also gave Hanwoo the promised strategy. Hearing the plan, Hanwoo grinned. "Interesting, let's try it." He paid the divine point. This divine point wasn't wasted after all. Seeing Hanwoo smiling to himself, Niu Fang asked, confused, "Why are your expressions changing so much? Did you figure out a solution?" Hanwoo smirked, glancing at her mischievously. "Just wait and see." Later, on the battlefield, the sky was filled with locusts. The human soldiers shouted warnings, attack. Locusts and skeletons are working together. They're all under one command. The two sides clashed. But the human soldiers quickly eliminated the locusts. We got them. Great. Suddenly, black mist emanated from the locust corpses, clinging to the soldiers. Mushrooms began to sprout on the soldiers' bodies. What's happening? They cried in panic. They frantically tried to remove the mushrooms, but the black mist continued to spread. The soldiers were terrified, not knowing what to do. Seeing the enemy in disarray, Hanwoo summoned more skeletons. The human soldiers paled, realizing the horror of their situation. The battle raged for a while, but the human soldiers were nearly annihilated. Hanwoo surveyed the battlefield. Death cap mushroom spores are effective, he smirked, worth the tens of thousands of divine points I spent. Death cap mushroom spores can be transformed into superviruses, combined with rune words to promote epidemics and spread them, he thought. He took out a mushroom, rune word, epidemic mid-level effect on the body, become a host for the epidemic. Every cell in the body carries the super epidemic virus. He glared at the remaining soldiers and commanded, attack. His skeletons surged forward. Under the enhancement of the epidemic rune word, Hanwoo defeated the alliance in just 3 days, conquering 10 surrounding cities. 5 heroic undead were born within his skeleton army. Inside a castle, a voice filled with despair cried out, "Do we have any options left? If we keep losing, our kingdom will be lost." The king sighed. The only option is to negotiate a truce, but the others in the meeting room were helpless. Who will we negotiate with? We've never even seen the leader of the skeleton army. Just then, the door opened. The king's beautiful daughter entered, followed by Sun Kingian. "Your Majesty," Sun Kingian said confidently, "may I handle the negotiations?" "What?" a werewolf exclaimed. "You've never been on the battlefield. And you want to negotiate with the leader of the skeleton army?" The human king scoffed. "Just a novice. This is not your concern." The king's daughter stepped forward. "Father, I believe he can handle this." Sun Kingian seized the opportunity. "Your Majesty, don't you trust your daughter's judgment?" The Elven Queen added, "I can vouch for him. He's more intelligent than anyone here. The princess and I both agree to let him try." Seeing his daughter and the Elven Queen's support, the human king relented. "All right, we have no other options." "Let him try." The others, lacking better ideas, reluctantly agreed. Cut to the skeleton army's territory. Sun Kingian, having been granted permission, quickly found Hanwoo. Hanwoo grinned, surprised. "You." They approached each other, clasping shoulders. "Why are you in the extraterrestrial realm?" Hanwoo asked. "Long story," Sun Kingian replied, smiling. "Later, I'm here on behalf of the 4 kingdoms and the Holy Church to negotiate a truce." Hanwoo raised an eyebrow. "You're their representative," he chuckled. "A truce?" "Sure, but let's see what they're willing to pay." "Of course," Sun Kingian said. "Name your price." Hanwoo listed his demands. "Gold, silver, and jewels are a must. And rune words, not ordinary ones, the most valuable kind. And at least 5-digit rune stones," Sun Kingian calculated. "Let the human kingdom compensate with 2 rune words, one of which must be high level, and 200,000 rune stones. I have to give the princess some face." He then turned sinister. "Double that for the elves and triple for the werewolves, minotaurs, and the Holy Church. Since I'm sleeping with the Elven Queen, I can't overcharge her." Hanwoo agreed instantly. "Deal. You've come all this way. I won't be unreasonable." "We're friends," Sun Kingian said, smiling. "No need to be polite. I'm siding with humanity to find clues to becoming a demigod in the rune civilization. I finally have a lead." He leaned closer. "Find ancient ruins." "Great," Hanwoo said excitedly. "Let's cooperate." Sun Kingian turned to leave. "I'll go back and tell them your terms. We'll meet up again once they agree." Before he left, Hanwoo added menacingly, "Tell the Alliance, if they don't agree, I'll unleash my undead army and turn their cities to dust." Back in the human king's city, Sun Kingian relayed Hanwoo's terms. "We don't have that many high-level rune words," the Minotaur elder exclaimed. Worried, Sun Kingian offered alternatives. "If you don't have rune words, You can use information about ancient ruins or divine points. The Elven Queen, seeing the elves' compensation exceeding her expectations, leaned into Sun Kingian. Why is the human kingdom's compensation so low? Sun Kingian smiled, because too many humans have already been turned into skeletons. You don't want the elves to suffer the same fate, do you? The blue-haired princess snuggled closer. My father said he has no objections. He'll agree to anything you say. Sun Kingian seized the opportunity. Since the negotiations went smoothly, shouldn't the princess reward me? The princess blushed. Of course. Just then, the door burst open. The Grand Bishop strode in, roaring, "This is robbery." And you agreed, the Holy Church will never bow to the undead. Sun Kingian, knowing Hon W use power, shrugged. Suit yourself. The Minotaur and Werewolf leaders exchanged glances. Let the Holy Church fight. If they win, we won't have to pay. If they lose, we can always negotiate later. Cut to Brightport. The skeleton army was massed outside. The Grand Bishop thought, our previous joint operation with the Alliance didn't involve the Holy Church's core forces. Now, I've summoned all the elite holy practitioners for this holy war, and my 3 main legions, whose commanders are nearly demigod level, have never failed. This is the Holy Church's home turf. Victory is ours. Inside Brightport, Hon Wu, cloaked, scouted the area. Everything here is built with bright crystal, or holy power permeates everything, completely countering the undead. He observed the Holy Knights. As expected, they've called back their main force. Luckily, Sun Kingian warned me. He frowned. Their combat power is incredible. Brightport is like an iron wall. Just besieging the city won't work. I need to find a weakness, cause internal chaos. How? After a moment of thought, he remembered something and took out a purple object, swallowing it. Vines sprouted all over his body. Unlockability. Epidemic godhood. Hon Wu grasped the vine, thinking, let's test its power. He unleashed Shadow Flash, creating a white streak that severed the vine. He looked at his palm, where new vines were sprouting. Not bad. Shadow Vine is better than I expected. He extended the vines from his palm and rushed towards the holy practitioners. The holy practitioners, seeing the vines growing unnaturally, exclaimed in alarm, "Who's there?" Hon Wu revealed himself, sword in hand. Without a word, he slashed. The targeted holy practitioner, caught off guard, could only raise his hand to block. Hon Wu effortlessly sliced through his hand, and black mist emanated from the wound, enveloping the holy practitioner. He trembled, pleading with his comrades, "Purify me." But the others shook their heads. It's not working. Soldiers arrived, and their leader ordered, "Capture him." A soldier charged with a massive axe. "Where do you think you're going?" As the axe neared, Hon Wu's figure blurred, dodging the attack. The axe slammed into the ground, creating a crater. I clearly hit him, but how? The soldier wondered. Hon Wu reappeared, lightly slashing the soldier's abdomen. The soldier collapsed. Another soldier, enraged, charged. Damn it, he swung his axe. Hon Wu, seeing the attack, smirked and waited until the last moment before dodging behind the soldier with lightning speed. Another slash, and the soldier fell to his knees, unconscious. Only one left, Hon Wu said, grinning at the remaining leader. The leader, without a word, channeled energy, his body glowing gold. Hon Wu's expression changed. Holy light, it counters undead. Now's our chance, the soldiers shouted, seizing the opportunity to capture him. Ignoring them, Hon Wu focused on the leader. I can't deal with him, but I can deal with you. But before he could act, the armored leader thrust his spear, blocking Hon Wu. Despite this, Hon Wu focused on eliminating the mages. He surveyed the surroundings, realizing it was time. Skeleton army, siege the city. The skeletons surged forward. The soldiers rushed out to defend, but Brightport was filled with elements that countered the undead. The skeletons couldn't revive and were quickly destroyed. The battle at Brightport resulted in over 2 million holy practitioners dead and 3 main legions destroyed. The skeleton army also suffered heavy losses, losing 1.5 million skeletons permanently. Inside the city, a voice cried out in despair, "Why? Everything is beyond my calculations. Was I wrong?" The Grand Bishop bowed his head, trembling. If I had agreed to compensate them, the Holy Church wouldn't have suffered such a devastating loss. What do I do now, unsure whether to continue fighting or surrender unconditionally? Grand Bishop, someone suggested from behind, I can help you defeat the skeleton army. The Grand Bishop turned, surprised. It was Xu-Tai, Han Wu's nemesis. Meanwhile, near the city walls, Holy Church mages were frantically healing the wounded. A scout rushed in. The skeleton army is attacking again. Han Wu, observing his noble, commanded, attack. The skeletons destroyed the barricades. When they encountered humans, they attacked without hesitation. The Grand Bishop appeared before the skeletons, roaring, "Vile undead, halt your filthy advance and retreat from Brightport, or divine judgment will fall upon you." The skeletons ignored him and continued to advance. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. The Grand Bishop performed a spell, summoning glowing orbs that resembled stars. "Brave holy knights, use your righteous fists to crush these vile undead." Armored figures appeared, marching forward with powerful strides. "Iron Men!" Han Wu exclaimed, startled. He glared at the Grand Bishop below. Xu-Tai and the Grand Bishop are working together. The Grand Bishop watched the battle, silent. The Iron Men quickly overwhelmed the skeletons. Seeing their advantage, the mages chanted, "Kill the vile undead, avenge our fallen brothers. Divine justice has arrived, our God is eternal." Han Wu, however, wasn't ready to give up. He took out something and glanced down, commanding, "Giant skeleton, arise." A magic circle appeared in the sky, absorbing bones from below. A colossal skeleton descended, towering over the battlefield. It immediately attacked the Iron Men. Xu-Tai, not to be outdone, also destroyed many of his Iron Men, combining them into a giant Iron Man, which charged at the giant skeleton. The giant skeleton, being weaker, was quickly overwhelmed. Seeing their victory, the Grand Bishop contacted Xu-Tai, "Release more Iron Men. No matter how much plain origin you need, the Holy Church will provide it." Xu-Tai, overjoyed, immediately agreed. More Iron Men descended from the sky. Earlier, Xu-Tai had made a deal with the Grand Bishop. "My Iron Men can counter the skeleton army, but I need plain origin in exchange." The Grand Bishop had been skeptical. "Why should I trust you?" "I can prove it," Xu-Tai had said, smirking. "Tomorrow, Han Wu will attack with his skeleton army. You'll see for yourself." Back in the present, the skeleton army was completely suppressed by the Holy Church's forces. Realizing the danger, Han Wu knew he had to retreat. "This isn't working. I need to rethink my strategy for conquering the Holy Church." Reluctantly, he ordered a retreat. The skeletons immediately turned and fled. After a successful retreat, Han Wu met up with Niu Fang. She reported, "Brightport is heavily guarded by Iron Men." She asked, "What are you going to do?" Han Wu gritted his teeth, furious. "Xu-Tai, that bastard. I should have eliminated him long ago." Niu Fang interrupted, "Forget about him. The Minotaurs and Werewolves are now siding with the Holy Church, declaring they'll join forces to defeat the skeleton army. Those spineless cowards," Han Wu scoffed. "They're not worth worrying about. We'll deal with them later." Just then, a skeleton scout approached. "A messenger from the human kingdom has arrived, requesting an audience." Han Wu's face darkened. "The humans are coming now. Are they trying to take advantage of my weakness?" Sun Qingnian, having just arrived, went straight to the point. "The king agreed to all your compensation demands. He only asks that you don't wage war on human territory again." Han Wu smiled. "He's quite smart," he agreed. "Then it's settled." Sun Qingnian patted Han Wu's shoulder, frowning. "What about the Holy Church? What are you going to do about them?" "Let the Grand Bishop gloat for a few days," Han Wu replied. "Right now, I'm going to deal with those lackeys." Sun Qingnian offered to join him, but he had obtained information about the ancient ruins and wanted to scout ahead before joining Han Wu to deal with the Holy Church's allies. With reinforcements secured, Han Wu led his remaining skeleton army to attack the Werewolf Kingdom. The battle lasted 5 days and nights. The werewolves, lacking effective countermeasures against skeletal resurrection and death cap mushroom supervirus, suffered a crushing defeat. 12 million elite werewolf troops became part of the skeleton army. The werewolf kingdom was annihilated. The Minotaur king, witnessing the werewolf kingdom's fate, was terrified and surrendered unconditionally to the skeleton army. Manhwa sneered, "Scared now, too late. Unless you double the compensation I demanded earlier, I won't hesitate to raze your Minotaur kingdom to the ground." The Minotaur king immediately agreed, begging for mercy and blaming himself for joining the Holy Church. He complained that the Grand Bishop hadn't lifted a finger to help the werewolves during their battle with the skeleton army. After collecting the spoils, Manhwa left without causing further trouble. He examined his loot. The 10 high-level rune words were valuable, but he had limited capacity. "I need to choose the most useful ones." After careful consideration, he selected a few runes. Rune word, Emperor high-level effect on the body, grants the skill Emperor's aura, increases the power of all skills by 100%. Rune word, War Frenzy high-level effect on the body, grants the passive skill War Frenzy. The more life forms killed, the higher the physical strength, up to a limit of 1000%. Rune word, Crimson Eye high-level effect on the eyes. When seeing the color red, all physical attributes increase, up to a limit of 500%. Rune word, Nature high-level effect on the body, grants the passive skill Voice of Nature. Can communicate with any life form's consciousness. A purple vortex and lightning surrounded Manhwa. High-level runes are truly different. I feel power surging through me. Now, I'll retake Brightport and avenge my defeat. Somewhere not far from Brightport, Manhwa summoned his skeleton army, arranging them in formation. His eyes narrowed, filled with killing intent. "Sutai, I won't let you get away with this." He and Sun Kingnian charged towards Brightport. Seeing the ruined city, Manhwa ordered his army to halt. Sun Kingnian looked around, puzzled. Why is it like this? Not a single living soul left. How ruthless. Manhwa examined a nearby corpse. Look at these fist marks. It looks like they were beaten to death. They both realized who was responsible. Iron Man. Just then, a faint sound echoed in the distance. Skeleton army. Manhwa noticed it and began searching. He found the Grand Bishop lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Manhwa rushed over and knelt beside him. "Where's Sutai?" The Grand Bishop struggled to speak. He left. He plundered the Holy Church's plain origin and had the Iron Men kill all the holy practitioners. He trembled in pain. "I wanted revenge." Sun Kingnian rolled his eyes. "You brought this on yourselves." Before he could finish, the Grand Bishop's eyes glazed over, and he died. Manhwa understood. No wonder the Holy Church didn't react when I attacked the werewolves. Sutai must have wiped them out already. "Let's go," Sun Kingnian urged. "Forget about them. Let's find the ancient ruins." "This place is just ruins now." Manhwa hesitated. "I want to leave, but these bright crystal ores are too valuable to leave behind. A lush forest with mountains and a clear river. These ancient ruins are full of traps." Sun Kingnian said. "We should scout ahead." He used his rune word to scan the area. "I've marked the traps with fox signs. Just avoid them." They followed the marked path, avoiding traps. But soon, they sensed something behind them. They turned, wary, careful. A strange creature made a peculiar noise, as if trying to scare them away. Seeing they didn't react, it curled into a ball and rolled towards Manhwa. Manhwa dodged the attack and activated his Emperor rune word. He unleashed Emperor's aura. The creature, sensing his power, immediately prostrated itself, whimpering before fainting. Sun Kingnian approached, impressed. "Emperor's aura is powerful. This rune word suits you well." Manhwa, embarrassed by the praise, urged him forward. "Stop talking nonsense, let's go." They ventured deeper into the forest and found a staircase leading down. After a few steps, they saw more of the creatures. "Not again." Manhwa groaned, annoyed. Not wanting to waste energy, he activated his nature rune word, hoping to communicate with them. He closed his eyes and sent a message. "We're just here for training. We won't harm anything. Please let us pass." The creatures shrieked, refusing. Manhwa sighed and charged forward, power surging in his palm. "You asked for it." He punched the creature. He transformed into his black dragon form, roaring, "Anyone else? Come at me." Another creature charged, only to be punched into submission. Despite his strength, The creatures were too numerous, wave after wave attacked. Even Sun Kingyun, watching from the sidelines, felt exhausted. Enough is enough, but the creatures kept coming. Hanwoo, unable to fight them all, summoned his skeletons. Sun Kingyun also summoned his fox kin. The two armies clashed. Taking advantage of the chaos, Hanwoo and Sun Kingyun slipped deeper into the ruins. Sun Kingyun glanced back, thinking, "Thank goodness Hanwoo is here. Otherwise, I'd be dead soon." They reached their destination. Sun Kingyun pointed excitedly, "This is it, the trial chamber. Pass the trial, and we can become demigods and obtain a special grade rune word." Just then, the creatures broke through, crashing through the entrance. Hearing the commotion, Hanwoo and Sun Kingyun turned back. Hanwoo looked at the trial chambers, a determined expression on his face. "No turning back now, let's do this." Unlike Hanwoo, Sun Kingyun knew exactly what to do. He rushed towards a chamber. "This one suits me." He jumped halfway into the portal before turning back to Hanwoo, smiling, "Be careful." He vanished into the portal. Hanwoo, seeing his friend's hasty departure, twitched his eyebrows. He ran off so fast, he chose a chamber that felt right and entered. Inside, a desolate landscape stretched before him, barren and rocky. Trial chamber. Starvation. Must continuously consume food to survive. Just as the system message finished, his stomach rumbled loudly. Starvation. Just arrived, and I'm already hungry. Luckily, I'm connected to my divine realm. I have endless food. But when he tried to connect to his divine realm, he couldn't. What? Nothing. Impossible. Did the connection get severed? He sensed movement behind him and turned sharply. Something's there. Behind him was a horde of starving ghouls, undead lifeforms, formerly humans who starved to death. Trial objective: survive the ghoul attacks while avoiding starvation. So, these ghouls are both enemies and food. Hanwoo's face darkened, his teeth gritted in disgust. To survive, I have to eat these things. Seeing the delicious prey, the ghouls roared and charged. But Hanwoo wasn't about to become their meal. He summoned his skeleton kin and ordered them to fight back. He then tossed a few flower seeds onto the ground. Upon contact with the earth, the seeds sprouted rapidly, growing tall enough for him to sit inside. The plants consisted of 3 types: death peony, black dragon grass, and shadow vine. Hanwoo frowned. "I can kill, but I can't eat people. First, I'll use these plants to absorb nutrients from the ground to sustain me. Then, I'll have the skeletons fight off the ghouls to protect me." He slowly closed his eyes, entering a state of hibernation to conserve energy. Just need to survive for 30 days to win a human city, now in ruins. Black smoke billowed from the destroyed buildings. It was all the work of Xutie's Iron Men. "This human kingdom is mine now." He stood on the rubble inside the palace, gloating. "From the Holy Church to the human kingdom and the Minotaur kingdom, all have been leveled by my Iron Men." He grinned. The Elven kingdom is relying on its formations, so it can hold out for a while, but it won't last long. Just then, the Iron Men dragged Niu Fang before him. Seeing her, he approached and stroked her face. "What a surprise! You dared to run to the Minotaur kingdom and try to become queen? Now you've fallen into my hands." She glared at him, gritting her teeth. "Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Hanwoo will be back." Hearing this, Sutie's eyes flashed with killing intent. "He won't be back. Don't think I don't know." Sun Kingyun led him to the ancient ruins. "Even if he doesn't die there, he'll be skinned alive. He couldn't even defeat my steel-eating demon. Survive there, keep dreaming." He ordered his Iron Men to imprison her. Helpless, Niu Fang could only curse. "You'll get what's coming to you." After dealing with her, an Iron Man reported, "Qian Lily has followed your orders and trapped Qin Shuang in a mountain valley." He thought of Qin Shuang, his hands clenching in anticipation. "Qin Shuang, you won't escape my grasp this time." Cut to a mountain. A fierce battle was raging, dust billowing into the air. Iron Men were fighting rock golems. Qin Shuang watched in surprise. Sutie's Iron Men, why are they here? And fighting Qian Lily, even better. Let them destroy each other. I can use the opportunity to escape. But as she started to leave, the fighting stopped. Why did it stop? she wondered. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Classmate Qin Shuang, so you're here. It was Xu Tai. He pretended to be concerned. I heard Qin Lily was trying to ambush you, so I rushed here. Luckily, you're safe. I chased her away. Qin Shuang thanked him politely. He seized the opportunity. Classmate Qin Shuang, you're too kind. It was nothing. Why don't you stay and cooperate with me? Together, we can resist the native forces of the ruined civilization. We can split the spoils. He was planning something sinister. I spent so much money to put on this show with Qin Lily. I can't let her leave. He recalled his earlier conversation with Qin Lily. After trapping Qin Shuang, she had demanded the rest of her payment. He had given her a thumbs up. Well done, but you need to help me with one more act to get the rest of the money. What act? She had asked. He didn't want to waste time. Be defeated by my iron men? She was furious. Are you kidding me? I summoned 2,000,000 rock golems, spending so much plain origin. You want me to just lose? Seeing her resistance, he frowned. Perhaps I need to bring another 30 million iron then to have a proper conversation with you. Sensing the danger, she relented. Fine, but leave me at least 500,000 rock golems and double the remaining payment. She knew she couldn't turn against him. Her rock golems were strong, but the iron men had the advantage in numbers. If they fought, she wouldn't get the money, and her rock golems would be destroyed. He had reluctantly agreed. Deal. Back in the present, Qin Shuang looked at Xu Tai and politely refused. Classmate Xu Tai, I appreciate your nobleness, but I have other things to do. Goodbye, he smirked, no longer bothering to hide his intentions. What you need to do is find Hanwu, right? Let me tell you a secret. Hanwu is dead, and my steel-eating demon killed him. Hearing this, Qin Shuang immediately retorted, Hanwu is strong. Your steel-eating demon is no match for him. Besides, he has the skeleton army to protect him. Su Tai scoffed, the skeleton army. They're nothing compared to my iron men. They can't withstand a single blow. She didn't want to argue and decided to end the conversation. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Goodbye. She turned to leave. Su Tai wouldn't let her go so easily. He summoned several iron men. Saying this, she glared at him. What do you mean by this? He said confidently. I mean you're staying with me. Let me tell you, I'm the strongest now. You have to do what I say. Otherwise, you won't even be able to leave this valley. He grabbed Qin Shuang's neck, lifting her into the air. Let's see where you can run. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out in despair, Hanwu, help me. At that moment, Hanwu woke up with a start, calling out, Qin Shuang. Fully awake, he realized it was just a dream. He sighed in relief. It's been so long in seclusion. I wonder how Qin Shuang is. He looked at his hands, surprised. Why am I so thin? He looked outside and saw his skeleton kin fighting the ghouls. He smiled, knowing that 30 days had passed and he had obtained what he needed. A system message appeared. Acquired rune word. Starvation special grade effect on the body. Allows the host to control the digestive abilities of life forms. The rune word appeared and slowly fell into his hand. Without hesitation, he used it. A blue mark appeared on his forehead, glowing brightly. Feeling the power it granted, he grinned. This is the demigod realm. He turned and saw a portal. Time to go. He walked through it. Emerging from the portal, he raised his hand to open his status screen. Let's see what breakthroughs I've made after ascending. Divine talent. Chosen one, only one. Rebellious. God's abilities. Directed mutation. Life sacrifice unique. Gene lock. Famine. Skills. Giant slash. Darkness. Tyrannosaurus slash. Divinity. 9 points. 5 points of divinity remaining. Being absorbed after reaching 10 points. You can be promoted to a perfect demigod in the divine realm civilization. Divine power. 39.7 million self-generated divine power. 320.7 for million other generated divine power. Power of faith. 49.08 million. Core level. Level 10 level for relic gluttony law seal. Level to holy object fossil. Level to holy object shadow nail. Level 1 holy object poison gland. Level 1 holy object fairy short bow. He sighed, disappointed. Becoming a demigod only granted one stingy divine ability. But at least the source of mutation leveled up, granting gene lock. He shook his head. Well, it's still a demigod ascension in the extraterrestrial realm. Absorbing the divine power and reaching perfect demigod will be amazing. Just then, a blue light flashed behind him. Sun Kingian was thrown out of the portal, landing on Hanwoo. Sun Kingian, still dizzy, raised his hand and cheered. I finally became a demigod. Did you have to be so weak? Hanwoo sighed, throwing him into his divine realm. Go sleep it off. As Sun Kingian was being pushed into the divine realm, a loud noise echoed from outside the portal. Someone's here. It was Qian Lily and her rock golems, fighting the guardians of the ruins. Hanwoo went outside and saw Qian Lily. What are you doing here? Qian Lily smiled. Your relationship with Qin Shuang isn't bad. I have some juicy news about her survival. Want to know? 10,000 plain origin. Without haggling, Hanwoo immediately transferred the plain origin. Tell me. Seeing his eagerness, Qian Lily regretted her price. This kid pays so easily. I should have asked for more. But she had already made the deal. Sutai has imprisoned Qin Shuang in a mountain valley. She can't escape. Hearing this, Han Wu's mind went blank, filled with images of Qin Shuang in danger. What? Without hesitation, he activated Black Dragon transformation and flew off in a panic. He soon arrived at the mountain valley, calling out her name. Seeing a lot of traces on the ground, he landed and called out again, hoping she was nearby. But there was no response. He closed his eyes, trying to sense her presence. After a moment, he felt nothing. Damn it. Just then, he sensed something approaching from behind. He turned sharply. Seeing a feather floating in the wind, he recognized it as belonging to Qin Shuang's golden crown ROC. He looked around, following the feather's path, and saw Iron Men restraining the ROC, preventing it from escaping. He flew down and activated his Emperor Rune word. Sensing the power, the Iron Men combined into a stronger, armored Iron Man to resist. Surprised that they could withstand his high-level rune word, he used his new divine ability, Starvation, on the Iron Man. The Iron Man collapsed, its body breaking apart into its original components. Freed, the golden crown, RIC turned to thank Hanwoo, but he yelled, "Don't look. Take me to Qin Shuang. There's no time to lose." The ROC, startled, obeyed. Hanwoo climbed onto its back, and they flew off to find her. Inside a cave, Qin Shuang was struggling against Sutai, who was forcing himself on her. "Let me go," she cried. Sutai grinned. "Who can save you now?" Just then, Hanwoo found them. Wasting no time, he kicked a rock, sending it flying into Xutai's head. Sutai cried out in pain, clutching his head. "Who dares attack me?" He turned and saw Hanwoo. "You're not dead." Ignoring his question, Hanwoo glared at him, his teeth clenched in anger. He charged and punched Sutai in the face. "Even if you die, I won't." Sutai, enraged, wiped the blood from his mouth. "I'll kill you today," Hanwoo smirked. "Is that so?" He used his new divine ability, Starvation, on Sutai. Sutai clutched his stomach, panicked. "I'm so hungry. Why am I so hungry?" He looked up at Hanwoo. "Did you do something to me?" Hanwoo didn't answer. He summoned something, causing a red light to emanate from his arm. Sutai began vomiting uncontrollably, his face pale. "You became a demigod," Sutai gasped. Hanwoo remained silent, slowly drawing the sword formed from the steel-eating demon. "Your steel-eating demon not only failed to kill me, but became my slave. Now, you'll experience the pain of being devoured by it." He slashed. A fountain of blood erupted. The sword pierced Sutai's chest. Hanwoo rushed to Qin Shuang's side. "I'm here." Qin Shuang slowly opened her eyes. "I'm okay." Carrying Qin Shuang, Hanwoo emerged from the cave. The Iron Men were in chaos. He told Qin Shuang that Sutai was dead, so his noble had lost control. From now on, no one can control them. He jumped onto the golden crown, ROC, and ordered it to take them away. After they had flown a safe distance, Hanwoo asked, "Are you feeling better?" Qin Shuang replied, "Much better. You really became a demigod." Hanwoo gave a thumbs up, beaming with pride. "The real deal." Hearing his confirmation, she was happy for him. "That's great." Hanwoo looked at her, his eyes shining. I know the location of the ancient ruins. We just need to accumulate plain origin. Once you have enough, you can ascend like me. But Qin Shuang was worried. The Four Kingdoms and the Holy Church have been destroyed by Xutai. Only the Elven Kingdom is barely surviving. Where can we find plain origin? Hanwu confidently suggested, we can go to the desolate lands and try our luck. The Golden Crown, ROC carried them to the desolate lands. Seeing what he needed, Hanwu exclaimed, there's an iron mine. We can use the analyzer to break down the crystal ore. But before they could land, a loud roar echoed from below. Qin Shuang looked down, alarmed. Listen. Below them, a massive bear with long, sharp claws looked up and growled. Seeing the monster, Hanwu pointed at it, excited. Isn't plain origin right there? He turned to Qin Shuang. Wait here. Don't go alone, she protested. She snapped her fingers, and a flock of rocks appeared, ready to attack the bear. The Golden Crown, ROC charged, clawing at the bear. Not wanting Qin Shuang to fight alone, Hanwu summoned his skeletons to attack another bear nearby. After being slashed and bitten, the bear suddenly emitted a purple aura. It stopped attacking and roared. After a while, the skin around its mouth tore open, like a zombie. The bear stumbled towards the bear fighting Qin Shuang's rocks and bit its shoulder. The bitten bear cried out and ran away. The system message appeared, absorbing plain origin, 0.001 units. Absorbing plain origin, 0.002 units. Absorbing plain origin, 0.003 units. Hanwu and Qin Shuang high-fived. Perfect teamwork. They looked at each other, smiling. Their kin stood guard around them. Hanwu leaned closer to Qin Shuang. Let's rest here for a while. We'll gather enough plain origin and then decide what to do. Feeling his concern, Qin Shuang blushed and nodded gently. Okay. Time passed. 10 days later, Hanwu's kin was still busy collecting iron ore. Qin Shuang was impatient. We've almost gathered enough plain origin. I want to go to the ancient ruins. Hanwu smiled, scooping a spoonful of food. Don't rush. Your wounds just healed. You need to rest. Just then, Sun Qingnian jumped out of Hanwu's divine realm, excited. That was a great nap. Hanwu and Qin Shuang were startled. Qin Shuang awkwardly said, Classmate Sun, long time no see. Sun Qingnian looked around, confused. Where am I? Why am I here? You two are here too. Annoyed at being interrupted, Hanwu thought, why wake up now? You're ruining the mood. Although annoyed, he shared some information with Sun Qingnian, who had helped him before. You have time to worrying about us. Your Emerald Princess has been killed by Xutai, and the Elven Queen is dying. Hearing this, Sun Qingnian frowned. What did you say? Hanwu explained that Xutai had destroyed the Holy Church, the Human Kingdom, and the Minotaur Kingdom. The Elven Kingdom was on the verge of destruction. Sun Qingnian cursed Xutai, that bastard. I only slept for a few days, and he destroyed everything. He clutched his head, saddened. What a pity about my princess. Hanwu and Qin Shuang exchanged worried glances. Sun Qingnian turned to leave, saying, the princess can't be saved. I need to help the Elven Queen. After all, we slept together once. Goodbye. He jumped away. Seeing him leave, Qin Shuang was surprised that Sun Qingnian was so devoted. Hanwu disagreed. He's just going around flirting with women. He turned to Qin Shuang. Don't worry about him. Rest for a few more days. Qin Shuang was worried. You killed Xutai. The Tai family will definitely cause trouble for you when we return to school. Hanwu shrugged. If I didn't kill Xutai, would the Tai family spare me? He was confident that the Tai family wouldn't be a problem. He was only worried about whether the Imperial Academy would punish him. Just then, their teacher, Lena, appeared before them. Hanwu, Qin Shuang, returned to school immediately. It's important, Qin Shuang reassured him. Don't worry. I'm here back at the school. Xutai's father slammed his fist on the table. I want Hanwu to pay for my son's life. Xutai's mother was crying, mourning her son. Hanwu worriedly reminded her, your wounds just healed. Now isn't the time to push yourself. You don't need to force yourself for my sake. I'm not afraid of the Tai family. Qin Shuang smiled. Who said I'm doing it for you? Becoming a demigod before officially becoming a student of the Imperial Academy has always been my dream. Hanwoo was surprised. He started to say something, but Qin Shuang held up her hand, smiling brightly. Don't worry. You've told me all the maps and information about the ruins. I'll definitely make it through. Unable to dissuade her, he had to let her follow her passion. Okay, I'll wait here for you. She walked to the teleportation portal, turned back, and waved goodbye. We'll return to school together afterward, okay? After she teleported away, Hanwoo summoned a group of skeletons and ordered them to protect her inside. The skeletons obeyed and entered the portal. A month later, Hanwoo stood under a tree, anxiously pacing. It's been 30 days. Why hasn't she come out? He peered into the portal. My skeletons haven't reported back either. She must be in danger. He couldn't wait any longer. He stepped into the portal. The guardians of the ruins sensed his presence and turned to face him. Wasting no time, he activated Black Dragon transformation and ordered them to move aside. They didn't listen. Knowing this, he released his aura, transforming into a terrifying dragon that crushed the guardians. He rushed forward. Soon, he was blocked by a strange purple stone. He touched it and tried to push it. This trial chamber is locked. It can't be opened from the outside. He tried to pull it open, but it was useless. He was even injured, wiping blood from his face. Can't someone who has already broken through enter again? He had no choice but to use his ultimate move, combining 3 high-level rune words to attack. Emperor, War Frenzy, and Crimson Eye. The rune lights flew and struck the stone. Cracks appeared on its surface. Soon, an explosion shattered the stone, leaving only a wisp of white smoke. He rushed inside and saw a multitude of teleportation portals. Which one did Qin Shuang choose? He told himself to calm down and closed his eyes, sensing which portal had the strongest trace of Qin Shuang. At that moment, one of the portals vibrated violently. It spat out Qin Shuang, who fell weakly to the ground. Seeing her, Han Wu's eyes widened. Qin Shuang. He rushed forward and caught her in his arms. She slowly opened her eyes. He was overjoyed. How are you? Are you hurt? But as he asked, he tripped over a small stone and fell. He tried to protect her, bringing their faces close together. Embarrassed, she pushed him away. Let me down. He was disappointed but obeyed. He scratched his head and looked away, grinning. After resting for a while, she used her Thunder Special Grade ability. Thunder Special Grade. Effect on the body. All Thunder-type skills increase by 500% power. Grants the Thunder Domain. Look, I finally ascended. Hanwoo happily analyzed. Your energy seems to be breaking through to Lord-level lifeform, reaching Monarch-level lifeform. Before they could say anything more, a projection of their teacher, Lena, appeared. Hanwoo, the school requires you to return immediately. She disappeared. A teleportation portal appeared. Qin Shuang, though worried, suggested that she return with him. Several figures were waiting on the other side of the portal. As Hanwoo stepped through, a figure in a robe ordered, "Arrest Hanwoo immediately." Qin Shuang, worried, stepped forward and blocked the guards. She told the truth. Headmaster Sutai tried to take advantage of me, so Hanwoo acted. Sutai's parents glared at her. Lies. Why are you protecting this brat? Not wanting to argue, Qin Shuang stepped in front of the headmaster. You can read my memories. This can't be faked. The headmaster nodded and used a spell to read her mind. A pink light entered her head. Soon, her memories of being taken advantage of, Hanwoo killing Sutai, and him helping her adjust her clothes were displayed. Having seen everything, Sutai's father still refused to believe it. Impossible. This can't be true. With the truth revealed, the headmaster ordered the guards to step back. He looked at Hanwoo sternly. Hanwoo, although you were eager to save someone, you used excessive force. I must punish you severely. You are suspended from school until the university entrance exam. Hanwoo was surprised. That's it. Qin Shuang was worried. Suspended. That's a severe punishment. Hanwoo smiled reassuringly. It's okay. I was planning to take some time off to focus on absorbing divine power anyway. That way, I can ascend to demigod in the Divine Realm civilization. 15 days later, Hanwoo knelt before a statue at the ascension site. Student Han Wu has completed absorbing divine power. Divine power has reached 10 points. Requesting ascension to perfect demigod in the divine realm civilization. The statue emitted a golden light. Han Wu was amazed. A stone in the center of the statue shone brightly, releasing a golden light that swirled around him, as if assessing him. My divine light request has been approved. Divine light contains energy that can change the world, strengthen the body, and nurture life in the divine realm. It can help the divine realm reach its full potential. The light faded. Han Wu stood up, confused. Is that it? Did I ascend? He summoned a golden aura in his hand and smiled. It seems that even without Black Dragon transformation, my strength can reach the level of a monarch-level life form. Suddenly, he saw sparkling stars around him. What's this? Name: Source of mutation Han Wu. Level: Demigod Warrior Gene. Level 3. Talent: Divine Chosen Child Unique Rebellious. Ability: Divine Mutation, Targeted Mutation, Life Sacrifice, Gene Lock, Starvation, Life Blessing, Unique Fusion. Skills: Brute Force, Slash, Dark Explosion, Dragon Slash, Black Dragon Transformation, Shunpo, Plant Fusion, Emperor's Aura. Divine Function: Rebellious, Divine Function Level 5 currently awakened. Divine Art: Soul Devouring Eye Life a Blessing, can bless kin with divine power to increase their lifespan. Unique Fusion: can consume divine power to fuse anything with compatible affinity. He poked at the sparkling lights, excited. So, after ascending to demigod, I gained a new rebellious divine function and awakened the soul-devouring eye. Now I can see the soul energy floating in space fusion. He stroked his chin. Is this my divine power? He decided to experiment. Black Dragon Transformation, Plant Fusion, Emperor's Aura, Fuse. Following his command, all the abilities he had named were released and combined into an energy ball with multiple colors surrounding him. Soon, his body transformed, becoming incredibly powerful. A dark purple aura surrounded him. He lightly swung his arm. A loud explosion echoed, leaving a charred hole in the wall. He ignored the damage and focused on his newfound power. The power after fusion is extraordinary. I'll call this move Black Dragon Transformation Fusion. He returned to his normal form and summoned a locust. If I can fuse my skills, what about my kin? I have to try it. He used the locust in his hand and fused it with divine power. A colossal locust appeared before him. He was thrilled. Excellent. It reached hero-level life form. It can definitely destroy a hero-level life form of the Minotaur tribe in an instant. He looked at the divine power in his hand and smiled. It's definitely better, but fusion consumes divine power. That just cost me millions of divine power. He remembered something and summoned many small fire orbs. He quickly combined them into a large one. He counted on his fingers. One fire orb can be sold for 1.6 million divine power. Making one a day can earn over 100 million divine power a year, which can be exchanged for a divine point. I have another way to make money now. Keep melting, keep melting. He waved his hand excitedly. At the school gate, the guard stopped someone. You can't enter unless you're a teacher or student, the person thought. I'm a true god, but he decided against it. This is the Imperial Academy. True gods, chief gods, and even god kings are here. If I cause trouble, I won't gain anything. This person was Hu Hai. The signal is strong, which means I'm getting closer to the thief who stole the God King's treasure. Is this Han Wu in the academy the thief the God King is looking for? I don't know yet. I need to find a way to enter the school and investigate first to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just then, Su Tie's parents came out, furious. What kind of school is this, protecting the murderer Han Wu? I won't let you get away with this. Seeing his opportunity, Hu Hai approached them. Can you help me with something? I'm willing to pay a generous reward. My target is also Han Wu. Su Tie's parents once again caused trouble at the school, yelling, Han Wu killed a fellow student. Doesn't he fear retribution? Teacher Lena stepped forward to reason with them. The cause of Xu Tie's death has been thoroughly investigated. It's useless for you to linger here. Meanwhile, Hu Hai stood to the side, secretly acting. He took out a device and snapped a picture. Immediately, a wave emanated from Han Wu's body, which only the device holder could sense. Hu Hi's eyes narrowed, and his lips curled up. He's the thief who stole the God King's treasure. Capturing him will surely earn me a great reward. But how to get him out of here is the important question. Su Tie's parents continued to curse Hanwoo. May you never rest in peace, you bastard. Teacher Lena couldn't stand by and let them cause a scene. The school is not a place for you to make baseless accusations. Please leave immediately. Of course, they wouldn't. Su Tie's father was about to speak when Hu Hai patted his shoulder. All right, let's go. Su Tie's parents stopped causing trouble and left, slamming the door behind them. Outside, Su Tie's father asked, Lord True God, we followed your instructions and brought you here. Why did you let Hanwoo go so easily? Hu Hai coldly replied, hand Hanwoo over to me, and I'll give you a satisfactory result sooner or later. But don't interfere in this matter. Although angry, they couldn't do anything. Su Tie's parents turned and left. Hu Hai watched them, then secretly peeked through the peephole. Inside, Teacher Lena happily advised, Student Hanwoo, you don't need to pay attention to those people's words. Su Tie's death was his own fault for not knowing his limits. You killed him in self-defense. You did nothing wrong. Hanwoo confidently affirmed, Teacher Lena, don't worry. They can't affect me, on the contrary, they encourage me to become stronger. Teacher Lena was pleased, that's my student. Now that you're a perfect demigod, your next focus should be on obtaining a divine function. She remembered something and added, and the Imperial Academy's assessment. If you can't pass, you'll still be expelled. She took out a golden ticket. I have a ticket to the ancient outer battlefield. You can try your luck there, she smiled. Familiarizing yourself with the competitive atmosphere of demigods will be beneficial for your future. Hanwoo nodded and took the ticket. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Hu Hai overheard everything. Ancient outer battlefield? Hey, interesting. After getting the ticket, Hanwoo happily left, unaware that someone was watching him closely. Hu Hai glanced at him, muttering, we'll meet there. Looking at the ticket, Hanwoo suddenly realized something important. A ticket can allow two people to participate. Going alone would be a waste. He took out his communicator and called someone. Teacher Chair. The teacher answered cheerfully, Student Hanwoo, how's life at the Imperial Academy? Hanwoo proudly announced, Teacher Chair, I've ascended to perfect demigod. I'd like to invite you to team up and explore the ancient outer battlefield. Are you free? The teacher was excited. Demigod, ancient battlefield, you're that strong already. Of course, I'll go, Hanwoo nodded. Then let's meet at the Western University teleportation station at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The scene changed to Hanwoo's home. He laid out a pile of items on the table. I'm leaving tomorrow. I need to choose some useful holy artifacts. After thinking for a while, he reached out and selected for holy artifacts. He told himself, this time, I'm determined to succeed. He remembered Qin Shuang's eyes and bright smile. This trip will take a few months. She's probably in seclusion, absorbing divine power. Time passed quickly. It was evening. The streetlights illuminated the road. Sensing Hanwoo's aura, Qin Shuang ran out and opened the door. Why are you here? Come in. Hanwoo gently shook his head. No need. I'm going to train in the ancient outer battlefield tomorrow, so I came to say goodbye. I was worried you were in seclusion and wouldn't have time to see me. Qin Shuang was surprised. So soon, he awkwardly scratched his head. When I return, you will have successfully ascended. I'll see you then. I'm going back now. But you can't just say a few words and leave. Qin Shuang grabbed his hand. How about taking a walk with me? He didn't refuse. They walked together for a while. Qin Shuang said, It's lucky I'm not going into seclusion until tomorrow. Otherwise, I would have missed your farewell. Hanwoo smiled and joked, Does this count as us being telepathic? She ignored that and worriedly reminded him, The ancient battlefield is dangerous. Are you fully prepared? She took out a purple item and smiled. Although this underworld seal has some limitations, it will be very useful for you. Take it with you. 4th grade holy artifact, underworld seal. Effect. After being absorbed into the divine realm core, it can instantly kill core kin, transforming them into soul form. only effective on Korkin below hero-level lifeform. Hanwoo was surprised. My rebellious divine function needs to devour souls through the soul-devouring eye to improve. The more soul energy I absorb, the faster I can improve. This is really useful for me. He took the item and thanked her. Qin Shuang suddenly hugged him tightly. I can't go with you this time. You have to be careful. Hanwoo suddenly placed his lips on hers, her eyes widened in surprise, but she didn't resist. Hanwoo was overjoyed. She didn't reject me. After exchanging saliva, they hugged each other affectionately. After a while, he looked at her tenderly. Wait for me to return. Qin Shuang, no longer angry, gently reminded, be careful. The next morning, Hanwoo arrived at the meeting place and was surprised to see his teacher already waiting. Teacher Chair, you're early. Teacher Chair forced a smile. I couldn't sleep, so I came here to wait for you. Let's go quickly. Hanwoo took out the ticket and bit his fingertip. The teacher did the same. They dripped blood onto the ticket, and it burst into flames, transforming into a teleportation portal. The teacher said, let's go. On the other side of the portal was the ancient battlefield. There were tents everywhere. An employee pointed them to their lodging. This is your temporary residence. They were led to a dilapidated tent. The employee said, if you have any questions, you can find us. We will serve you wholeheartedly. Seeing their lodging, Hanwoo was furious. These conditions are too harsh. You give us a dilapidated tent and think you're done with us. Although he heard Hanwoo clearly, the employee ignored him and happily left as if nothing had happened. Hanwoo yelled, aren't you going to change it for us? Before he could say more, the teacher smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't be impatient. Let's see what the inside of the tent is like first. Although annoyed, Hanwoo had to let him go. They peeked inside and were surprised to see a huge mansion with everything from lights, beds, dining tables, and countless amenities. Hanwoo stepped inside, looking around. The inside is a temporary paradise. It'll do for now. As he was about to explore further, he saw a guidebook on the table. He picked it up and read it. Shocked, this tent can shield the radar of the ancient battlefields. The martial arts arena here can summon kin, but the martial arts arena limits the number of summons. He angrily threw the book on the table, muttering, who are you kidding? I've always relied on numbers to win. If the numbers are limited, how am I supposed to play? Don't rush. The teacher pointed to the tent. The guidebook said we can connect to the tent's operating system. Let's check it out first. Although that was true, Hanwoo opened the information panel. Participant: Hanwoo, battlefield level, lowest. Martial arts arena area owned, 0.5 square kilometers. Select the number of kin to summon, 500,000 elite locusts, or 50,000 transcendent locusts, or 5,000 hero-level locusts, or 5 lord-level locusts, 3 million normal skeletons, or 300,000 elite skeletons, or 30,000 transcendent skeleton knights, or 3,000 hero-level skeleton knights, or 3 lord-level skeleton knights. 1 sword peak tribe lord or 1 sapient clan lord. Hanwoo clicked on the screen and sighed. I can only choose the highest number. As he said this, the kin began to be summoned before them. Teacher Chia didn't say anything, calmly snapping his fingers and summoning a group of his own butterfly-eyed rabbit kin. Battlefield system notice. Only core kin summoned first in the tent can be controlled. If core kin die in battle outside the tent, reinforcements cannot be deployed in time. You must return to the tent to replenish the lost numbers. Notice, the ancient battlefield produces divine function fragments. The rarer the divine function fragment, the higher its value. Identical divine function fragments can be combined into a complete divine function. Divine functions can be exchanged for other types of divine function fragments or materials to upgrade the tent. After hearing the notice, Hanwoo was much more excited. Combine enough divine functions to upgrade the tent. Let's go. Let's go to the battlefield and find lots of divine function fragments. They walked out onto the battlefield. Teacher Tin spoke confidently. Before coming, I researched the divine function fragments of the ancient battlefield. They are produced by wandering gods on the battlefield. Only by defeating the gods can you obtain divine function fragments. Gods also have different levels. The difference is the aura under their feet. White aura is the lowest level and can only produce first-level divine function fragments. Blue aura is second level. The strongest are gods with red aura under their feet, which can produce fifth-level divine function fragments. As the teacher was giving him the necessary information, Hanwoo suddenly heard a noise and quickly turned around. He saw something and pushed the teacher behind him. He hissed. Teacher Chair was confused. Hanwoo leaned against a nearby stone wall. Teacher, look, Hanwoo had sensed a god approaching. The god had a white aura under his feet and didn't know they were ambushing him, so he walked confidently on his aura.